My name is Ling Yan. I was on vacation, relaxing in a guest house, when my boss called, just to ask about a feather duster in the office. Annoyed, I decided to make the most of my day and use a rafting ticket that was about to expire. But the experience turned out to be terrible. Instead of the handsome lifeguards advertised online, there was a middle-aged man with a beer belly. To make things worse, a bratty kid on the boat kept screaming for soda, driving me crazy. The chaos on the boat tipped me over the edge, literally. I fell into the water, even though I can't swim, and started sinking fast. Just as I was losing consciousness, I noticed something strange in the water, and then everything went black. When I woke up, I found myself in a cave, saved by a massive black snake. It fed me something warm and sweet, which made me feel better, but I couldn't move or open my eyes. I was terrified. I thought I'd either become a vegetable or was being kept as food for later. The snake seemed oddly attentive, covering me with animal skins and lighting a fire to keep me warm. It even looked at me like it cared, which was both weird and unsettling. As time passed, I realized the snake was injured, shedding scales and bleeding, but it kept taking care of me. It was almost sweet, but I still didn't know if I was safe or what it wanted from me. While I slept, I dreamed of warmth and comfort, thanks to the fire and the snake's efforts. The snake seemed to be planning something. It kept watching over me and even left the cave at one point. Meanwhile, I was stuck, slowly recovering and wondering how I ended up in this bizarre situation. What's next? Only time will tell. I woke up groggy, still unable to move or speak. Something felt off. Then I noticed I wasn't alone. There was someone near me, doing things I couldn't fully understand. Before I could even process what was happening, I realized my clothes had been changed. Someone had dressed me in animal skins. I wanted to scream and protest, but my body wouldn't cooperate. It was beyond frustrating. As I was being fed something sweet, a voice suddenly spoke near me. "Don't forget me. My name is Mo Huan," it said. The voice was strange, in a language I'd never heard before, yet I somehow understood it perfectly. I was shocked. Who was this person? And what was going on? Just as quickly, the voice vanished, and I felt myself being moved again. Next thing I knew, I was being carried somewhere, and that slimy, cold sensation from before, it was back. I couldn't see what was moving me, but my gut told me it wasn't human. Was I being thrown away? The thought terrified me, but what could I do? I was helpless. Eventually, I felt myself being set down on something soft, with sunlight on my face. But before I could enjoy it, I suddenly felt a sharp sting. Something bit me. Panic surged through me, though I couldn't even flinch. I was so scared I wanted to cry. Turns out, the thing that bit me, likely Mo Huan, was marking me.
Why?
I had no idea, but it seemed to think it was doing me a favor. Shortly after, I was left alone again, and I started hearing strange voices nearby. Beast-like men approached, speaking in a language that, to my surprise, I could still understand. They were discussing me, who I was, why I was here, and what to do with me. Before I could process any of it, one of them picked me up. His body was warm and strong, with muscles so firm I couldn't help but notice. Okay, so I couldn't move, but my brain was wide awake, and let me tell you, this guy was built. His arms were like something straight out of a fitness ad. As I was carried through the jungle, I realized these people weren't like anyone I'd ever met. I wasn't sure what would happen next, but one thing was clear. My life had taken a turn I couldn't have imagined. I mean, was this a dream? A nightmare? Or had I somehow traveled to another world? Whatever it was, I had to stay alive and figure it out. I found myself surrounded by unfamiliar voices and strange, warm sensations running through my body, but I couldn't respond or move. I was carried to a village, apparently called the White Tiger Tribe, where I was handed to a healer or shaman for help. They called me a female, talked about me being awakened, and seemed very concerned about my condition. I was just as worried. Was I stuck in this state forever? Could they even help me? The shaman said I wasn't lacking energy, but my consciousness was trapped because my awakening wasn't done properly. What did that even mean? And then the conversation turned to God's power and mate matching, and I realized these people were serious about rituals and strange customs. My brain was trying to keep up, but it was clear. I was in another world, and I was in trouble. Then, they decided I would participate in some kind of matching ceremony to wake me up. They talked about mates, pairing, and even something about a goddess. I was freaking out. What kind of bizarre ritual was this? Was I about to be married off while unconscious? One of the men, Bai Heng, seemed especially invested in me. He carried me carefully and even took me back to what I assume was his home. He cared for me, fed me something sweet and warm, though some of it tasted weird, and made sure I was comfortable. He even kept watch at the door in his beast form, a tiger, apparently. I could tell he was worried, but also, was he claiming me as his mate? I drifted off into another deep sleep, overwhelmed by everything. In the back of my mind, I couldn't help but think, is this really happening? Am I about to be matched with someone I don't even know? And why does it feel like my life is being decided for me while I'm stuck, unable to say a word? I woke up, or at least I thought I did, but quickly realized I still couldn't move or speak. To make things worse, someone was changing my clothes again. I was wrapped in animal skins, and though it was a little embarrassing, I couldn't do anything about it. At least I was bundled up snugly. After being fed some bland soup and sweet fruits, I felt my body getting stronger, but I was still being carried around like luggage. Soon, I was brought to a large altar surrounded by people, and they were all talking about me. They called me the sleeping female and speculated about my connection to Bai Heng, the man who had been taking care of me. I was too overwhelmed to care about their gossip. I was focused on what was happening. They were preparing for a matching ceremony, and it seemed like some kind of ritual to pair me with mates. Wait, mates? How did I end up in such a strange place? The ceremony began, and a soft light surrounded me. I felt an incredible rush of energy flowing through my body, stronger than anything I'd ever experienced. It was like I was being remade, every part of me changing. And then, I felt something else, a deep connection forming with someone. It was as if our souls were being tied together. The sensation was so intense, I couldn't ignore it. I heard Bai Heng gasp. He seemed overjoyed, and I realized he was the one I was connected to. Apparently, this matching wasn't just symbolic, it was real, and now he was bound to me as my beast mate. The idea was baffling, but I didn't have time to process it because something felt wrong. The energy that had been filling me was now unstable. My right arm burned with a strange, shifting heat, while the rest of my body felt balanced and strong. Something or someone was interfering. The priest overseeing the ceremony stopped it abruptly, and I could sense everyone's worry. My arm, which was supposed to bear a mark of my matched beast, seemed incomplete, like it was stuck between two worlds. Meanwhile, far away, someone else, another beast, was affected. I didn't know it yet, but a golden lion, injured and on the verge of death, was tied to me as well. The bond was incomplete, and it was draining my newfound strength. I was trapped between two connections, two worlds, and I didn't know how long I could hold on. Lying on that altar, surrounded by strangers and unsure of my fate, I realized something. I wasn't just surviving anymore. I was at the center of something much bigger, and I needed to figure it out fast before I lost myself completely. I woke up to find myself sitting in a soft grass nest, wrapped in animal skins. My body was sore, but I could move, and my vision was sharper than I remembered. I was in a stone cave with barely anything inside, just a fire pit in the distance. As I was trying to make sense of it all, a loud noise startled me. A tall, muscular man entered, and wow. He looked like he could punch me into next week, but his face was surprisingly gentle. His name was Bai Heng. He knelt down and introduced himself as my matched beast, whatever that meant. His voice sounded familiar, and I realized he was the one who had been taking care of me these past few days. He explained that I was found unconscious, and they performed some kind of ritual to match me with beast mates to wake me up. Beast mates? As in husbands? 6 of them? Apparently, This was normal here because females are rare and need protection. When I asked what happens if I don't like my matches, Bai Heng's face fell. He looked so heartbroken that I quickly reassured him I wasn't rejecting him. I just wanted to understand the rules. Turns out, females can reject their matches by breaking a mark called a beast seal, but it can drive the males mad or even kill them. Yikes. To buy time, I told him I might have lost my memory after hitting my head. Classic move, but it worked. He offered to answer any questions I had, so I asked about this world. He told me we were in the southern continent of the beast world, a place with harsh weather, dangerous creatures, and unpredictable seasons. Life here sounded tough, and females relied on multiple beast mates for protection and survival. As Bai Heng explained more, I realized this wasn't just a new place, it was a whole new reality. Females here have abilities like healing or space manipulation, and males have elemental powers to fight and survive. Even with these skills, life here was brutal. I started to worry. Could I survive in a place like this? I wasn't a fighter or a survival expert. I was just a regular woman who once stressed over saving a few $1,000. Now, I was apparently in a world where my life depended on others protecting me. As Bai Heng went off to prepare food, I tried to process everything. This world was dangerous, confusing, and overwhelming, but I had no way back. Maybe I'd just have to treat it like a real-life RPG. Player Ling Yan, ready to start, I joked to myself, trying to find a silver lining. Whatever this beast world threw at me, I'd just have to figure it out, one step at a time. After convincing herself, she planned to get up and observe the environment in which she would live in the future. Her bones were sore after lying down for a few days, so she might as well move around. Ling Yan tugged at the short fur skirt that wrapped around her chest, feeling a little uncomfortable because it was too short. She slowly moved down from the grass nest. Seeing this, Bai Heng hurried over to help her walk to the campfire at the entrance of the cave and sat on the stone he had brought. Sit here for a while, I'll grill some meat for you, okay? Bai Heng squatted beside Ling Yan's legs, looking up at him, his eyes revealing affection that she couldn't understand. She turned her face away uncomfortably and didn't look at him. Okay. Bai Heng squatted beside the campfire and began to move. Bai Heng, you also have spatial abilities, Ling Yan asked Bai Heng as he took out a piece of meat out of thin air. Yen, every male orc who is above level 3 has a space, and it will get bigger as he ascends a level. It's amazing, can it keep food fresh? That is, will the food inside go bad? Ling Yan was curious whether or not it can keep food fresh was really important. It can't keep food fresh. The male orc space is just for the convenience of hunting. Food will go bad if left for a long time, but some females who have awakened the space can keep food fresh. Bai Heng replied, I'm so envious. Ling Yan held her chin up and listened to Bai Heng say that she couldn't wake up because of the awakening, and she didn't know what she had awakened, why she didn't feel anything at all. While speaking, Bai Heng had already skillfully put a large piece of barbecue on the fire. Ling Yan was a little stunned. Can this be cooked? As expected, Ling Yan was stunned when she saw the unknown basin-sized piece of meat handed to her, which was 120% rare on the surface, 80% rare inside, and 30% rare in the middle. Bai Heng was also a little embarrassed. It was his first time to grill meat. Would the little female dislike him and not want him? He learned things very quickly. Ling Yan decided to let go of her reserve and follow the local customs. Since he was her husband, she had to order him around. She couldn't let anyone suffer but herself. Soon, under Ling Yan's command, the unknown animal meat skewers skewered on unknown branches were freshly baked. The light bitterness of the unrefined salt grains mixed with the fishy smell of the animal meat was not delicious, but Ling Yan didn't care anymore. She was really hungry after drinking water for a few days. Unknowingly, Ling Yan had eaten a lot of barbecue that far exceeded her modern appetite, and the food turned into energy to fill Ling Yan's body. The faint feeling of fatigue after waking up was swept away. Ling Yan felt that she could kill a cow now. In excitement, she broke a piece of the stone bowl she was holding for drinking water. Ling Yan. Bai Heng. Yan should have awakened the physical enhancement. Bai Heng smiled and took the broken stone pieces in her hand to stop her from being embarrassed. Ling Yan laughed awkwardly and patted the broken stones in her hand. People who are familiar with Ling Yan know that this is a manifestation of her thinking. Since she has come here, living well is the most important thing. She dared not get married in modern times, but she did it here directly, and she got 6 people at a time. Looking at the landform environment here that is similar to the modern primeval forest, Ling Yan can't think of being self-reliant without relying on men. Any wild beast outside is bigger than Ling Yan. She doesn't think she has the ability to support herself. This is a man of insight is a hero. As long as there is a beast husband, the matching is complete. I can also feel the emotions of the other matching beasts, whether they are excited, anxious, or worried. I don't hate them. I have really fallen. How can I accept it so naturally when I just came here? This will take dozens of chapters? Oh, right, the contract. Ling Yan immediately lowered her head to look for the beast seal on her body, focusing on the place where she felt the burning during the matching. First, the white tiger beast seal on her right chest. This should be Bai Heng's. On the left shoulder is a flying eagle. The beast's shape is full of fierceness. Next to the belly button is a fox, and the fluffy tail wraps around half of the belly button. There is a wolf with its head raised and howling at the waist, which looks cold. There is a snake around the right wrist, and the snake head is half closed on the back of the hand. It looks pretty good. These eyes. Could it be him? Only the lion pattern on the right arm is obviously different from the other patterns. The others are solid white, and the lion pattern is half virtual and half real. It seemed to be about to solidify and fade away soon. Besides, Ling Yan could more or less feel the strongest psychological activities of other beast seals, but she could not feel anything of the lion. Ling Yan asked Bai Heng with some curiosity, but Bai Heng changed the subject. Ling Yan did not force it. She would know what she should know sooner or later. She turned to ask for a bath. She was in the dust and dirt every day. Although Bai Heng would clean her, Ling Yan still felt that she was going to go bad. At this time, a beast husband with fire ability was very useful. After Ling Yan asked for a bath, Bai Heng moved a large stone tank filled with water. After putting it in place, he put his hand into the water to release the supernatural power. Soon, a trace of hot steam appeared on the water. Bai Heng brought a fruit the size of an olive to Ling Yan and told her to chew it and spit it out to clean her mouth. You can also rub bubbles in your hand to clean it. Ling Yan tried it, and a cool feeling instantly filled her mouth, and it was not uncomfortable. I didn't expect there is a natural and pollution-free toothpaste. No wonder Bai Heng has such big, white teeth. After washing and wrapping himself in the animal skin, Bai Heng, blushing, came in to clean the water tank, which made Ling Yan laugh. What an innocent little beast. But if Ling Yan knew that with the perception of an orc, he could clearly feel her every move, she probably wouldn't laugh. Bai Heng's fingers passed through her hair, and strands of water vapor were evaporated. After solving her physiological problems, Ling Yan lay in the soft animal skin and sighed comfortably. After tucking the animal skin for herself, Bai Heng walked to the entrance of the cave and was about to transform into an animal form and suddenly said, "Bai Heng, have you taken a shower?" In an instant, the innocent big, white tiger's face flushed. "I've taken a shower." Ling Yan patted the place next to her to signal him to come over. Bai Heng clenched his fist and lay down beside her. When Bai Heng regained consciousness, the man in his arms had fallen asleep contentedly leaning on his chest muscles, leaving the broken Hu crying as he looked at the little Hu who was about to explode. In a few days, Ling Yan and Bai Heng began to get along well. She knew in her heart that if it weren't for the orc in front of her, she would never live as easily as she did now, and starving to death would be the most decent thing. Under Bai Heng's caring care, she slowly let down her guard. Ling Yan, who had been a peony for 23 years, experienced the sour smell of love for the first time. They were like a pair of young lovers in love, and an unintentional glance at each other was sweet and bubbling. Ling Yan began to gradually adapt to life in the new world. In the early morning, after a long kiss from Bai Heng, Ling Yan turned over and continued to sleep. Bai Heng went out hunting with a trace of sadness. Ling Yan currently had only one beast husband, so he could only hunt near the tribe, but there were too few types of wild animals near the tribe. He has tried his best to bring back various preys these days. At first, they were all kinds of large beasts that could show the ability of male orcs. But Ling Yan couldn't eat them. Sometimes she couldn't chew them, and sometimes she just vomited them. Later, he tried to bring back the preys for the cubs to practice, and she gradually ate more. But it was only a little more. Ling Yan didn't notice Bai Heng's uneasiness. She felt good about her performance. She ate more of the prey that Bai Heng brought back if she could, and less if she couldn't. She felt that it was great that she didn't get angry after eating meat every day. Ling Yan found that although Bai Heng was powerful, he was always nervous when facing her. He would not leave her alone for too long. Even if he went hunting, he would go and come back quickly. So Ling Yan didn't want to add any more burden to him. Bai Heng was very anxious when he saw Ling Yan eating less and less. He had tried his best to find animals that the females in the tribe liked to eat. Ling Yan felt that she had caused trouble for Bai Heng, but Bai Heng hated his inability to feed the females. Rather than saying that this is a generation gap between Ling Yan and Bai Heng, it is better to say that this is a barrier between two worlds. In Ling Yan's era, a woman with her palms up had no say, so she now automatically put herself in the role of a subordinate and tried her best to endure the inconvenience of life. But for Bai Heng, providing for his females is a food responsibility in the nature of males. They will obey the instructions of females and be loyal to their females. Once the females begin to reject their flattery, it means that they will be marginalized or even abandoned. But Ling Yan's concept cannot be changed all at once. She is too weak, and she does not understand the constraints of the beast mark on males. Ling Yan, who was thinking about life, did not notice when Bai Heng came back. A small red fruit was handed to her lips. She bit it reflexively. The sweet and sour taste immediately burst out in her mouth. Ling Yan's eyes lit up. Heng, this is delicious. Bai Heng handed over a handful of washed red fruits. There are no more milk fruits in the Fengji season. The red fruits are ripe these 2 days. If you like them, I will pick more. No, if you pick too much, they will go bad. Ling Yan began to envy the females who had a static space again. How many delicious foods must they have stored there? Bai Heng seemed to see what she was thinking. Female abilities cannot be advanced. After awakening, the space is very small and can only hold very few things. Ling Yan was comforted a little. When she took a red fruit and prepared to feed it to Bai Heng, the information about the red fruit suddenly appeared in her mind. Edible, tastes sweet and sour. Ling Yan got up and ran to the cave entrance. She saw the weeds on the ground and grabbed a handful, not recommended for consumption. Throwing away the weeds, she pulled up a small mushroom under the tree. Edible, delicious. Ling Yan, who was not bothered by the trouble, touched most of the plants near the beast cave. Although most of them showed that they were not recommended for consumption, it still could not wipe out her enthusiasm. Ling Yan's eyes were filled with tears. The standard gold finger for women who travel through time and space finally arrived. She can roughly sense whether plants are edible and their approximate taste. Bai Heng watched her series of actions and did not stop her, but carefully protected her to prevent her from falling. When she finally calmed down and looked at him with bright eyes, he cooperated. Yan, what did you find? I found that I can roughly sense whether these plants are edible. Is this the ability I awakened? Ling Yan said excitedly. Yes, most females will awaken physical enhancement or fertility. It is difficult to awaken things like sensing space. Besides, Ling Yan awakened naturally. Yan, you are so amazing. Bai Heng looked at the excited little female and maxed out his emotional value. In the beast world, beasts are running for food every day, and their lives are only about solving the problem of food and clothing. Bai Heng also found that his little female was not obsessed with meat, but her eyes lit up when she saw fruits. She awakened this ability, and he could help her store more food. The beast world is not without inheritance. but in addition to a few fixed fruits and animals, other plant foods change every year. Maybe it is sweet this year, but bitter next year. Maybe it is edible this year, but it will kill the beast if it is eaten next year. Therefore, people rarely touch plants without absolute certainty. This is also the reason why Bai Heng did not bring back any fruits these days, even though he knew Ling Yan loved to eat fruits. Today's red fruit is the same as the milk fruit in the hot season, which is a fixed fruit that can be eaten every year. If Ling Yan knew this, she would probably sigh that it is seasonal. The double moon season is halfway through and the temperature is beginning to drop. Bai Heng has been working hard to hunt and store food for the cold season these 2 days. Ling Yan was embarrassed to ask him to accompany her out for a walk. At this time, the disadvantages of having only one beast husband were reflected. Wind, flowers, snow, and moon are still hungry. You have to choose one. After all, love is not really enough to drink water to fill your stomach. But now that Ling Yan found that she had a golden finger, she stood up. She decided that she must go out tomorrow. To contribute to her plan to hibernate in the cold season, she still didn't believe it. Can't she find vegetables and fruits to eat? Bai Heng was a little embarrassed. Although he was already the strongest 7th-level beast in the tribe, he was still not sure that he could protect the little female in the wild. He could still deal with wild beasts, but if he encountered a group of stray beasts or fallen beasts. But seeing her eyes shining and staring at him, he didn't say no after all. Besides, he also needed her ability to sense some food that she could eat. She had been eating less and less recently. At worst, he could just run away with the little female if he encountered danger. Bai Heng was still very confident in his speed. Then I'll take you to the place where you can pick red fruits tomorrow. That place was in the canyon behind the tribe. There were no large wild beasts in it, and there were orcs patrolling around. The females in the tribe liked to walk there when they had nothing to do.
Okay.
Ling Yan felt comfortable. She couldn't wait for her golden finger to show its magical power, and she also wanted to achieve freedom of vegetables and fruits. Bai Heng looked at the energetic little female who was overjoyed since he promised to take her out last night, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. He liked her energetic and full of vitality, but then he felt melancholy in his heart. Although he enjoyed being alone with her, he might not be able to support her if her other beast husbands didn't come. She always seemed to be worried, but she was so happy today when he promised to take her out to play. Bai Heng felt that he was a failure as a beast husband. Ling Yan was not happy because she could go out to play, but she was excited that she had a means of survival. It meant that she didn't have to rely on others blindly, even her own beast husband. The next day, the excited Ling Yan got up early to wash, drink the broth, and eat a few small red fruits to get rid of the smell. She put on the animal skin skirt prepared by Bai Heng, put on the small animal skin bag made by Bai Heng for her, and prepared to go out. After walking a few steps and almost reaching the cave entrance, she found her bare feet. These days, Bai Heng covered the animal cave with soft animal skins so that she ignored that she had no shoes to wear. What is this called? The great cause of collecting collapse before going out because of no shoes to wear? She tentatively stepped on the ground outside the animal skin, and it hurt her feet. Males in the beast world don't need to wear shoes, so what about females? Don't females have animal forms, and don't they wear shoes? Otherwise, Bai Heng would not have prepared some for her. In fact, the subconscious reaction is the most real. When Ling Yan was still consuming herself and thinking that she was a useless parasite, she had already had a deep trust in Bai Heng in her heart. Seeing Ling Yan staring at her feet in a daze, Bai Heng was a little surprised. Yan, why don't you walk? Are you uncomfortable somewhere? Walk. How to walk? Just walk barefoot. Ling Yan looked up and understood what Bai Heng meant. He was already half crouching in front of her. Whether she was carrying him on her back or hugging him, she could easily climb on him. What do females wear on their feet when they go out? Ling Yan asked tentatively. Females don't wear anything on their feet, Bai Heng said, as a matter of course. Good guy, the case was solved. The girls in the beast world have their own means of transportation, beast-shaped vehicles, fully automatic driving, and a piece of meat for every 100 kilometers. The arrow has been put on the string and has to be shot. Ling Yan can only follow the local customs. Anyway, she must go out today. She approached Bai Heng and put her hand on his shoulder. Bai Heng understood and let her sit in his arms and slowly stand up. What an embarrassing posture of holding a child. Ling Yan felt the burning breath coming from Bai Heng and the muscles tensed by the force. She felt that her mind was distracted. Color is emptiness. Emptiness is color. Soon Ling Yan no longer had any romantic thoughts. She had been hit. After walking for nearly half an hour from the beast cave, Ling Yan had sensed many plants, but there were not many edible ones. She was a little hit. Although there were some gains along the way, they looked like grass. Although they were sensed to be edible, they were not. Really not. We are still in the tribe. Everyone has basically picked up all the edible things. Let's go out. Bai Heng couldn't bear to see Ling Yan discouraged and hurried to come for her.
Okay.
Ling Yan also felt that she was too anxious. Her awakened talent was not rare. What's more, the orcs had their own judgment methods. There was no loophole waiting for her to pick up in the tribe. Seeing that Ling Yan had figured it out and no longer wanted to try everything, Bai Heng slightly increased his speed. He passed the orc gathering place and headed for the back mountain. Duoya, who was playing with her orc husband outside, saw this scene and ordered her orc husband to follow her. Soon, one person and one orc arrived at the destination. Ling Yan wanted to care about her orc husband, but seeing that he was still calm after carrying her for more than 2 hours, she swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth and said dryly, "Bai Heng, you are so fast." Wait, something seems to be wrong. Bai Heng's mouth corners curved a little when he heard his little female's praise. Next time, I'll take you out to play in the beast form. The beast form is faster. Ling Yan tried hard not to laugh. Okay, next time I'll ride a tiger. As they were talking, the two of them walked to a tree that looked bright red from a distance. Ling Yan initially thought it was a tree full of red flowers until she got closer and found that the 20-30 meter tall tree was densely packed with small red fruits of all sizes. Ling Yan originally thought that those small red fruits that looked like small tomatoes should grow in the ground, and she could easily pick a large bag of them, so she specially brought a small bag with her. As a result, standing under the 20-30 meter tall giant red fruit tree, Ling Yan was stunned.
This.
Tomatoes have become spirits? There are no leaves on the red fruit tree, and the green and red fruits are densely arranged on the dense branches. The level of people with trypophobia will faint on the spot at a glance. Everything I have seen these days is the plus version, and I thought that these small red fruits the size of tomatoes have not mutated. It turns out that the child has not mutated, but the mother has mutated. Yan, there is no danger here. Wait for me here. I'll pick some red fruits for you first. If you're late, other beasts will grab them first. Bai Heng put Ling Yan on a stone covered with animal skins. While he was talking, he had already jumped more than 10 meters high. Okay? Seeing that he was rarely lively, Ling Yan did not stop him. Instead, she observed the surroundings by herself and pulled the leaves she could reach to feel them. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew by, and she smelled a spicy and strong smell. What is this? Onion? Ling Yan carefully slid down the big stone, avoiding the sharp objects and weeds on the ground, and groped for it along the smell she smelled. Not far behind the stone where she was sitting, Ling Yan looked up at the onion that she couldn't see the top of, and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. God, is this Zhangqiu scallion reborn in the beast world? Ling Yan reached out and touched it edible, spicy, and smelled it again. It was an onion, no doubt about it.
It was an onion at this size.
Anyway, she didn't admit that she couldn't tell the difference between big and small onions. Pinch it with your fingernails, it's still quite tender, it seems to be just big in size. Yan, stop playing with the stinky grass, come eat the red fruit. Bai Heng had jumped down from the tree and came behind Ling Yan without knowing when. Stinky grass? Well, this onion smell is twice as strong as the modern green onion. It is indeed smelly enough for animals with a keen sense of smell. Heng, I want this, Ling Yan said to Bai Heng, pointing to a green onion that didn't look that strong. Is this edible? Bai Heng pointed at the stinky grass and asked Ling Yan for confirmation. Ling Yan nodded. Okay, Bai Heng was a little helpless. He really couldn't imagine how to eat this stinky grass. Just being close to it was enough to make the tiger go crazy. But what does his partner want? Of course, satisfy her. Bai Heng stepped forward and pulled out the green onion that Ling Yan pointed at and asked her with his eyes if she wanted more. Ling Yan shook her head. She couldn't dip the green onions without sauce, and she couldn't eat too much. After collecting the green onions, she began to feel confident. She had found the green onions, so could other seasonings be far behind? She refused Bai Heng's hug and carefully avoided the gravel under her feet to explore the surroundings. She saw a plant similar to fennel. When she touched it, she felt not recommended for consumption, with a slight paralysis effect. She was careless and almost had to taste it directly. She was determined not to use her mouth instead of her hands. When she threw away the paralysis grass and turned around, she was tripped by something. Fortunately, Bai Heng was always paying attention to her and avoided the tragedy of falling face to the ground. Bai Heng immediately picked her up to check and wiped the dirt on her feet. Ling Yan was also scared. She patted her chest and looked at the culprit. Seeing that a little skin was rubbed off to reveal the yellow inside the exposed end was right. No wonder she didn't notice it. There was no difference from the surrounding land, except for a bulge that could not be seen unless you looked carefully. Could this thing be a mimic genius not only in the pot, but also in the ground? She reached out and touched edible, spicy, can drive away cold, and sweat sure enough. Ling Yan signaled Bai Heng to help her dig out the. Bai Heng immediately transformed into a half-beast with sharp claws and started to move, but this posture was a bit strange. How could a tiger dig the ground like a house-destroying captain? Ling Yan forced herself to focus her eyes on the ground. Even though Ling Yan was mentally prepared, she was still silent when she saw the irregular in front of her that was half a person's height and as thick as a bucket. Her mind was full of a big stop. Ling Yan shook her head and walked towards the river not far away with Bai Heng in a heroic and proud manner. Today's Ling Yan is Ling Yan with green onions and she must eat the freshest grilled fish. Bai Heng, who was standing by the water, was in a dilemma. Yan, are you sure you want to eat the thorn beast? The thorn beast is very bitter and has little meat, and it chokes the neck. There was once an orc who went to see the beast god because of eating this. Bai Heng made a final struggle. Don't worry, everyone in my tribe eats it, and it will be fine. Ling Yan accepted the kindness of her beast husband and comforted him. Bai Heng has gotten used to Ling Yan's intermittent amnesia and unclear memories, and he covers for her, fearing that she will be embarrassed if she can't come up with something. His little female knows a lot of strange things, but she doesn't even know common sense about beast men. He doesn't want to explore her secrets, he just wants to keep her for a long time. Seeing her affirmative expression, Bai Heng placed her on a flat boulder, spread animal skins and put red fruits on them, and then walked back to the shore. He dived down, and soon there were 7 or 8 half-meter-long big fish on the shore. Ling Yan looked at Bai Heng's neat movements inside. As expected, cats can catch fish, and big cats can too. Ling Yan verbally instructed Bai Heng to get the fresh fish one by one. These fish seem to be born to be delicious dishes. They are tender and juicy, with only a row of thick fish bones on them, making them very easy to handle. Ling Yan squatted aside, squeezing the scallion and in the stone bowl, letting the rich juice flow out slowly. She carefully spread the scallion and juice evenly on each processed fish. This not only effectively removes the fishy smell, but also adds a unique aroma. Looking at the ingredients that are gradually being prepared in front of her, Ling Yan's saliva is almost flowing out. She can't wait to taste the delicious food that is about to come out of the pot. Bai Heng picked up the firewood and skillfully set up the live fire. He took the grilled fish and began to turn it over. The delicious and domineering aroma quickly spread. Ling Yan sniffed with satisfaction. Today she finally had a good time. It turns out that a good life still depends on herself to create it. Bai Heng stopped flipping his hands, sprinkled salt on the grilled fish, and handed it to Ling Yan when it was not so hot. He also reminded her, eat slowly and be careful of the bones. Ling Yan took the grilled fish and prepared to eat it happily. Suddenly, a crisp and tender voice came from behind them. Shut up. Ling Yan was startled by the voice and turned back subconsciously. But she saw a girl with a round face and a round body sitting in the arms of a male orc, staring at her fiercely. Bai Heng behind her. Bai Heng protected Ling Yan behind him and said, "Continue eating." No, the girl motioned the orc holding her to come forward, staring at Bai Heng and said angrily, "You are a 7th level orc, and this is how you take care of females? You actually gave her a thorn beast to eat. What's wrong with eating a thorn beast? Can't we eat thorn beasts here? Don't you know that females will go to see the beast god after eating thorn beasts?" The girl was angry, and even her cheeks began to turn red. Now Ling Yan understood that the girl was so angry because she felt that Bai Heng didn't take good care of her. Although she felt that the other party was a bit nosy, Ling Yan was not an ungrateful person. Before Bai Heng spoke, Ling Yan said, "Bai Heng is not failing to take good care of me. The thorn beast is eaten in my tribe. It is delicious. Do you want to try it?" After that, Ling Yan handed the thorn beast in her hand to the girl. In fact, Duoya had already smelled the overbearing aroma when she approached the fire, but she had already said her objection. And female thorn beasts are indeed not edible. Now there is a step, so she hurriedly climbed down the pole. "Then I will try it." The girl took the thorn beast and smelled it. "It smells really good, but I won't eat yours for nothing. Yenji, go catch the thorn beast." The orc holding the girl put her on the animal skin laid by the other 2 orcs and transformed into an animal to catch fish. Bai Heng wrapped the fish meat with leaves and handed it to Ling Yan, and the girl's 2 beast husbands immediately did the same. 2 young girls each held a piece of fish and ate with their eyes sparkling. "Good. My name is Duoya. My name is Ling Yan." After eating a grilled fish, the 2 of them had almost finished eating and started chatting. "I used to like Bai Heng very much, but unfortunately, I didn't match him." Duoya said something shocking. Ling Yan, Aya, and the other 3 beast husbands stared at her at the same time, and only Bai Heng looked at Ling Yan nervously. Although she has always been chaste, females generally will not accept beasts who have had entanglements with other females to become their beast husbands.
Why are you looking at me? I was talking about the past.
Later, I didn't match him, and he said he wanted to wait for his own matching partner, so I didn't like him anymore, Duoya said seriously. "But there has always been a rumor in the tribe that I like Bai Heng and want to be his female. Today, everyone is here, so I will explain it, so that Ling Yan won't hear it somewhere else and misunderstand me," Duoya said a little arrogantly. At this moment, Ling Yan really likes this generous female. She did not feel resentful because of the male beastman's rejection, but instead made a special explanation for the rumors in the tribe. She was a little arrogant, but the beastman was not bad. Ling Yan immediately put her beast husband's heart at ease. "I believe you, and I believe Bai Heng." Duoya nodded with satisfaction. She exceeded her purpose of chasing. "By the way, Ling Yan, can I learn to use your stinky grass? I also want to eat such delicious grilled fish." "Sure, I will teach you. These 2 kinds of grass can also be used when making barbecue." "Really? I didn't expect this stinky grass to be so useful. You are really amazing." Several males took turns to eat during the gaps between the females' exchanges. After all, the small grilled fish was just a snack for them. When Ling Yan went out, she felt a little embarrassed to wear a chest wrap, so she found a thin piece of animal skin as a shawl. Now she felt a little hot, so she took off the small shawl. However, when Aya saw the lion mark on Ling Yan's right arm, she exclaimed, "Oh my god, Ling Yan, how can a beast reject such a beautiful female like you, Aya?" Duoya's beast husband Suyu interrupted her. "What rejection?" Ling Yan followed Duoya's line of sight and looked at the mark on her arm. Duoya also realized that she shouldn't have mentioned this in front of Ling Yan. Being rejected by a matching beast is something that every female feels ashamed of. Only females with whom they have a bad relationship would use this kind of thing to mock each other. She didn't mean that. It is very difficult for a male to reject his matching beast, especially when it is the first time he is matched. She just hasn't seen it before and was a little too surprised. "I'm sorry, Ling Yan, I didn't mean it," Duoya said. Ling Yan looked at Duoya's somewhat guilty eyes and then connected it with what she had just said, and she understood a little. It turned out that this mark was because the other party rejected her, and she thought the other party was dead. When she asked Bai Heng, he hesitated to speak. So this is the reason why this beast mark is different from other beast marks. Ling Yan was not unhappy. She looked at Duoya again. I don't blame you. Don't say sorry. Sorry, Yan Yan. I didn't explain it to you clearly. Bai Heng felt a little guilty. He was not thoughtful enough. He knew that his little female lacked a lot of common sense, but he still hid it from her. It doesn't matter. I always thought that this kind of matching was mandatory. It turns out that males can refuse. When Ling Yan was matching, she felt the general information of her beast husbands, and a force seemed to confirm whether she wanted them. It was not until she acquiesced in her heart that the burning feeling of the branding began. She had always thought that this choice was one way. She suddenly felt that a stone in her heart was put down. After all, this kind of relationship matched by the illusory god. If the other party had a favorite female, or simply didn't like females, wouldn't it be disgusting and delaying others? Ling Yan, who has read countless articles, said that she did not have the potential to be a popular person who married first and then fell in love. But now she knows that the other party also has the right to refuse, and Ling Yan can be regarded as relieved. After all, although male orcs crush females in terms of force, females can control their life and death with just a beast mark. In this case, it is really hard to say who is the disadvantaged group. Although it is the creed of every male to love and be loyal to his female, Ling Yan believes more in something that can restrain them than such an empty thing. Seeing that Ling Yan really didn't mind her offense, Duoya also breathed a sigh of relief. The tense atmosphere gradually eased when the beast husbands saw the two females reconcile. Then Ling Yan, can I call you Yan Yan? Sure then, we are friends of course. As they chatted, sleepiness came over them, and the two little females fell asleep on the soft animal skin. The males found a few large leaves to cover their heads, and Duoya's beast husband Xiaoyu also used his supernatural power to release a small wind to drive away the heat for them. When Ling Yan woke up, Duoya was still sleeping. She couldn't imagine that she was sleeping in the wild without any defense. Maybe she had already integrated into this world, or maybe it was because of her trust in the beast who was busy by the campfire. It smells so good. Duoya woke up with a twitching nose. The stone pot in front of Bai Heng exuded the rich and overbearing aroma of fish soup, and Ling Yan felt her stomach growling. Until the two suns gradually disappeared into the clouds and the surroundings gradually fell into darkness, the two little females swallowed the last mouthful of fish soup with reluctance. With the laughter of the little females, the four big males guarded them and walked towards the tribe together. The afterglow stretched their backs, revealing an unspeakable happiness. After taking a bath in the beast cave, Ling Yan looked at the scratches on her feet and was speechless. When did she become so crispy? Bai Heng took out a crystal stone and handed it to her mouth, indicating that she should eat it. Ling Yan has already understood the importance of crystal stones. This is a life-saving thing at a critical moment. Moreover, looking at this walnut-sized stone, it can be seen that the level is not low. It is not that bad that she just injured her foot. The higher the level of the crystal stone, the smaller it is, and the harder it is to hunt. The first crystal stone that Ling Yan was fed by Mo Huan was a 7th level one. Bai Heng disagreed. Not only for the wound, you have been out for so long today. Eating a crystal will relieve fatigue. Ling Yan had no choice but to swallow the crystal. Fortunately, the crystal itself is a kind of energy body. It turns into energy and is absorbed when it comes into contact with saliva. Otherwise, she was afraid that she would choke to death with such a large crystal. Seeing the wound on her foot recover visibly, Ling Yan still felt it was amazing. It was really a magic medicine. The wound was healed immediately. However, Ling Yan was still a little distressed. She couldn't always go barefoot. She always had to go out for a walk. After thinking about it and couldn't find any way, she decided to divert the conflict. I want a kind of animal skin that can be worn on the feet. Ling Yan described and gestured. Then I will try to make it for you. Bai Heng picked her up and put her in the grass nest. But it's late today, can you go to bed first? Bai Heng's gentle voice sounded above her head. Ling Yan felt that she could never refuse a gentle and emotionally stable person. She nodded obediently, rubbed her furry head against Bai Heng's chest, found a comfortable position, and closed her eyes. Although the crystal relieved the fatigue of the body, Ling Yan, who had not been out for a long time, still felt tired, and she soon fell asleep. Bai Heng felt the breathing in his arms gradually stabilized, slowly put Ling Yan down, adjusted her sleeping position, and covered her with a thin layer of animal skin, then slowly went down the grass nest. The whole animal-stealing feeling was extremely strong. Yan Yan had already fallen asleep, and the daily bedtime stickers were definitely gone, so he had to quickly make the shoes she wanted. Bai Heng rummaged through the animal skins in his space, looking for suitable materials. The surroundings gradually fell into silence, with only the jumping campfire and the slight crackling sound of leather being pulled, and the sleeping Ling Yan not only did not feel the noise, but fell into a deeper sleep. The next morning, Ling Yan was awakened by the smell of meat in the air. She wrapped herself in animal skins and went down the grass nest in a daze, but her eyes were attracted by 2 pairs of leather shoes on the ground. One pair of shoes was made of several layers of thick black animal skins as the bottom and brown soft animal skins as the top, which almost perfectly reproduced her description of casual shoes yesterday. The same color animal skins were also used to make straps, revealing the maker's intentions everywhere. The other pair had the same soles, with several fixed cross straps on them. This was a pair of Animal World version of strappy sandals. The insides of both pairs of shoes were polished to eliminate any risk of them rubbing their owner's feet. It just happened that one pair was worn at home and the other pair was worn out. Bai Heng was really considerate. Ling Yan touched the shoes and was deeply moved. She had just made a request last night and he did it today, and it was even better than she had imagined. It was probably because he had not slept all night last night. Is this what it means to respond to everything? She was used to being independent in the modern world. She would never bother others with problems that she could solve by herself, and she was afraid of owing favors to others. But here, she could always unload those heavy defenses against Bai Heng. Because in these days of getting along, Bai Heng would do well in everything she asked for, and Bai Heng was also working hard to learn in places that Ling Yan did not ask for. After Ling Yan asked for a bath, Bai Heng would prepare bath water every night after dinner. After Ling Yan wore a new fur skirt the next day, Bai Heng would prepare a clean fur skirt for her every morning. Bai Heng never said it, but he did a lot. He would tolerate his little female and try to satisfy her various ideas. He was also curious about his little female, who seemed to know a lot of strange things and seemed to know nothing about things that all animals knew. So, in these days of getting along, he always deliberately ignored her differences and tried to let her integrate into the current life. Carefully protect her from any harm. It is under this kind of silent and meticulous care that Ling Yan did not feel abrupt and integrated into the current life. Otherwise, a person who has received more than 10 years of civilized education in modern times suddenly came to an era of almost eating raw meat and drinking blood, and it would be difficult to change his mentality for a while. This is also the reason why Ling Yan, who had just woken up, was not in a hurry to explore the world. Although she comforted herself and felt that the beast world was nothing big. But facing the danger of the outside world is a huge challenge for a girl who has lived in peace for more than 20 years and has no ability to protect herself. In fact, Ling Yan was a little overworried. She had not seen how miserable the males who were disliked by females lived, nor had she really experienced the life of being the center of attention. The constraints between partners in the beast world are not like the modern society where love is based on conscience. The females desire to protect their partners in the male beast inheritance, and the constraints of the beast mark make the weak females not actually in a disadvantaged position. For females, the beast mark is the best sword for them to protect themselves, not just relying on male instinct. While thinking, Ling Yan put on the pure handmade pure animal leather sandals prepared by Bai Heng. The size of the shoes is just right, and the black bottom and white straps make Ling Yan's already fair legs even more slender and straight. Hearing the noise, Bai Heng walked into the cave and saw the little female running towards him with joy. He subconsciously reached out and caught her. "Ah Heng, I like the shoes you made so much, Ling Yan said in a soft voice. Bai Heng's throat rolled. In fact, this position was too close. Holding a child face to face was too much of a test for Suo Shou. If you like, I'll make you a few more pairs. Bai Heng's hoarse voice was filled with doting. Ling Yan nodded. She wanted more styles. Bai Heng picked up Ling Yan and placed her on the stone next to the campfire and handed her the already warm broth. The moment the broth came close, Ling Yan smelled something different from the past. This broth did not have the strong fishy smell it had before. Ahung. This soup smells so good today. Ling Yan is never stingy with her compliments. Hearing this, Bai Heng's expectant eyes were tinged with deep tenderness. Eat more if you like it. I processed the meat using the method you used to marinate the thorny beast before cooking the soup. Ling Yan felt that this beast was really smart and was able to draw inferences from one example. Aren't all beasts naive and like to be straightforward? Did he open a hidden version of the beast world?
Haha.
Bai Heng was relieved to see Ling Yan eating one more bowl than usual. It seems that he can put some stinky grass in the barbecue in the future. The man and the beast ate breakfast together. Seeing that Bai Heng had no intention of going out hunting, Ling Yan was a little curious. Ahung, aren't you going hunting today? I'll take you for a walk outside the tribe today. Do you want to go? Bai Heng answered her with a faint smile. His little female was so happy to go out yesterday, so he shouldn't restrict her too much. And with her ability, she might be able to find some other edible food. Bai Heng still felt that Ling Yan ate too little and guessed that she might be an omnivore and could not eat meat alone. I want to go, of course I want to go, and I have new shoes today. After that, Ling Yan jumped up and changed into her small leather shoes for going out. Be careful not to fall. Bai Heng watched her jumping and trembling with fear. In his eyes, Ling Yan was a porcelain doll that could break at any time, even though Ling Yan could now break stones with her bare hands. Okay, I got it. A cheerful voice came from inside. There are 2 crescent moons in the daytime during the windy season, and there is no wind. It is a rare, comfortable weather in the animal world. Ling Yan slung her small satchel, decisively rode on Hoo-Hoo, and began today's adventure. Bai Heng circled Ling Yan's slender waist with a tiger's tail. Yan Yan, hold on tight. Okay. A soft voice came from above his head. In just a few breaths, Bai Heng took Ling Yan out of the tribe. He felt that the female was not afraid of his gradual acceleration, so he gradually let go and ran. Afraid that the trees in the jungle would scratch Ling Yan's delicate skin, he took Ling Yan and galloped along the open area, running to a valley with no shelter around, only a kind of dense vegetation more than 1 person tall. The terrain on both sides here is steep, and the surrounding vision is wide. Even if there are ignorant food that dares to come and disturb Yan Yan, he can put it in the pot in time. Yan Yan, wait for me here. I'll clean up the wild beasts nearby. Bai Heng put Ling Yan gently on the ground. Yeah. Ling Yan nodded obediently. I won't run around. Ling Yan watched the big white tiger disappear in front of her in a few breaths. She waited obediently in place and looked around. The vegetation in front of her was almost taller than her. Ling Yan's height of 1.7 meters is considered a queen in modern times, but in the beast world, she was petite and lovely. She had to look up to see the top of the plants in front of her, but she was shocked when she looked up. On these arm-thick stems, there were a few palm-width and half-meter-long withered yellow leaves scattered around, and on the top was an oval basketball-sized fruit. It looked like a super-plus version of big rice. Ling Yan grabbed the stem and shook it a few times. It was still firm. She kicked it a few more times. The stem shook a few times and stood up straight again, as if mocking Ling Yan. What can you do to me? Ling Yan was angry but had no choice but to look around to see if there was anything fallen. She had to find a way to confirm whether it was what she thought. If it was, such a large piece would be enough for her to eat for several years. She looked around carefully but also remembered Bai Heng's instructions and did not stray far from the range Bai Heng had set for her. Ling Yan found it a little funny. She felt like a master who was circled. Finally, she found a fruit that had been opened by some animal under the fallen dead leaves. The gap was obviously pecked by a sharp object. The shell was about 1 centimeter thick, and Ling Yan felt that she might not be able to open it even if she found a complete one. There were some white particles the size of soybeans scattered around the fruit, which looked gray. Ling Yan picked it up a few times and felt it. Edible, strong sense of fullness, yes. She rubbed it casually on the animal skin and took a bite. Hiss so hard. But what does it taste like? It's really rice. When Bai Heng came back from his inspection, he saw that the little female seemed to be eating a hard-shelled fruit. He quickly stopped her and said, "Yen Yen, the female must soak this hard-shelled fruit in water before she can bite it." He took the rice grains from her hand.
Ah?
Just soak it in water? Ling Yan was puzzled. It can be cooked by soaking? So, convenient? Yes, and you can't eat too much. If you eat too much, the female will have a stomachache. After listening to Bai Heng's explanation, Ling Yan understood that they just soaked it and ate it raw. No wonder such a large piece of rice field was not plucked by the wild geese. Eating it raw, what iron stomach can handle it? This rice. Hard-shelled fruit can be cooked and eaten. It's delicious. Ling Yan tried to persuade Bai Heng. "You want us to pick them back?" Bai Heng immediately replied, "As long as Queen Yen Yen gives the order, Bai Heng will pick a large piece of hard-shelled fruit." And picked only the good-looking ones. Because when Bai Heng found something good-looking, the little female would look at it a few more times. "Enough, I can't eat too much by myself." Ling Yan couldn't help but stop Bai Heng when he saw him trying to take down this piece of hard-shelled fruit. It was estimated that there were tens of thousands of kilograms of hard-shelled fruits picked from the branches. Even if her appetite increased now, she couldn't finish them this year. There would be new hard-shelled fruits next year, and old rice was not as delicious as new rice. Bai Heng stopped with a sense of unsatisfaction. If he hadn't run out of space, he could have picked some more. How could the food that the little female could eat be left in the wild? Is there a water source nearby? Why don't we eat outside today? That way we can take a look later. It wasn't easy to go out. Although she found the staple food, Ling Yan didn't want to go back just like that. Maybe there would be other discoveries. Ever since Ling Yan found that overusing her perception would make her body quickly tired and hungry, she began to perceive selectively. Yes, there is a pond across this patch of hard-shelled fruit. Let's go there, Bai Heng said, and then he transformed and used his tiger tail to send Ling Yan onto his tiger back. The leaves of the hard-shelled fruit are too hard, and the little female will be hurt if scratched. The man and the beast soon reached the pond. He took out the stinky grass and began to process it. Ling Yan was placed on the animal's skin and watched the handsome beast with abdominal muscles busying around. TSK, this wealth is what a believer deserves. Bai Heng was stared at by the little female's unconcealed and straightforward eyes, and his muscles all over his body unconsciously tensed up. He inadvertently straightened his chest, making his already tall and upright figure look even more majestic. Ling Yan. Seeing that Bai Heng was still carrying a stone pot to prepare broth, Ling Yan suddenly thought of bibimbap. Her eyes lit up and she said to Bai Heng, we won't eat broth today. How about bibimbap? Bai Heng stopped what he was doing and looked at Ling Yan in confusion. Bibimbap? What is that? Ling Yan smiled and began to instruct Bai Heng. First heat up the stone pot. Yes, like this. Bai Heng did as Ling Yan said, full of curiosity. Put the fat of the humming beast, the white ones, in the pot and fry them to produce oil. Ling Yan instructed Bai Heng to do so. In the future, use the fat of the humming beast to fry other dishes. Bai Heng silently noted Ling Yan's murmur. She also asked Bai Heng to cut the fish and jumping beast meat into small pieces and simply marinate them. Then, spread the rice on the bottom of the hot stone pot and place the marinated meat around it. After a while, there was a sizzling sound from the stone pot, and the aroma gradually spread. Bai Heng didn't care about his appetite, and he couldn't help swallowing his saliva when he smelled the strange but tempting aroma. During this period, the two also explored the riverbank to see if there would be other food, but unfortunately they didn't find anything. Ling Yan estimated that the time was almost up and took Bai Heng back to the campfire. Yen Yen, is it ready? Bai Heng asked. It should be almost done. Open it and take a look, be careful of the heat. Ling Yan reminded Bai Heng. Bai Heng took a leaf and opened the lid of the stone pot, and immediately the rich aroma of rice mixed with the aroma of meat drifted out. Both of them couldn't help but sniff. Ling Yan took the small wooden spoon that Bai Heng had prepared for her in advance, scooped out a spoonful of rice, looked at it, and said with satisfaction, "It's ready to eat." Bai Heng imitated Ling Yan, scooped a spoonful, blew it, and put it into his mouth. Instantly, the rich taste spread in his mouth, and his eyes lit up. "It's delicious, Yan Yan. You are really amazing." Ling Yan raised her chin proudly. Although the ingredients are simple, they are fresh. Although the rice grains are a bit big, they are softer, more sticky, and sweeter than any kind of rice she had eaten in her previous life. This meal, Ling Yan successfully ate herself full, and she burped with satisfaction. Bai Heng took Ling Yan to walk around the river for a few laps to digest the food. Ling Yan couldn't sit still. The staple food had meat and vegetables, so she couldn't have no vegetable leaves. She took Bai Heng and randomly chose a direction to move forward. The two walked and searched. Bai Heng was responsible for vigilance, and Ling Yan was responsible for checking the surroundings for possible edible food. Finally, behind a bush, she found a few half-human, high, tender green cabbages. "Wow, Heng, what a big cabbage!" Ling Yan shouted happily. It looked exactly like the modern cabbage, but it was enlarged several times. Bai Heng walked forward and looked at the plants called cabbage. "Is this what the Yan Yan tribe called it?" Ling Yan had already grasped the cabbage leaves and began to feel them. "It must be edible. Cabbage is better than any other vegetable. My pickles, kimchi, and pork stewed cabbage all depend on it." Edible, sweet. Ling Yan immediately tore off a small piece of leaf and stuffed it into her mouth. It tasted like the sweet and tender cabbage. She asked Bai Heng to take away all the dozens of cabbages in this area, because cabbages can be stored for a long time and eaten slowly. On the way home, Ling Yan excitedly described to Bai Heng the delicacies that can be made with cabbage and rice. Some of them Bai Heng understood, such as rice boiled in water is called porridge, cabbage can be fried with animal oil, and animal meat can be cooked with cabbage. Some of them he didn't understand, such as pickled cabbage, kimchi, and braised pork. But it doesn't matter. They will be together for a long time, and he will learn everything quickly. But as they chatted, the soft voice on his back gradually weakened. "Yan Yan, wake up, we're almost there." Bai Heng slowly slowed down. Ling Yan's grip on him gradually weakened, and it was obvious that she was about to fall asleep. He was afraid that she would fall off if he bumped her. "Okay." Ling Yan rubbed her cheeks and sat down. The tiger's back was furry and warm. She fell asleep as she talked. Finally, they reached the beast cave, and it was dark. Ling Yan got up early after being out for too long today and didn't take a break at noon. She was still concentrating on finding things. For her who had just recovered, the amount of exercise was really excessive. She quickly ate a few pieces of barbecue, washed up, and fell into the grass nest unconscious. Bai Heng came back with water and saw the sleeping little female. He smiled helplessly. She was really tired today. He took the animal skin to cover her, thought for a while, and walked out. He found a few animal skins that were not in good condition and quickly sewed a few animal skin pockets. Then he sat at the door and peeled the hard-shelled fruit. These bags can just hold rice, so Yan Yan can take it directly when she wants to eat. With the whistling night wind of Fingji, Bai Heng kept moving his hands. He didn't worry about waking her up because he found that she would sleep more deeply with a little movement. The campfire was crackling and swaying in the night wind, and time flowed through his fingertips. He was so absorbed that he didn't even hear the slight noise coming from the cave. "Ahung, Bai Heng." Ling Yan called out twice, and seeing no one answered, she went down to the grass nest with the animal skin on. After taking 2 steps, she saw Bai Heng sitting at the entrance of the cave, peeling hard-shelled fruits in the dim light of the fire. As if he was afraid of waking her up, his movements were very light, but there was a joyful arc in the corners of his eyes and eyebrows. The several full animal skin bags beside him showed his movements in the middle of the night. He was afraid that he would start because she was asleep. Ling Yan just looked at him. Her mind had gone to who knows where. She was a little absent-minded. It was Bai Heng who noticed her gaze and walked over. He picked her up by the waist and put her in the grass nest. It's cold outside. Don't catch a cold. Call me if you have anything. Do you want some water? Yeah. Ling Yan nodded. Bai Heng took a bowl of boiled water, heated it slightly through the bowl, and handed it to Ling Yan's mouth. Drink slowly and don't choke. Maybe it's because people tend to be sentimental in the middle of the night. Ling Yan couldn't help but think of her childhood. Since her parents divorced when she was 6 years old, she had been barely able to make a living at her grandmother's house, and she had never been taken care of so carefully again. She was tired and sick, and countless nights passed by just by enduring. Looking at Ling Yan's gradually red eyes and misty eyes, Bai Heng couldn't help but feel nervous. What's wrong? Is the water too hot? Did you get burned?
Let me see.
Seeing Ling Yan didn't speak, Bai Heng became anxious. Does it hurt a lot? I'll go find a witch doctor. After saying that, he was about to go out. Ling Yan grabbed Bai Heng's hand, and the emotions that had just been brewing were all dispersed by this silly beast man. I just thought of some bad things in the past, and I feel a little sad, Ling Yan said. Bai Heng embraced Ling Yan and gently held her in his arms, patting her back to soothe her emotions. Don't be sad, I'll be there for you in the future. After thinking for a while, he added we. Ling Yan closed her eyes and leaned against Bai Heng's arms, feeling his strong heartbeat, and her heart was full of peace of mind. How come his heartbeat changed speed after just leaning on him for a while, and it was getting faster and faster, and his skin was so hard that it could roll hard eggs? Ling Yan stood up and looked at Bai Heng in confusion, a little worried that he might be sick, but she saw Bai Heng blushing and crossing his legs, a little embarrassed. Ling Yan's eyes fell on a certain place with his movements, and he looked quite energetic. Ling Yan. TSK, her first skirt is about to fly up. Yan, I'm going out for a while. You go to sleep first, Bai Heng said, and got up to leave. Ling Yan grabbed his first skirt, and Bai Heng froze in place. The male's first skirt is a transformation of the fur on his body, and when the female grabs the male's first skirt, it means she wants to mate. Yan should not understand this, so she must have been careless. Bai Heng blushed and did not dare to look back. Ling Yan looked at the big male who was frozen in front of her and found it a little funny. He had a scumbag face, but he was like a pure puppy. They have been sleeping in the same bed since they became engaged, but they have not crossed the bottom line yet. Although they would kiss, hug, and touch each other, he could feel that he did not want to, so he was very restrained. Ling Yan could feel the other party's anger several times when she woke up in the middle of the night, but he never asked her. Thinking of this, Ling Yan suddenly did not want to hesitate. She had already accepted him, so why was she still shy? Stay, Ling Yan said softly. What did you say? Bai Heng was a little bit unbelievable. He could feel the little female's faint resistance, so he was willing to wait for the day when she was willing.
He was.
Waiting? Ling Yan spread her first skirt. I won't say good things again. After saying that, she crawled into the bed and wrapped herself in the fur. It seemed like a long time had passed, and it seemed like the next moment, Ling Yan's back was touched by a touch of heat, and the delicate and dense kisses came all over. Yan. Ling Yan woke up from her sleep, listening to the whispers in her ears. She found that the grass nest was still shaking. She bit the arms around her in shame and anger, but it attracted a low and satisfied chuckle, and rewarded him. Bai Heng slowed down his movements to comfort the girl. In a daze, Ling Yan only felt a pair of gentle and soft hands carefully wiping her body. Those hands seemed to carry endless care and love, and every movement seemed so delicate and serious. Ling Yan moved slightly and tried to open her heavy eyelids, but she couldn't resist the fatigue that surged like a tide. She could feel the warm animal skin brushing against her skin, bringing a pleasant feeling of comfort. Ling Yan's mouth corners quietly raised a sweet smile, as beautiful as a flower blooming in spring. This smile may be because of the warmth and peace of mind at the moment, or perhaps because of the animal who silently took care of her. Gradually, Ling Yan's consciousness became more and more blurred, and she was like a tired boat, slowly sailing towards the dark sea of dreams. There There was no noise and troubles, only tranquility and peace. Roar, roar, roar. There was a sudden roar of beasts outside. Although Bai Heng had covered her ears at the first time, Ling Yan still woke up. She opened her mouth and found that she had overused her throat and asked Bai Heng with her eyes. Bai Heng understood what she meant. There is an animal attack in the outer tribe. The patrolling orcs will solve it. We are safe here, don't be afraid. Ling Yan shook her head, indicating that she was not afraid. However, the roar of the beasts outside did not weaken, but became more intense. Bai Heng frowned, still worried, lowered his head and kissed Ling Yan's forehead and said, "I'll go and take a look, I'll be back soon." Ling Yan pulled the corner of his clothes, with worry in her eyes. Bai Heng patted her hand and turned to go out. Listening to the increasingly urgent roar of the beast outside, Ling Yan felt a little uneasy. At this time, the snake beast mark on her right hand began to heat up slightly. Ling Yan seemed to have sensed something and called Bai Heng, who was about to go out. "Ah Heng, I'll go too." Bai Heng frowned in disapproval. There were high-level orcs attacking outside, and it was not safe for Yen Yen to go out now. Ling Yan pointed to the beast mark on her right hand and said, "I can feel it. It seems that he is coming." Since the matching with this snake beast mark, Ling Yan has always wanted to know whether he is the owner of the pair of bloody eyes she saw underwater. She was scared and fainted at that time. But think about it carefully. If it weren't for the owner of the eyes who saved her, Ling Yan would have become a dead soul underwater. She had kept the 2 beast crystals in the animal skin bag. After all, it was a life-saving beast. If she met it again in the future, she would always thank it solemnly. When Bai Heng heard Ling Yan say this, he quickly dressed her and carried her out of the cave. If it was really one of their own beasts, the fight wouldn't be a good one. The moment she appeared, Mo Huan's eyes were fixed on her, full of tenderness, completely different from the coldness that could kill a beast in a minute. The alert beasts around saw a female appear and became alert again, fearing that the female would be snatched away. Cold-blooded orcs have never been welcomed by the tribe, even though he didn't attack after he came, just standing outside the tribe as if waiting for someone to show up. In fact, Shishi felt wronged. He finally returned to his tribe to receive the advanced inheritance, stabilized his energy, and rushed to see the little female, but found that he was too early. He wanted to wait outside the tribe, but the tigers were so annoyed that they kept barking. The tigers also felt wronged. You are an 8th-level beast standing at the door of the tribe without saying a word. Half of the tribe is not enough for you to fight. How can the tigers not be nervous? Ling Yan also looked at Mo Huan, only to see that he was tall and thin, wearing a black robe with a cold aura. His skin was white as jade, and his waist-length black hair was casually floating in the night wind. His scarlet eyes were bloodthirsty, but he did not hide the fiery look in his eyes when he looked at her. The air around them seemed to be frozen, and only between the two of them there seemed to be an electric current flowing. Bai Heng felt the subtle atmosphere and gently put Ling Yan down. Ling Yan slowly walked towards Mo Huan, her heartbeat speeding up involuntarily. When she walked in front of Mo Huan, Ling Yan looked up at him and whispered, "You saved me that day." Mo Huan rolled his throat and responded in a low voice, "Yeah." Ling Yan smiled, as bright as the warm spring sun. "Thank you, and these 2 beast crystals." Then she took out the beast crystals in her pocket and handed them to him. Mo Huan held her hand holding the beast crystal and said in a hoarse voice, "If I give it to you, it's yours. You are already my partner." Bai Heng on the side coughed lightly to break the slightly ambiguous atmosphere. "Since we are here, let us go back to the beast cave first." The beast men around were stunned. What kind of development is this? This little female is really amazing. She is matched with high-level beast husbands. After we disperse, we will all be beasts ourselves. Bai Heng picked up Ling Yan and walked towards the beast cave first. Mo Huan followed closely, but his eyes fell on Ling Yan. She was much healthier than when they first met, and the tiger beast took good care of her. Ling Yan's cheeks began to heat up under this scorching gaze, so she tried to find a topic and said, "My name is Ling Yan."
Huh.
Why does it feel weird? The beast world version of blind marriage, haha.
Mo Huan.
And Mo Huan regretted it a little after he said it. Would the little female feel that he was too cold when he said that? Then he made amends. My name is Mo Huan. I am an 8th level snake orc. I have no father or mother. I have saved a lot of crystals and I can take good care of you. Ling Yan was amused by Mo Huan. Is this the beast world version of having a car and a house, but both parents are dead? How could he say these words seriously with a cold and handsome face? I know your name. You told me not to forget you. Ling Yan spoke softly, and then asked, Then why did you come to me at this time? Ling Yan remembered that the place where she fell into the water was not far from the tribe. At the speed of the orcs, it only takes 2 or 3 days to get there. I will go to advance after sending you away, and I will come here when the energy is stable. Mo Huan said concisely. Bai Heng was a little confused. Although it is difficult for orcs to advance, the difficulty lies in the process of breaking through their own limits and accumulating energy. If the energy is enough, the breakthrough will be a natural result. When the snake beast knew him, it was almost at the 7th level, and the breakthrough now was definitely a natural breakthrough. And orcs who have naturally broken through will not have unstable energy unless their advancement is interrupted or an accident occurs. But since Mo Huan refused to say it, there was no reason for him to say anything. Feeling the breathing in his arms slow down, the 2 beasts simultaneously relaxed their hands and feet until they returned to the beast cave and placed Ling Yan in the grass nest. They transformed into beasts and guarded the grass nest on the left and right. The scene at this moment was like a painting, with 2 extremely powerful beasts guarding the small grass nest in the middle with an extremely majestic but extremely gentle posture. The powerful aura emanating from them was intimidating, but their eyes revealed endless concern and care, just like the legendary evil dragon, wholeheartedly guarding the treasure that it regarded as precious as life. It was not until almost noon the next day that Ling Yan opened her hazy eyes. She moved her limbs and found that she had no other discomfort except for a sore throat and a sore waist due to overuse. Ling Yan felt a little magical. She was busy all night and went out to find a beast husband in the second half of the night. She was busy all night and slept for a night, and she was full of blood and revived. No wonder the sisters in the beast world eat well. It turns out that they are all durable. When Ling Yan was tidying up her animal skin clothes, she found that the white tiger totem on her right chest had changed. It was no longer a rigid pattern after just matching, but more like it was alive. The color was closer to Bai Heng, as beast type, and black stripes were added, which looked like it had changed from 2D to 3D. Bai Heng, who came in to check on Ling Yan, saw that his partner was sitting cutely in the grass nest, lowering his head to study his beast print. He laughed a little and couldn't help teasing her. Does it look good? It looks good. I didn't expect it to change. Ling Yan said with a smile. After the beast seal is formed, the color or shape will change, and it will be closer to the beast husband. The female will also gain certain physical enhancements or some racial abilities according to the level of the beast husband. Bai Heng continued to popularize science. Ling Yan couldn't help but waved her little fist. No wonder I felt that I became stronger again. Sigma for all. Sigma, such a powerful little female. Yan Yan, please get up and eat. Help? Why does Ah Heng have to say such shameful words with a serious face? Ling Yan felt that her toes started working again. Pretending to be calm and washing up, Ling Yan, who was sitting by the campfire, took the warm stone bowl. Inside was meat porridge made of rice, cabbage, and meat. Not bad. Bai Heng is really a male who dares to think, make love, and create. Ling Yan was moved to tears after taking a sip of porridge. She had been thinking about it for too long. Holding the stone bowl, Ling Yan always felt that something was missing. After eating the porridge, she felt that her home seemed to be missing a table. This stone bowl was too heavy. Although her strength had increased a little, her wrist was still sore after holding it for a long time. It seemed that she had to find a way to make some furniture to improve her living conditions. After Ling Yan finished the food in her hand, she found that Bai Heng had no plans to go out. She was a little puzzled. Aren't you going hunting today? In the past, after she got up and had breakfast, Bai Heng would go to hunt some prey and come back, but today he had no plans to go out. And Mo Huan went. Bai Heng continued. Equals. No wonder I always feel that I have forgotten something. It turns out that I have forgotten the beast husband I rescued last night. I was so sleepy that my brain was wandering. I feel sorry for a beast that is still chasing a group of mooing beasts in the deep jungle. And Mo Huan at this time. Bai Heng said that a yen likes to eat the meat on the back of the mooing beast, sand. A yen likes to eat the meat with bones on the belly of the humming beast, sand, and the legs of the cuckoo beast, and the head of the jumping beast, sand, bean paste. He had no idea about his beloved little female and almost didn't remember him. Haha, Ling Yan laughed awkwardly. I was wondering why I didn't see him. Bai Heng didn't expose her, but turned to look at Ling Yan. Yen, when Mo Huan comes back, we will go to the chieftain. There was a lot of noise last night, and we need to tell him. Okay, Ling Yan agreed. By the way, why did Mo Huan make such a big fuss last night? I saw that the beast husbands matched with other females in the tribe have arrived in the past few days, and everyone is very enthusiastic. When the cold season comes, they hibernate. Without the care of the beasts, most of the females will not survive the cold season. Ling Yan widened her eyes after hearing what Bai Heng said. How can this be? Isn't that very irresponsible? So there are such evil forces in the beast world. How scary. Bai Heng nodded helplessly, and the cold-blooded orcs are unpredictable. Sometimes they suddenly become very irritable and easily hurt the people around them. Their bodies are cold, and females are not willing to get close to them. Ling Yan frowned, but Mo Huan is not like that. He saved me and sent me to the tribe. Yen, not all cold-blooded orcs are bad beasts, but most of them have brought a lot of instability to the tribe. Ling Yan seemed to be thinking about it, so that's the case. Well, but my father and I have known Mo Huan for a long time. He is a good male and has never done anything bad. Bai Heng explained for Mo Huan. He was afraid that Yen would hate Mo Huan because of this. Although Mo Huan was a good person, Yen could not be without vigilance against stray beasts. In fact, there is a worse kind of fallen beast, which is usually deprived of the beast mark because of its own mistakes. If a female encounters a stray beast, she may still survive, but if she encounters a fallen beast, she will definitely be slaughtered immediately. Looking at Ling Yan's face, Bai Heng did not say it after all. Mo Huan, who was standing outside the beast cave, listened to the conversation inside, and her joy froze in her chest. She knew the cold-blooded would the orcs still want him despite their bad deeds? Mo Huan was now immersed in deep memories. His female beast was a female that was robbed. That male took her away from other beast husbands for his possessiveness and forced her to give birth to him. Because of his lack of strength, she was bullied to death by other stray beasts. Mo Huan always remembered what his female beast said to him, telling him never to be like that male. He remembered. After he became strong, he killed that male and all the stray beasts, but his female beast could never come back. The inheritance did engrave the monopoly of females, but he would never do that. Mo Huan used to only think about becoming stronger at all costs. He never dreamed of being paired with a female, let alone being matched. When he thought he would die alone, she suddenly fell into his world like a shining star. When he sent her away, he bit the tracking mark she left behind, thinking that he would have a chance to see her from a distance in the future. But the beast god made his wish come true, and it actually became her match beast. She agreed to him to be her beast husband. He thought she accepted her identity. But what if, the premise of acceptance, she didn't know the meaning of cold-blooded beast man? Bai Heng signaled Ling Yan that Mo Huan was outside. Ling Yan's toes started working again, and the cricket man behind her was heard. She was embarrassed and wanted to hide, but when she looked up, she saw Mo Huan, who was lonely and filled with sadness at the entrance of the cave. Ling Yan's heart tightened. Mo Huan lowered his head and wanted to turn around and leave, but his steps were heavy, as if filled with lead. He didn't want to lose Ling Yan, but he didn't know how to face the possible disgust. Ling Yan ran out of the beast cave and hugged Mo Huan tightly. Big snake, where are you going? Mo Huan looked at the arms wrapped around his waist in disbelief, but turned around and hugged Ling Yan even harder. Did you hear everything? Ling Yan looked at him and asked.
Montag Huan nodded silently.
Then, did you hear me say I don't want you and let you go? Ling Yan continued. And Mo Huan was slightly startled and shook his head. Ling Yan laughed. I don't care that you are a cold-blooded orc. I only care that you are Mo Huan. You have never treated me like those bad orcs. If it weren't for you, there would be no me today. Good Mo Huan, you are my life-saving beast. Mo Huan hugged Ling Yan tightly, as if he was holding the most precious treasure in the world. At this moment, the haze in his heart dissipated. He was no longer a wandering orc, and he also had a home. Ahem. Bai Heng interrupted this warm moment in a depressing way. Ling Yan shyly buried her face in Mo Huan's arms and confessed her love to another husband in front of one husband. Ahem. Mo Huan glared at Bai Heng fiercely. Bai Heng was speechless. Don't glare at me. We are going to set off to the square now. There are many people in the square because a hunting team is leaving today. We'd better go and make Mo Huan's identity clear today, so as not to cause trouble to some blind people. After saying that, both beasts looked at Ling Yan. Then go. When Bai Heng and his party arrived at the square, the tribe leader was arranging a hunting team, surrounded by many orcs. Dozens of strong men looked at Mo Huan who was approaching. Under the pressure of the high-level orcs, their bodies were tense, and they were faintly alert. Mo Huan didn't care. All these beasts combined were not enough for him to fight. As long as his little female didn't mind, he would be a beast with a home. Besides, he came to join, not to destroy. Looking at everyone's reactions, Ling Yan finally realized the fate of the cold-blooded orcs. This kind of subtle rejection made people feel very uncomfortable, as if everyone was the same and only they were an outlier. Ling Yan held Mo Huan's hand tightly to show her attitude. However, the tribe leader was very calm. He did not think Mo Huan was dangerous. This beast had always been a loner, and he had never been heard of doing anything bad. On the contrary, he had saved the life of his own cub during the beast tide in the winter season. It was obvious that this female had accepted him. Now that he and Bai Heng had become a litter of beasts, wouldn't it be equivalent to rounding it off as his own cub? That would mean that the tribe had one more 8th-level beast. Even if they encountered a beast tide again in the winter season this year, the tribe would have more confidence. Father, we are here. Bai Heng greeted. Tribe leader, this is my beast husband Mo Huan, and he will live in the tribe in the future. Ling Yan explained. Okay. The tribe leader smiled and narrowed his eyes. Welcome Mo Huan to join our White Tiger tribe. After the tribe leader spoke, the beast men naturally gave him face and roared like welcome. Only one tiger beast muttered, all cold-blooded beasts want it. This female is really not picky. The other beasts around who heard it ignored such sour words. That was a large beast of level 8. If they were a female, they would want it too. After the beast men in the hunting team dispersed, the chief said again, if the little female accepts Mo Huan, then you should form a couple as soon as possible. If you delay for too long, there will be no more trouble. Ling Yan understood what the chief meant. Only by leaving her own aura on Mo Huan would the beast men in the tribe truly open their hearts and accept him. Otherwise, after a long time, the beasts in the tribe would think that the snake beast was going to be abandoned. This person is similar to your own father-in-law in modern times. He told you to go to bed quickly. Another man should go to bed early and rest assured. Ling Yan was slightly embarrassed. Her husband was standing by with a look of approval. Ling Yan said that the food was really good. After finishing the business, the tribe leader changed his face in a second, threw a small fireball at Bai Heng's ace and scolded, Stinky boy, why didn't you come and tell your mother when you got married? Bai Heng cleverly dodged and retorted, I just got married yesterday. The tribe leader got even angrier when he heard it. It must be that his stinky boy did something that made the female dissatisfied, and he cursed even louder. When they returned to the beast cave, the two males went to deal with the prey that Mo Huan brought back in the morning. The ones that Ling Yan liked to eat were washed and put away separately, and the others were peeled and rinsed casually, and then Bai Heng used his supernatural power to dry them. These dried meats are the rations of the males throughout the cold season, and the females' teeth can't bite them. The female's food needs to be stored in the last few days of the wind season. At that time, the weather turns cold, and the food will not deteriorate after freezing. Bored Ling Yan went to take a nap. When Ling Yan woke up, it was already dark. When she sat up, she saw Mo Huan looking at her and smiled. Mo Huan, I'm a little hungry. After getting dressed, Mo Huan brought barbecue and vegetable porridge. Ling Yan ate in small bites from Mo Huan's hand. After eating and taking a break, she saw Mo Huan preparing bath water. Looking at Mo Huan boiling water, Ling Yan was a little confused. It's so late. Where is Bai Heng? It's already hot, so why waste firewood to boil water here? Bai Heng went to look for his mother, said Mo Huan. Oh, Ling Yan remembered what the tribe leader said during the day. But after taking a shower, when she saw Mo Huan sitting next to her after getting ready, and Bai Heng hadn't come back yet, Ling Yan realized that he was making room for herself and Mo Huan. After all, last night the two beasts wanted to sleep in the grass nest at the same time, but she was shy and refused, so they had to sleep next to the grass nest in beast form. Looking at Mo Huan, who was getting closer and closer to her, Ling Yan swallowed nervously. Mo Huan's eyes flickered when he saw this. If Yan doesn't want to. However, Mo Huan's words were blocked in his throat before he could finish them. The warm red lips bit his lips forcefully. Mo Huan, who was stunned for a moment, responded enthusiastically. A pair of slightly cool big hands clasped Ling Yan's neck, and his powerful arms held her tightly in his arms. Ling Yan, who had originally thought of getting along with Mo Huan for a while before becoming a couple, had been dragged into the deep sea of desire by this passionate kiss, and her little response made the other party even more out of control. But Ling Yan didn't hate it. After all, the first time is unfamiliar, and she had some feelings for Mo Huan. And he probably knew her origins, so for safety, she had to tie him to herself as soon as possible. The slightly cool touch brought a different kind of excitement, which was completely different from Bai Heng's feeling. This made Ling Yan couldn't help but diverge her thoughts. I just became a couple with Bai Heng last night, and I threw myself on Mo Huan tonight. Doesn't it feel a little bit of betrayal, but it's more exciting? Seeing that Ling Yan was still distracted, Mo Huan immediately became more aggressive, and Ling Yan was below him with a flip. In a trance, a strange touch came from her calf, as if some unknown object was quietly wrapped around it. The strange touch made Ling Yan couldn't help but get goosebumps, and the whimpering sound that she didn't have time to make was blocked by a cold and extremely strong kiss the next moment. It turns out that snakes are really cold everywhere. This was Ling Yan's last thought before fainting. Mo Huan clearly noticed her fatigue, and a strong pity surged in his heart. Although his desire was surging like a tide at this moment, he still restrained himself after just this intimate contact. Anyway, he was completely her beast. Mo Huan stroked the smoky blue beast mark on Ling Yan's right hand, and there was a long way to go. At this time, Ling Yan was like a cat who had just enjoyed a sumptuous meal, satisfied, lazy, and comfortable. Even the strands of hair seemed to exude a unique feeling because of this satisfaction. A satisfied breath. Realizing that she was being cleaned, Ling Yan's last trace of shame had been covered by deep sleepiness. After letting out a comfortable hum, she fell asleep contentedly. No wonder the two beasts were whispering behind her back in the afternoon. It turned out that they were exchanging experiences. Bai Heng is a good teacher, and Mo Huan is also a student who can draw inferences from one example. Hearing that the action inside was over, Bai Heng walked into the cave, looked at Mo Huan, and then transformed into a beast and crawled to the other side of the grass nest. Looking at the beautiful face of the sleeping little person inside, the bitterness in her heart disappeared. As long as Yan Yan is comfortable, it's fine. The next day, Ling Yan got up late again, stretched, and couldn't help but sigh that the quality of sleep in the past 2 days was good. The two males who heard the noise immediately divided the work. One took care of washing and brushing, and the other started to barbecue. Originally, Ling Yan was a little uncomfortable, but seeing the two beasts' calm demeanor, Ling Yan also relaxed. After taking a bite of the barbecue handed over by Bai Heng and drinking a sip of the porridge in Mo Huan's hand, The meal was beautifully enjoyed under the caring care of the handsome man. Heng, can this beast cave be expanded? Ling Yan asked. This beast cave is only more than 50 square meters. It doesn't feel small for Bai Heng and himself to live alone, but it is obviously crowded with Mo Huan. Last night, Bai Heng deliberately avoided it for himself and Mo Huan to be together, but he can't clear the place every time he does something shameful with a beast husband in the future. It can be expanded, and we can also ask Earth-type orcs to reinforce it. Yan, how do you want to expand it? Bai Heng said. Yes, I forgot that you all have superpowers. Ling Yan's eyes lit up when she heard it. If you can create, then you don't have to be afraid. The Hua people are very good at infrastructure. The Earth type can build beast caves, but what about the Gold type? Can you use superpowers to make things such as pots and pans? Ling Yan began to think divergently. He also stroked the snake tail that was wrapped around his waist and became as thick as his wrist, and touched the beast to groan and quickly withdraw its tail. I can't cure you. Any items condensed by superpowers require the creator to continuously input energy, and once it stops, it will return to its original state. And the Earth type does not build beast caves out of thin air, but we ask them to help reinforce the beast caves after we dig them. The reinforced beast caves will be extremely hard and will not collapse. Bai Heng rolled his eyes at Mo Huan's actions, but still patiently answered Ling Yan's questions. Ling Yan felt relieved after hearing Bai Heng's explanation. She was originally afraid that her wild imagination would cause the beast cave to collapse. After all, she was not a civil engineering student and could not calculate the load-bearing capacity. Thinking of the cold season that the beasts were afraid of, Ling Yan suddenly had an idea. She could try to build a firewall and a firebed. In this way, when the cold season was too cold, she could hide in the quilt. If there was a frozen pear, slurp in the end, Ling Yan decided that the current beast cave would be used as an activity hall, and 2 rooms would be dug out on the left, and the wall in the middle of the room would be transformed into a firewall. A stove would be built on the left side of the firewall, and a large firebed would be built on the right side to make it her bedroom. A room would also be dug on the right side of the beast cave to be used as a storage room, and a small cellar would be dug by the way. The front side will be left to the beast men, whether they want to dig an independent small room or a large bunk bed. I am a big female who knows the master, so let the husbands arrange it themselves. After making the decision, Ling Yan took action immediately. Bai Heng was also very interested in the firewall and firebed mentioned by Ling Yan. If it was built, Yan would suffer less in the cold season. Then I will find 2 Earth-type beastmen to dig together so that it can be dug in one day. After Bai Heng finished speaking, he immediately got up and went out to find beasts. I am a thunder type and can't help much. Ling Yan pinched his mouth. Help dig the hole later. Okay. Mo Huan felt comfortable immediately. Ling Yan actually wanted to take him to go electrofishing. It's not illegal in the beast world, hee wavy dash. Soon, 2 orcs followed by hungover. One was Aya's tiger beast husband Yanji, and the other was a tall and straight orc with white hair. Yan, this is my mother's wolf beast husband Silver Fong father, Bai Heng introduced to Ling Yan. Silver Fong father. Ling Yan greeted and nodded to Yanji. Mo Huan had packed up his things and vacated the beast cave, waiting for them to start work. Ling Yan was placed under the shade of a tree not far from the beast cave, eating red fruits and acting as a supervisor. Not far away, for orcs were working hard together, and the orcs' sharp claws were the best tools. They first compacted the mountain with their special powers, and then cut off the stones with their claws. Not only were the cave walls smooth, but the cut stones were also very neat. Ling Yan looked at the stones and thought that they could be used to build a small courtyard. Although it couldn't block anything, it could still be used to grow some vegetables. Yan, I'm here to play with you. Duo Ya's lively voice sounded from behind her. She was still sitting on the beast husband's arms like that day and was carried over, like a proud princess in a castle. I heard from Bai Heng that you were going to dig a beast cave, so I came to see it. The beast husband spread the animal skin, and she also learned from Ling Yan to sit sideways on the animal skin with her legs bent. You look really good sitting like this, but it's a little uncomfortable, Duoya twisted left and right. Ling Yan approached her. You won't show your ace if you do this. Duoya's eyes widened instantly. Have I always shown my ace before? What are they? Can you eat them? Ling Yan held her forehead, forgetting that both males and females have to wear them in the middle. Ling Yan gestured at her waist and abdomen. Wear it here. Females won't get sick easily if they wear it.
Let me see.
Duoya's hand had already touched Ling Yan's fur skirt while she spoke. Ling Yan pressed down on her. No, if you want to know, I'll give you 2 later. Oh, she took her hand back. I'll trade you with fur. No, I'll give it to you. No, I have to trade. No. Yan, come and see how to make the firewall. Bai Heng spoke up to stop the top tug of war, and Ling Yan quickly stood up. What firewall? Can I see it? Duoya also stood up. Let's go together. After entering the Beast Cave, the originally irregular Beast Cave has been successfully developed into a 4-bedroom and 1 living room. The considerate Beast husbands also left a small room on the side of the storage room. You know what it is used for without saying it. After knocking on the wall with his hand and looking at the smoothness of the Beast Cave, Ling Yan had an idea in his mind. The flue reserved for the Kong was connected to the Kong, and the smoke outlets of the 2 stoves were directly connected to the firewall. The chimney reserved on the cave was also raised to prevent it from being covered by heavy snow and causing danger. Ling Yan thought about it and made a fire pit under the firewall, so that even if he didn't cook, he could heat the firewall and the Kong. He also added an independent chimney to the stove, so that it can be used for cooking in other seasons, as long as the independent chimney is blocked in winter. After finishing work, Ling Yan asked Bai Heng to light a fire and try it out. Soon the wall and the Kong surface were warm. Standing next to them began to feel warm, and the expressions of several beast men began to get excited. Yanji was the first to speak. Female Ling Yan, can I go back and make a fire wall and fire bed for Duoya? I'll exchange it with 10 mooing beasts. Inya also echoed. I'll also exchange it with 10 mooing beasts. No need for mooing beasts. Just consider your help today as an exchange, Ling Yan said. Yes. Duoya shook Ling Yan's arm. She added, how can I have the nerve to sleep on your fire bed if you don't want my mooing beasts? Girl, of course I can't let you sleep on my fire bed. Take it, I'll help tomorrow. Bai Heng said, this was Yan's idea. It was worth 10 mooing beasts. 1. Don't say it again, or you won't learn it. Ling Yan made the final decision. At night, Ling Yan enjoyed lying on her 6-meter-long Kong with soft animal skins underneath. Bai Heng and Mo Huan lay on Ling Yan's left and right. Can you refuse the requests of 2 handsome guys with puppy eyes who are acting coquettishly with you? The animal cave has not been dug yet, the grass nest has not been made yet, and they don't want to sleep on the ground and want to be close to their wives? Anyway, Ling Yan can't. I promise to give Duoya 2 pairs. And she herself has not yet mastered the flexible use of bone needles with 10 fingers, so she can only learn on the spot. It takes a lot of cerebellum atrophy to make such a thing. Duoya's beast husband Qingmu has already asked me, and I taught him everything. Bai Heng replied, he sent 2 animal skins and said that you and Duoya had agreed, so I accepted them. Qingmu? Ling Yan had only seen 3 beast husbands of Aya, and except for Yanji, she couldn't recognize the others. Well, the beast husband that the female Duoya has just matched is a fox beast man. Okay. Ling Yan asked and then forgot about it. She breathed a sigh of relief, as she felt that by the time she learned friendship, her boat would probably capsize. It's Yan. Mo Huan was muted by Ling Yan manually, yes. Ling Yan held her forehead with her hand. Fortunately, she was quick, otherwise he would not be able to pass the review again. Mo Huan stood up and took out a pile of snake skins from his personal space. Yan, take a look at these, do you like them? Snake skins are breathable and more comfortable to wear. Mo Huan was embarrassed to give them to Ling Yan because his snake skins were black. He felt that Ling Yan might not like them too much. After all, females like gorgeous animal skins. Ling Yan touched the snake skin that looked like a black ribbon and couldn't help but sigh. It feels so good. For a moment, I thought of the Hepburn-style little black dress. After describing it to Mo Huan started to work. The Beast World male is indeed a must-have item for the home. He can hunt prey, cook in the kitchen, take care of the cubs, and do needlework. Ling Yan stood there in the skirt, like a queen descending into the world. The skirt fits her graceful figure tightly, and every line is just right. The black skirt is like a mysterious shadow in the night, which makes her figure sway, exuding a low-key but breathtaking charm. Unlike her cute appearance when she wore animal skin skirts in the past, Ling Yan just wanted someone to hand her a small whip at this time. Looking at the two males' eyes that were so hot that they were almost condensed into substance, Ling Yan slipped into the animal skin. What a joke. Don't sleep if you don't want to sleep now. I don't have a hobby of threesomes. The two males, who were so hot that they were about to explode, smiled helplessly at Ling Yan, who was pretending to sleep. They knew she was shy, and they didn't want to embarrass her. The fur around her thighs and the snake tails stroking her ankles stopped teasing. Ling Yan fell asleep with peace of mind. The next day, after Ling Yan got up, she saw Bai Heng coming over carrying a big tree that required several people to hug, and Mo Huan was removing the extra branches. Yan Yan, you're awake. Bai Heng and Mo Huan surrounded her. Well, what are you busy with? Ling Yan said. I cut down a few hard-bone trees. These trees are very hard and not easy to deform. Duong, duong, duong. Ling Yan stretched out her hand and knocked. Mo Huan immediately grabbed her hand to see if it was injured. Bai Heng looked at her disapprovingly. Ling Yan touched her nose and changed the subject. This tree is quite hard. There are several huge trees in front of her. The smaller ones have a diameter of 0.5 meter, and the largest ones have a diameter of 4 or 5 meters. Looking at the wood in front of her, Ling Yan instantly had an idea. She was originally worried that she would not know the legendary mortise and tenon structure, nor had she found any good adhesives, and she didn't know how to make furniture. This kind of wood, just dig it directly. First of all, we have to make a dining table. Ling Yan has long been tired of the pain of sitting by the campfire to eat. Apart from anything else, the stone bowl is really heavy. The two beasts quickly started working under Ling Yan's description, cutting out a rough shape and then began to polish. Don't ask how to make such a regular rectangular dining table. The answer is that the eyes of the orcs are the ruler, dog head. With the dining table, we also need matching chairs. Simple small round stools will do. Under the skillful hands of the orcs, a set of log-style dining tables was soon freshly baked, pure solid wood, and pure handmade. If it were put in modern times, Ling Yan probably couldn't afford it. Now, everything is hers. She also asked Bai Heng to give her a small recliner so that she can bask in the sun at the entrance of the cave when the weather is good. Since there is a Kong, how can we not arrange a Kong table and a Kong cabinet? Ling Yan also ordered the beast men to polish a large wardrobe for her. After a round of the house, she asked them to dig out a few shelves in the messy storage room. This way the food will be much cleaner when placed on the shelf. By the way, we also need to make a toilet. Since the small toilet has been reserved, the large bathtub and toilet must also be arranged. After making the big ones, Ling Yan instructed the two males to make bowls, chopsticks, cups, and plates. The remaining wood was dug into many large and small wooden barrels and basins so that they can be prepared in advance and used at any time. Bai Heng was asked to use his supernatural power to roast it to kill the bacteria, but Bai Heng's supernatural fire did not roast the wood to break or deform, which means that it is really hard. One bowl can probably be passed down for 3 generations. Will the bowl still be there when the person is gone? Ling Yan nodded with satisfaction as she looked at the beast cave that finally had the breath of life. It finally looked like what it was. There was a small partition at the entrance of the beast cave, and further inside was the living room prepared by Ling Yan. There was a low table with an animal skin mat. There was plenty of light here, and she could handle some food and entertain guests. On the left was the kitchen, on the left was the stove, and on the right was the fresh. The kitchen is ready, so it won't be too cold to eat in the cold season. Next to the kitchen is Ling Yan's bedroom. A thick layer of animal skin has been laid on the Kong. The small Kong table and Kong cabinet that Ling Yan wanted are neatly placed on one side, and opposite is Ling Yan's big wardrobe. On the right side of the living room is the storage room, which has shelves. Dried meat, hard fruits, cabbage, onions, and are neatly stacked together. Is this what Mo Huan did? Does this beast have a bit of obsessive-compulsive disorder? Everything is arranged from big to small. In the corner is the toilet prepared for Ling Yan, a simple small room. At present, Ling Yan has not thought of too many places to transform it, so leave it alone for the time being. As for the room reserved for the beast men behind the living room, it has not started yet, and Ling Yan does not urge it. These two beasts have little thoughts, tut. When Ling Yan finished inspecting her territory, Bai Heng and Mo Huan also prepared dinner, and Ling Yan happily ran to her dining table. A few days later, Yan, I'm back. Bai Heng stepped into the living room and sat on the other side of Ling Yan. What does your father want to see you about? Ling Yan was a little curious. After returning from hunting today, Bai Heng was called away by the beasts sent by Bai He, and he did not come back until now. My father asked me to ask other beasts in your tribe if they can make fire walls and fire beds. The tribe can exchange 10 high-level crystals with you. Bai Heng said. Isn't it too expensive? Ling Yan herself is also standing on the shoulders of her predecessors. Besides, she has never encountered any bad things in the tribe, and Ling Yan still has a good impression of this tribe. Generally, orcs who have made major contributions will be rewarded. Yan, you don't have to worry. With this fire wall and fire bed, the females and cubs in the tribe will probably not be frozen to death in this cold season. Bai Heng said seriously. Okay, Ling Yan agreed with Bai Heng. And she would have to come up with other things in the future. If she started this, what about in the future? Ling Yan still understood the principle of gratitude and resentment. By the way, there are too few edible plants in our family. I'm tired of eating them these days. Hung Mo, I can't just eat meat. Ling Yan was a little distressed. Tomorrow, Mo Huan, and I will take you out to look for it. This time, the two of us can take you farther away. Bai Heng and Mo Huan looked at her at the same time. Let's not do that. Ling Yan could sense the two beasts' slight uneasiness recently. The new beast husband had not arrived yet, and most of the wind season had passed. The pressure of food reserves fell on the two of them. Even if you take me with you, you can't go hunting far away. Bring back anything you think is edible. Remember the place and wait for me to come back and sense it. Things like fruits and roots buried in the ground are all fine. You have to take anything that doesn't smell good, but you are not allowed to taste it. It would be bad if it is poisonous. Ling Yan looked at them and instructed them carefully. The two beasts nodded in agreement. With Ling Yan, they could only look around the tribe. If they went out alone, with their strength they could go to farther places, so the probability of finding food would be higher. Yan only had 2 beast husbands, so they could only take turns going out hunting, and males eat a lot. Besides, there were 3 more beasts who didn't know when they would arrive, so they could only try their best to prepare more. Otherwise, one of them would starve to death, and they would have to match up with Yan again, which would be very troublesome. Mo Huan, who went hunting the next day, did not come back until the evening. Ling Yan greeted him when she saw him. "You're back. Are you hurt?" "No, don't worry. I walked a little far today and came back late." Mo Huan touched Ling Yan's head soothingly. "That's good." Ling Yan smiled. "Did you collect any plants for me today?" Mo Huan nodded and began to take things out of the space. Soon a bunch of strange-shaped plants and fruits appeared in front of Ling Yan. Ling Yan picked up a red spherical fruit the size of a watermelon. This one looked delicious. "Edible, bitter. Do I look like I like bitter food?" Ling Yan was speechless. Such a big fruit turned out to be here for revenge. He picked up another green grapefruit-sized one. Inedible next. "This one looks like a persimmon. Edible, smelly." Ling Yan was shocked. All the good-looking fruits had been wiped out. They were either inedible or tasted weird. He couldn't help but hold his forehead and sigh. Could it be that his golden finger was just a decoration? What else could be eaten in this world of beasts? Yan, it's okay. I'll bring you other plants tomorrow to see. We're sure we can find other things you can eat. Bai Heng looked at the somewhat frustrated Ling Yan and consoled her. Mo Huan also clenched his fists tightly. He had picked all the fruits he could see today, including those in the field. Still couldn't find anything edible? There are still these. I'll try again. Ling Yan looked at the plants that looked like poisonous plants that she had just ignored. She picked up a piece of sugarcane and touched it. Inedible, highly poisonous. Ling Yan was so scared that she immediately threw it 3 feet away. It was indeed poisonous. And Mo Huan wanted to pick it up and take a look, but Ling Yan scolded him. Don't touch it, it's poisonous. And Mo Huan picked up the purple-skinned wooden stick and shook it. Don't be afraid. You and I are a partner. No poison can hurt you, unless it is more powerful than the poison of the Black Jade Mystic Snake King. I haven't encountered any poison more powerful than mine.
Hey.
Ling Yan opened her eyes wide. There is such a benefit? Can one gain the partner's abilities by forming a relationship? No wonder I don't feel cold even when wearing a skirt. In modern times, people have to wear long underwear at this temperature. I thought it was because my physique has improved. The expression on Ling Yan's face was so easy to understand. Bai Heng smiled and nodded at her. It's better to throw it away. Even if the purple-skinned wooden stick is not poisonous, I can't eat it. Knowing that she would not be poisoned, Ling Yan became much bolder and did not reject those fruits that looked unappetizing. She touched the purple ball that looked like Thanos' basin. Edible, contains starch. The surprise came so quickly. I didn't expect that this purple sweet potato monster that can't snap its fingers is so powerful, but I don't know what it tastes like. Ling Yan's good luck seemed to have arrived. She sensed several edible fruits one after another, such as peppers that look like white eggplants, lemons that look like avocados, and red radishes. And Mo Huan and Bai Heng didn't know what those things were called, so Ling Yan named them one by one. Unexpectedly, the purple sweet potato monster turned into a potato when it was ripe. The potato people were ecstatic. The red radish will also turn white when it is ripe, which made Ling Yan slightly relieved. Color matching will also affect appetite. Under Ling Yan's verbal guidance, hot and sour potato shreds, stir-fried pork with peppers, potato stewed with cuckoo beast meat, and radish bone soup were served on the table one after another. Looking at the table of delicious food in front of her, her eyes were filled with astonishment. The circle turned slightly red. She was so touched. She didn't expect that she could still eat these dishes. Although there were many seasonings missing, they were even more delicious because of the freshness of the ingredients. Ling Yan thought that the two beasts couldn't eat spicy food, but she didn't expect that they were quite receptive. Of course, the two males couldn't be full with such a table of dishes. They just symbolically accompanied Ling Yan for 3 meals a day and waited for her to eat before eating. The beast men were strong and had special abilities. They had to eat 2 or 3 times their body's worth of food every day. If they were cooked as delicately as Ling Yan's, they probably wouldn't be full all day long. Besides, raw food could provide their bodies with the energy they needed. It's just that the little females didn't like it, so they tried their best to avoid her eating. Ling Yan didn't force herself. After all, they were different species, and she didn't try to change them, right? Even the closest people should have a sense of boundaries.
Yen.
Bai Heng came back from hunting and rushed over to hug Ling Yan. He still had the moisture of a fresh shower on him. After knowing the details of his little female, he and Mo Huan would be careful not to bring the smell of blood back home. You're back. My big tiger has worked hard. Ling Yan smiled and patted him. Not hard. By the way, Yenji went hunting with me today. He saw me digging potatoes and radishes and followed me to dig a little. Bai Heng said to Ling Yan, he also gave you a mooing beast to thank you. Yenji is too polite. Did you teach him not to dig the wrong things? Ling Yan said. I watched it all. I was right. Bai Heng touched Ling Yan's head. That's good. After chatting, Ling Yan went to sense the pile of plants and fruits that Bai Heng brought back. It's strange to say that Mo Huan has brought back some spices such as pepper, bay leaves, and star anise in the past few days. Although they are all strange and make people lose their appetite at first glance, the taste is just right. Bai Heng is a bit miserable. Every day, he brings back something that is either inedible or bitter and smelly. It's really ridiculous. In order to get the result as soon as possible, he even gave today's prey to Mo Huan to deal with. It's no surprise that the whole army was annihilated. Ling Yan felt that Bai Heng was almost collecting all the inedible poisonous plants in the beast world. It's just that there is no paper and pen, otherwise it would be recorded and kept as a martial arts secret book of the beast world, and it would definitely be snatched by all forces. Looking at the depressed puppy going to cook, Ling Yan couldn't help laughing out loud. Does the beast also talk about luck? The first time I went out, I found green onions and the second time I found rice and cabbage. Could it be that Bai Heng's magnetic field affected me? Otherwise, I would have found more. Ling Yan stroked her chin and thought, Yan, can I come in? A crisp female voice sounded outside the beast cave. It was Duoya. Ling Yan quickly stood up. Come in. Ling Yan went up to Duoya and waved. After Duoya came in, she curiously glanced at the furnishings in Ling Yan's cave, and then she sat down on the animal skin mat obediently, imitating Ling Yan's behavior. Ling Yan poured her a glass of water soaked in lemon slices. She took a sip curiously, imitating Ling Yan's behavior. Hey, it's sour and tastes good. If you like it, take some back later.
No.
Duoya waved her hands repeatedly. I came to ask you how to eat the potatoes and radishes you brought back from Yenji today. Today, as soon as Yenji returned, he told Aya that he brought back the plants that Bai Heng said were edible. The beasts immediately roasted them and tasted them, but received unanimous negative reviews. Aya remembered the roasted thorny beasts made by Ling Yan and felt that her method must be wrong, so she brought 3 beast husbands in a hurry. The potatoes are a bit choking, but the radish is roasted and smells bad. How do you eat it? I won't learn in vain. Yenji brought the mooing beast. My goodness, how much Yenji loves the mooing beasts, and he has contracted all the mooing beasts in his own family. I don't want your mooing beast. Yenji has already paid Bai Heng tuition today. Bai Heng is cooking, you ask your beast husband to learn. Ling Yan said, and pointed to the kitchen. Yenji and Aya's other beast husband went to the kitchen immediately. Sangma, you should go and take a look too. I want to talk to Yan Yan alone. Aya sent away the beast husband who was accompanying her. It must be mentioned that all males in the beast world are handsome men, just like Aya's 2 new beast husbands. She really wants to send one to each of her modern sisters. Yan, why are there still only Bai Heng and Mo Huan by your side? Have the other beast husbands not arrived yet? Duoya was a little curious. Her own beast husband arrived late, but she didn't expect Yan to arrive later than her. Generally, there will be no males from outside the continent for matching. The journey is too long, and the weak males may not live to see their females. Ling Yan's pretty face was also stained with a little anxiety. Could it be that they encountered danger on the road? When a male encounters a life and death crisis, the beast seal will feel it. Have you ever felt it? Duoya asked. Ling Yan shook her head. Except for the fact that Mo Huan's beast seal was burning for a few minutes when they were matched just now, everything else was very peaceful. So this means that the male is in danger? Then don't worry about it. As long as they are not dead, they will come. If you are really unlucky, I will accompany you to match a new one next year. Aya tried to comfort Ling Yan. Ling Yan felt a little uncomfortable after hearing this, although she meant well. Are there many males who died on the road? It's okay. Generally, there will be no accidents on the road, unless the herbivorous beastmen encounter ferocious beasts, or the journey is too long and they encounter bad beasts. Aya replied, there are many more males who died on the way to hunt. What if the males die? What about their females? Of course the females will be matched with new beast husbands, Yan. Males can also participate in matching if they are not dead. Duoya felt that Yan's idea was a little scary. I mean, won't females feel sad or miss the departure of their beast husbands? Duoya's face changed when she heard this. Yan, there are so many males. If one dies or you don't like it anymore, you can match with a new one. Don't be sad for any beast. Don't females have to give their feelings? Females don't need it. Duoya's emotions suddenly became excited. Several beast husbands noticed that the 2 females had quarreled, and each protected their own females. Aya glanced at Bai Heng. You should have heard it. I hope you can persuade her. Let's go. After Duoya left, I also want to respond to your equal feelings. Ling Yan didn't know why Duoya was so angry. After all, the 3 husbands and 4 servants were different from the 3 views she had developed since childhood, so Ling Yan also wanted to try her best to respond to the beast husband's feelings. Yan. Bai Heng kissed her forehead. You did a good job. Can I tell you why I said that? It turns out that a few years ago, a female in the tribe matched with more than a dozen partners, and then she matched with the legendary True Love. Just when she was in high spirits, the unlucky True Love died in a hunting accident, and the female went crazy. First, she scratched the beast marks of other beastmen, driving them crazy and killing them, and then she jumped into the river. Most of the dozen cubs died because no one took care of them. Although the tribe would help take care of them, it was limited after all. This disaster directly and indirectly killed dozens of orcs. Duoya means that you should not be too emotionally invested, so that if any of us has an accident, you will have an emotional breakdown and behave irrationally. You are not wrong, understand? Bai Heng stroked Ling Yan's back. Is that female someone Duoya knows? It's Duoya's mother. Her father died in front of her eyes because his beast mark was scratched. Take me to find her. Duoya just wanted to express that one should love oneself first before loving the one who loves. I was just being too stubborn. I am also an egoist, am I not? Bai Heng took Ling Yan to chase Duoya, but saw her standing not far from the beast cave. I'm sorry, the two females said at the same time. The meal is ready. Don't you want to eat? Of course I want to eat it. It smells so good that my mouth is watering. Of course I want to eat it. It smells so good that my mouth is watering. Yen, the food in your house is so good. Duoya ate the food with a spoon very skillfully. Her mouth was full, and she was as cute as a little hamster. If it tastes good, eat more. I'll ask your beast husband to make it for you later. If you don't understand, ask Bai Heng. Okay, I'll ask Yen Ji to send you a moo beast. After sending Duoya away, Ling Yan lazily leaned on the small couch, admiring Mo Huan and Bai Heng who were cutting meat and grilling meat. The muscle tension between the two males gave Ling Yan a great visual enjoyment. This is the male's winter reserve, which is very sloppy. Mo Huan cut up the body and Bai Heng dried it, and it was so hard that it hurt to look at it. Ling Yan suddenly thought of bacon, which can not only be preserved for a long time but also taste good. Thinking of the dishes made with bacon, Ling Yan couldn't sit still. Is there much salt at home? Ling Yan looked at Bai Heng. Bai Heng thought for a while and said, if we eat like this now, we can eat until the tribe goes to the sea tribe to exchange salt after the cold season. That is definitely not enough. It takes a lot of salt to pickle bacon. Besides, I also want to pickle some cabbage and radish. I can't go out to collect in the cold season. Ling Yan dare not think about the days without vegetables. She fell into a vicious circle for a while. The tribe also has a kind of salt stone. Males who are not capable enough to exchange for sea salt will eat that, but it's a bit bitter. Bai Heng looked at Ling Yan's wrinkled face and felt a little distressed. Salt stone? It should be a salt mine. The bitterness should be due to too many impurities. Maybe it can be filtered. Ling Yan was distracted for a while thinking about how to filter the salt. In a flash, a pair of big hands hugged her waist and picked her up. Do what you want to do tomorrow. Now is my time, huh? Ling Yan came back to her senses and felt her thighs were cold. Her fur skirt was mostly lifted up, and Mo Huan's cold kiss was already imprinted on it. She stepped on his shoulder coquettishly, but found that he was even more excited. Ling Yan avoided looking at Mo Huan. The look in his eyes, staring at his prey with determination, made Ling Yan feel that her whole body was burning. No more. The last time. The night was still long. The light in the beast cave was dim, and Ling Yan, who had just woken up, felt as if she didn't know what day it was. She moved slightly, and except for a little soreness in her waist, there was no other discomfort. Ling Yan felt that she was terribly strong and deserved to have several husbands. Bai Heng, who heard the noise, walked in. Is Yan going to get up? Yeah, a little hungry. Ling Yan sat up. Bai Heng put on her fur skirt, carried her to wash up, and then put her at the dining table and served her warm porridge and potato pancakes. Although it was almost noon, Ling Yan didn't like to eat greasy food after getting up, and the beast men remembered it. So Bai Heng prepared it simply.
Eat slowly.
Bai Heng sat beside her and looked at her gently. Ling Yan was already able to eat calmly under the scorching gaze. The beast men were staring at her strangely, for they were afraid that they would choke to death while eating. Ling Yan was feeding him while eating, and Bai Heng squinted his eyes in enjoyment, like a comfortable big cat. Seeing that Ling Yan had almost finished eating, he spoke. Yan Yan, I'll go and get a few pieces of salt stone. What do you want to do? You tell me and I'll do it. Ling Yan really enjoyed this way of getting along with each other, which gave people the feeling that they were always in mind. Let me take a look first. After washing her hands, Ling Yan followed Bai Heng into the living room. Several half-meter high blue-gray salt stones were piled on the ground. Ling Yan touched some with her fingertips and tasted it. It was half bitter and half salty, so it really couldn't be eaten directly. Ah Heng, help me break the salt stones into pieces. The more broken the better. Take a wooden barrel. Just pour water on them and melt them. Ling Yan sorted out the filtering knowledge of junior high school chemistry in her mind. The salt stones were directly broken into pieces by Bai Heng, and then he clenched his fist and turned them into powder and fell into the barrel. In the beast world, some tools are not necessary because the physical fitness of the beast men allows them to do many things with their own strength. Humans are physically fragile and need to invent various auxiliary tools to facilitate their lives. The orcs are strong, but the miserable environment has greatly deprived them of the space for thinking. Ling Yan sighed for a moment. Yan Yan, the salt stone water is ready. Bai Heng interrupted Ling Yan's thoughts. Bai Heng didn't like Ling Yan's always thoughtful expression. At this time, Ling Yan would make her feel very distant. Even if he was right next to her, he had the illusion that he couldn't catch her at any time. Ling Yan smoothed the tiger's fur. My big tiger is great. Let's make a funnel, just like this. Bai Heng quickly made a big funnel under Ling Yan's gestures and asked him to spread a layer of ash and fine sand on the bottom of the funnel and finally poured the salt stone water into it. The filtered liquid dripped into the wooden barrel under the funnel. Okay, wait for the water to leak out completely. Ling Yan didn't know if it would work, so she could only try it first. Yan Yan, I'm going to cook.
What do you want to eat today?
Bai Heng came over. If Mo Huan brings a cuckoo beast today, let's do potatoes with the cuckoo beast. Ling Yan thought about it. What to eat every day is also a sweet trouble. Fortunately, their own chef Bai Heng is best at learning from one example and then trying it with all the ingredients after teaching him a method. If it tastes good, he will let Ling Yan try it, and if it doesn't taste good, he will trick Mo Huan into eating it. I'm back. As he spoke, Mo Huan's clear voice came from outside the cave. Ling Yan and Bai Heng went to greet him together. As expected, Mo Huan brought back the cuckoo beast. Ling Yan was picky about food. She either thought the meat of those large wild beasts was too tough or too fishy. Only these small beasts could be eaten more. So when Mo Huan and Bai Heng went hunting, they would deliberately bring the types of prey she liked to eat, so that she wouldn't suddenly want to eat. I'll go cook. Bai Heng took the cuckoo beast and went into the kitchen and told Mo Huan to keep an eye on Ling Yan and not let her get close to the funnel for filtering salt water, so as to avoid it falling and hitting her. Ling Yan was slightly embarrassed. No wonder he has been waiting for Mo Huan to come back with me, because he is worried about me. Is it possible that I am so fragile and unreliable in their minds? Seeing Mo Huan staring at me, Ling Yan, why do you listen to Bai Heng so much? You are a big snake, cold and arrogant. Mo Huan poked Ling Yan's puffy little face, so cute, and hurriedly changed the subject. I picked a lot of fruits today. Do you want to see them? Ling Yan was excited when she heard this. She had not found any new edible fruits during this period, and her mouth was dry. Looking at the bunch of purple-skinned fruits that Mo Huan took out, each of which was the size of a baby's fist, Ling Yan ran out to wash her hands before touching it, silently chanting Amitabha, Queen Mother, Guanyin, Mazu, bless me. Edible, sweet, and sour. Ling Yan was so excited that she almost jumped up and quickly tasted one, peeled it, and took a small bite. The sweetness was slightly sour, and it was even sweeter than Kyoho grapes. After eating a grape, Ling Yan narrowed her eyes happily. After feeding Mo Huan, she ran to Bai Heng, who was cooking, and fed him another one. Ling Yan was excited to show off. After eating 3 or 4, Mo Huan held her hand. Bai Heng will be ready soon. Can we eat first? Mo Huan asked Ling Yan for her opinion. Ling Yan stopped her hand obediently. Okay, I'll listen to Mo. It's just that it's so delicious that I couldn't help it. She was willing to follow their advice on such small matters. Although her appetite had increased to 2 or 3 times that of modern times, in the eyes of the two males, she still ate too little. Fortunately, Ling Yan had a physique that could not gain weight, and she didn't feel uncomfortable eating a lot. Otherwise, she would definitely protest. If you like, let Bai Heng bring it to you tomorrow. I'll tell him where it is. And Mo Huan took Ling Yan to wash her hands and carried her to the dining table. Dinner was served with potatoes cooked with cuckoo meat, carrot meatball soup, stir-fried meat with peppers, and a bowl of stir-fried lettuce and rice. Ling Yan didn't like to eat alone with the beast husbands watching, so the beast husbands cooked a lot of food, and the two beasts would accompany Ling Yan to eat a little. They would chat about what prey the one who went out hunting today had caught, and where they found what. They would also talk about what they did at home today. After all, little females always have many strange ideas. The meal ended in a warm atmosphere. Ling Yan looked at the salt stone water that had been filtered for a small half, and the clear liquid also covered the bottom layer of the bucket below. She decided to try her own method. She asked Mo Huan to help pour out the filtered salt water and divide it into 2 parts. After letting it stand for a while, she used a thin animal skin to filter out the impurities again. She handed one of the parts to Bai Heng. Heng, use your supernatural power to evaporate the water inside. She also asked Mo Huan to set up a stone pot and boil the other part to dry it. Bai Heng activated his superpowers, and a burning sensation gradually came. A layer of white crystals gradually precipitated from the bottom of the basin. When the water evaporated completely, the bottom of the basin was already covered with a layer of white crystals. Soon Mo Huan finished his work and came over with the white particles at the bottom of the pot. Ling Yan tasted them separately. The one precipitated by Bai Heng using his superpowers had a slightly bitter taste, while the one precipitated by Mo Huan after boiling had almost no bitter taste. Ling Yan was a little excited. It worked. The two males were a little surprised when they saw the white particles in their hands that were more delicate than sea salt. After tasting them, they saw shock in each other's eyes. This tasted better than the salt exchanged by the sea tribe. Ling Yan looked at Bai Heng and asked, Heng, does the superpower consumption increase? Not much. I can handle this bucket of water at once without any problem, Bai Heng replied. The slight difference in taste was probably due to whether it was boiled or not. Ling Yan thought it might be, because Bai Heng used his superpowers to vaporize the water. My little female is really too smart. Bai Heng was a little absent-minded thinking about his own thoughts. Ling Yan, who was preparing to take a bath, looked at his humanoid figure and seemed to be worried. The bath water was almost boiling. Wasn't he afraid of the burn? Heng, help me untie the straps on the back of the animal skin skirt. I can't reach it. Ling Yan pointed at her small halter straps and interrupted Bai Heng's meditation. Bai Heng came back to his senses and walked quickly to Ling Yan. Let me see. He stretched out his hand. Ling Yan pinched his fingertips. My big tiger is worried today. Ling Yan always believed that the mouth is born to communicate. There was a gap between her and them that spanned the two worlds. If they didn't communicate, how could they live? Bai Heng knelt beside Ling Yan, took her in his arms, and put his head on her shoulder. Ling Yan didn't urge him, but just stroked her back silently. He was a little embarrassed to speak. He wanted to ask Yan if he could tell the tribe about the method of making salt. He was also afraid that if Yan's intelligence was spread out of the tribe and attracted covetousness, what would he do if he couldn't protect her well? The southern continent is not close to the sea, and the sea salt here requires a group of orcs from the tribe to go to the sea every year to exchange with the sea tribe. The sea is in the far west, so every year orcs die on the way to exchange salt. Moreover, the sea tribe only collects crystal cores for salt, and hunting crystal cores is an extremely difficult task in itself. Enya's father's cub, his wolf brother Enyu, died on the way to the sea. Before meeting Ling Yan, Bai Heng was confident. The tiger tribe was the most powerful tribe in the entire southern continent, and he was also the strongest 7th-level beast in the tribe. But after having Ling Yan, he was often afraid that he could not protect her well. Even after Mo Huan came, it was only a little better. Ling Yan only had himself and Mo Huan around her, and those others didn't know where they died. Bai Heng was afraid that he would bring her the slightest risk. But feeling the tolerance and encouragement of his lover, Bai Heng had the courage to speak. He told Ling Yan about his confusion and entanglement. Ling Yan thought to herself that it was true. Just like the fire bed, she had already thought about it before she made it, and the tribe would learn it. But she didn't expect the orcs to have such a high moral bottom line and give her a crystal. Ling Yan told Bai Heng at the time not to let anyone know that the fire wall and fire bed were her ideas. Ling Yan just wanted to live this life peacefully and did not want to be a goddess who saved the world. Her limited knowledge could not support such a big situation. Except for the two beast husbands, she always deliberately reduced her contact with foreign beasts. Aliens are aliens, even if they can imitate them. Once this abnormality is thrown into the light, it will be a disaster for Ling Yan and the people around her. Struggle exists in any interest chain. In the end, Ling Yan's heart is still lonely in this world. She is still a human, not an animal. But Ling Yan doesn't mind making the people around her live a little better while protecting herself. This is why she is willing to teach Dewaya and agree to let the tribe build a Kong. People are not plants. Why don't you just tell the clan leader that you found it? Ling Yan thought of an idea. Bai Heng disagreed a little. This was his female credit. How could he claim it? Ling Yan enlightened him. Did you move the salt stone?
Yes.
Did you crush it and melt it? Yes. Did you make the funnel? Yes. Did you dry the brine with your supernatural power? Yes. Did you make the salt?
Yes. No, Yan.
Bai Heng's handsome face flushed. Ling Yan laughed. Okay, it's not you who did it. It's you and Mo Huan who did it together. When Mo Huan finishes processing the prey, we have to ask for his opinion. Ling Yan smiled slyly. Yan, you're so nice. Bai Heng hugged Ling Yan tightly. He couldn't refuse this kindness. My big tiger is also good. Ling Yan, who caught a glimpse of Mo Huan's return, immediately brought water. And my big snake is also good. The snake is a sensitive baby with high emotional needs, and he can't be left behind at any time. The sweet voice made the two males feel as if their hearts were soaked in honey water. Ling Yan's inner OS. I'm trying to figure it out. Mo Huan naturally agreed to share it with the tribe. He and Bai Heng have known each other for a long time and are confident in their beasts. But he still said to Bai Heng, 20 beast crystals. Bai Heng's head popped. I'll ask my father for 30. Ling Yan is really filial to his father. On the other side, the chief of the Bai He tribe, who was massaging his female, shrank his neck. The weather was getting colder and colder. Father, did you hear me? Bai Heng shook his head and said that he could make salt without bitterness. His father was stunned and motionless. He was almost shaken to pieces. He trembled and said, Boy, are you serious? Bai Heng took out the salt he brought. He tasted it and quickly put it into his face. Bai Heng was speechless. He brought it for you. Did you come up with it? He narrowed his eyes and looked at Bai Heng. Bai Heng, who was a little uncomfortable being stared at, touched his nose. He looked at him and felt that he was disappointed with him. He was still too young. Remember, you came up with it. He suddenly became serious. Bai Heng understood the meaning of his father's words. Females must not be stared at, otherwise there will be endless troubles. It's me. Bai Heng's tone became firm. Ling Yan played with the crystals that Bai Heng brought back, 100 in total, sparkling and colorful. Ling Yan took a small wooden box and put it away with the 10 crystals from last time. These 10 crystals were sent by the tribe after she agreed to the tribe's large-scale fire beds for females. Rich woman Yan already has 3 boxes of crystals, 1 box given by Mo Huan, 1 box given by Bai Heng, and this box, which she earned herself. Ling Yan, holding the crystal pile, thought, I want to have a space too. Even if it's only a few square meters to store private money, it's okay. Hey, both males were touched by Ling Yan's money-grubbing appearance. Mo Huan. It turns out that Yan likes crystals. I must get a few more next time I encounter strange beasts. Bai Heng. It turns out that Yan likes beautiful and shiny stones. I will go out hunting to find some to bring back for her to play with. Now that the salt has been cleared up, even if she uses it in front of the beast in the future, it won't cause too much trouble. The 100 crystals mean that the White Tiger tribe will take care of it if something happens. Ling Yan played with the crystals and pondered. Alas, salt is a strategic material in modern times. Only the White Tiger tribe is strong. If it were a small tribe, she would never share it. To be honest, she doesn't know whether it is helping others or harming others. Ling Yan nodded with satisfaction when looking at the basin of salt in her home. This basin weighs almost 30 kilograms, and at least nearly 1,000 kilograms of bacon can be pickled. She also asked Bai Heng to tell the tribe leader that the prey can be preserved longer by applying salt. In this way, someone will endorse her actions. As for how much they can understand, it is not within Ling Yan's consideration. As for bacon, everything can be pickled, but Ling Yan decided to try the humming beast that looks most like a pig first. There are only the simplest seasonings, and Ling Yan is not completely sure. Ling Yan asked Bai Heng to dry and grind the seasonings that he had collected before, and asked Mo Huan to cut the hanging beast meat that he had hunted yesterday into long strips of the same size. Ling Yan was speechless looking at Mo Huan's masterpiece. With such a good sense of symmetry and balance, he would definitely be a talent for art or architecture in modern times. No, Mo Huan could make a living with his face in modern times. Ling Yan shook the water from her head and saw that the two males were looking at her awkwardly. Just apply these seasonings and salt on it, she said, wanting to do it herself. Bai Heng picked her up with one arm and put her on the small couch. You sit down, tell me how to do it, and we'll do it.
Okay.
Ling Yan didn't want to touch the bloody and sticky stuff either. Put it in this wooden basin after you've applied it and put a stone on it. Is it done now? Bai Heng asked.
Not yet.
Marinate it for 3 to 5 days, and then let the water dry out. Ling Yan recalled the steps of helping her grandmother make bacon when she was a child. When Ling Yan was a child, her parents divorced, and she was thrown into her grandmother's house like garbage. She was like a farmhand at her grandmother's house, doing all kinds of work. She always helped her grandmother make bacon every winter, but in the end, under the attack of her aunt's eyes, she could only eat the garlic sprouts in the bacon. Ling Yan thought of the pitiful self when she was a child, and was a little absent-minded for a while. Feeling that she was embraced by a warm embrace, Ling Yan came back to her senses. The beast men are more sensitive to emotional fluctuations. Almost the next second when Ling Yan fell into memories, Bai Heng came forward and hugged her. I also have a family. No, a child of domestic beasts. This year's bacon must be eaten until I am full. Ling Yan was still thinking before she fell into a dream. Did Bai Heng wash his hands? It's just that this embrace is too warm, and she can't bear to leave. Looking at Ling Yan, who was already asleep in his arms, Bai Heng's throat rolled, but he couldn't speak. The lonely expression on the little female's face just now made them feel distressed. I don't know how long I slept. Ling Yan was awakened by the aroma of food. I don't know how I fell asleep. She walked out of the room and looked at the busy Bai Heng and said, Ah Heng, it smells so good. Come and try it. Bai Heng set the dishes and chopsticks and watched Ling Yan sit down at the dining table before going into the kitchen again. Ling Yan was almost intoxicated by the spicy meat in front of her. It was a perfect dish to go with rice. After Bai Heng finished cooking 2 more dishes, he sat next to Ling Yan and said, Eat quickly. You slept without eating at noon. You must be hungry now. Ah Heng, where did Mo Huan go? Ling Yan asked when she saw that Mo Huan hadn't come yet. You were asleep at that time, and Mo Huan saw that it was still early, so he went out to catch some fresh meat for you to eat. Bai Heng replied, Oh. Ling Yan then obediently moved her chopsticks. After dinner, Ling Yan saw that it was still early, so she took Bai Heng to the outside of her own cave to get some fresh air. Suddenly, a small thorn ball the size of a football rolled down at Ling Yan's feet. Ling Yan curiously touched it with her foot. Ah Heng, what is this? This is the thorn fruit that the little ones play with. They like to use it to scratch themselves. Bai Heng looked at it and said. 2 chubby and cute little tiger cubs slowly moved over from a distance. They hesitated and did not dare to come forward. You go and get it. You kicked it here. You go. Uncle Bai Heng is so scary, I dare not. Ling Yan did not understand the conversation between the little guys in animal form, but still squatted down and waved to them. Is this your toy? Come and take it away. The little guys slowly came forward and used their cute little paws to pick at the thorn fruit. It was so cute that Ling Yan was bleeding. Thank you, Uncle Bai Heng, for the female. One of the cute little tigers roared, and the other one nodded. What did they say? Ling Yan asked Bai Heng. They thank you. You're welcome. You're so cute. Eyo, Uncle's little female is so beautiful too. Can I touch you? Ling Yan looked at the two little tigers, and the two little ones nodded. You agree, Ling Yan said, and touched the backs of the two little ones. They were round and chubby, and the feel was completely different from that of a big tiger. They were really nice to touch. The two little ones were also very well behaved. They ran around Ling Yan and made her laugh. Bai Heng watched this scene tenderly. If he and Yan Yan had cubs, they would be like this now. Ling Yan was tired from playing, and the two little tigers stopped when they saw this. Do you two want to have dinner at your aunt's house? Ling Yan looked at the two little tigers. The two little tigers shook their heads and howled again. They said that if they go back late, their mother will be worried. Bai Heng translated. Ling Yan withdrew her hand that was stroking Hoo with some difficulty. It's getting late, so you can send them back. Goodbye, my little cuties.
Ayo.
Whose cubs are they? Ling Yan asked curiously. The orcs in the tribe lived far away, but it wasn't long before Bai Heng came back. He was seen holding something in his hand again. Why did you bring thorny fruits? It turned out that the two cubs were the female cubs of Mingna in the tribe. Bai Heng was sending them halfway when their father came. On the way back, he remembered Ling Yan's curious expression about the thorny fruits, so he picked a few and brought them back. Bai Heng threw a few thorny fruits on the ground. Just look at them. Don't touch them. The thorns are very hard. The little cubs like to play with this, so the few thorny fruit trees in the tribe are kept. They look a little familiar. Ling Yan picked up a small wooden stick and poked the thorny fruit. Ahung, help me open it and see. Bai Heng took a breath and pinched it, and a hole is pinched open on a thorny fruit. Does it hurt? Didn't you say the thorns were hard? Ling Yan pulled Bai Heng's fingers to check carefully, but found no scars at all. This tiger is a Real tiger, and it is also tough. There is no male in the animal world who is not tough. Mingna's two cubs are stronger than Ling Yan. It doesn't hurt, don't worry, Yan Yan. Males are not that weak. Bai Heng soothed. This thorny fruit has been opened and eaten by orcs before, but the skin is too hard and females don't like to eat it. Bai Heng was afraid that she would be disappointed, so he gave her a preventive shot in advance. Looking at the fruit in Bai Heng's hand, Ling Yan was shocked. Isn't this a chestnut? This plant in the beast world can really grow. The thorny hard shell as big as a football contains about 3 pounds of chestnuts. Ling Yan picked up one and felt it edible. Sweet Ahung, cut one open for me to take a look. She handed the chestnut in her hand to Bai Heng. She took the two halves of the fruit from Bai Heng, smelled them and tasted them, and they were indeed chestnuts. Ling Yan was overjoyed as she could add to the recipe. She had already eaten dinner and had no sugar, so she boiled them. She asked Bai Heng to cut a hole in each chestnut, put them in the pot, covered them with water and boiled them for 7 or 8 minutes, then sprinkled some salt and served. Smelling the sweet aroma of the chestnuts, Ling Yan's saliva had begun to secrete. She was finally going to have a snack, and it was her favorite. Is it delicious? Ling Yan stuffed one into Bai Heng's mouth. Delicious. For males, there is nothing more delicious than meat. This soft and sticky food is generally the favorite of females and cubs. But the food fed by your own female is the most delicious. Ling Yan stopped after eating a few. Although this thing is delicious, you can't eat too much. Ahung, we found chestnuts because of Mingna's cubs. Do you want to send some to the 2 cubs tomorrow? Ling Yan asked Bai Heng for his opinion. And they played with me for so long today, so how about we consider it as a return gift to the kids? Ling Yan thought for a moment and added, if you want to give, just give some. I'll take it over tomorrow. There are many thorny fruit trees in the tribe, so it's not a big deal. Bai Heng would not refuse Ling Yan's small request. Then remember to tell them how to eat it. Okay. But these chestnuts can be kept for a long time if preserved well. Do you want to remind father too? Ling Yan said. After all, the chestnut tree grows in the tribe, and they have to ask the tribe leader for his opinion on how to distribute it. In the wild, everyone follows the rule that whoever finds the food gets it, but this is not the case in the tribe. Ling Yan does not have the sentiment of saving the world. She is good at respecting the fate of others. But she is also a people-pleasing personality, and she will feel itchy all over if others are a little nice to her, and she doesn't give something in return. Why hasn't Mo Huan come back yet? Ling Yan poked her head out for the third time to ask Bai Heng, who was peeling thorny fruits at the entrance of a cave. Don't worry, he's fine. You can feel our life breath from the beast mark. It will change if there is danger. Bai Heng walked in to accompany the somewhat uneasy Ling Yan. Was she also worried about his late return? Ling Yan tried it, and there was no change in the beast mark. Maybe Mo Huan just walked too far. On the other side, Mo Huan, who had just chased down 2 8th-level alien beasts and was about to go back, felt another 6th-level one. Alien beasts are not easy to find, so you can't miss them if you meet one. Mo Huan quickly chased after the breath of the alien beast. Hurry, run! Ling San shouted at Lu Qi, but he was kicked away by the strange beast and hit the tree heavily, spurting out a mouthful of blood instantly. The reason why strange beasts are called strange beasts is because they all look strange and huge. Just like the one chasing Lu Qi and Ling San now, its legs are longer than the 2 long-legged orcs combined. How can it run? Lu Qi ran over and wanted to carry Ling San to run together. If it wasn't for saving himself, Ling San wouldn't be so seriously injured. The strange beast seemed to have wisdom, and it played with them all the way, running a few steps to give them a boost. Their special abilities had been consumed at the beginning, and they could only run so far relying on their survival instinct. I have no strength left. You run quickly. Ling San was a little desperate. He and Lu Qi were both herbivorous orcs, and just at the 4th level. How could they resist a 7th-level strange beast? No, I can't leave you behind. At worst, we'll die together. Lu Qi felt extremely guilty. If he hadn't offended his partner, he and Ling San wouldn't have been sent alone to the green grass tribe to exchange for knotweed. In previous years, they had always acted together with his partner's other beast husbands. But how could his partner let other beast husbands bully Ling San just because he wasn't a matching beast? It was obvious that she had chosen Ling San herself, and Lu Qi felt so wrong that he wanted to cry. Since he disliked herbivorous beastmen, why did he take them and then leave them aside without caring? He was the one who harmed Ling San. If he hadn't been afraid to go to his partner's tribe alone, Ling San wouldn't have accompanied him. If Ling San hadn't gone, he wouldn't have been chosen by his partner. He wouldn't have been targeted by his partner's other beast husbands every day. Lu Qi, we are brothers, and I don't blame you. Ling San knew that his brother had always felt sorry for him, so he comforted him. His partner was also very good, but the two of them were too weak. Here, fists are the hard truth. But who wants to die when they can live? Lu Qi refused and stood in front of the unconscious Ling San stubbornly. The foul smell from the beast's mouth had enveloped them. Looking at the bloody mouth, he closed his eyes in despair. But the pain of being bitten by the beast did not come. Instead, there was a thump sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. Lu Qi opened his eyes in confusion and saw the black snake tail taking something out of the beast's head. Mo Huan left after taking out the beast's core. He was unlucky today and didn't get any crystals. He couldn't listen to Ah Yan's praise when he went back. His whole beast exuded a resentment. Lu Qi came to his senses and shouted, "Thank you for saving us. Thank you." Mo Huan turned a deaf ear to him. He didn't save him. Wait a minute, sir. We just want to thank you. Lu Qi shouted.
Montag Huan weiket faster.
Lu Qi carried Ling San and ran while shouting. Ling San, who was awakened by the shaking, said, "My lord, we have food that females can eat." Mo Huan turned around and stood in front of the two beasts and said coldly, "Take it out." Ling San took out a large bundle of knot grass. Mo Huan threw the beast core he had just taken out into Ling San's arms, and in the blink of an eye he was more than 10 meters away. "My lord, Wait a minute. Lu Qi wanted to chase him, but Ling San stopped him. But we haven't told him how to eat knot grass yet. Lu Qi muttered and carried Ling San again. Ling San knocked on Lu Qi's head. Don't you smell the smell of tiger beasts on you? The tiger tribe knows. Oh, but you are a cold-blooded beast. But you are powerful. Let's go quickly. They had to go back quickly. The dark forest at night was not a place for two low-level herbivores like them to stay. Ling San looked at the direction where Mo Huan disappeared for a long time without saying a word. A man with such a strong strength would also stop for his partner. This is the destiny of males. But the man would definitely not be ridden as a mount by his partner's other beast husbands.
Or he was too weak.
Ling San's desire to become stronger was unprecedentedly strong. Ling Yan poked her head out of the beast cave. It was too dark outside. It was like the real version of pitch black. In the beast world, there were only a few stars to guide the direction at night. There was no light source in the sky, but there were some luminous plants. Bai Heng knew that she was worried and let her do it. He accompanied her and talked to her from time to time to divert her attention. Ling Yan poked her head out again and finally saw the familiar figure. She rushed out happily. Mo Huan saw her and quickly turned into a human form. The next second, a soft body was pressed against his arms. Why are you running so fast? What if you fall? Mo Huan picked her up and went into the beast cave, nodding at Bai Heng. You and Bai Heng will catch me, Ling Yan said with a smile. Next time I come back late, don't wait for me and go to bed early, okay? Mo Huan looked at her. Okay, then don't be too late, Bai Heng too. Ling Yan nodded and agreed without forgetting to remind him. The reason why she could wait until now was because she had a nap at noon and was not sleepy, but there was no need to say such things. After Ling Yan took a shower and fell asleep, Bai Heng walked out quietly. Mo Huan was sitting cross-legged on the couch and tasting the chestnuts Ling Yan left for him. Bai Heng reached out and heated them for him. Why are you so late today? I encountered 2 8th-level beasts, and it took some effort. I touched the crystal stone.
Montag Huan was silent.
Bai Heng understood and turned to talk about Ling Yan's intention to hand over the chestnuts to the tribe. I have no objection. Mo Huan didn't care. It was just a thorny fruit. If Ling Yan wanted to eat it, he could find it. After finishing the main point, Bai Heng went back to sleep with Ling Yan, while Mo Huan rubbed the chestnuts in his hand, as if he wanted to savor them carefully until dawn. Although Ling Yan stayed up late yesterday, she was not tired after all, so she got up early today. She went to the kitchen and saw that it was Mo Huan who was cooking. Ling Yan approached him. It's my Mo who is cooking today. Mo Huan touched her head and kissed her forehead. The meal will be ready soon. Go find Bai Heng to wash up. Okay, Ling Yan patted Mo Huan's and quickly slipped out the door. Mo Huan froze all over, and his white jade face was instantly covered with blush. Ling Yan came to Bai Heng and saw him drying something that looked like lotus root nodes. She was a little curious. Heng, what is this? It didn't look like lotus root, but more like wheat straw tied into sections, one of which was 2 meters long. This is the knotweed, which Mo Huan brought back yesterday, Bai Heng said, stopping what he was doing and taking Ling Yan to wash up. After the knotweed is dried, powder will pour out when it is opened, but this powder is not very tasty. Every year, when there is no food in the last few days of the cold season, females will also use it to satisfy their hunger. While Ling Yan was washing up, Bai Heng explained her doubts in detail. The knotweed is grown by the beast men of the green grass tribe. They will use the knotweed to exchange salt with the white tiger tribe before the cold season. After all, they don't have anything that carnivorous beasts would like. Ling Yan was a little surprised when she heard it. She didn't expect that there was a tribe in the beast world that could grow crops. The green grass tribe, it sounds like there are many vegetables. I will go and see it when I have the chance. After breakfast, Ling Yan stared at Bai Heng, who was still drying the knotweed, and felt a little strange. They both took turns to go out hunting. Today should be Bai Heng's turn, but Mo Huan just went out. Heng, do you have to dry all this knotweed? Ling Yan watched his men, working non-stop. Well, This knot grass must be dried and preserved immediately after being picked, otherwise it will rot.
Oh.
Ling Yan understood. No wonder Mo Huan went hunting today. It turned out that they had switched shifts. The expression on Ling Yan's face was so easy to understand. Bai Heng explained to her. Yan, the winter hunting organized by the tribe will start tomorrow. I have to participate. But don't you often bring the tribe's hunting team with you? She was a little puzzled. Is there anything special this time? This time is different. We will go deeper into the dark night forest. Bai Heng explained that before the cold season, the exotic beasts will enter a restless period, and it will be easier for the beast men to find exotic beasts and obtain beast crystals and crystal stones. Of course, it will also be more dangerous. However, in order to prevent females from getting sick in the cold season, the males will enter the dark night forest at this time to obtain more crystal stones. Exotic beasts? Ling Yan thought they were going to hunt animals. Generally, this kind of hunting will be organized twice by the tribe before the cold season. And Bai Heng, as the top fighting force of the younger generation of the White Tiger tribe, must go. Enjoying the protection of the tribe, one must fulfill the responsibilities that should be fulfilled. Ling Yan naturally had no objection to such a thing. Since this was the custom of the tribe, Bai Heng, as the son of the chief, naturally had to set an example. Moreover, he was the top beastman in the White Tiger tribe, now the second top beastman. With him leading the team, the tribe members in the tribe would also suffer less losses. As for Mo Huan, he was used to being alone. It would probably be too much for him to cooperate with other beasts. After talking about hunting, Ling Yan picked up the pile of knotweed on the ground. It was hard. Could a female's teeth eat this? Bai Heng thought she wanted to eat it, so he picked up a dried one and broke it open from the joint. The joint, as thick as a bowl, was full of powder. He handed it to Ling Yan. You can only taste a little bit, it's not delicious. Ling Yan dipped a little bit with her finger and put it in her mouth. Isn't this flour? No wonder she looked at this knotweed, and it looked familiar. The wheat stalks grew into sections, and the wheat ears were gone, and the flour grew directly. They have all mutated. The color is oatmeal, not white like flour. No wonder she didn't think of it for a moment. Chinese people have always been wary of powdery objects, and she was also prepared before trying it. Unexpectedly, the surprise came so suddenly. She was so excited that she was about to cry, and finally got both staple foods. God knows how she would collapse if she ate rice every day as a northerner. Ling Yan saw Bai Heng was about to put away the flour immediately after she tasted it, and immediately stopped him. Ah Heng, I want to eat this today. Yan, this is not delicious. It will choke, and eating too much will cause stomachache. Don't you want to eat chestnut roasted cuckoo beast? I'll make it for you now. Bai Heng tried to make a final struggle. This is not delicious. Families with females in the tribe will prepare some knot grass before the cold season. But that is reserved for the last few days when there is no food to prolong the life of the females. If there is any other food in the house, the knot grass will not be served. He also wants to spoil her Taoism with chestnut roasted chicken and serve it together later. This is delicious, and there are many ways to cook it. How can you say it doesn't taste good?
You.
Do you eat it raw? Bai Heng nodded. Ling Yan wanted to pinch her philtrum, but then she thought about it and understood. The orcs would not try to process food because they were afraid of waste. When every bite of your food was brought in the dangerous wilderness at the risk of your life, would you still eat it if you want to and throw it away if you don't want to? It was only when she came here and met two high-level beast husbands that she could live a little more comfortably. Ling Yan despised herself a little. She had eaten meat in just a few days. It was the norm in the beast world to survive with difficulty. Large animals also needed to be besieged by 5th and 6th level orcs to hunt. Heng, use this momo to make soup and add some salt. Both females and cubs can eat it. Ling Yan said to Bai Heng seriously. And it can fill your stomach and provide calories. Bai Heng understood what she meant. I'll go find my father later. Suddenly, there were several roars outside the cave. It's Mingna's mail. I'll go and see. Bai Heng settled Ling Yan and went out. Hu Xiao handed Bai Heng a leather bag. Mingna said thank you for the thorn fruit sent by your female. It's delicious. This is her gift to your female. The two little tiger cubs who played with Ling Yan yesterday squatted on their father's shoulders and shouted at Bai Heng together. Uncle Bai Heng, we want to play with our aunt, but we're suppressed by their father's iron hand. Your mother is still waiting at home. The two cubs. Bad father. You just want to get close to your mother. After sending the father and son away, Bai Heng returned to Ling Yan and handed her the leather bag. Mingna, female, is it for me? Ling Yan was confused. Bai Heng reminded her that it was a gift for a child yesterday, and she remembered that she seemed to have mentioned it, but she didn't expect Bai Heng to do it early. Opening the bag, there were pale pink-red dates-sized fruits inside. Ling Yan picked it up and smelled it. It seemed to be peanuts. It was indeed peanuts after tasting it. I didn't expect that everyone was so hidden. The masters are indeed among the people. Bai Heng came over with a basin of flour and asked Ling Yan what to do. Ling Yan was a little shocked when she looked at the big basin. This was too much. This was poured out from the knotweed they had just opened. It was estimated that there were 10 kilograms. Bai Heng was asked to separate a part of the flour and add cold water and a little salt to make a dough. The first time Bai Heng made it, he either added too much water or too much flour and finally made a big dough of plus version. But he was strong and kneaded it in a short while. Ling Yan pressed it with her fingers and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. Bai Heng was as talented as ever. Okay, let it wake up. She picked up the basin and covered the dough. What do you mean by wake up? The dough will still sleep? Bai Heng didn't understand but obeyed. He nodded and followed Ling Yan out. Bai Heng was asked to polish a smooth wooden stick to make a rolling pin, and Ling Yan made the Beast World version of the noodle soup with him. There were very few side dishes, including black fungus, daylily, mushrooms, and eggs. She could only use humbeast meat, potatoes, green onions, and to improve the dish. Fortunately, Bai Heng had left some potato starch, so the sticky soul of the noodles was finally preserved. Looking at the noodles rolled into squares by Bai Heng, Ling Yan was speechless. The two beast husbands had a really good sense of balance. Was this a racial characteristic? But it didn't affect her noodles, so she just let him be. Soon, 2 bowls of noodles with a rich aroma were placed in front of Ling Yan. Although the lack of condiments such as soy sauce made it look bad, the escaping aroma had already whetted her appetite. So fragrant, chew, so delicious. Although she didn't get to eat chestnut roasted cuckoo beast today, this bowl of noodles also satisfied Ling Yan. Sure enough, the smell of fireworks in the world is the most soothing. Bai Heng couldn't even lift his head after eating. He didn't expect that the knotweed cooked in this way would be so filling. It seems that I need to ask my father to exchange more knotweed this year, so that I can bring more back. Well, I'll tell him after I finish eating. After eating the noodles, Ling Yan asked Bai Heng, Heng, this flour is knotweed. I know many other ways to cook it. We need. No need. Bai Heng stopped her and said, just tell them to cook it. Yan, don't think too much. Food is precious. Take care of yourself. No beast will say anything. Everyone does this. It turned out that he saw her hidden entanglement, and Ling Yan let go of her little conscience. Well, it turns out that everyone has their own secrets to stand up. Yes, although the cold season is sad, if the beasts didn't have any means, they would have been extinct long ago. Seeing that Ling Yan had come to her senses, Bai Heng was relieved a little. No female in the beast world is willing to share food. Only his little female would be entangled about whether to share the food she found with the tribe. There are so many females who have awakened the ability to perceive. How many of them can take the initiative to share? Besides, males generally don't like to eat these, and the food of females is the responsibility of their husbands. If they can't even keep their females alive and take good care of them, they can just die. Yan, I'm leaving. Bai Heng kissed Ling Yan on the forehead. Ling Yan felt like she was in a dream, and she muttered a few words before turning over and falling asleep again. It was already noon when she woke up. She had been fooling around with Mo Huan for too long last night, so she didn't say goodbye to Bai Heng this morning. She rubbed her head and sat up and saw Mo Huan walking in. Ling Yan was angry and glared at him fiercely. The smile on Mo Huan's mouth widened a little. It was really hateful. Ling Yan was so angry. She couldn't push him away, and she couldn't beat him, and he still pretended to be pitiful. It was really pitiful for her old waist. "Don't be angry, I know I was wrong." And Mo Huan came close. Ling Yin put her finger on his mouth and pushed him away. "You only know you were wrong, but you dare to do it next time?" And Mo Huan just smiled and didn't say anything. Ling Yin was no longer angry when she saw his smile. He was so cold when he first came, he hardly smiled, he was dark and withdrawn. She would think about all sorts of things if she couldn't see him at first sight. It made her think that she had a face that looked like a scumbag, but now it's fine. "I'm hungry," Ling Yin said, and opened her arms. And Mo Huan took her to wash up. Ling Yan's favorite was the cleansing fruit in the beast world. After chewing a small one, her mouth was full of fragrance. But looking at the familiar breakfast, Ling Yan felt a little emo again. Now her family has no shortage of meat or carbohydrates, but vegetables, cabbage, potatoes, and radishes every day. Although the two beast husbands cook in different ways, it can't change their nature. She felt that she was starting to drift. Mo, can we go out for a walk? I'm so bored." After lunch, Ling Yan looked at Mo Huan, who was about to peel the thorn fruit, and said, "The thorn fruit was sent by the tribe leader, and the tribe picked it and gave some to each female." Ling Yan thought that the thorn fruit sent to her home would be eaten by her until the fruit was ripe next year. Bai Heng and Mo Huan were so perfunctory when they accompanied her for dinner, and she didn't know who would come later. Is there anyone who could help her cook? Mo Huan put down the work in his hands. "Where do you want to go, Yen?" "Let's go to the red fruit forest behind the tribe." Ling Yan thought about it. She remembered that there was a river there, and there were fish in the river. "Wait, fish. And Mo Huan has thunder ability, so is that okay?" Seeing that she had an idea, Mo Huan didn't hesitate, packed some salt and seasonings, and took her out the door. Ling Yan refused Mo Huan's hug. She felt that after these days of perseverance and sticking to two beast husbands, training, she was no longer the Meng of yesterday. Half an hour later, Mo. Ling Yan sat on Mo Huan's arms and was picked up. She felt embarrassed to see Doya being hugged like this before, and she admitted that she was a little pretending before. Mo, can your ability generate electricity?" "Electricity? The kind that makes crackling sounds." "Maybe." Then Ling Yan saw that when Mo Huan threw a lightning ball into the river, a large number of fish of all sizes were churning in the river. She was a little stunned. There were too many fish. Fortunately, it is not illegal to electrocute fish in the beast world, otherwise both of them would become defendants. Mo Huan has become accustomed to Ling Yan's skill of combining different foods to make delicious food. Yes, Bai Heng said that this was her skill, so he believed it. He threw all the fish ashore. "Yen, how do we do it?" "How to do it?" "Of course, it's Dushalo." After teaching Mo Huan how to remove the scales and internal organs, she went for a stroll nearby. To be honest, it didn't matter if she killed a few or a dozen, but there were so many hundreds of them, some more than 1 meter long and some small. The small ones were not picked up. Ling Yan was still a little scared. She took a wooden stick and carefully dug the grass by the river, trying to find some edible vegetables. There are usually some water celery, cattails, water spinach and the like growing by the river, and she wanted to change her taste. Pulling aside a large leaf, Ling Yan was caught off guard and killed a toad face to face. Mo Huan quickly rushed over and protected her in his arms. "What's wrong? Don't be afraid, I'm here." He stroked her back to calm her violent breathing.
What did you see?
Mo Huan didn't sense the breath of wild animals in this area, so he let her play by herself. But he didn't expect to scare her. He felt extremely guilty. Ling Yan calmed down. "I'm fine. I saw an ugly thing and didn't react. I'm not hurt, don't worry." Who wouldn't be scared when suddenly seeing a half-meter-long toad lying on the ground with green and purple liquid all over its body? Ling Yan was still in shock. This world was still too crazy. She couldn't even defeat a toad. Mo Huan had already whipped the culprit away with his tail. Some females playing around heard Ling Yan scream and came over with their beast husbands. A somewhat dark but tall female looked at Ling Yan and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Ling Yan had some social anxiety. She hadn't communicated with anyone other than the two beast husbands for many days. She bit the bullet and replied, I'm fine, just scared. That's good. The female nodded. Seeing the concerned eyes of several females, Ling Yan thanked them. My name is China, Mingna is my sister, and you are the one who discovered that the thorn fruit is edible. You are awesome. The tall female continued. Hello, my name is Ling Yan. Ling Yan was a little confused. Why did she suddenly mention this? As if she saw the expression on Ling Yan's face, China continued. No one will share their food sources. One more bite of food means one more chance of survival, so you are awesome. So it turned out that it was because of this Ling Yan understood. You can also find us to play together if you have nothing to do. It is easy for a female to get sick alone in a cave. A short and round female spoke. Okay. Ling Yan nodded. Duoya said you can make thorny beasts. Are thorny beasts delicious? A fair-skinned girl sitting on the tiger's back also spoke. Several females chattered one by one, and Ling Yan could no longer get a word in. She didn't expect them to be so curious about herself. Is this what it means when people are no longer in the martial arts world? The martial arts world still has its own legends? As they chatted, everyone was already sitting by the fire set up by the river, and the beast men brought by several females also caught fish. They followed Mo Huan's method to clean the fish and borrowed onions and seasonings from Ling Yan to grill the fish. After a while, the fragrance wafted out. Duoya is right. Ling Yan is really a powerful little female. It smells really good.
I am drooling.
After eating the grilled fish, the sky gradually darkened. Several little females said goodbye and left. Ling Yan sat in Mo Huan's arms and asked, Mo, were there any other things in the river when you were electrocuting fish? She was a little surprised. It didn't make sense that there would be no shrimps in such a big river. Why didn't she see any? Mo Huan thought for a while. There are also longworms that are green in the water and turn red when they are electrocuted. He thought they were too small and had hard shells, so he didn't pick them up. Ling Yan understood as soon as she heard it. They were just shrimps. The good news was that Mo Huan didn't want them because they were too small. The bad news was that they were electrocuted to death. Then let's come back tomorrow and catch some more. I want to eat that, she said to Mo Huan. If you want it, I'll get it now. After Mo Huan finished speaking, he put Ling Yan on the ground, and his legs turned into a snake tail. Ling Yan grabbed the snake's tail and squeezed it. Come back. I said I would go tomorrow. It's so late. Let's go home. Yan, you let go first. Mo Huan turned his head with a red face. I'm not going. Ling Yan saw him like that and pinched the snake's tail again with bad intentions, and saw that the other party's face turned even redder, and there was a hint of trembling. This way, it is easier to pinch. Suppressing the idea of bullying him, Ling Yan loosened her hand. After all, there are orcs passing by from time to time, and she doesn't want to be watched. After the tail was released, Mo Huan quickly turned it into legs, picked up Ling Yan, and strode out. Ling Yan had a bad feeling and began to give in. Good Mo. Slow down, I'm scared. Mo Huan held her a little more steadily, but faster. Ling Yan didn't dare to speak. My goodness, she was adding a buff as soon as she opened her mouth. When Mo Huan came over, she felt that she had gone too far. Who knew that his tail couldn't be pinched? He obviously used his tail to do things himself. Mo. Not today. Today is Bai Heng's. Ling Yan tried to struggle. He won't be back today. Mo Huan came closer. That won't work either. She still wanted to buy a day of rest for her waist. When the cold season comes, I will hibernate and I will not be able to accompany you. Please be kind to me. Mo Huan buried his head in her neck, his tone full of reluctance. Ling Yan felt that there was a good saying in modern times. Feeling sorry for a man will bring bad luck for the rest of his life. She was bewitched by Mo Huan's tone last night and indulged him again and again. Now she woke up and it was noon again. Mo Huan avoided Ling Yan's resentful eyes and secretly cursed himself for his willpower getting worse and worse. He quickly changed the subject. Are you going to the back mountain to play today? Go to Hades. How can I meet people with all these bruises on my body? Maybe at the beginning the two beastly husbands were concerned about her health and basically took care of her feelings, so she thought she was quite strong. It wasn't until they gradually realized that her physique was not as weak as they thought that she slowly changed. Bai Heng would gently tease her again and again, and Mo Huan would say some gossips that made her feel rejected and that she was a scumbag. The consequence was that I got up later and later. I couldn't think about it. Ling Yan shook her head, patted her slightly hot cheeks, and drank the last mouthful of fish soup in the bowl. Today, let's marinate all the fish from yesterday, just like bacon. There were too many fish yesterday, and they would go bad if she couldn't finish them, so she might as well make bacon. Speaking of bacon, Ling Yan went to see the bacon that was being dried in the wind and sun. It was very good, and there was no peculiar smell. The first attempt was very successful, and Ling Yan clapped her hands with satisfaction. Mo Huan had already prepared salt and seasonings. Ian, is it the same as bacon? Probably. Let us give it a try first. The nights have been noticeably colder these past few days, and Ling Yan is sitting around the campfire. She's also wearing a large piece of animal skin, slowly tearing the dried shrimps in her hand and eating them to kill time. The shrimps that Mo Huan brought back were as long as her forearms, and their shells were harder than modern ones, but other than that there was no difference. Ling Yan simply cooked them with electricity and asked Bai Heng to roast them dry as a snack. The shrimps are authentic and have a sweet fragrance, and they're quite delicious. As she was eating, she began to lose focus. Seeing that she hadn't moved for a long time, Mo Huan took the shrimps from her hand and wiped her hands. If you're cold, go sit on the Kong. It's been heated up. Ling Yan saw that Mo Huan was still some distance away from her, and he would try his best to avoid her skin when wiping her hands. These past few days, when she touched him, he would obviously dodge. This is the sadness of a cold-blooded orc. His lover is right in front of him, but he cannot hug her. Ling Yan leaned closer to Mo Huan, and he instinctively moved closer, but after realizing something, he moved again. Ling Yan ignored Shesh's entanglement and leaned directly on him. Does it make you uncomfortable to sleep on the Kong with me? Just like when humans have a high fever, they feel the blood burning, but Mo Huan doesn't think that's a big deal. It's not uncomfortable. Mo Huan kissed the top of her head. You're lying. Ling Yan saw his skin flushed abnormally several times. But Ling Yan found it strange. It was so hot in the summer, but the snake was still alive and well. How could it be scalded to death sleeping on a Kong? Snakes can regulate their own body temperature, but they emit cool air, Mo Huan explained. Then she understood. It should be that the snake was afraid of freezing her when sleeping with her, so it turned off its air conditioner. For a moment, Ling Yan couldn't think of any solution. But she thought maybe she could wear some long sleeves and long pants so that he wouldn't touch her directly and he wouldn't accidentally cool her down, and she looked so sad that she wanted to punch herself. Mo, when you first saw me, did you see what I was wearing? When Ling Yan woke up, she had no idea how many times her first skirt had been changed, and her clothes that had fallen into the water had long been lost. Mo Huan took out a fur package from his space and handed it to her. Ling Yan opened it and saw that it was the jeans, t-shirt, and sneakers that she had been wearing when she fell into the water. Her eyes were slightly red. This might be her last connection with that world. Seeing this, Mo Huan hugged her in his arms. I don't know where you came from. Your aura suddenly appeared. He was afraid that others would think she was an alien, so he changed her clothes. Ling Yan calmed down a little. She thought she would live well here. Although she had not been happy for a single day in that world for 23 years. But it also taught her a lot, and those things were the basis for her to live a better life in this world. She will always miss it, but she will also look forward. Ling Yan pointed at the jeans and looked at Mo Huan. Mo, can you make this style? Mo Huan looked at the style of the pants, which was not complicated, and nodded. Ling Yan thought about it and suggested that he could try to change the short sleeves of the clothes into long sleeves and add buttons in the middle to make a jacket. As for why Ling Yan didn't do it herself, don't joke. That's animal skin and bone needles, plus unknown spider silk that only orc's claws can cut. She felt that she had a clear positioning of herself now. She was no longer the iron little Ling who could be ordered around by anyone in the company, but the baby Yan Yan who would be praised by the orc husband if she ate a few more bites of food. She felt that she had fallen. If the sisters in modern times left their addresses, she really wanted to send one to each of them. She leaned against Mo Huan, listening to the crackling sound of the bonfire. It had been 3 days, and she didn't know when Ah Heng would come back. On the other side, Bai Heng, who was worried about her, had just finished a fierce fight. They encountered a group of more than a dozen alien beasts, and it took a lot of effort to defeat them. The beast men stopped to rest after eating. Bai Heng casually wiped the wound on his arm and lay down thinking about his partner. He didn't know if Mo Huan could take good care of Yan Yan, so he had to go back quickly. If the other beast men knew Bai Heng's thoughts, they would probably spit on him. You want a partner, so you treat us like dogs? You are a 7th level beast, and we are nothing but cattle and horses. But Bai Heng also knew that the intensity of these 3 days was too high. At the end of today, let everyone replenish their physical strength and recover their spirits. Tomorrow, after a day of hunting, they will be close to the inner circle of the Dark Night Forest. Going further in will not be something that the low-level beastmen can handle. I don't know how she fell asleep last night, and I have no memory of it at all. Ling Yan lingered in the warm quilt for a few times and decided to get up. As soon as she sat up, she saw a complete set of leather clothes placed next to her pillow. She touched it, and it felt soft. The leather was tanned very well. It was a light brown color. The short leather jacket was matched with a small suspender, and the lower body was a pair of long pants. The buttons were made of unknown animal bones, the size of a thumb, and felt very comfortable. She changed her clothes and put on the small leather boots made by Bai Heng before, and the whole person looked beautiful and cool. When she turned around, she saw Mo Huan standing behind her and staring at her. Ling Yan felt a little uncomfortable being stared at. Why are you looking at me like that? After saying that, she ran over and hugged his arm and walked inside. Very beautiful. Mo Huan rolled his Adam's apple and spit out these 2 words. He knew that she had always been beautiful, from the weak and pale at the beginning to the slowly energetic now. Wearing the animal skin coat on her body, she lost some of the agility of the forest elf and gained some of the charm of the sweet and cool queen. Hey, let us go to eat quickly. Ling Yan was almost burned by the fiery in Mo Huan's eyes, and she quickly changed the subject. When Mo Huan heard that she wanted to eat, he immediately came back to his senses. It was rare for him to get up early today and have a long-awaited breakfast. Ling Yan drank porridge with dried shrimps, and Mo Huan watched beside her. To be honest, Mo Huan's cooking is average. What he knows how to cook is learned from Bai Heng 1-to-1. The seasoning steps are all correct, but it's just not as delicious as Bai Heng's. So Ling Yan gave up the idea of letting him try to make new dishes, so as not to make the child feel inferior and have to coax him by himself. After dinner, Mo Huan walked with Ling Yan and then prepared to continue his career of pickling fish. Ling Yan looked at the fish waiting to be dried at the entrance of the beast cave and touched her forehead. She felt that she had led Mo Huan astray. A cool snake, but he went to the river to electrofish every day. An early version of a fisherman in the beast world. Ling Yan watched her own snake begin to dry fish tirelessly again, and couldn't help but admire his perseverance. She felt sleepy from watching, so she pickled fish after breakfast, and continued to pickle fish after lunch. Just when she was about to take a nap, there was a sudden roar of beasts in the tribe. Mo Huan came to Ling Yan in an instant and held her in his arms, his legs turning into a snake's tail. What's wrong? Ling Yan also heard the noise. The hunting team is back, and there are beasts injured.
Mo Huan replied.
Injured? Is it Bai Heng?
Let's go and see.
Ling Yan was a little anxious. It's not him. Don't worry, I'll take you to see. Mo Huan picked up Ling Yan and went out. From a distance, they saw many beasts gathered in the square. Before Ling Yan got close, she felt something was staring at her. She looked around and found a huge eagle. It looked like an orc, right? But the look. Did she offend him? Why was he glaring at her? Ling Yan glanced and turned her head away. She didn't know him and didn't want to pay attention. She buried her face in Mo Huan's arms. Mo Huan gave a warning look to the eagle beast man and hugged Ling Yan tighter. Bai Heng found them and came over. Suddenly, A ball of red passed him and quickly pounced on Ling Yan, but was whipped by Mo Huan's tail and flew backwards. Seeing this, the eagle beast immediately spread its wings and flew out to catch the red ball. Ling Yan was shocked by this sudden change. What's going on? Is it coming for her? Mo Huan is so fast, and the eagle reacts so quickly.
What is that red thing?
The beasts in the square who were originally concerned about the wounded lying on the ground were all confused by this development. What's going on? Aren't they from the same family of beasts? Why are they so ruthless? Everyone shuddered. Is this the strength of the 8th level? It's so terrifying. Bai Heng didn't expect that Mo Huan would attack just one step later than him. He looked at Ling Yan first. Yan, are you scared? Ling Yan shook her head. No, Mo Huan was quick enough. She looked at Bai Heng and was relieved to see that he was not injured. What's going on? Those two beasts? One glared at her, and the other rushed over directly. Ling Yan was attracted by this sudden change. She didn't even notice that there were 2 slightly hot spots on her body. In the distance, Ling Chuan, who had just turned into a human form and pulled the fox out of the ground, couldn't help but tighten his fingers when he heard this. She didn't want to look at him just now, and now she said this again. Does this mean that she doesn't want him anymore? The fox, who was originally fainted, was awakened by the pinch. With a roar, he was ready to pounce on Ling Yan again. Mo Huan, stop it. Seeing that Mo Huan was about to move his tail again, Bai Heng stopped him immediately. They are Yan's beast husbands.
Oh.
Mo Huan retracted his tail and shook it. He knew that he did it on purpose. Who told that fox to rush over without saying hello? What should I do if I scare a Yan?
Ling Yan.
She has an eagle and a fox, but the other 2, one just glared at her, and the other rushed forward without saying a word. She suddenly felt that her future was bleak. This time, the red-haired fox had no obstruction and finally came to Ling Yan. He pretended to be wronged, staring at her with his watery eyes and trying his best to be cute. The red hair was in clumps, and some places were stained with mud. The 3 white patterns on his forehead also exploded like hair, coupled with this pretending to be resentful look. Puff Ling Yan laughed very politely. Chihua was immediately dissatisfied. He was so pitiful, but the little female still laughed at him. She was heartless. Just as he was about to argue, he was interrupted by Bai Heng. Okay, let's go home and talk about it, he said to Chihua, but his eyes were looking at Ling Chuan. Chihua shut up unconvinced, and Ling Chuan nodded. After pacifying his own beast, Bai Heng continued to deal with the injured orcs. They were supposed to return today, but several groups of 7th-level alien beasts happened to come out of the dark night forest to look for food. Wild beasts are food for orcs, and orcs are also food for alien beasts. They were chased all the way. If they hadn't met Ling Chuan and Chihua by chance, it is estimated that the tribe would have suffered a lot of losses this time. Now only a few were injured, which is the best result. Ling Yan sat in Mo Huan's arms and nodded to Bai Heng to say hello. In the beast world, family relationships are dominated by females. After the cubs have the ability to hunt, the orcs will not interfere in their lives. So she would not go over to say hello. After all, they were from the same tribe, and after being together for such a long time, she still hadn't seen Bai Heng's female beast, her legendary mother-in-law. Ling Yan looked around to divert her gaze, but she didn't look at the eagle and the fox standing next to her. It wasn't entirely her fault that she couldn't recognize them. She had never seen them before, and her sense of smell was not sensitive. As for the sense of the beast mark, not to mention that the sense was not obvious without being together, why would a good person have nothing to do and sense what her beast husband was doing every day? Ling Yan talked herself down. As long as I wasn't embarrassed, it was others who were embarrassed. Mo Huan hugged her arms tightly. It's not your fault.
Yeah.
Ling Yan was righteous. Bai Heng finished arranging the hunting team and walked towards Ling Yan. Let's go home? Ling Yan nodded and looked at the eagle and the fox again. Will you go home with me? He had already planned hundreds of rounds in his mind how to make his female accept as Ling Chuan. He was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and let the stinky fox next to him take the lead.
Ido.
The dirty little fox turned into a human form. He had fair skin, big and round eyes, and a natural smiling lip. People like him at first sight. His short red hair made him look very young, and the 3 strands of white hair on his forehead added a bit of wildness to him. The animal skin skirt of the same color as his hair was tied around his waist, which made him look even whiter and taller. He ran to Ling Yan and stood still. This time he didn't rush forward. "My name is Chihua. I'm from the Fox clan, Yan Yan. I miss you so much." As he said that, he stretched out his right hand in front of Ling Yan, and a small grass quickly sprouted, and a red phoenix tail flower bloomed. Ling Yan was shocked by this magical scene. Is this a world of superpowers or a world of magic? She also wanted to learn this. Chihua had already handed her the flower in his hand. "For you. Eating it can beautify your skin."
Thank you.
Ling Yan took the flower and played with it. Seeing Ling Yan took it, Chihua smiled even more foolishly. This is the companion flower of their tribe, and it is only given to the females that they recognize. She took his flower, and he became her beast. Ling Yan looked at the big eagle who was silent on the side, and the other people followed her and stared at him. Ling Chuan didn't expect that he was stunned for a moment and was tricked by this stupid fox. He didn't want to do it, okay? He was willing, and he also turned into a human form. Unlike Chihuahua's feeling of a little milk dog next door, Ling Chuan looks like the kind of overbearing president who wants you to break the weather every minute. Maybe it's a racial characteristic. His eyebrows are particularly sharp and deep, his thin lips are tightly pursed, and his nose is high, with a bit of mixed blood. "I'm willing to do that, Yan Yan. You're the only one who wants me. I'm the eagle beast Ling Chuan." Ling Chuan spoke. It turned out that Ling Yan was so excited by the tea talk that she suddenly came back to her senses from the beauty. "Tisk, it's not simple. Since you are willing, let's go home." Ling Yan patted Mo Huan to signal him to set off. Bai Heng closely protected them, and the remaining 2 followed. Along the way, Chihua never stopped talking, describing the excitement he had matched, and describing what he had seen and heard along the way. As long as Ling Yan said a word, he would take the opportunity to continue. It seems that the days to come will not be lonely, Ling Yan thought secretly as she looked at the energetic young man. She did not ignore Ling Chuan, who had been staring at her, and the 2 exchanged information while their eyes moved. "Ling Yan, you just glared at me." "Ling Chuan, I can explain." When they got home, the beasts were surprised by the piles of cured meat and fish drying in front of the beast cave. Bai Heng, who hadn't been home for a few days, couldn't hold back. "Did Mo Huan catch all the fish in the river?" Chihua spoke first. "Why are there so many thorn beasts?" "Yan Yan, do you like to eat thorn beasts? I'll catch some for you in the future." "Okay, but there are already enough dried fish this year. I want to eat them, so you can help me catch fresh ones." Ling Yan was afraid that if she didn't answer well, the fish in the mountain river would become extinct. "Okay, then Yan Yan, tell me if you want to eat." Chihua immediately responded, not hearing that Ling Yan said you.
Go in.
Bai Heng led them into the beast cave. From the outside, the beast cave looked no different from other beasts in the tribe, but it was a different world inside. Chihua and Ling Chuan were a little overwhelmed, but they sat down next to Ling Yan obediently. Bai Heng boiled a pot of lemonade, poured a cup for each person, and then said, "Welcome. It's a little hot. Let it cool down before drinking." "What is this? It smells a little hard to describe." Chihua, a curious baby, immediately picked up the wooden cup to observe. "This is a kind of edible fruit discovered by Yan Yan. It's too sour, so I used it to soak in water." Bai Heng replied. Ling Chuan took the cup in front of Ling Yan, and the water temperature dropped after a few whirlwinds. He handed it back to Ling Yan and motioned her to drink. Then he said, "Perception system? Not bad." It was a sharp point. "Ling Chuan, help me with it." Chihua handed the cup to Ling Chuan, and Ling Chuan simply helped to cool down several people. "Wind system? It's quite practical," Ling Yan praised. "Yeah." Ling Chuan smiled. As long as he was useful to her, he would stay by her side. Chihua was immediately unhappy when he saw Ling Chuan being praised. "Yan Yan, look at me. I am a wood element. I can bloom, and my ability can also repair." "Oh, this is still a nanny. You can't tell it all." But Ling Yan is a flatterer. She applauded and said, "Our Qihua is so powerful. It can bloom and repair. It's great." The young man immediately raised his head, but his slightly red ears and the tail that popped out betrayed his mood. Bai Heng smiled at the childish play of the two and got up to cook. Mo Huan followed him, and they went to the kitchen together. "Is it okay?" Mo Huan said. "Yes, both beasts are good," Bai Heng said. At that time, no one knew each other in the dark night forest, but the two beasts still took action. Ling Chuan is not weak, and he is a flying beast. Chihua's wood element ability has a healing effect, which is very useful.
You can stay.
If you say it's okay, then it's okay. Mo Huan stopped talking. He seldom comes into contact with other beasts, but Bai Heng is different. He trusts his judgment. They just rely on Ling Yan's poor hearing and chirp openly. Anyway, the two beasts outside heard it. It doesn't matter if Qihua heard it, as long as he can please Yan Yan. Can they stop him? Ling Chuan is not so optimistic. One of the two beasts is a powerful 8th level beast, and the other is the number 1 beast husband. If they join forces to deal with them, he can't even enter the female's grass nest. But it sounds not bad. It seems that doing good deeds every day is useful. Yan Yan, is this our beast cave from now on? Qihua looked around with sparkling eyes. The walls were smooth and didn't look like they were polished by orcs. There were 2 holes on the left side. There were also 2 holes on the right side, but one of them was too small. The hall where they were sitting was also very large, and there were many things he had never seen. As beasts from the same Western continent, when did the White Tiger tribe have so many good things? They were hidden so well. Ling Yan saw his eyes rolling around, with pure appreciation in them, without a trace of malice, just like a curious baby. His originally slightly childish face was matched with this expression, and Ling Yan meant that he was a younger brother or something. It smells too good. You can look around. This will be your home in the future. Ling Yan said to Qihua. Qihua's eyes lit up when he heard this. Home? I like this word. He stood up and looked around, touching and looking here and there, leaving Ling Yan and Ling Chuan sitting on small animal skin cushions, drinking water around a small wooden table. She felt uncomfortable with Ling Chuan's undisguised gaze, so she said, "You can go with Qihua to have a look." Ling Chuan said, "Don't worry, there will be plenty of opportunities to understand in the future." Ling Yan felt that she couldn't be tactful when talking to the orcs, and she had to be straightforward, so she said directly, "Ling Chuan, don't stare at me like that. I'm a little nervous." Ling Chuan was startled when he heard it and quickly looked away. "Yan Yan, I'm sorry. You don't have to apologize, I just need to adapt." Ling Yan felt that she seemed to have gone a little too far, and others didn't seem to do anything. The eyes of our Wind Shadow Eagle group can see very far away. It may look a little scary, and I didn't stare at you in the square. Ling Chuan explained again, I just saw you from a distance. The social death came so suddenly that not only did others blame her new husband, but the person involved also heard it. It's not terrible. I'm not afraid. Ling Yan explained hurriedly. I'm just not used to it. She added. Well, it's okay. Ling Chuan responded gently and poured her a glass of water. The atmosphere gradually began to become harmonious. Are your and Chihuahua's tribes far away from here? Are you two from the same tribe? Ling Yan was a little curious about why the two of them came together. Ling Chuan replied, Not a tribe. My tribe is Eagle Cliff, the westernmost tribe of the western continent, and Chihuahua is from the Tianue Red Fox clan of the southern continent. I set off after I felt the match and flew over from Eagle Cliff.
It was about this time.
As for Chihuahua, I met him in Fengling Valley at the junction of the southern continent and the western continent. I saw him being chased by several fallen beasts and brought him back. Ling Yan asked curiously, the Tianue Red Fox clan is also in the western continent? Then why was Chihuahua picked up by you in the southern continent? Ling Chuan felt that the little female's words were very accurate. Wasn't he picked up? If he had noticed that the male corpse in a pool of blood on the ground had the same mark on his chest, he would have ignored it at all. But he didn't tell the little female about this bloody scene, because Chihuahua didn't recognize him. Ling Chuan was knocked away by a red ball running over and successfully closed his mouth. Ling Yan exclaimed and immediately got up to check on Ling Chuan's situation. Fortunately, Chihua didn't use much strength and didn't even have a scratch. Bai Heng and Mo Huan quickly surrounded Ling Yan, and the two beasts breathed a sigh of relief after checking that she was okay. Mo Huan held him in his arms in a protective posture, and Bai Heng stepped forward. "Are you fighting in front of the females?" Bai Heng's originally gentle voice was now tinged with sharpness. Although he was asking a question, his tone was full of responsibility. He just thought that the two beasts were okay, but now it seems that he needs to reevaluate. Ling Yan wanted to speak to smooth things over, but was stopped by Mo Huan. Bai Heng will be the head of the family besides Ling Yan in the future, so naturally, he has to establish his prestige. She understood what Mo Huan meant and did not speak. Seeing that he had caused trouble, Chihua immediately stood in front of Bai Heng. "I'm sorry, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again next time." Ling Yan and the other three males were stunned. If you were not so skilled, it would be hard not to suspect that you were a repeat offender. Ling Chuan also rubbed his arm and said to Bai Heng, "There won't be a next time." Bai Heng's expression looked a little better. He didn't care if they had conflicts and fought to death, but he couldn't do that in front of females. Yan was so fragile, and he and Mo Huan had spent so much effort to raise her a little better. How could the two newcomers dare to do that? Mo Huan squeezed Ling Yan's hand, indicating that she was fine, so Ling Yan hurriedly said, "How long will it take for the meal to be ready, Bai Heng leaned over and kissed her forehead. "It will be ready soon." Then he turned and walked towards the kitchen. Mo Huan also left with Bai Heng, but when he passed by Ling Chuan and Chihua, he glanced at them coldly. Ling Chuan and Chihua understood the warning in Mo Huan's eyes. Bai Heng was just giving them a verbal education, but Mo Huan might really do it to them in the wild one day. "Okay, it's okay. Both of you don't stand and come and sit." Ling Yan greeted the two beasts who were still standing there. "Bai Heng was just too nervous about me.
He was not targeting you.
I just met him when he was seriously ill and almost couldn't wake up. He was scared." Ling Yan helped Bai Heng to ease the relationship between them. Seeing the concerned eyes of the two, Ling Yan added, "It's fine now." Ling Yan thought about it and thought that Chihua might not want to mention why he appeared in Falling Valley, so she simply changed the subject. This was a matter between him and Ling Chuan. She was not that familiar with them, so it was better not to intervene. Unexpectedly, Chihua took the initiative to speak. "I just felt that I, a big male, could still get lost. I was a little embarrassed, so I asked Ling Chuan not to tell others." "Yan is also someone else?" Ling Chuan knocked out Chihua with just one sentence. The young man was so anxious that the corners of his eyes were red. "Yan, I didn't. That's not what I meant." Although Ling Yan still wanted to appreciate her beauty, she also cared about his face. It would be bad if she teased him too much. "Ling Chuan was just joking with you." She comforted him. If he stroked its fur again, the puppy would cry out of grievance.
"Yes."
Ling Chuan nodded. "Besides, you told me not to tell other males. Yan is a female. I didn't break my promise to you." Ling Chuan finished calmly. But Chihua thought about it carefully. "It seems so." "I'm sorry." Good boy Chihua is flexible. Ling Chuan blinked at Ling Yan. Ling Yan couldn't bear to watch. She finally understood why Ling Chuan told her that Chihua didn't know the way. She would inevitably be alone with Chihua in the future. He was giving himself a vaccination that Chihua might not be very reliable. After talking for a while, Mo Huan picked up Ling Yan and washed his hands. He and Bai Heng had already prepared the food. The beasts sat around the dining table. Bai Heng and Mo Huan were on the left and right of Ling Yan. Chihua sat next to Mo Huan hesitantly, and Ling Chuan sat next to Bai Heng. Ling Chuan sighed in his heart. Being young means being naive. He only knew that Bai Heng scolded him and was afraid that Bai Heng would sit too far away, but he didn't know that the snake next to him was a real wolf destroyer. Could it be that he didn't understand Mo Huan's warning? Ling Chuan didn't know who to sympathize with for a moment. Ling Yan looked at the beast husbands, each of whom was beautiful in their own way, and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Sister just eats well. To be honest, Each of Ling Yan's beastly husbands has his own characteristics. Bai Heng is the gentle daddy type, and Mo Huan is the gloomy and inferior type. Ling Chuan is the sharp-tempered and sensitive type. Chi Hua is the cheerful little puppy type. Ling Yan noticed that the surroundings were a little quiet, and then she realized that she seemed to have been obsessed with her for too long. She hurriedly looked for chopsticks, spoons, and bowls. After all, people always look busy when they are embarrassed. Bai Heng grabbed her hand and handed her the bowl. And Mo Huan had already put the food in the bowl with one chopstick. Chi Hua imitated her and tried to pick up the food with chopsticks but couldn't pick it up. He felt that his hands were going to break.
Just use a spoon.
You can practice with chopsticks later. Ling Yan couldn't bear to watch it any longer. Chi Hua happily agreed and changed to the spoon handed over by his little female. Ling Yan looked at Ling Chuan and saw that he had picked up the dishes with chopsticks. Although he was not skilled, he could at least put them into his mouth. Ling Yan didn't pay attention to it anymore. She finally understood why Bai Heng and Mo Huan had to prepare today's meal together. Ling Yan not only ate the chestnut-roasted gugu beast that she had been thinking about for a long time, but also the carrot and humming beast rib soup, stir-fried jumping beast meat, and steamed thorny beast and hard-shelled worms, shrimp. In addition to cooking all the meat that Ling Yan could eat, he also fried her spicy and sour potato shreds, spicy and sour cabbage, and garlic oil lettuce. The staple food was not only rice, but Bai Heng also hand-rolled a bowl of noodles for Ling Yan. Some dishes may be a little spicy. You try it first. If you can't accept the taste, eat other dishes. Ling Yan looked at Ling Chuan and Chi Hua and instructed. Spicy, what is that? Chi Hua asked curiously. You guys try this. Ling Yan pointed at the stir-fried jumping beast meat. Chi Hua immediately scooped a spoonful and stuffed it into his mouth. The corners of his eyes quickly turned red, and tears oozed out. He couldn't help but ha, but Ling Yan asked him to spit it out, but he refused. Yan, it's so spicy. Chi Hua looked at Ling Yan with his big watery eyes and drank up the water that Mo Huan handed to him in one breath. If it's spicy, do ent. Ling Yan hadn't finished speaking when she saw Chi Hua scooped another spoonful of jumping beast meat and stuffed it into his mouth. Yan, what did you say? It's delicious, haraha. Chi Hua looked at Ling Yan and asked. What could Ling Yan say, but to remind him not to eat too much? Looking at Ling Chuan again and seeing him nod slightly at her, Ling Yan smiled and buried his head in eating her noodles. If she didn't eat well, her left and right protectors would be unhappy again. Usually, the two males would accompany her for meals, but today they cooked a lot, so everyone ate freely. Until Ling Yan put down her chopsticks, Bai Heng and Mo Huan also stopped, and Ling Chuan also stopped when he saw this. Only Chi Hua, when he saw Ling Yan put down his chopsticks, truly completed the clean plate action. Several beasts were watching him eat, and he was not embarrassed. While eating, he praised Bai Heng and Mo Huan generously and said a lot of flattery. There was really a lot of food today, and Ling Yan was a little worried that he would be full. Chi Hua, I'll make more tomorrow. I'm not full. Yan, it's so delicious. This is the first time I've eaten such delicious food in my life. Chi Hua said sincerely. Okay, eat if you can. It's your home anyway, so don't be polite. Ling Yan smiled and admired Chi Hua's quick but not rude eating movements. Seeing him eat so happily, Ling Yan felt that she could eat more with him accompanying her in the future. Bai Heng looked at Ling Yan, who was watching Chi Hua eat with a smile on her face, and then looked at Chi Hua, who was obsessed with gnawing on the gugu beast, and felt that he might have 2 children to raise in the future. After dinner, Chi Hua went to the river to fetch water to wash the dishes. Ling Yan then remembered that her 4 beast husbands, Feng, Hua, Lei, and Mu, were all gathered, but there was no water. She didn't know what kind of superpowers the one on the way was. The day was getting colder, and Bai Heng said that the cold season was coming soon, and she didn't know can he arrive before the cold season? Inze, who was remembered by Ling Yan, was now imprisoned in the dungeon of the clan. The walls were surrounded by lightning, which just counteracted his ice skills. He hit the wall again and again, was electrocuted all over, and soon ran out of strength. He closed his eyes in despair. Perhaps this was his fate. he would eventually follow in his father's footsteps. This was the fate of the male Snowland Silverwolf. Just when he was in despair, he heard the crackling sound of the wall being destroyed and the electric current spreading. A crisp voice came. "Let's go. Don't come back in the future. I hope you can really get the happiness you want." Ling Yan didn't know that a beast was willing to fight against the entire tribe just to find her. When she finished her shower and asked to rest, she passed by the living room and found two faces looking at her expectantly. Ling Yan slapped her forehead, and she said that she had forgotten something. The place reserved for the beast husbands as a bedroom is still a complete stone wall. Before, when there were only two beasts, Bai Heng and Mo Huan, one of them slept with her, and the other slept on the small couch in the living room where she took a nap during the day. Now that there are suddenly two more beasts, Ling Yan is a little confused. How should she arrange it? In fact, Chi Hua and Ling Chuan didn't mean to do so. They had no concept of having their own independent bedrooms. After turning into beasts, they can sleep in any corner. This living room alone is much more luxurious than their single beast caves. The meaning of their staring at Ling Yan is to see if Ling Yan can take one of them into sleep when she goes in. Mo Huan leaned on the couch with his eyes closed and dozed off. He sneered at the movements of the two males and dreamed. Ling Yan was still thinking about how to arrange the two beasts. Chi Hua and Ling Chuan saw her stop, thinking there was a play, and their eyes became more focused. Bai Heng made the Kong, and seeing that Ling Yan had not come in yet, he came out, picked her up and walked back.
A Hung they.
Ling Yan's mouth was blocked before she could finish her words. After the kiss, Bai Heng said slowly, "Mo Huan will arrange it, don't worry." Ling Yan thought about it and didn't worry about it anymore. She no longer had the ability to think. Mo Huan didn't even raise his eyelids. The two males looked at each other and walked to the bedroom door, one on the left and one on the right, turning into beasts. "I advise you to stay away," Mo Huan said lazily. The two beasts then lay back on the cushions. That night, the room was full of spring, but the outside was tortured, especially the two greenhorns, who almost did not sleep all night. Ling Yan was a little shy at first, but Mo Huan was okay as he was used to it, and there were still Ling Chuan and Chi Hua. But Bai Heng soon made her not think about other males. In the end, Ling Yan did not have the opportunity to ask about the arrangements for the two beasts. Bai Heng, who had not seen her for a few days, was particularly enthusiastic. She did not know when she fell asleep. The next day, Ling Yan woke up from her sleep. Just as she stretched, she turned her head and saw a magnified face appearing beside her pillow. She was so scared that she screamed, and the man was also startled and screamed. It turned out to be Chi Hua. Ling Yan was speechless. Anyone who saw two big eyes staring at him as soon as he opened his eyes would be scared. Bai Heng came to check. Seeing Chi Hua here, he had nothing to understand. He picked up Chi Hua and threw him out. "Don't be afraid." Bai Heng came over and held Ling Yan in his arms to comfort her. "I'm fine. I was just scared suddenly. Don't blame him." Ling Yan felt that her husband's anger value was rising again, so she hurried to comfort him. A head grew out of the cave. "I didn't mean it." Ling Yan held down Bai Heng, who was about to get up, and signaled Chi Hua to leave quickly. Chi Hua reluctantly retracted his head. "Don't worry. I just want to scare him. Nothing will really happen." Bai Heng felt a little sour when he saw Ling Yan protecting her child. When Ling Yan heard the tone, she knew that Bai Heng was jealous, and hurriedly brought water. "I know my Hu is worried about me. You can beat him up later to make him remember it." He raised his fist as he said this. Bai Heng was amused. He knew that his little female was not the kind of person who would forget the old when she had a new one. He was just too sensitive. Chi Hua's wailing came from outside. He obviously heard Ling Yan's words, asking Bai Heng to beat him up. Ling Yan looked at Bai Heng and laughed out loud. After washing up, Ling Yan sat at the dining table. She looked at the pieces of exquisite grilled meat in front of her and smelled them. What a nice smell. Chi Hua immediately jumped out to take credit. Yan, I made this. Have a try." Ling Yan tried a piece of it politely. The meat must have been marinated with an unknown marinade before being grilled. There was no fishy smell of animal meat. It had a light herbal aroma, a bit like meat grilled with fruitwood. It was not bad. She finished all the pieces of grilled meat politely. Chi Hua sat next to her, looking at her with his chin in his hand. After eating, Ling Yan praised politely, "It's delicious, Chi Hua. You are very good at grilling meat. I like it very much. How does it compare to Bai Heng's?" Chi Hua's eyes were sparkling. He didn't seem to have any intention of comparing. He just asked Ling Yan simply. But after hearing this, Ling Yan turned to look at Bai Heng. Bai Heng is a great cook. He can make a lot of food that I like. Ling Yan decided to change the subject. After hearing this, Bai Heng turned back with satisfaction and continued to cook the cold porridge in his hand. Chi Hua didn't hear Ling Yan's perfunctory response. He also felt that Bai Heng was a great cook and could cook some food that he couldn't imagine. "Bai Heng, can I learn to cook from you?" Chi Hua felt that he was simply a genius. If he learned Bai Heng's cooking skills, not only would Yan Yan praise him more, but he could also cook whenever he wanted. Bai Heng raised his eyebrows when he heard this. "Okay, I'll teach you." Once he was taught, he would let him cook every day to avoid causing trouble everywhere. Chi Hua jumped a few times with joy. He didn't care that Bai Heng threw him out. Bai Heng was really a good man and deserved to be Yan Yan's first beast husband. And Mo Huan and Ling Chuan, who were hunting on the other side, were still unaware of the chaos at home. The two beasts were heading to the dark night forest. Ling Chuan followed Mo Huan, who did not speak, so he took the initiative to speak. "Yan Yan is a very special female." Mo Huan stopped. "What do you mean?" "She is not as arrogant and domineering as other females. I have never seen any female treat males with that attitude. That is equality. And she is also very smart. Many things in her home are things I have never seen in other tribes, including the White Tiger tribe." Ling Chuan said to himself. "She is very special. She has a secret." Before Ling Chuan finished speaking, he was whipped out by Mo Huan's tail. He flew backwards for dozens of seconds and hit several large trees before stopping. The next second, Mo Huan's supernatural attack was in front of him. Ling Chuan quickly rolled to avoid it. He did not have time to check his body that was half electrocuted. Mo Huan really wanted to kill him. "Stop first, I don't mean that." Mo Huan's sudden outburst made Ling Chuan certain that the little female might really have some secrets, but was he the kind of beast that would hurt his little female? He was just curious and said something naughty. "Eagles and snakes are natural enemies." Although Mo Huan is at the 8th level, he can't do much when facing Ling Chuan, who is at the 7th level of the wind system. The wind blade scraped down, leaving blood marks on Mo Huan's body, but he didn't avoid it and chased Ling Chuan straight. Is this the power of an 8th level beast? Ling Chuan began to run out of strength, and this wouldn't work.
You just killed her beast husband like that.
Wouldn't she be sad? One of her own beast husbands killed another beast husband? Ling Chuan had no choice. He couldn't beat her, and he couldn't run away. Mo Huan paused for a moment. Seeing that there was a play, Ling Chuan continued, "My original intention was just to protect her. She is too smart and knows too many things. It will be very troublesome if it gets out. You know the nature of our Wind Shadow Eagle clan. We live and die with our partners. You'd better not have any other thoughts, or I will really kill you." Mo Huan looked at Ling Chuan and threatened. Mo Huan thought he knew Ling Yan's origins, but it seems not. Ling Chuan wanted to roll his eyes but didn't dare. He promised, "I swear." Seeing that Mo Huan calmed down, Ling Chuan landed on the ground and turned into a human form, lying on the ground gasping for breath. Half of his shoulders and back were stinging from being burned by lightning. Mo Huan also turned into a human form, with several wounds on his white jade-like skin. He glanced at it indifferently, took out the beast core, and prepared to recover. But when he saw that the eagle did not move, he took it back without a sound. "Go?
Go."
The males in the beast world are like this. They are fighting to the death in the previous second, and start hunting together in the next second. Clang. Ling Yan sat in the living room and listened to the noise in the kitchen, and took a sip of water tactically. Chi Hua was able to make the usually good-tempered Bai Heng so angry that he gritted his teeth.
He must have some talent.
"Get out of here." Chi Hua, who was thrown out by Bai Heng, did a backflip and stood still. Could it be that the child was hit hard? Ling Yan decided to come for him. It's okay, Chi Hua. It doesn't matter if you can't learn to cook. Your barbecue is delicious. Chi Hua, who was still doubting himself, heard Ling Yan's comfort, and his dog eyes lit up again. He rushed to Ling Yan in a few steps. Really? Yan, if you think it's delicious, then I will grill it for you every day, not every meal. If you are not a young man, how can you repay kindness with enmity? Haha. Ling Yan laughed awkwardly and quickly changed the subject. You don't have time to accompany me every barbecue. I want to eat it. You can grill it later, okay? Chi Hua thought about it and grasped the point. Then don't you want to eat my grilled meat for every meal? So you don't want to be with me every day? Ling Yan asked. Of course I thought about it. Okay, Yan, I'll listen to you. Chi Hua said seriously. Then you must tell me if you want to eat.
Yeah.
Ling Yan nodded solemnly. Seeing that Chi Hua was no longer entangled, she breathed a sigh of relief. It was so tiring to coax a child. However, on this day when Chi Hua was at home, the house became much more lively. Ling Yan did not hate this kind of noise, but felt that it was more homely. Come and eat something with me. Ling Yan took the small bowl of chestnuts and peanuts and gave it to Chi Hua, fearing that he would say something that she couldn't handle again, so she decided to eat something. Chi Hua peeled chestnuts and peanuts like Ling Yan and soon became proficient. He peeled one for Ling Yan and stuffed two into his own mouth. Ling Yan looked at his bulging cheeks like a little hamster and found him inexplicably cute. Bai Heng and Mo Huan didn't like to eat vegetarian food very much. Only Chi Hua had shown great interest in all food from yesterday to now, and he ate everything with relish. Foxes, it seems, are omnivores, no wonder. Ling Yan pushed the pile of peeled chestnuts and peanuts in front of her to Chi Hua. You eat it, I won't eat it anymore. Chi Hua was stunned for a moment. Why don't you eat it anymore? Did I eat too much? I won't eat it anymore, and I'll give it all to you. Then he pushed the small bowl towards Ling Yan. Seeing that he misunderstood, Ling Yan hurriedly explained. I'm full. I ate too many snacks before meals and couldn't eat the meal. Bai Heng would be worried, not because you ate too much. Chi Hua's cautious expression relaxed a little, and Ling Yan saw that he didn't want to eat anymore, so he advised, if you like it, eat more. There are a lot of these things, and they won't taste good after the cold season. Ling Yan didn't lie. There were indeed a lot of them. The tribe distributed a lot of chestnuts, and Bai Heng saw that Ling Yan liked to eat peanuts, so he exchanged potatoes and Mingna female for a few animal skin bags. Chi Hua then relaxed and became happy again. Chi Hua, how old are you? Ling Yan looked at Chi Hua and asked. He seemed to have never been beaten by the beast world. Clear, stupid, and simple. Just turned 18. Chi Hua replied. I matched with Yan the day after I became an adult, and then my father and mother beasts threw me out and asked me to find you. But I was ready to find you as soon as I matched with you. Chi Hua felt that what he said just now was ambiguous and hurried to make amends. 18. Ling Yan was silent for a moment. She thought that the big guy of 1.9 meters, no matter how young his face was, he must be at least 20. Unexpectedly, he was really young. You are so young. Ling Yan sighed. I am not young. Seeing that Chi Hua's hand had already landed on the edge of his animal skin skirt, Ling Yan quickly pressed it down. If she lifted it again, it would not pass the inspection. Ling Yan took a deep breath. I'm talking about age. Chi Hua also blushed.
Oh.
He picked up chestnuts and pinched a few peanuts, looking very busy. But Ling Yan didn't dwell on it too much. Although here one day and night are counted as one day, the time is much longer than in modern times, so it is not certain who is older. Ling Yan comforted herself in this way. What was the flower that bloomed in your palm that day? Let me see. Ling Yan still remembered the flower. Oh, you're talking about this. Chi Hua stretched out his hand, and just like that day, the small buds quickly grew, sprouted and bloomed. But this time the flower was pink. Hey, why did it change color? Ling Yan remembered that he gave her a red phoenix tail flower yesterday. Chi Hua explained, after our Tianue Red Fox clan awakened the wood type ability, we basically have a companion plant. We will use our blood and sweat to water the most beautiful one and give it to our females. After the female eats it, she can get the protection of the wood-type ability. This protection can keep the female young and quickly heal her wounds. In the beast world, the appearance of males will stop changing after their strength breaks through the 5th level after adulthood, while females need to take crystal stones of the 6th level or above every year to maintain their appearance. Unexpectedly, this flower has a permanent effect. When Ling Yan heard that this was not a companion flower, it was simply an elixir that could not only beautify the skin, but also treat external injuries. Does every flower have this effect? Ling Yan asked curiously. No, only that one has the effect, and the male can only condense it once in his life. Xihua handed the pink flower in his hand to Ling Yan. This ordinary one can only relieve external injuries. That's also very powerful, but this child, the red phoenix tail flower, is so important. He just gave it to me without reminding me. Fortunately, I didn't throw it away. By the way, the phoenix tail flower will have no effect 3 days after being picked. Yan Yan, remember to eat it. Xihua added.
Ling Yan.
Why don't you tell me the day after tomorrow? She sent Xihua to help her get the phoenix tail flower in the bedroom. Eat it directly? Eat it directly. Ling Yan picked up the flower and put it in her mouth. The petals quickly turned into energy and flowed into her body. It doesn't seem to feel anything. Ling Yan looked at Xihua. Look at my beast mark, Xihua said. Ling Yan lifted the hem of her clothes and looked at her abdomen. The originally white shadow of the little fox turned into a fiery red, and the whole pattern became vivid. What's going on? Doesn't the beast mark only change after a couple is formed? Ling Yan asked. Xihua said proudly, this is the racial characteristic of our Tianyue Red Fox clan. As long as the female eats the companion flower that the male has raised with his heart and blood, it means that she accepts him as a true partner, and the beast seal will undergo the same changes as forming a couple. The same as forming a couple? Ling Yan asked. Exactly the same. Ling Yan looked at the proud Xihua and was speechless. Young man, you don't know what you have missed. And Yan, my beast seal can burst out an energy shield to protect you when you are in life and death crisis. Xihua became more and more proud. Ling Yan applauded. Wow, it's really amazing. That's right. Xihua was so happy that he felt that there was a furry foxtail swaying behind him. But what Xihua didn't tell Ling Yan was that this temporary burst of energy shield comes at the cost of burning the beast husband's own energy and vitality. But he didn't care too much. If Yan really triggered the protective shield, he was willing to protect her at the cost of his life. Yan, it's time to eat. Bai Heng interrupted the two people who were chatting more and more enthusiastically. Thanks to Xihua, this lunch was much later than usual. Xihua followed Ling Yan and watched Bai Heng's face carefully until Bai Heng put a bowl of rice on the table. Then he sat next to Ling Yan and picked up some food for her. Ling Yan pushed Xihua and raised her chin towards the bowl of rice. That's yours, go and eat it. Is it really for me? Xihua stared at Bai Heng with bright eyes. Don't eat if you look at it again. Bai Heng glanced at him. I'll eat. Xihua buried his head in the rice bowl that was 4 times as big as his head. Xihua finished the meal again, and Ling Yan quietly asked Bai Heng, is there any problem with him eating like this? You cooked more today than the 5 of us ate last night. Bai Heng also imitated Ling Yan and leaned close to her ear and whispered, it's okay, males eat a lot. He can even eat 2 more prey after eating these. Xihua raised his head. Yan, I can hear you. I care about you. Keep eating and don't waste it. Ling Yan hurriedly stroked his fur. She looked at Bai Heng again. Then you and Mo Huan usually eat with me, but you never eat enough? We will eat enough at once when we are hunting, and the male can sustain the consumption for 2 or 3 days at a time. Bai Heng explained. Besides, neither he nor Mo Huan liked to eat the sticky things that females like to eat, even though they tasted good. He really didn't understand how this little fox could eat so much. Could it be that the food he cooked was so delicious? Bai Heng stroked his chin. After Ling Yan wiped away Qihua's hands that were messing with her face for the 13th time, she couldn't help it. She opened her eyes and looked at Qihua, wanting to ask him what he was doing. As a result, as soon as she opened her eyes, Chi-hua took the initiative. Yen, can't you sleep? Ling Yan held her forehead with her hand. If you hadn't poked my face and smelled my breath all the time, I would have fallen asleep long ago. But she couldn't get angry. He really followed Bai Heng's instructions before he went out, asking him to watch Ling Yan, and he really watched her, without blinking during a nap. She decided to think of a way to send him to do something so that she could have a peaceful nap. Chi-hua, do you want to eat some thorny beasts at night? Bai Heng's thorny beasts are delicious. Ling Yan began to coax him. I want to eat. Then go to the creek in the back mountain and catch a few thorny beasts for us to eat at night. Ling Yan saw that there was a chance and continued to work hard. But don't we have a lot of dried fruits at the entrance of the cave? Chi-hua said bluntly. Fresh ones are more delicious. Really? But Bai Heng asked me to watch you. Bai Heng will be back soon. You can tell him when you meet him on the road and ask him to come back quickly. Chi-hua began to feel conflicted. Ling Yan continued. Okay, Chi-hua, I just want to eat the thorny beast you caught. This sentence was like 10 pounds of chicken blood being injected into Chi-hua, and he immediately stood up. I'll go find Bai Heng first, and then go catch fish. Okay, go quickly. Ling Yan felt the tiredness of taking care of a child, turned over, and fell asleep immediately. But Chi-hua was kind-hearted. She didn't hate him. Bai Heng saw Chi-hua rushing out of the beast cave like a gust of wind and asked, Where are you going? It's good that you're back, so I'll go catch fish. Yan said she wants to eat the fish I catch. Before the voice fell, the person had disappeared.
Now?
Catch fish? Bai Heng realized immediately that this was probably Yan's excuse. He wondered what this kid had done. Ling Yan slept peacefully for 2 hours before she sat up from the small couch. It was getting dark, and she didn't know if Mo Huan and the others had returned. When she got up, she saw Chi-hua on the cushion. Why are you sitting there? Chi-hua heard Ling Yan talking to him and immediately rushed over to put on her shoes. Bai Heng told me not to get too close and stare at you while you sleep, saying it would scare you and that I can only come to find you if you talk to me. Ling Yan laughed a little. Bai Heng was very careful and Chi-hua was very obedient. She pretended to ask, You just listen to Bai Heng. I'll listen to him if he makes sense, and he cooks delicious food and serves me rice in a big basin. Chi-hua took it for granted. Good man, the last two are the real reasons. Are Mo Huan and Ling Chuan not back yet? Where's Bai Heng? Ling Yan looked at Chi-hua and asked. But Chi-hua's eyes were a little evasive. They went to deal with the prey they brought back today. Bai Heng said that when you wake up, let me accompany you for dinner. Yan, are you hungry? Let's go eat. Ling Yan stared at Chi-hua without saying a word. Chi-hua was a little overwhelmed. When he was about to speak, Ling Yan changed the subject and said, I just woke up and don't want to eat. Let's boil some water and wait for them to eat together. Chi-hua didn't dare to refute and obediently accompanied Ling Yan to boil lemon water on the small fire. It was not until about half a quarter of an hour later that there was a rustling sound at the door. Then 3 males walked in. Chi-hua, why haven't you accompanied Yan for dinner yet? Bai Heng asked, looking at the food that had not been touched. I wanted to wait for you to come together. Now that you are back, let's eat. Ling Yan's eyes swept over the 3 of them one by one. Bai Heng was the calmest, with the only expression on his face showing that he was worried that he might be hungry because he hadn't eaten yet. Mo Huan's face showed nothing, but his fingers were slightly curled, which meant he was nervous. Ling Chuan was easier to understand, with a guilty look on his face, and he no longer had the cool and arrogant spirit of yesterday. It seemed to have something to do with Mo Huan and Ling Chuan. Ling Yan understood. She looked at the 2 beasts again and found that they were fine, so she didn't care, they would tell themselves. After dinner, Ling Yan found a piece of animal tendon that she didn't know where she found it and played cat's tangle with Chi-hua. No, go through this side. Is that so? I succeeded. You are so smart, it's my turn. The 2 beasts looked at each other, and Mo Huan motioned for Ling Chuan to speak first. Yan, I promise I will keep your secret, and I will protect you with my life. Ling Chuan came up and started to show his loyalty. Ling Yan's heart skipped a beat. Did she get exposed? She had never admitted that she was not from the beast world. Even though Mo Huan witnessed her appearance and Bai Heng secretly trained her in common sense about the beast world, she had never directly admitted her origins. In Ling Yan's opinion, secrets can only be called secrets when they are not spoken out. Being different means trouble. Who knows if there will be a pervert who knows her origins and captures her for research? There are really gods in this world. What should I do? I'm waiting online, and it's urgent. Can you silence me? Ling Yan looked at Mo Huan for help, but saw him gently shaking his head at her. Her heart suddenly settled down. It seemed that this was not the case. Otherwise, Ling Chuan would probably have been silenced by Mo Huan. What secret? Ling Yan asked tentatively. She can create. Ling Chuan explained. In the inheritance of our tribe, a goddess will descend from the beast world every once in a while. She will create many things, which will bring great convenience to the lives of the beast men. I'm not. Ling Yan denied it immediately. And many things in the house were made by Bai Heng and Mo Huan. I was too picky and asked them to find a way.
Not the best.
Ling Chuan continued. Her deep eyes dimmed for a moment. She didn't trust him. Yen, in my heritage, the goddess brings not only convenience, but also scrambles and covetousness from various tribes. If Ling Yan was really a goddess, he would also persuade her to hide her identity.
So scary.
Ling Yan imagined the scene of herself being caught by a big tribe and starving for 3 days, and shuddered. Fortunately, she has always been low-key. It turns out that the deeds of the predecessors are engraved in other people's heritage. Ling Yan looked at the 4 males staring at her with burning eyes, and she waved her little hand. Our family will close the door and live our own little life. Several males breathed a sigh of relief. Then let's talk. What else are you hiding from me? Ling Yan was not misled. It's just that I mentioned this matter to Mo Huan and then. Ling Chuan hesitated. He couldn't say that he was beaten by Mo Huan. Then we had a fight. Mo Huan said directly. See, it means that Mo Huan has to silence him. Then you two are not injured, right? Ling Yan asked with concern.
No.
Injured, but after we came back, Bai Heng asked us to heal our wounds before coming to see you.
Mo Huan repeated.
Yeah, you should heal your wounds first. Isn't it stupid to run with wounds without healing? Ling Yan said, as a matter of course.
Mo Huan.
Ling Chuan. They are the fools who ran around for a whole day with bloody wounds. I remember that beast cores can heal wounds. Don't you have beast cores? Ling Yan continued to output. Yes, so then. Yen. Bai Heng interrupted her gently. If she continued to be naughty, the 2 beasts would be ashamed. He was the one who stopped the 2 beasts from coming back to act pitiful, so naturally he should protect their face. But then again, who would come to act pitiful in front of a female with their skin and flesh flying and half of their body burnt? He wasn't afraid of scaring her. This Ling Chuan looked like a man with brains, and it turned out that he was just like that. Also, how many people with brains could play with Chihua? As for Mo Huan, he must have learned it from him. You should take a shower and rest. Bai Heng's mind was full of thoughts, but he didn't show it on his face. As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Huan picked up Ling Yan. It was not until they finished washing and went to bed together that Ling Yan leaned on Mo Huan and asked slowly, The injury is quite serious. Otherwise, Bai Heng would not stop them from coming back to see her. Yes, his is more serious. Mo Huan paused and said, Yen, there will be more beasts in the house in the future, and male fights are inevitable, but it will not affect our loyalty and feelings for you. Don't worry too much, okay? Ling Yan nodded. She didn't mean to get involved too much. They had their own way of solving the problem. All she could do was try her best to keep things even and try not to be the source of conflict. Then, do you want to be a goddess?
Mo Huan suddenly spoke.
Ling Yan, who was originally confused, was suddenly awakened by the question. Why do you ask this? Ling Yan looked at him. Although the goddess will face some dangers, she will also be revered by all beasts. If she wants, he will do his best to protect her to fulfill her wish. Mo Huan felt that they could not impose their will on Ling Yan. Everyone seemed to listen to Bai Heng now, but the real master of this family was Ling Yan. If you want to be. I don't want to, Ling Yan interrupted him. She was very clear about her position. She could not be a savior god. She could only take care of herself. She didn't mind helping others on the premise of protecting herself, but selfless dedication was impossible. Okay, and Mo Huan held her tightly in his arms. Don't be afraid. We will all protect you.
Yeah, I'm sleepy.
You sleep, I'll do it. Ling Yan. Just knew it. The next day, when Ling Yan woke up, it was almost noon. Even after she took care of herself, the house was still deserted. Where did the beasts go? The food in the kitchen was still warm. She thought they should have left not long ago. Ling Yan didn't care and finished her brunch alone. She wanted to eat steamed buns and steamed buns. She would think of a way when Bai Heng came back. The lack of yeast was a big problem. She walked out to check when she heard a noise outside. She saw Ling Chuan pouring the fish he had killed in his space into a large wooden basin. Yan Yan is awake. I just went to the river to clean up the fish that Chihua caught yesterday. I didn't go too far. Ling Chuan explained to her why he was not there just now. Ling Yan smiled and nodded. She knew that the beasts responsible for protecting her at home would not easily leave her too far. She sat on the small wooden stool and watched Ling Chuan skillfully rubbing salt on the fish and asked, "Did Bai Heng teach you?" Mo Huan taught me. He said that this way the beasts can be kept for a long time. Ling Chuan replied. It was actually Mo Huan who taught him, and today Mo Huan and Ling Chuan should have stayed behind, but he didn't expect that he would go hunting as well. It should be to create an opportunity for himself to talk to Ling Chuan. When has Shishi ever considered things so thoroughly? No, it should be, because he has always considered things thoroughly when it comes to her affairs. He suppressed his possessiveness and changed his character of doing things based on his nature. Ling Yan was lost in thought. She stared at Ling Chuan's face in a daze, but was brought back to her senses by a touch of gold flowing through his black eyes. Ling Chuan, your eyes, I just saw something gold flashing so beautiful. Ling Yan couldn't help but praise. My eyes? Do you want to take a look? It might be a little scary. Ling Chuan washed his hands and squatted beside her legs and asked softly. Okay, I want to take a look. Ling Yan nodded. He added, I'm not afraid. Then the black in Ling Chuan's pupils gradually dissipated and slowly turned into warm white. If you look closely, there is a golden halo flowing in it. This kind of pupil color matched with his already deep eyebrows and eyes and his exotic features, just like the handsome gods in Western mythology, made Ling Yan stare at him unconsciously. After making sure that Ling Yan saw it clearly, Ling Chuan's pupil color quickly returned to black. She came back to her senses. She was stunned by looking at him. Her cheeks were slightly hot. Yan Yan, don't stare at the white pupils of the Wind Shadow Eagle clan in the future. Ling Chuan looked at her seriously and said,
Why?
It looks very beautiful. Is there any taboo? Ling Yan wondered. Because our white pupils can confuse the beast's mind and make them unable to move. Then I was confused just now? No wonder she couldn't move just now. Ling Yan made up for herself. This skill is activated actively. Ling Yan understood. What it meant was that she could be controlled without being confused. This eagle was so bad. Why did you glare at me the first time you saw me? She began to bring up the past and try to save face. Ling Chuan smiled indulgently. That's because you attracted my whole attention the first time I saw you, so I forgot to restrain my gaze. I didn't glare at you, Yan Yan, I'm sorry. Ling Yan blushed a little. Well, then I forgive you. She was really gentle. Ling Chuan sighed secretly. Yan Yan, what I said yesterday didn't mean to explore your secrets. Ling Chuan said in a serious tone, I'm just afraid that they don't know the name of the goddess and it will bring you danger, so I want to remind them. Then how can you be sure that those things at home were my idea? She was very curious about how he judged. Was it all based on intuition? Many things at home are not available in the tribe. If it was Bai Heng's idea, the White Tiger tribe couldn't have nothing. Then it could also be done by Mo Huan? Ling Yan was not convinced. Yan Yan, as a natural enemy, I understand the heritage of the snake clan. Mo Huan is not such a snake. Ling Yan immediately defended him. Her big snake was the best. I know. I'm just giving an example. But just making something doesn't prove that I'm a goddess. Ling Yan said stubbornly. Sometimes it doesn't matter whether you are a real goddess or not. As long as the beasts think you are, then that's it. Ling Chuan pierced her fantasy. Ling Yan was silent. He was right, but could it be that she had the ability to make her life better, but gave up because she was afraid of being leaked? Ling Chuan reached out and smoothed her frown. It's my fault for making you worry. I'm only talking about the worst outcome. If that happens, it means that all your beast husbands have died in battle. But Yan, we are strong, and the tribes behind us are also strong. Then I will. Like you said, we live our own lives behind closed doors. Ling Yan understood. He meant that she should keep a low profile and not show off, so that no beasts with ulterior motives would target her. Then it would be fine as long as she is as low-key as she is now. Ling Chuan is so perceptive. Didn't he also realize that the salt of the White Tiger tribe is also related to her? She didn't want to continue this topic. Although escaping is shameful, it is useful. So she changed the subject and said, "Does it hurt a lot?" "It doesn't hurt," Ling Chuan said. Since the wound has healed, wouldn't it make him look weak if he said it hurt? Then you should also pay attention to safety in the future. Well, I will pay attention. The two looked at each other for a few seconds.
Pucci.
Ling Yan felt it was strange to be so serious. She explained to Ling Chuan, who was being treated by her, "We seem to be so official.
Formal when we talk like this."
That's why she couldn't help it. As soon as she finished speaking, Ling Yan's cheek was gently kissed by Ling Chuan. His voice was hoarse. "What about this?" "Ling Yan." It took Ling Yan a long while to come back to her senses. The young man had no martial ethics and was attacking by surprise. Ling Chuan had already brought a glass of water to her. "You have said so much. Moisten your throat." After she took it, she continued to pickle the fish. After a long while, he spoke again. "You and Xihua are a couple." He seemed to be questioning, but also sure. "Not really. I ate Xihua as companion flower." He said that eating the flower has the effect of forming a couple, and the beast seal has indeed changed. Ling Yan replied. Ling Chuan understood. Ling Yan was embarrassed by this straightforward remark. How could it be okay to talk about that kind of thing with another husband in front of one husband? Before she could react, Ling Chuan spoke again. "I originally thought that since you and Xihua are a couple, then today it should be my turn. Now this situation makes it difficult for me to speak. Young man, why don't you ask for it? I think you are very brave. Don't you just want to ask Ling Yan if she can be his partner today? Why is she beating around the bush and starting with Xihua?" Ling Chuan was not discouraged when he saw Ling Yan didn't accept his move and said directly, Yan, will you be my partner today? I still want to get along with you guys first and get to know you for a few days. She also started to speak directly, but the orcs couldn't understand her if she was being tactful. It's not that she rejects him, but after all, they just met, so they have to get to know each other. And Mo Huan had no choice. For the two of them, it would take at least 10 days. If they are too easy to get, they will not be cherished. Okay, then I'll ask again in a few days. Ling Chuan said decisively. Save a few fish for dinner. Xihua said yesterday that he wanted to eat some. Ling Yan said as she looked at the few fresh fish left in the basin. Ling Chuan nodded, picked out a few and put them aside, thought about Chihua's appetite, and added a few more. Ling Yan found his actions funny, but didn't say anything. She was already sleepy, due to the fatigue of spring and autumn. Ling Chuan found her little head nodding and felt a little funny. Do you want to go in and sleep? I'll hold you. No, you have to wash your hands if you hold me. Ling Yan yawned. I won't accompany you. I'm going to sleep for a while. After that, she got up and walked towards the beast cave. Ling Yan always felt a buzzing sound in her ears in her sleep, and when she opened her eyes, she saw that several beast husbands had returned. But he thought he was very soft and could talk to Bai Heng in a whisper. Well, it was a one-sided conversation, and Bai Heng didn't say a word at all. Xihua, what are you doing? Ling Yan couldn't stand it anymore and tried to rescue Bai Heng. But Mo Huan came close to her in an instant. At this time of year, and with his body temperature, Ling Yan, who had just woken up, got goosebumps all over her body. His eyes dimmed and he wanted to move away, but Ling Yan grabbed his fur skirt and teased him deliberately. "You're here, and you still want to run away?" And Mo Huan knew that she didn't mind, so he relaxed his body and let her lean on him more comfortably. Ling Yan knew that he felt a little jealous that she went to find Chi Hua as soon as she woke up, but it was not a big deal, and she was willing to coax him. Chi Hua came over heartlessly. "Yan Yan, you called me. Well, what were you talking to Bai Heng about?" "I heard it in my dream," Ling Yan joked. Did I disturb your rest? But they all told me that I could talk." Chi Hua began to feel guilty. "They said you would wake up soon, and they wouldn't disturb you." Good boy. This idiot was fooled by those 3 smart guys. They wanted her to get up to eat but didn't want to disturb her sleep, so they had to fool the easiest one. "They didn't disturb me. I just slept too long." Ling Yan also felt that she had slept too much in the afternoon, so she added, "Wake me up when you all come back, okay?" Chi Hua's drooping puppy eyes were filled with joy again. Ling Yan felt happy when she saw his smiling eyes. Ling Chuan, who had witnessed the whole process, was silent. Did she like Chi Hua better?
What was good about it?
It was so stupid. Ling Yan found that Bai Heng seemed to have cooked more food today, but Chi Hua finally finished it. "Didn't you eat enough after going out hunting today?" Ling Chuan looked at him incredulously. "He ate 4 or 5 moo beasts today." Bai Heng continued. Ling Yan knew that the moo beast was a kind of wild beast similar to a cow, but the adult was 7 or 8 times larger than a modern cow.
4 or 5. Scary.
She remembered that the beast form of the fox seemed to be not even half the size of the moo beast. How could he eat it all? "Chi Hua, is it really okay for you to eat like this?" Ling Yan was a little worried. This was not a fox. It was simply a reincarnation of a little Tao Dai.
What is a Tao Dai?
Mo Huan came over and asked. Ling Yan then realized that she had accidentally said what was in her heart. She was a little embarrassed for a moment and laughed it off. "It's nothing. It's just a beast that can eat everything." "Chi Hua, stand up and let me see." Ling Yan was still a little worried. Chi Hua stuffed the last mouthful of rice in the bowl into his mouth, and then stood in front of Ling Yan. The young man had a strong body, but did not look cumbersome. He had an extreme beauty of strength. His 8 abdominal muscles were neatly arranged between his waist and abdomen, without a trace of fat. Ling Yan stretched out her hand and poked it. It was hard and felt great. But Chi Hua suddenly blushed. "Go and change into your beast form for me to see." Ling Yan pointed to the empty space in the living room and motioned him to come over. Fortunately, she had considered the beast forms of the beast husbands at that time, and the living room space was large enough. Chi Hua turned into a red-haired fox with smooth fur and shiny fur, just like a ball of flame. It seemed that the beast form did not change much, and Ling Yan stroked his chin. "Then, do you feel hungry after eating so much?" Ling Yan asked again. "Not hungry." Chi Hua understood that they were studying how he could eat so much, and he added, "I won't feel full no matter how much I eat." "Good guy. Where did the food go? Has your ability changed after eating a lot?" Bai Heng interrupted.
No.
Chi Hua had already tried it, and at first he thought he could become the strongest in the beast world by eating, but no matter how much he ate, his supernatural powers did not change. "What about the companion plant?" Ling Chuan asked. "Companion plant?" Chi Hua turned into a human form, stretched out his right hand, and quickly opened a flower. "No change. Feel it again, and see if there is anything different in your body." Ling Yan felt that energy was conserved and would not disappear for no reason. "It seems that every time I eat too much, my palms are a little itchy, but I have tried it, and it can only bloom 6 flowers at most each time." Chi Hua continued. "Then won't your grass grow?" Mo Huan suddenly said. Several people looked at each other, looked at Chi Hua, and said, "Give it a try." This time, Chi Hua was no longer obsessed with making his companion plant bloom more flowers, but let it grow as a whole. Under Chi Hua's urging, the vines spread rapidly and grew to more than 20 meters. Chi Hua's eyes lit up with excitement. He was the first male in their Tianyue Red Fox clan to grow grass. It turns out that the food you eat that exceeds your absorption capacity has become nutrients for this vine. Ling Yan exclaimed, "It's amazing."
Don't smile foolishly.
She manually closed the corners of Chi Hua's mouth, which was about to smile crookedly. He said, Don't you want to try whether your vines are strong and can help you fight? Yes, Yan Yan, you are so smart. But Chihua put away the vines and walked to the dining table. Try again later. I'm going to wash the dishes. Chihua said and began to clean up the dishes, and Ling Chuan also helped. What a self-conscious and good baby. Then Mo Huan stays with Yan Yan. I'm going to prepare the bath water. Seeing that Mo Huan was sticking to Ling Yan, Bai Heng took the initiative to make room. With the help of a little afterglow, Ling Yan led Mo Huan to the path at the door. She played with Mo Huan's cool fingers and felt a little magical. She had been holding him for so long, but he didn't warm it up at all. Mo Huan wanted to pull back his fingers, but Ling Yan held them tightly. Ian, be obedient. You will feel cold. Mo Huan struggled twice more, but never used any force. Ling Yan held tighter. I'm wearing a lot of clothes. I'm not cold. It's the cold season. I'm going to hibernate.
Montag Huan suddenly spoke.
This was the first time he raised this issue directly in front of Ling Yan. He always avoided it before. He was afraid that after a cold season, his Yan would forget him. Where are you going to hibernate? Can you stay at home? Ling Yan looked at the somewhat gloomy Mo Huan and asked. This guy probably thought in his heart that he would abandon him. Can you stay at home? Mo Huan said softly. Why not at home? Ling Yan was puzzled. Isn't this your home too? Snakes enter a deep sleep during hibernation and are unconscious, so they can be killed easily. Mo Huan lightly said his fatal weakness. Whether they are molting or hibernating, the snakes are very easy to be killed. So they will try their best to avoid the orcs and find a place that makes them feel at ease. Ling Yan was silent. Could she give a guarantee? Bai Heng couldn't listen anymore. Mo Huan, what are you talking about? Where are you going to die if you don't hibernate at home? Are we so untrustworthy? TSK, even the usually good-tempered and gentle who can swear. But Ling Yan's focus was diverted. They were hundreds of meters away from the beast cave and were still talking in a low voice. How did Bai Heng hear it? Several people sat around the coffee table.
So,
you beast men have such good hearing? Ling Yan held on to the last glimmer of hope. The four nodded at the same time. Ling Yan. So they heard everything clearly when she and the beast husband were sleeping. It's really embarrassing. You dig the beast cave, you will sleep in tomorrow. Ling Yan began to get angry. When Ling Yan was about to go to bed, she realized that she was embarrassed too early. Ling Yan looked at Chihua and Ling Chuan, who were sleeping on her left and right. What are you doing? Chihua said passionately. Bai Heng said that each of them will sleep with you for a day. Ling Chuan and I didn't discuss who would sleep first, so we decided to come together. Ling Yan raised her eyebrows and looked at Ling Chuan to ask what he meant. Ling Chuan shrugged. Good fellow. She told him in the afternoon that they would get along for a few days before getting together, and he gave Chihua and him equal opportunities to get together. They slept together, either they want both, or neither. Of course Ling Yan would not want that. She slept between the two handsome men calmly. She was already a worldly, wise Ling Yan. Ling Yan had a rare and refreshing sleep. She pulled her arms out of the animal skin, but the cold air made her quickly retract them. She huddled in the quilt and put on her clothes before coming out. She exhaled in the living room, and white mist was condensing. Ling Yan sighed, wondering how Mo Huan's hibernation problem should be solved. Bai Heng wrapped her in a half-length shawl. It's cold today. It'll be more comfortable wrapped in this. Yeah. Ling Yan smiled and nodded, accepting his kindness. Are you still worried about Mo Huan? Bai Heng asked, looking at the worry in Ling Yan's eyes. There is a little bit. What he said scared me. Heng, if he hibernates at home, can I protect him? Ling Yan looked at Bai Heng. He always solved his various difficulties silently, and Mo Huan also trusted him. She was willing to seek his advice. Yan, it's not Mo Huan's fault that he thinks that way. This is the inheritance of the cold-blooded orcs. Bai Heng looked at Ling Yan and said, according to convention, the cold-blooded orcs at this time will basically dig caves for themselves and store enough food to hibernate. But Mo Huan still hunts with us and prepares food for the winter together. In his heart, he trusts us and wants to hibernate by our side. Besides, he may not be willing to leave you too far. He asked you like that last night, but it was just his inheritance and his heart that were pulling. Ling Yan understood. She wanted to go back to last night and beat the hesitant self to death. She should have firmly told him that it would be fine to hibernate at home. And Yen, our beast seal represents the dedication of all life and loyalty to our females. You can always trust your matching beasts. They will never do anything to hurt you. Yen, we are a family. You and Mo Huan can trust us more. After Bai Heng said this, he touched Ling Yan's head and went to get breakfast. So this was the root cause of her hesitation. Ling Yan's childhood injuries all came from her family, so she has always been resistant to this word. She once thought that she had been cured, but when she really encountered a problem, she still had thorns all over her body. How sad Bai Heng would be. Would he think that his partner was a person who could not be warmed up? Ling Yan fell into deep internal consumption. What are you thinking about? So obsessed? Bai Heng's clear voice brought Ling Yan back to reality. Bai Heng would not be disappointed in her, and Ling Yan smiled again. Bai Heng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw Ling Yan figured it out. Ling Yan's heart was too hard to touch. He and Mo Huan were fine, but if he didn't help the two newcomers, he didn't know when they would be accepted. Can you dig a hole for Mo Huan to hibernate on the other side of my room? Of course, we'll start work when they come back. Bai Heng agreed. By the way, dig a hole in your own room as well, and don't take a nap in the living room. Ling Yan blushed as she spoke. You are not allowed to eavesdrop at night in the future. Bai Heng laughed. Okay, I'll beat anyone who dares to eavesdrop. Well, that's not necessary. Ling Yan was entangled. It was not their fault that they had good hearing. Bai Heng smiled at her cute appearance. Yen, wake up, we are all back. Qihua gently shook Ling Yan's arm. Well, have I slept for so long again? She pressed her forehead. Why did she feel so sleepy recently? She took a sip of the water handed to her by Ling Chuan and looked around. It seemed that they were the only ones there. Where are Bai Heng and Mo Huan? Qihua immediately replied. Mo Huan said that he would bring back the grapes when they are ripe, and Bai Heng went to ask his silver-toothed father to dig the beast cave. Oh, I see. Ling Yan got off the small bed and stretched her arms and legs. There was a rustling sound outside, and Ling Yan recognized it as her big snake, so she hurried to meet it. In fact, Ling Yan did not realize that her 5 senses had also been enhanced. At such a long distance, the sound of snakes sliding around would be impossible for an ordinary human to hear. Upon hearing Ling Yan's voice, Mo Huan immediately turned into a human form, stretched out his hand to take the warm and soft jade, and threw it into his arms, making his originally cold body warm. Qihua pouted and was unhappy. He was the first to run back to wake up Ling Yan, but he didn't expect that it would be a good thing for Mo Huan. Qihua said you went to pick grapes? Ling Yan asked. The grapes that Mo Huan brought back last time were very delicious, but there were not many ripe ones. Ling Yan didn't eat enough. Well, we picked them all back. The ones we can't finish will be made into raisins, as you said. Mo Huan looked at her dotingly. Mo Huan, can you hibernate at home? You are too far away from me, and I don't feel safe. Mo Huan paused, holding the grapes. Ling Yan continued. How about just on the other side of my room? Okay, I'll hibernate at home. Mo Huan made up his mind. His partner needed him, and he couldn't leave. I'll dig the hole under the male's room. You'll be cold in your room. Mo Huan said again. Ling Yan had never experienced the cold season in the beast world, but even such a powerful beast as her beast husband treated the cold season as a formidable enemy. She felt that if she listened to advice, it would be the greatest help to them. She nodded and agreed. Qihua had already washed the grapes. He and Ling Chuan peeled the skins and handed them to Ling Yan at the same time. Seeing the sparks and lightning starting to fly between the two males, she wisely took over and took a bite of each one. Mo Huan couldn't help rolling his eyes when he saw the 2 childish ghosts competing to peel grapes for Ling Yan, and he was responsible for eating the grapes she had taken a bite of. While they were laughing, Bai Heng came over with Inya and several males went to work. After a while, The beast husbands' rooms were dug. They were too lazy to even make a small compartment, and they just ate them directly in a large stone chamber was dug out from the back wall of the cave. Near Ling Yan's room, steps leading down were dug out, and a space was dug inside for the Mo Huan beast to lie down in, which was used as his hibernation place. Ling Yan saw that the writing was sloppy everywhere, and they were not even willing to take the trouble to make the walls smoother. Instead, the steps leading down were polished smooth and neat because Ling Yan might go down to see Mo Huan, and they polished it to prevent her from falling. She found that the males in the beast world had very low material desires. They brought their own clothes, and they would not starve to death when they went out hunting. However, their emotional needs were very strong, and every move of the females would bring them strong emotional fluctuations. If it were in modern times, she would sigh that they were in love and were suitable for digging wild vegetables. But now that the object of love brain has become herself, Ling Yan said, "It's really nice." As far as Ling Yan is concerned, these beasts are too easy to please. She feels that she is now a master of keeping things balanced. Ling Yan filled a basin of grapes and motioned Bai Heng to give it to Enya's father to thank him for helping to reinforce the room. Enya was originally refusing. How could he get paid for helping his own cub? But when he heard that it was a fruit that females love to eat, he immediately accepted it. This is a key prop that determines whether he can sleep in his partner's grass nest tonight, and he must keep it well. Before leaving, he also asked Bai Heng to call him when he digs a beast cave again. After seeing off Enya's father, Bai Heng and Ling Chuan went to cook. Chihua also wanted to help, but was ruthlessly rejected by Bai Heng. Ling Yan followed Mo Huan's guidance and walked down the freshly baked steps. The steps were cut very neatly, but it became darker as they went down, and Ling Yan had to lean half of her body on Mo Huan. "Don't be afraid. I won't let you fall." Mo Huan comforted her softly and put his arm around her shoulders tightly. "Don't be afraid. It's just a little dark." Ling Yan tried hard to adapt to the darkness. Mo Huan looked at the steps that still had some light coming through. "Does it feel dark like this? Is there something wrong with Yan Yan's eyes?" If Ling Yan knew what he was thinking, she would definitely complain. Her eyesight would be so poor that she would be caught for research in modern times. As they passed the corner of the stairs, the closer they got to the bottom of the cave, the more Mo Huan could clearly feel the stiffness of Ling Yan's body and the pause in her movements. "Yan Yan, can't you see?" Mo Huan was a little bit incredulous.
Huh.
"There's no light now, should I be able to see?" Ling Yan asked. "Do females in the beast world have the same night vision ability as males? Can't you see without light?" "In my heritage, females can't see clearly without light, but they can see," Mo Huan said. Ling Yan told the truth. "I can't see." She thought that females couldn't see at night, but it turned out that only she could. Mo Huan heard Ling Yan's light response. It's not that he couldn't see clearly, but that he couldn't see. Then what did they do during this time? He didn't even notice such an important thing. In Yan's room, except for a little light coming from the door, the rest of the place was dark. Didn't any of them notice it? Mo Huan condensed his supernatural power, and a thunderball floated above the cave. The faint blue light illuminated the entire interior of the cave. Ling Yan breathed a sigh of relief. It was indeed uncomfortable to be in a place that was too dark. She looked at the thunderball with blue and purple intertwined as if there was an electric current flowing inside, and exclaimed, "It looks very good." After that, she turned around and looked at Mo Huan, only to see him looking at her with guilt in his eyes. "What's wrong with you?" Ling Yan was confused as to why he suddenly became emo again. Mo Huan opened his mouth before finding his voice again. "Sorry, we didn't realize that you couldn't see without light. It's not the husband's fault that they didn't notice." Ling Yan basically stayed in the living room to play during the day, and the light coming through the cave was enough for illumination. At night, a bonfire would be lit in the living room for heating and illumination, so she wouldn't be affected at all. She didn't need her eyes to sleep, as the husbands would hold her around. Ling Yan didn't like the smell of open flames, so she had never thought of making candlesticks or something. One has to adapt to the days without electricity and internet. But Mo Huan recalled more details. She was always clingier in the bedroom. It turned out that she couldn't see. Ling Yan pinched Mo Huan's cold fingertips and comforted him. You take good care of me. It's okay if you can't see, but you will be scared. Mo Huan's voice was filled with guilt. Ling Yan was silent for a moment. There was a little bit of that. People are always inexplicably afraid of the dark. Mo Huan secretly hated himself for not being careful enough. He knew that she still believed in that inheritance, thinking that females could see clearly at night.
Ling
Yan hadn't finished her words when Mo Huan gently pressed her lips. For a moment, she wanted to confess to him. She was different from the females here after all, although they had similar appearances. But her Mo Huan knew everything. He understood her uneasiness. He always protected her and guarded her secrets. Ling Yan couldn't stand this atmosphere. She was not a person who liked to be sentimental. She didn't want him to continue to feel guilty. It wasn't his fault. She and they all needed to get along. No matter how tacit the relationship was, it wouldn't be harmonious from the beginning. So, she circled around the thunderball that was still crackling and said, Mo, how long can this thunderball last? Is the consumption high? As long as the energy is not withdrawn actively, it will last forever. The consumption can be ignored.
Mo Huan replied.
This is too amazing. Can it stay lit all the time? Ling Yan wanted to take a few steps forward and get a closer look. Before she could move, she was circled by Mo Huan's snake tail and pulled into his arms. Don't get too close. It will be dangerous. Will it fall off? Okay. Ling Yan always listened to advice and didn't do anything stupid. She sat on Mo Huan's snake tail and leaned in his arms. Mo, do you need food when you hibernate? Ling Yan asked curiously. She had never been in contact with snakes and had no knowledge in this area. No, I will replenish enough energy before hibernation. Then will you wake up in the middle? Will you be conscious? Mo Huan continued. Once you hibernate completely, waking up in the middle will consume a lot of energy. You will be conscious, but you can't respond. Ian, don't be afraid if there is danger. Press the beast seal to call me, so that you can force me to wake up.
Mo Huan solemnly instructed Ling Yan.
Ling Yan understood that hibernation is entering sleep mode, and pressing the beast seal to call is forced to turn on. Mo Huan held her hand and continued. If you are bored, you can let Bai Heng accompany you down to see me. Why Bai Heng? Because you trust him the most? Ling Yan looked at Mo Huan's red eyes, and his cold eyes seemed to have a little more warmth. Because he is with you, you won't be cold. Mo Huan smiled at her. Ling Yan was embarrassed. It seemed that Bai Heng was the warmest. Besides, I trust all of them. Yan, we are now a family of beasts. Mo Huan said seriously.
Ling Yan.
Why does she feel that she is the one who is trying to sow discord? Mo Huan looked at her understanding little expression and couldn't help laughing. Because you are the baby we protect together. For you, I am willing to accept them. Well, Ling Yan understood they have the same goal. That's right, otherwise Ling Yan would think that the outsider must be herself. How can that work? Mo, you can hibernate without worry. I will protect you. Ling Yan raised her little fist. Before Mo Huan could answer, Bai Heng's voice came from above his head. So brave female Yan, can you bring the beast husband you are going to protect up to dinner? Ling Yan felt that she was about to dig out a magic fairy castle with her toes. I'll be there soon.
Mo Huan replied.
Mo Huan stretched out his hand in front of Ling Yan. Let's go, Yan. Ling Yan got rid of the embarrassment and helped Mo Huan to stand up. Just as she stepped onto the steps at the corner, she was stunned by the scene in front of her. On the walls on both sides of the steps, small pits were dug, and inside were fist-sized flames that were jumping. The firelight illuminated the originally dark road, allowing her to see the road under her feet clearly. Ling Yan's eyes were slightly moist. Mo Huan took her hand and walked forward step by step, stepping into the light under the candlelight. Bai Heng was waiting at the top of the steps, stretching his hand to her. Ling Yan put her other hand on his palm, and the three of them returned to the living room together. She realized that the living room was much brighter. In addition to the bonfire in the middle, The walls were also surrounded by fireballs that were the same as those on the stone steps. Hung. Will so many supernatural fireballs consume a lot of energy? Ling Yan sniffed. Her voice sounded a little sour. Bai Heng embraced her to keep her warm and comforted her. It won't consume any energy. It's just a ball of energy that has been separated. It won't disperse unless I take it back. That's amazing. Ling Yan did not forget to flatter him at this time. So Yan, if you have any needs, please tell us in time, okay? Bai Heng was also distressed. Yan was always reluctant to rely on them too much, even though they were willing to do anything for her. This realization made him very frustrated. Ling Yan hurriedly said, I know I didn't think that being blind had a particularly big impact before, so I didn't say it. If I feel any discomfort in the future, I will tell you the first time, I promise. Ling Yan raised 3 fingers and vowed. She didn't think it was a big problem, but several males didn't think so. In their eyes, they didn't take good care of her, and they all felt guilty. Even Chi Hua shrank aside and didn't respond casually. Ling Yan felt a headache when she saw them acting as if they were facing a great enemy, but there was no better way, so she had to change the subject. Let's eat, I'm hungry. Several orcs sat together, and the atmosphere gradually eased. After dinner, Ling Yan sat by the campfire and drank water. The temperature in the house seemed to be a little higher today. She didn't expect Bai Heng's ability to keep warm. Ling Yan always felt that it was very consuming for them to maintain their abilities, so she never thought that they could use them in this way. It seems that she needs to develop more new ideas in the future. While she was thinking, she was interrupted by the noise coming from the kitchen, but soon, she couldn't hear it again.
What are they arguing about?
Ling Yan asked Mo Huan, who was making clothes for her. Under Ling Yan's guidance, Mo Huan could already skillfully make all kinds of long-haired and short-haired leather jackets, as well as small leather pants of various styles. If these leathers were put in modern times, they would be enough to get you in prison. Not only Mo Huan, but Bai Heng could also make all kinds of shoes for her. As long as she could describe it, there was nothing they couldn't make. What Mo Huan had in his hand now was the sleeved cloak she wanted, made of red short-haired leather with a white edge. They are discussing who will sleep with you tonight.
Mo Huan concluded calmly.
Tonight is not. Ling Yan stopped in the middle of the sentence. Tonight was supposed to be Chi Hua or Ling Chuan, but they couldn't agree on who would go first last night, so they went together. Ling Yan couldn't tell whether today was theirs or Bai Heng's. She simply shut her mouth. She kicked Mo Huan with her foot. You're so bad. Mo Huan chuckled softly and said nothing more. When Ling Yan was taking a shower, she found that Bai Heng had placed several small fireballs in her small bathroom, which not only provided lighting but also provided heating. She chuckled at herself for having to endure hardships before. She was also a person who enjoyed the use of a bathroom heater in the beast world. After she finished washing up, Bai Heng carried her directly back to her small bedroom. The light inside was dim, but it was bright enough for her to see things and would not affect her sleep. It's getting cool outside now. Can you go back to the room to play after taking a shower? Bai Heng reminded her while drying her hair. Okay. She nodded obediently. Bai Heng leaned over and kissed her forehead, then went out. Ling Yan thought that Bai Heng should sleep with her today, but he left now. Then Ling Chuan and Chi Hua walked in together. How did you two convince Bai Heng? Ling Yan was really curious. Was Bai Heng so easy to talk to? Chi Hua scratched his hair. Bai Heng didn't agree at first, but I thought that since you didn't refuse yesterday, you must like us to be together. Then, Bai Heng agreed. Ling Yan was speechless. No wonder Mo Huan set a trap for her. Her reputation was ruined by Chi Hua, who said I like two people together. But you didn't refuse. Chi Hua was covered by Ling Chuan's mouth. It's us who want to sleep with Yan. Chi Hua wanted to say something else, but when he saw Ling Yan's blushing face, he finally reacted. He nodded at Ling Yan desperately, and Ling Yan let them go. Just this time, if you want to be together again, you can only schedule for one day. Ling Yan made the final decision. She would not spoil them. Now, they were just chatting under the quilt, and it was fine to sleep together. But in the future, she didn't have the hobby of making sandwiches. In the living room on the other side, Bai Heng was sitting by the campfire peeling hard-shelled fruits, looking at Mo Huan, who was dozing on the bed, and asked, "Why don't you go down to sleep?"
Too far. Mo Huan replied.
Bai Heng was speechless. Is this also called far? It's called far if it's not at Yanyan's door, right? The cold season may come early this year. And Mo Huan said again, "Do you feel it?"
Yeah.
Then the food is not enough, and we have to collect some more vegetables that Yan likes to eat. Bai Heng counted the things in the storage room. There are enough hard-shelled fruits, knotweed, and chestnuts. Potatoes, radishes, and cabbages need to be collected, and there are seasonings. With Chihua, the glutton, more preparations have to be made. As for the males, they still mainly eat dried meat, but now they have prepared only enough for the few at home. Isn't there another one on the way? Also, prepare some more of the kinds of small animal meat that Yan likes to eat. And Mo Huan added. On days when I don't have to work night shifts, I feel refreshed when I wake up in the morning. Yan stretched and prepared to get up, and a furry head popped in at the door. Yan, you're awake. Do you want me to help you put on your clothes? Chihua said expectantly. Yan waved her hands. She was not to the point where she couldn't put on clothes yet. It was fun to let the beast men put on clothes once in a while, but it would be useless to do it every day. Hearing her refusal, Chihua's fox eyes drooped. But they all let you wear them, but I didn't. Yan complained in her heart. Those few would find opportunities. Okay, come on. After she said that, she waved at him. Chihua immediately ran in happily. The two of them packed up and went out together. Yan found that the others were not there, so she asked, "Just the two of us?" Chihua said as a matter of course, "Just the two of us. Bai Heng is not here?" Yan was curious that they were willing to let herself and Chihua be at home.
No.
Chihua continued, "Just the two of us? Then what are we going to eat?" Yan didn't believe that Chihua, a kitchen killer, could make anything edible. Bai Heng has already done it. I originally said that I could grill the meat, but he insisted on doing it. Chihua was still a little unconvinced. Yan laughed awkwardly and comforted. Next time we'll eat your grilled meat." After breakfast, Chihua saw that Yan was going to the cottage again and couldn't help but said, Yan, why don't you go out and play?" "Go out and play?" She looked at Chihua and added, "But you are all very busy. No matter who of us stays at home, it is to take care of you and accompany you. If you say you want to go out and play, we will go out and play." Chihua said seriously. Several sisters in his family have to go out and play with their beast husbands every day. I guess you have never asked Bai Heng and the others to take you out to play. Chihua had an expression that said, "I see through everything." Yan thought about it, and it seemed that was the case. At the beginning, she really didn't want to contact the beasts outside, for fear that they would find out that she was different. Then she got used to it slowly, and Bai Heng and the others thought that she really didn't like to go out. Yan, you have to be like other females, just say what you want." Chihua continued, "We may not be very careful sometimes, but as long as you say it, we can definitely do it." Yan knew that she had this kind of awkward personality. "If you give it to me, I will take it. If you don't give it to me, I won't force it." Even if she is in turmoil in her heart, she will not show it on her face. She is the kind of person who always refuses others to get close to her, but she also wants others to understand her inner thoughts. It's very contradictory. Chihua was still chattering. "I'm telling you, you have to order your beast husband around harshly, and you can't be nice to him. The more you order them around, the happier they are, and the more polite they are, the more afraid they are." Yan wanted to reflect on herself, but he made her laugh again. "You are also my beast husband," she said with a smile. As a result, Chihua didn't even pause and continued, "I'm talking about me, Yan. You can order me around. He is really worthy of being a fox." Chihua looked at Yan expectantly. Why did she feel that he wanted to go out to play? "But I don't know the way to the tribe." Yan didn't make an excuse. She really didn't know the way. "It doesn't matter, as long as we can come back." Chihua patted his chest. "Young man, you seem to be a person with poor direction." Yan decided to be more careful. The two finally went out. After walking for a while and not encountering any beasts, Yan was a little suspicious whether they had taken the wrong path. Qihua, did we take the wrong path? There are no beasts along the way, Ling Yan said uncertainly. Qihua took a look and it should be correct. He clearly remembered that the square was here. Then let's walk forward. Maybe there are no beasts, because no one has been out for a few days. Qihua was also a little uncertain. The two walked forward for another half a minute, and the surroundings became more and more desolate. Qihua, let's go back. We must be wrong. Ling Yan felt that he was really confused and believed the words of a person with poor direction. Qihua scratched his head, and he felt a little guilty. Okay, let's go back. After changing direction and walking for a long time, they finally saw the shadows of the orcs. Ling Yan and Qihua breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Going further in, they were close to the center of the tribe. Females came and went with their beast husbands. There were several who looked at Ling Yan directly, which made her scalp tingle. She was about to ask Qihua if there was something wrong with her when she heard a familiar voice from behind. Yan Yan, it's really you. I haven't seen you for a long time. You are finally willing to come out to play. The speaker was Duoya, who was sitting in Yanji's arms. The orcs have always paid attention to territorial awareness and will not easily go to other people's caves, so Duoya has always wanted to find Ling Yan to play, but has no chance. Just now, one of her beast husbands said that she saw Ling Yan go to the square, and she came here immediately. Ling Yan was a little at a loss for such enthusiasm, but she surprisingly didn't hate it. She also responded with a smile. Long time no see, Yaya. She added, I will come out to play often in the future. That's good. Then remember to find me. Duoya smiled brightly, like a little sun. But Yan Yan, your animal skin is so beautiful. Everyone is looking at you. You will definitely be the center of discussion among all the females tomorrow, Duoya said with some envy. Ling Yan held her forehead with her hand. It turned out to be a problem with the clothes. She didn't want to be the center of the topic. Help. She was wearing a short-haired leather jacket in milk tea color today. The cuffs, collar, and hem were decorated with long white hair. She wore black skinny leather pants on her legs and a pair of knee-high marten boots on her feet. The whole person was sweet and cool. Yan Yan, you are so beautiful. Duoya couldn't help but continue to be infatuated with her. Ling Yan couldn't stand the sweet girl's praise. If you like it, ask your animal husband to learn from Mo Huan, and ask Bai Heng for shoes. Wu Yan Yan, you are so nice. I will exchange crystals with you. Duoya was very excited. She would soon be as beautiful as Yan Yan. Duoya also wanted to go downstairs for a walk, but it was too cold, and her feet were frozen. Yan Yan's shoes were amazing. Ling Yan also saw Duoya wearing a forehead ornament woven from animal skin, and couldn't help but praise her. Your forehead ornament is so delicately woven. It makes you look so delicate. Forehead ornament? Is that the one I'm wearing on my head? It was woven by my silver wolf husband. Doesn't it look nice? Duoya boasted a little. This rope of hers is the tendon of a 7th-level exotic beast, which is a symbol of the strength of her beast husbands. Fortunately, Ling Yan thought that the rope weaving was exquisite, and Duoya was not really showing off. Otherwise, if Duoya knew that Ling Yan used the 7th-level exotic beast tendon, which symbolized the strength of her beast husband, to make flower ropes, I wonder if she would cry loudly. The two females talked and laughed happily, and several beast husbands nodded to each other and stood alert around. Suddenly, Ling Yan saw a big, white tiger rushing past her, and it looked like Bai Heng. She couldn't help but look back a few more times, and after a careful look, she found that it was not Bai Heng, and Bai Heng's beast form was a little bigger. Unexpectedly, just when she retracted her gaze, the white tiger that had already rushed far away suddenly turned back. Qihua and Duoya and several beast husbands quickly surrounded him and prevented the orc from getting closer. Seeing that he was blocked, the tiger beast changed into human form and took a few steps closer. He was also a member of the White Tiger clan, but he was a completely different type from Bai Heng. He had a rough face, and his muscles were taut and exaggerated. There were spots of dirt on his bronze skin. From a distance, Ling Yan could smell the fishy smell coming from his body, and she couldn't help but frown. The beast man shouted at her. Are you Bai Heng's female? You don't look that good.
You keep looking at me.
Do you want to be my female? Ling Yan almost laughed when she heard his confident speech. It turned out that there were also trustworthy beasts in the beast world. But she felt that she had indeed recognized the wrong beast and looked at the person first, so she said, Sorry, I recognized the wrong beast. The beast man sneered. If you like it, you like it. You're still looking for excuses. As long as you scratch Bai Heng's beast seal and let me be the first beast husband, I will agree to be your male. Ling Yan was so angry that she was almost dying. Where did this idiot who couldn't understand what others were saying come from? Impossible, I don't want you. Ling Yan shouted angrily. Several orcs who were waiting for Ling Yan to express her opinion heard her refusal and stopped the tiger beast again. Humph, I knew you liked me. How about this? I will defeat this fox and give you this face. The tiger beast continued to speak confidently. Chi Hua was very angry. Since Yan Yan had already refused, he could take action. In the beast world, if a male likes a female and the female does not like her, the male can challenge and win the female's beast husband and join the family. However, generally speaking, males rarely continue to pester females after being rejected. Even if they force a partnership, if they cannot please the female, it will not be worth it to get the beast mark scratched. Seeing that Chi Hua had already fought with the tiger beast, Ling Yan was very anxious. Yaya, who is this orc? I don't even know him. Ling Yan looked at Duoya. His name is Huban. He is the second bravest warrior in our tribe. Apart from Bai Heng, he is the most powerful. Duoya said and added, he has always been at odds with Bai Heng, but he has always been the one being suppressed. Ling Yan understood. It turned out that he was not interested in her, but was just taking advantage of the situation. Yanji frowned as he watched the battle. Huben has been at the 6th level for many years, and Chi Hua has just reached the 6th level, and he is also a wood element. Ling Yan understood his unfinished meaning. Chi Hua might not be able to beat Huben. At this time, Huben, who was fighting with Chi Hua, was full of violent emotions. Bai Heng was a generation younger than himself, but he surpassed him in a few years and became the first warrior of the tribe. Even the little female he liked rejected him because of this. Huben waited for a long time, but did not find a chance to retaliate against him. He thought he could only swallow this breath, but who knew that Bai Heng, that fool, picked up a half-dead female. He was happy for a long time when he got the news. He thought that Bai Heng would not be comforted and would be tortured to death soon. Unexpectedly, this female was alive. Today, seeing Bai Heng's energy fluctuations, it was obvious that he was about to break through the 8th level. Why does he suppress him in everything? I will kill this female fox today and play with her to death before Bai Heng comes back. Her beast husbands are not here today. If I kill this one, who can save her? Huban has been overwhelmed by the high intracranial C. Not to mention whether Chi Hua can be killed so easily by him. Even if he kills her, will the tribe allow him to force the female? Huban got ruthless and jumped hard at Chi Hua. Chi Hua was knocked out and broke several trees, spitting out blood. Ling Yan wanted to rush up to check, but was stopped by Duoya and her beast husband. When the males fight, the females will die with an energy shock. Moreover, Huban is doing it in the name of pursuing females, so they can't intervene casually. Chi Hua, Chi Hua. Ling Yan shouted his name loudly, and Chi Hua, who was originally unconscious, moved. Today, he was the only one beside Yan Yan, and he couldn't just fall down like this. Chi Hua struggled to get up, and his beautiful fox fur was stained with mud and blood.
Ha ha ha.
Huban finally laughed like a villain. I'll see how many times you can dodge it. Chi Hua was already seriously injured, and although the wood-type energy in his body was constantly circulating to repair his wounds, this amount of time was obviously not enough. Huban obviously had more practical experience, and Chi Hua gradually became exhausted and was about to fall into a disadvantage again. Chi Hua, vines, use your vines. Ling Yan reminded loudly. Chi Hua's eyes lit up, and he launched his vines to attack Huban, finally interrupting his attack, and Chi Hua breathed a sigh of relief. But soon the situation fell into a stalemate. Hubin couldn't get close to Chihua, but a vine was easily avoided, and Chihua couldn't do anything to him. If this continued for a long time, Chihua would definitely suffer. Ling Yan was anxious and had to think of another way. Chihua, Chihua. Ling Yan pressed the beast mark on her belly button and called in her heart, find a way to attack him from behind, or trap his limbs. Ling Yan found that Chihua was too upright and only knew how to attack from the front. Chihua threw out vines and rushed towards Hubin. Hubin snorted coldly. He only knew these tricks. He didn't know where the prince beast came from. He couldn't even fight. Unexpectedly, the vine suddenly turned and rushed towards his hind legs. Hubin turned around to avoid the vine and Chihuahua's subsequent attack. The next second, a scream that soared into the sky resounded throughout the tribe.
Ah!
Hubin was furious. The culprit vine was thrown out of his back garden, and it also brought out blood and unknown filth. You guys. Hubin covered his ace and gritted his teeth and stared at Ling Yan and Chihua. Seeing that he still dared to force him, Chihua quickly trapped Hubin with vines and threw him out. Hubin didn't expect him to suddenly attack and was trapped tightly. It took a long time before he heard the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. Chihua had blood on the corner of his mouth, and he smiled and comforted Ling Yan. Don't be afraid, I beat him away. Ling Yan looked at his miserable appearance, and her tears were swirling with heartache, but she still praised. You are so powerful. My big fox is so great. Chihua shook his tail proudly. Ling Yan's heart was slightly heavy. The look that Hubin gave her before being thrown away by Chihua made her very uncomfortable. She felt that he would not give up so easily, and she would discuss it with Bai Heng and others in the evening to avoid any accidents. Yan, it's okay, don't worry. Duoya saw that Ling Yan's face was still a little ugly and thought she was scared, so she hurriedly comforted her. Ling Yan smiled and shook her head to show that she was fine. Let's go find the witch doctor, uncle. You vomited blood. Ling Yan looked at her big fox distressfully. Although the battle damage was really tempting, stop, she was so perverted. No need, they are just minor injuries. Have you forgotten that I'm also a witch doctor? Chihua shook his head carelessly. He's also a witch doctor? Ling Yan thought he just had a wood-type ability with healing effects, but he didn't expect that he was really a nanny. Ling Yan felt even more distressed. Finally, Yanji supported Chihua. Duoya and her beast husband accompanied Ling Yan back to the beast cave. On the other side, Hu Ben, who was thrown out of the tribe and fell into the mud pit by Chihua, got up angrily. He beat the surrounding flowers and plants in a rage, fox for sneak attack. He didn't even seize such a good opportunity today. He met Ling Yan's other 3 beast husbands out hunting in the morning, so he dared to provoke them. He didn't expect that a witch doctor would be such a tough guy. He was too embarrassed to go back to the tribe these 2 days, so he decided to go out and hide. He kicked the tree trunk in anger, but he pulled something unspeakable and cried out in pain. From your tribe? What is he doing? Is he mentally ill? Ling Chuan looked at Hubin, who was talking to himself and beating the flowers and plants, and looked at Bai Heng. He is sick. Bai Heng said concisely. The 3 of them were going back to the tribe, but just after they left the forest, they saw a white ball falling from the sky. Several beasts quickly hid to observe, and found that it was a psychopath. Hubin didn't realize that his every move was under the eyes of others. Bai Heng was several levels higher than him, and he couldn't find out if he was hiding on purpose. At the moment when Hubin crossed paths with them, several beasts became alert. Mo Huan's pupils instantly turned into vertical pupils. He smells like Chihua. Yan is fine, the beast seal is fine. Bai Heng quickly sensed Ling Chuan, and I will go back to the tribe to see what happened. Mo Huan, you are familiar with the terrain and follow him. The beasts looked at each other and acted quickly. Almost at the same time, Ling Yan and Bai Heng arrived at the beast cave together. Ling Yan had just sent Duoyu away. Yan, are you okay? Ling Yan fell into a warm embrace before she could react. Feeling the tense muscles of the beast holding her, Ling Yan reached out and patted his back, comforting him. I'm fine. It was Chihua who was seriously injured, but he refused to go to the witch doctor. Bai Heng's worried mood was soothed. I'm glad you're okay. Chi Hua is thick-skinned and can't die. Ling Yan hit him angrily. Don't talk nonsense. Okay. Chi Hua's medical skills are very powerful, and the tribal witch doctor may not be better than him. Bai Heng was completely relieved to see that she was not scared. Then I'll go see him and ask about the situation. Bai Heng put Ling Yan down in his arms and walked into the beast cave. Ling Yan looked at Ling Chuan, who had been staring at her since he came back, and opened her arms. Do you want to hug me too? The next moment, she was tightly embraced by a warm embrace, as if with the domineering power to rub her into the bones and blood, but the strength was controlled within the range that Ling Yan would not feel uncomfortable. Ling Chuan's embrace was just like his love, surging like a volcanic eruption, but with clarity and restraint. Don't worry. Ling Yan patted his arm and added, I'm fine. Ling Chuan let her go. We came back and met Huban. We smelled Chi Hua's scent on him, and Mo Huan had already chased him. No wonder Mo Huan didn't come back. Ling Yan thought he had gone to deal with the prey, but they met Huban and chased him. Ling Yan led Ling Chuan into the house and saw Chi Hua baring his teeth and showing his bravery to Bai Heng. You don't know, I punched that Huban and sent him flying more than 10 meters away. Chi Hua said while swiping, and he pulled the wound too hard. Bai Heng knew how deep his words were when he heard it. It seems that he can't indulge him too much in the future. He still needs to practice. He can't beat him at the same level. Chi Hua didn't know he was being targeted yet. He was even more excited when he saw Ling Yan and Ling Chuan coming in. Just when he was pulling Ling Chuan to tell about his bravery again, Bai Heng interrupted him. Okay, I know you are powerful, but what happened to you today? Why did you fight with the tiger guard? Chi Hua muttered. It's because he wanted to be Yan Yan's male and said rude things to Yan Yan. He scolded you, I'm going to kill him. Ling Chuan got up and went out. Come back. Bai Heng stopped him. He said this in front of the female, not afraid of scaring her. Ling Chuan clenched his fist and sat down again. Ling Yan patted the back of his hand. I'm fine, but I don't think it's that simple. I recognized the wrong beast today. I thought it was Ah Heng, so I looked at it a few more times. That gave him the opportunity to make a fuss. I don't think he wants to pursue me. Ling Yan carefully recalled what the tiger beast said today. He asked to cut Bai Heng's beast mark right away, which clearly showed that he was not really interested in pursuing him. Ordinary beasts would not even have time to please the first beast husband, so how could they challenge him right away? Bai Heng understood the whole story after hearing this. He should be coming for me. Sorry, Yan Yan. I scared you. Ling Yan shook her head. I'm fine, and we are a family. She was very open-minded. She enjoyed the glory brought by her family, and naturally, she had to bear the corresponding risks. There really is a grudge. Chi Hua's eyes lit up when he heard that there was a melon, and he immediately came forward and touched Bai Heng's shoulder. Tell me about it? Bai Heng nodded and began to tell the story. It turned out that before he became an adult, Huban had always been the first warrior of the tribe. He liked a female named Fu Fu, but Fu Fu didn't like him. So Huban defeated all of Fu Fu's beast husbands and wanted to be her male. Fu Fu had no choice but to make a directional agreement with Huban that as long as he was still the first warrior of the tribe this time, she would agree to let Huban be her beast husband. If Huban was not, he could not force her again. Huban thought he was sure, so he made a vow in front of the beast god that if he lost, he would never force Fu Fu. Just when the beasts thought Fu Fu couldn't escape this time, Bai Heng suddenly appeared. He had just successfully broken through the 6th level and defeated the Huban who had been in the 6th level for many years. In the end, Huban had to give up Fu Fu. That's how Huban hated Bai Heng. Wow, a hero saving a beauty. Chi Hua said faster than his brain. Do you like the female named Fu Fu? Don't talk nonsense. Shut up. Bai Heng and Ling Chuan spoke at the same time. Chi Hua also knew that he had made trouble. His male liked other females, which was a great insult to females. Bai Heng might be abandoned by Yan Yan, but he really didn't mean it. Chi Hua immediately slid to his knees. Yan Yan, I'm talking nonsense, don't be angry. Ling Yan glanced at him and didn't say anything. He was so outspoken that he should be taught a lesson. Chi Hua shrank his neck at the look in Ling Yan's eyes and didn't dare to say anything. Ling Yan was angry and amused. Then, why did you come forward? Ling Chuan gave the few people a way out. Bai Heng explained, my wolf brother is the beast husband of female Fufu, and he asked me for help. Everyone in the tribe knew that Fufu didn't like Hubin, and when Inu asked him, he agreed. Ling Yan nodded. So this matter just passed? She felt that Hubin's character should not be so easy to let go. Later, when female Fufu and her beast husband went out to play, they encountered stray beasts and female Fufu was captured and the beast husbands were killed. Bai Heng's tone was a little heavy. All dead? Fufu was not rescued? Where is your wolf brother? Ling Yan sighed a little and didn't expect this ending. The beast husbands who went out with female Fufu all died, and Fufu was not found. Bai Heng said. As for his wolf brother Inu, he went to the Sea tribe to exchange salt at that time, and when he realized that female Fufu had lost her breath of life, he exploded and died on the spot. This is also the reason why the tribe determined that female Fufu was dead. Ling Yan, however, heard something absurd. Ahung, where was Fufu captured? One of her beast men went out to exchange salt, and it was impossible for the female to go out to play too far from the tribe. It was to the west of the tribe, behind which was a cliff, and you had to pass through the tribe to get there. At that time, everyone thought it was the safest place, and the females loved to go there to play. Bai Heng recalled, his speech getting slower and slower. Obviously, he also noticed something absurd. He remembered that day, most of the beast men in the tribe went out, as if to besiege a wounded 8th-level alien beast, and even the patrolling males went there later. When they finally besieged the alien beast, the tribe received a warning of the attack of stray beasts. When they rushed back, Fufu had been taken away, and all her beast men were killed. Why did the patrol team go to besiege the alien beast, and why did the stray beast only capture Fufu? Ling Yan asked. Bai Heng continued to recall the details of the time. The patrol team said that they received an order saying that the hunting team needs help. Who discovered the strange beast? Who ordered the patrol team to leave? Ling Yan felt that things seemed to make sense.
Hu Ben.
Bai Heng gritted his teeth and said those 2 words. At that time, he had just defeated Hu Ben and had not yet taken over the affairs of the tribe. After that incident, the management rights of the tribal patrol team were taken back from the tribe's first warrior by the tribe leader and the priest. I think my father and the others must have suspected something at the time. Ling Yan sorted out her thoughts, and it made sense. Hu Ben failed to woo Fufu, and he hated Fufu. Because he made a vow to the god of beasts, he went to the beasts to avenge her. First, he attracted the strange beasts to divert the orcs in the tribe, and then used his identity to send the patrol team away to let the stray beasts enter the tribe. Finally, a warning was issued that stray beasts were attacking the tribe, so that even if the beast men left in the tribe heard Fufu's beast husbands cry for help, they would choose to ignore it and stay by their females. Ling Yan didn't expect that there were such smart and vicious beasts in the beast world. Bai Heng and Ling Chuan looked at each other. Hubin couldn't be kept. There was no guarantee that he wouldn't use his tricks on Yan Yan again. Chi Hua was still thinking about Bai Heng's Hubin. Seeing that no one was talking, he scratched his head anxiously. What Hubin? What does it have to do with Hubin? Aren't you talking about females? Ling Yan touched Chi Hua's head lovingly. No wonder he grew so big. On the other side, Mo Huan followed Hubin to a rocky place with little vegetation in the Yi forest. After entering the forest, Hubin became angrier and angrier. He felt that he had alerted the enemy today. Bai Heng would definitely not let the fox and his female alone at home again. Since he had no chance, don't blame him for being cruel. He wanted to make Ling Yan have a taste of that feeling too. And Bai Heng, who was meddling in other people's business, he also wanted him to have a taste of losing his beloved female. He hoped that Bai Heng could be as infatuated as his wolf brother. Hubin laughed as he thought about it. Mo Huan followed not far away and wondered, did Chi Hua hit him on the head? Soon, Hubin came to a sandy area, which was low and humid, with an open area in front. Mo Huan couldn't follow him, so he hid behind a boulder not far away. The Hubin did not enter the cave. He stood respectfully facing the cave and said, "Lord Shabi, I am the Huban of the White Tiger tribe. I want to discuss something with you." Inside the cave, the Lord Shabi mentioned by the Huban was being strung up in the air by a huge tail thorn. The owner of the tail thorn couldn't help but laugh when he heard the voice of Lord Shabi outside. "Lord, you are a 5th level waste and you are worthy of it? You are using my tail thorn to cheat people everywhere? Shalon, please let me go. I am your brother." The orc named Shabi begged. "My dear brother, did you poison your brother and dig out his tail thorn when he was molting?" Shalon said sarcastically. I just borrowed it. Besides, even if you don't have the tail thorn, you have broken through the 8th level." Shabi was still quibbling. He knew that the Sand Scorpion clan would die without the tail sting, but this guy actually survived. He should have killed him at that time. In fact, Shabi didn't want to kill him, it was just that Shalon woke up in time. Shalon threw Shabi hard against the stone wall and strung him up again. "Is this the reason why you harmed me? You are a useless person who can't break through, and you steal my tail sting to pretend to be an adult, and you are addicted to it?" Shalon looked at this brother, who was like mud, with cruel eyes. Huban wanted to sneak away when he heard that the situation inside was not right, but he was suppressed by the pressure of the 8th level orc and couldn't move. "You want to leave after you come? How can it be so easy?" Shalon threw the dead Shabi aside and grabbed Huban into the cave with his tail sting. Huban looked at the beast man who had become much stronger and immediately complimented him. "Congratulations, Lord Shabi, for breaking through the 8th level." Shalon raised his head and laughed. It was the funniest joke he had heard in the past 2 years. Huban finally realized that something was wrong. Although Shabi was also very perverted, he was not so crazy. He caught a glimpse of the beast man who had fallen to the side and had no breath. This was Shabi. So, who was this person in front of him? Huban felt that he was really in a bad situation today. "What? Did you find out?" Shalon suddenly stuck his head out from behind Huban. Huban was so scared that he knelt on the ground with a thump. My lord, please let me go," Huban cried bitterly. Shalon's tone suddenly became gentle. "You can also tell me why you came here today. Maybe I can help you?"
Huban hesitated.
Should he tell her if she could really help him? The next second he was hung up by the scorpion's tail, and the sting of the tail flashed with a sharp chill, pointing directly at his eyes. I'll tell you. Huban was so scared that he trembled, and the whole beast became soft like a puddle of mud. "Boring things, it's not a good thing to think about it," Shalon said casually. Just when Huban thought that the sting of the tail was about to pierce into his body, it suddenly stopped. "I would like to know, is the purpose of your coming here today related to the snake beast outside?" Shalon suddenly stopped. Just now, he sensed the presence of other cold-blooded orcs outside. At first, he thought they were accomplices of his useless brother, but he didn't expect them to show up. When Huban heard that it was a snake beast, he knew it must be the snake beast from Bai Heng's family. It seemed that he had been targeted, so he might as well give it a try. "I'm here for Ling Yan from the White Tiger tribe." Before he finished speaking, the cave was smashed through by a huge black snake tail. Shalon quickly burrowed out of the spot. This snake beast didn't take action for so long, but when this female was mentioned, it actually attacked directly. At this time, the area around the cave had been razed to the ground. The smoke and dust dissipated, and Mo Huan and Shalon were on opposite sides. Shalon looked at the snake beast opposite him. There was a female mark on his chest, and the sweet scent of a female emanated from his body. "Huh, what are you showing off?" Mo Huan was also looking at the new stray beast. He had beaten or driven away most of the stray beasts in this area. He had never seen this one before, so it should be a new one. "Do you want this tiger beast?" Shalon looked at Mo Huan. Mo Huan did not answer. This stray beast already knew Yan's name. For safety reasons, it would be better to kill him. As for Huban, is he already a dead man in his eyes? Shalon looked at the thunderball that was hitting his face and cursed inwardly, saying that he was even crazier than himself. He swung his scorpion tail hard and threw Huban far away. If he was looking for this tiger beast, then he would have a chance to sneak attack him when he chased him. And Mo Huan looked at the throne Hu Ben without raising his eyes. This scorpion was the biggest threat now. Seeing the snake beast attacking him quickly, Shalon immediately erected a wall of earth and hid in the ground at the same time. And Mo Huan broke the earth wall, carefully felt the movement from the ground, and smashed the thunderball along the route of Shalon's escape. Shalon spit out blood due to the shock of the explosion of the thunderball. He was weaker than ordinary 8th level beasts because he did not have a tail needle, and this snake beast had extremely strong thunder-related lethality. Seeing a lake not far away, he quickly escaped into it, and the water blocked his breath. And Mo Huan chased after him and carefully explored the location of the scorpion. Although the scorpion was not strong, its ability to escape was first class. Shalon found the right opportunity to release a puff of smoke and quickly fled to the central area of the dark night forest. This smoke was not poisonous, but it could make people lose all 5 senses in an instant. Even Mo Huan was hit for a moment, and when he recovered, the scorpion was gone. Mo Huan was about to chase, and he heard an eagle cry from the sky. In a few breaths, Ling Chuan landed in front of him. "Where is Hu Ben?" Ling Chuan asked. Mo Huan took a moment to think of the tiger beast. It was thrown out. Ling Chuan was stunned. "Then what are you doing here?" "I chased an 8th level scorpion beast man, but I didn't catch him," Mo Huan said, and then he added, "The beast knew Ling Yan's name." Ling Chuan immediately flew over the forest to investigate. As soon as he found the scorpion beast, he went directly into the center of the dark night forest. "I entered the center, and I can't see it anymore." Ling Chuan flew back to Mo Huan. Once the center of the dark night forest enters the end of the wind season, it will be shrouded in thick fog until the next rainy season. It is impossible to detect any situation inside from the outside. Moreover, all the beast men who entered at this time did not come out alive. Go to the side and wait. Maybe he'll come out soon. After Mo Huan finished speaking, an eagle and a snake quickly rushed to the center. They just waited until it was getting dark and the roar of the strange beasts began to be heard, but no beast came out. The 2 beasts looked at each other and had to leave first. The deep night forest was not a place they could venture into at will. Shalon felt the 2 beasts leave, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. He was stuck at the edge of the center of the forest. If he went a little further out, he would be discovered, and if he went a little further in, he would be swallowed by the fog. He curled his lips and quickly left in the opposite direction of the 2 beasts. Now it was important to find a place to hibernate. Ling Yan? Humph, he remembered it. Hu Ben, who was thrown out by Shalon, had already woken up. He was afraid that Ling Yan's beast husband would chase him and kill him, so he kept running. But as he ran, he realized that as long as he was in the wild, they could kill him at any time. As long as he returned to the tribe, they would have no reason to kill him. Anyway, he didn't do anything, right? The more Hu Ben thought about it, the more it made sense. He quickly turned around and ran towards the tribe. At this time, he didn't care about the humiliation of the chrysanthemum in the daytime. He had to outrun the snake beast. Mo Huan and Ling Chuan followed him from a distance, watching him crawling towards the tribe. Why not just kill him? Mo Huan didn't understand. It would be too easy for him to die like this, letting him think he can live, and then, speaking beastly language. Bai Heng said that he had just fought with Chi Hua during the day, and he died at night. How would the tribe look at Yan Yan? Ling Chuan said. Mo Huan nodded then. Not until Hu Ben ran back to the tribe and collapsed on the ground did he feel that he was alive again. See, he was right. How could Bai Heng, that hypocritical beast, cause trouble to him without any evidence? He had no idea that he had entered the countdown to his death. On the other side, Ling Yan, who was anxiously waiting, finally saw the figures of her 2 beast husbands appear at the door, and she immediately greeted them. "You 2 are finally back. If you don't come back, I will ask Bai Heng to look for you. Don't worry." Mo Huan looked at Xian Yan's lively appearance, feeling comforted for no reason in his heart. He avoided Ling Yan's hand and motioned Ling Chuan to hug her. Ling Yan did not refuse and snuggled in Ling Chuan's arms obediently. She stretched out a hand to Mo Huan, and this time he did not refuse and gently held her fingertips. That's what happened. In the end, he got away. Mo Huan briefly recounted the process of his fight with the scorpion beast man. This kind of thing could not be concealed. Ling Yan also had to know and be alert, lest the scorpion suddenly appear to confuse females. Mo Huan felt that Ling Yan must like the scorpion's face. It seems that Hubin has indeed colluded with stray beasts. Bai Heng told Mo Huan about his conclusion with Ling Yan today. Mo Huan suddenly remembered that he seemed to have killed a group of stray beasts from other continents 2 years ago. A scorpion beast escaped at that time. It looked very similar to the one he met today, but its aura was completely different. Several males were still thinking, and Ling Yan couldn't help but yawned delicately. Mo Huan quickly picked up Ling Yan and walked toward the inner room. I just yawned, I didn't mean that. But Ling Yan's refusal was completely in vain. Mo Huan showed great enthusiasm for his partner. The past few days seemed to be peaceful. Hubin had occasionally encountered Bai Heng and a few others in the tribe, but they all seemed to ignore him. This made Hubin breathe a sigh of relief. He felt that he should have passed this level. Today, Bai Heng led the tribe's hunting team out hunting again, and Hubin also joined them. He felt that Bai Heng would not attack him in front of all the beasts. And Hubin also had to stockpile food, otherwise he would not be able to survive this cold season. But he won't have to worry about this soon. Bai Heng signaled the beastmen to disperse and drive the surrounding beasts over before. Are they going to hunt together? The orcs hid in the woods. Hubin found a bush and wandered around. Bai Heng was just being hypocritical. He just let the low-level orcs drive the prey away. They couldn't help with the hunting anyway, but he insisted on letting everyone go. Just when Hubin found a dense bush and looked around to see if there were any orcs around, and was about to have a good sleep, he suddenly felt the vibration from a heavy object rolling over the ground. Hubin immediately became alert. He looked around carefully, but saw a thick snake tail passing by quickly. His hair stood up immediately. It was Ling Yan's snake beast. They didn't let him go. He quickly turned around and ran to the place where the tribe's orcs were hunting, but when he got there, he found no animal. Seeing that the vibrations from the ground were becoming more and more obvious, he obviously had no time to think and fled in a random direction. He thought that he could be saved as long as he ran back to the tribe or met other orcs in the tribe. But how could Bai Heng give him this opportunity? He had already led the tribe's hunting team to the opposite direction. Ling Chuan and Mo Huan blocked his way back to the tribe and the hunting team, so Hubin had to run in the opposite direction. The two of them were not in a hurry and followed him not far away, like a cat behind a mouse. Hubin ran to a cliff and found that there was a stream of water underground. He could only fight because the water would cover up the breath of the orcs. Just as he jumped into the water, his limbs and torso were immediately entangled by the snake's tail and dragged into the depths. After a long time, a huge white tiger without vitality gradually surfaced. The energy dissipated after the death of the orc attracted a large group of carnivorous fish. Soon, bright red filled the entire river. Ling Chuan and Mo Huan quietly left from the other side. He drowned, not killed by them. Even if the priest asked the beast god for his will, it had nothing to do with them. Hu Ben's disappearance did not cause much commotion in the tribe. After all, the priest had asked the beast god and did not get clear instructions. Gradually, everyone forgot about it. After all, which beast man would not encounter danger when going out to hunt? It was normal that he could not come back one day. It had no effect on Ling Yan at all. She did not even leave the beast cave and did not know about Hu Ben's death. She thought Bai Heng would slowly plan and expose Hu Ben's true face in front of the beasts, but she did not know that they directly destroyed him physically. But it was okay this way. Revenge should not exceed 3 chapters. Several beast husbands have entered a high-intensity stockpiling mode recently. Not only did they search for the vegetables, fruits, and seasonings that Ling Yan wanted to eat, but they also caught a large number of several small beasts that she could eat. The bacon, fish, and dried fruits drying at the entrance of the cave were spectacular. However, everyone was very busy at this stage, and no beast paid attention to what her family was doing. Even Doya's beast husband came to learn how to make clothes, but he only came once. During the day, Ling Yan and Qihua sorted out the food at home, collected the prey from the day before, and dried the prey that needed to be dried. Of course, Qihua did the work and Ling Yan did the talking. However, after the storage room was filled up, a new cellar was opened under the storage room. When it was almost half full, the beasts breathed a sigh of relief. Ling Yan found their appearance funny, but then she thought that the full house of food did give her a great sense of security. In the next few days, they only needed to hunt some large beasts. After meeting the minimum energy needs, who wouldn't want to eat more? Mo Huan was slowly hoarding his energy for hibernation, and Bai Heng was working hard to dry various meats, as well as Ling Yan's raisins and small red dried fruits. He even had the absurd idea that there were too few fire-type people in the family, and he felt that he was being emptied every day. Only Ling Chuan hadn't come back for 2 or 3 days. Is Ling Chuan coming back today? Ling Yan looked at the light outside and saw that it had disappeared. When Ling Chuan's figure had not yet appeared, she could not help but ask again. Don't worry, he is a flying beast and he is also a 7th level beast. Bai Heng comforted. Ling Yan also understood what Bai Heng meant. Even if Ling Chuan was not strong enough to beat him, he could not escape. She felt that she was too concerned, so she decided to divert her attention. Ling Yan looked at Qihua, who came in with a large ball of white things, and could not help but be surprised. Qihua, is this cotton?
Cotton?
What cotton? This is a white ball. Qihua asked in confusion. Ling Yan could no longer listen to what Qihua was saying. She touched it with her hand, and it was cotton. Whether it was cotton or a white ball, as long as it was that thing, it would be fine. Ling Yan could no longer help but imagine how happy she would be as a little girl snuggling in a big quilt in winter. Qihua couldn't help blushing. Yes, it's for you, Yan Yan, let go. What do you mean it's for me? Don't you want it? Ling Yan was even more puzzled. Even if they didn't need to wear clothes, they wouldn't cover themselves with a big animal skin quilt. Qihua's face was already red with shame. Yan Yan,
What are you talking about?
how can a male use this thing? Ling Yan looked at Qihua, who suddenly blushed, and realized that something was wrong. Things didn't seem to be what she thought. Bai Heng rescued the embarrassed Qihua. After all, he was already a man, not a simple boy like Qihua. Yan Yan, this is for the bleeding of females during the estrus period. The tribe grows a little every year. Bai Heng explained to Ling Yan. I just asked Qihua to go to the tribe to get it back. He then added that he was afraid that Qihua's space was not clean, so he specially asked him to bring it. Estrus? Ling Yan looked at Bai Heng, and her heart skipped a beat. Bai Heng frowned. How could Yan Yan forget this? Every female will be in heat during the rainy season. After being in heat, there is a high probability that she will be pregnant. After being pregnant in the rainy season, females usually give birth in the hot season. At that time, there is enough food and the cubs are easy to survive. Although Qihua was puzzled as to why Bai Heng explained these things that all beasts knew so clearly, he still nodded. Oh, so, then can females who are not in heat get pregnant? Ling Yan asked curiously. Sisters in the beast world are so cool. They have their periods once a year. That's okay, but the chance is very small. Bai Heng said again. Ling Yan understood that this cotton was prepared by them for her to be in heat next year. But she is not a female in the beast world. She should not be in heat so punctually. Wait, when is her menstrual period? Ling Yan was visibly panicked. She came to the beast world at the end of the hot season, and now it is the end of the windy season. A day in the beast world is longer than in modern times. She has been here for at least 4 or 5 months. But her menstrual period has never come once. It's over. She's not going to get pregnant, is she? She's a human and they're beasts. Isn't there reproductive isolation? She always thought she was in a different world. There was reproductive isolation between them, so she never took any precautions. In addition to the initial panic in the beast world, she forgot about it because she lived too comfortably later. Ling Yan's generation is definitely synonymous with fear of marriage and childbirth. When she thought that she might be pregnant, she couldn't calm down. What should I do? Can I not have it? What on earth is she pregnant with? Nowadays, medical care is so advanced that mothers have to go through the gates of Hades. So what about this wild world? Is there any hope for her? Bai Heng and Chihua looked at Ling Yan, who was so anxious that they were running around in circles, and they also became panicked. Yan, what's wrong? You can tell us if you have something to say. Bai Heng stretched out his hand to hug her, but Ling Yan dodged. Bai Heng was stunned on the spot. This was the first time his partner rejected him so bluntly. Ling Yan didn't care about Bai Heng's feelings. If she got pregnant, he and Mo Huan would definitely be the culprits. Seeing that Bai Heng was useless, Chihua had to do it himself. Yan, tell me what happened. Ling Yan then remembered that the fox seemed to be a witch doctor, and immediately stretched out her hand. Can you check if I am pregnant? Then she remembered that he was a witch doctor, not a Chinese medicine doctor, and was about to retract her hand when Chihua grabbed it. A fluorescent green energy body flowed from his fingertips and entered Ling Yan's body. She struggled slightly twice. Don't resist, it won't hurt you. Chihua comforted her softly. Ling Yan stopped struggling and waited obediently in place. After a while, Chihua withdrew his hand, glanced at Bai Heng, and said, Yan, you are not pregnant. Not pregnant? Really not pregnant? Are you sure? Ling Yan was more excited than before. Chihua's voice was a little obscure. I'm sure no. Ling Yan was greatly relieved. It's good that she is not pregnant. It's good that she is not pregnant. Giving birth is too scary. She doesn't want her to be afraid. Yan, I'm sorry. It's us who failed to make you pregnant. Bai Heng looked at Ling Yan disappointedly and said, What the Hades? Useless? Useless is the best. Chihua and Bai Heng carefully observed Ling Yan's changing expression. In the animal world, females are proud of their ability to give birth to many cubs. Generally, the stronger the fertility of females, the more popular they are, so females are very concerned about whether they are pregnant with cubs. Bai Heng and Chihua thought that Ling Yan was angry because she was not pregnant. Ling Yan had calmed down at this time. It was really a false alarm just now, but she had been hitting home runs for so long and still not pregnant. Is there really reproductive isolation?
How to verify it?
She was still thinking when Chihua's words broke her fantasy. Yan, I checked it. Your fertility is very strong. Don't worry, even if you haven't reached the estrus period, you can get pregnant as long as you work harder. Chihua couldn't bear to see Ling Yan unhappy. Unexpectedly, his kind words of consolation caused trouble, causing Ling Yan, who had calmed down, to become agitated again. What did you say? I can get pregnant? Ling Yan looked at Chihua and said. She stretched out her arm and handed it to Chihua. Take another look to see if I can give birth. Chihua raised his palm and gathered a ball of energy, then leaned it against Ling Yan's lower abdomen. After a moment, my judgment is correct, I can indeed. His voice gradually weakened, and Ling Yan's eyes were already full of tears, which fell in large drops. Bai Heng and Chihua were both flustered, especially Bai Heng. This was the first time he saw her cry. Her tears seemed to fall on his heart, making him feel extremely distressed. Yan, don't cry. What's wrong with you? Can you tell us? Bai Heng almost hated himself to death. Why was she crying? He couldn't figure it out at all. Ling Yan was really scared. She thought she couldn't give birth to the beastman's children, but now she was suddenly told that she could give birth, and she was at a loss for a moment. It seems that everyone in the beast world attaches great importance to reproduction. What if she doesn't want to give birth? Can they agree? After crying for a while to vent her emotions, Ling Yan quickly calmed down. She analyzed what she should do in the future. If she didn't want to have a baby, would they force her? If Chihua and Lingchuan didn't want to, she would let them go. Anyway, if the matching beast didn't form a mate before she participated in the next matching, it would be considered invalid. Bai Heng and Mo Huan, Ling Yan felt that their feelings for her should not be so strong that they would turn against each other for the sake of a child. Even if one of them didn't want to, as long as one of them agreed, they couldn't force her. In her heart, she still trusted Mo Huan a little more. Mo Huan hadn't come back from hunting yet, and she wanted to wait until he came back to ask. At such times, Ling Yan's mind turned quickly. In modern times, people care about gains and losses in everything and only talk about interests without feelings. This made her develop this kind of character that quickly denies everything once a crisis occurs. She knew that her character was flawed, but she couldn't control it. She was always used to making the worst plan for things and putting people around her in a position where she couldn't rely on them. Because since she was a child, no one had ever unconditionally supported her in any matter. Just like her and several beast husbands, they usually get along harmoniously, but once something happens, she will still have a crisis of trust in them. Ling Yan gradually sorted out her thoughts and she gradually calmed down. In fact, this process only took a few minutes. When she looked up, she saw Bai Heng's red eyes, with an expression that looked like he was about to break with heartache, and Chi Hua, who was smiling all day, also stopped smiling and looked worried. Ling Yan was slightly startled. She just cried anxiously, but they looked as if she was already dying. Could she try to give them a little more trust? Ling Yan was about to speak when there was a noise at the door. Mo Huan and Ling Chuan walked in together. As soon as they came in, they found that the atmosphere inside was not right. Crying? Who bullied you? Mo Huan turned into a half-beast and swam quickly to Ling Yan's side. Ling Chuan also looked at her worriedly. Ling Yan shook her head to indicate that no one bullied her. With the red corners of her eyes, she looked even more pitiful. Mo Huan picked up Ling Yan and put her on the small couch, letting her lean on him, and slowly stroked her back to soothe her emotions. Ling Yan finally stopped sobbing. Thank you. Ling Yan took the water handed to her by Bai Heng and took a sip. It seems that she just scolded Bai Heng, and she should remember to apologize to Bai Heng later. But after hearing this thank you, Bai Heng's face turned pale in an instant. The other beasts looked at each other. Mo Huan to Bai Heng. What's the situation? Did you offend him? Bai Heng. No response, no reply. There is nothing more sad than a dead heart. Ling Chuan to Chi Hua. What do you mean? Chi Hua. I don't know. Is it because Bai Heng failed to make Yan Yan pregnant and she is angry? The other beasts. Ling Yan saw that the atmosphere was not right, and then realized what she had just said casually. For a male, his female does not want him anymore, so she will keep a distance from him and reduce dependence. Thank you, that is something that only strangers say between beast men. Ling Yan thought of the crux of the problem and immediately spoke to remedy it. Heng, that's not what I meant. She waved to Bai Heng, and Bai Heng immediately came over and half knelt in front of her to hold her hand. She didn't mean to reject him. That's great. The atmosphere fell into a strange silence for a while. Ling Yan was thinking about how to ask them if they wanted children. Bai Heng and Chi Hua didn't dare to speak at all, for fear that she would cry again. And Mo Huan and Ling Chuan had no idea what was going on. After a long time, Ling Yan spoke. Do you guys want cubs? She still wanted to know their thoughts, especially the two who didn't have a partner. Bai Heng immediately replied, If Yan Yan wants cubs, I will continue to work hard. He thought Ling Yan was sad because she didn't get pregnant. Ling Yan was very upset. What's the point of working hard? I'm asking you, do you want it? Chi Hua said innocently. Can I have it if I want it? Ling Yan. She pointed at Chi Hua angrily. You stop talking. Chi Hua immediately shut up and hid behind Ling Chuan. If you give birth to me, I'll give it to you. If you don't, I don't want it. Mo Huan's clear voice sounded in her ears. Ling Yan's scalp was numb with shock. Really? If I don't give birth to you, you don't want it?
No.
Mo Huan answered firmly. He only wanted Yan. Bai Heng finally understood. The reason why she was angry and sad was this. She didn't want the cub. She thought she was pregnant. Bai Heng felt angry and funny and was relieved. Fortunately, he was useless and didn't let her get pregnant. Otherwise, she would definitely be kicked out. Ling Yan saw Bai Heng's relieved look and was confused for a while. Yan Yan, if you don't want the cub, then we don't want it. Bai Heng looked at her seriously and said, It's not that he doesn't want it, but that if she doesn't want it, he won't want it. Although Bai Heng was also very curious why Yan Yan didn't want the cub, it's very simple for females to give birth to cubs. They only have one season of pregnancy, and the body shape won't change much when they are pregnant with male cubs. The father beast still feels pain during childbirth, and it will recover directly after giving birth to a crystal stone. Maybe Yan Yan is afraid of giving birth to female cubs. Female cubs will also have a bigger belly after 2 seasons of pregnancy, so it's better not to give birth. Qihua poked his head out. I don't want it either. Ling Yan said, Qihua, you and Ling Chuan are not in a relationship. You can think about it again. No, if you say no, then don't. Ling Chuan, who had been silent and thinking about something, suddenly spoke up after Ling Yan spoke. Qihua nodded frantically to show his agreement. What cub did he want? He was still a baby. I'm serious. Ling Yan looked at them. I'm serious too. Several beast men said in unison. Yan Yan, in our hearts, you will always be the first. Bai Heng couldn't help but speak. Mo Huan nodded at her. Bai Heng couldn't help but feel bitter for a moment. She always trusted Mo Huan a little more. Trust us, you are not more important than the cub. Mo Huan comforted her. Ling Yan was slightly embarrassed. She didn't mean to compete with the cub for favor. She was just afraid of the process of giving birth to a cub. She was timid. She was afraid of pain, afraid of accidents. She was afraid that her life that she had finally picked up to enjoy a good life would be gone. Moreover, she was not ready to give birth to other species. If Ling Yan knew that giving birth in the beast world was painless and risk-free, she might change her mind. But now who made her not know, and the males could not guess her true thoughts. Ling Yan was not a person who was too entangled. Once she talked things out, she would let it go. The ups and downs had made her exhausted. She washed up and went to bed hastily. The beast husbands did not dare to bother her at this critical moment. Qihua, who was sleeping with her, huddled aside carefully, not daring to squeeze Ling Yan against the wall like in the past. She cried just because she didn't want to give birth? And Mo Huan still found it unbelievable. He seemed to have never seen her cry before. At first, Qihua and I thought that she was sad because she was not pregnant, and the more we coaxed her, the worse it got. Bai Heng said helplessly. Her thoughts always made the beasts unable to figure out. In the beast world, there are naturally females who don't want to have cubs like her. They don't have cubs if they don't want to, and they never cry about it. It's just that the lifespan of beast men is long, and the cost of childbirth is low, so everyone is still happy to have cubs. Males don't care so much about cubs. The higher the level of beast men, the longer they can live. After the 5th level of adult beast men, their appearance will remain young, and their strength will increase with the level. They will not face the problem of no one to support them after aging. For beast men who have formed a pair, many high-level beast men die after their females die. When the lifespan of low-level beast men reaches the end, their energy will dissipate and they will die quickly. Those who don't have a pair may die when the irritability factor in their bodies riots during a hunt or when they upgrade their level. It can only be said that Ling Yan still knows too little about this world. In her subconscious, males will pay more attention to the next generation. So she subconsciously puts her and the beast husbands on the opposite side. Ling Yan's uneasiness not only comes from her modern upbringing, but also has something to do with her unfamiliarity with the rules of this world. She always subconsciously raises her thorns, hurting others and herself. Ling Chuan suddenly stood up, took out some plants from a space that he had exchanged with the herbivorous tribe these days, and then said to Mo Huan and Bai Heng, I'm going out for a while. After that, he quickly went out and merged into the night. Mo Huan and Bai Heng looked at each other and said nothing. Ling Yan didn't know that her beast husband ran away in the middle of the night, and she was having a nightmare at this moment. First, a middle-aged woman with a face full of flesh pointed at her and scolded, You can't even give birth to a child. You are a hen that can't lay eggs. Then, all the aunts and uncles started talking at the same time. You are not young anymore. It's time to have a baby. What will you do when you are old if you don't have a baby? If you don't have a baby, no one will find out if you die. Then a bald man with a beer belly pulled Ling Yan and kept shouting, Wife, wife, let's have another child. Ling Yan looked at the greasy face that came up and screamed, Ah! Ling Yan was so scared that she sat up directly. Fortunately, it was a dream. No, why is there another sound? Qihua was awakened by Ling Yan's scream and started shouting along. Stop. Ling Yan's scalp was numb because of his shouting. She had no choice but to reach out and pinch his mouth and mute it manually. She carefully looked at the cute and handsome nuanced showpiece in front of her and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, her husband looked like this. Chihua's scalp was numb from her explicit gaze, and his face turned red the next second. The innocent little Chihua was already dumbfounded by her kiss, and after she let go, he lay directly on the Kong, motionless. He didn't get up until Ling Yan put on her clothes. "Why don't you get up? Didn't you wake up?" Ling Yan asked Chihua, who was still standing still. Yan, it's broken. It's broken." Chihua opened the animal's skin and pointed at a place with abnormal spirit. Now, it was Ling Yan's turn to be red. She threw the animal skin blanket on Chihua's head and scolded, "Put on some pants." Chihua was still in a daze, and her big watery eyes stared at Ling Yan with purity and desire, as if silently inviting her. Ling Yan took 2 deep breaths and turned to run out of the door. No, not now. The contraceptive problem has not been solved. Restrain. Ling Yan rubbed her burning cheeks and went to wash up, leaving Fox still on the Kong wondering if he was broken. Chihua didn't come out of the bedroom until she was about to finish breakfast. "Come and eat," Ling Yan greeted calmly. Chihua washed his face and quickly sat next to Ling Yan and started eating. The 3 of them left so early today. Ling Yan felt that she got up very early today, and it was not even bright outside. Bai Heng and Mo Huan just left, and Ling Chuan left last night. Chihua didn't have any tricks and sold Ling Chuan out directly. "What did you say?" Ling Yan clenched the chopsticks in her hand. "I said Bai Heng, and..." "When did Ling Chuan leave?" Ling Yan couldn't help interrupting him. "Yesterday. Last night." Chihua spoke in a lower and lower voice. Ling Yan did not say anything else. She felt a little uncomfortable. Ling Chuan, he said one thing in front of her and another behind her back. He said he didn't mind, but he ran away secretly. Was she the kind of person who would force love? He didn't even say hello. Ling Yan found the last few mouthfuls of rice in her bowl a little hard to swallow, so she simply put down her chopsticks. They had slept in the same bed together. Well, not a few times. They had been together for well, not for long. If he left, then he left. The next one will be more. Oh, I still feel a little uncomfortable. How could he run away secretly? Chihua found that Ling Yan was very abnormal today. She had been sitting in the same position for a long time and sighed from time to time. Chihua didn't understand why. He didn't think that his words had caused misunderstanding to Ling Yan. In his opinion, how could there be an animal so stupid as to give up a matched partner in order to have a cub? But Ling Yan didn't know. She had been emo all day. She couldn't tell whether she was reluctant to leave or because Ling Chuan left without saying goodbye. Yan, let's go to the tribe to play." Chihua approached her.
No.
Ling Yan said weakly. "Then let's play catwalk." Chihua said again.
No.
"Then let's compete to see who can eat the most chestnuts."
No.
"Then let's go and see the plants Ling Chuan brought back yesterday."
No.
Ling Yan was furious and turned over and ignored Chihua. He left the plants behind after leaving. What was that, a breakup fee? Ling Chuan, who had been missed by Ling Yan for a day, was now hanging upside down on a cliff. He sneezed from time to time, thinking that the wind in the Nether Valley was really strong. The valley was located under a cliff near the center of the Nether Night Forest. The entrance was extremely narrow, and there were many strange rocks inside. There was little vegetation at the bottom of the valley, the light was dim, and from time to time there were strange winds that blew up huge rocks. Generally, orcs would not come here for no reason. However, Ling Chuan came here in the middle of the night to look for contraceptive fruits because he remembered a legend gossip in their tribe. It can only be said that he was daring. The plants had begun to wither in this season, and the fruits had basically fallen and rotted. He searched for half a day before he found 5 thumb-sized fruits on a cliff. Fortunately, the eagle tribe has good eyesight, otherwise he would have missed them. Just as he was overjoyed and put away the contraceptive fruit and was about to leave, several huge rocks on the top of the cliff were blown down by the strong wind and smashed down. Ling Chuan reacted quickly and flew to avoid it immediately. However, just after taking off, he was blown off his balance by a gust of evil wind at the bottom of the valley and crashed directly into a protruding boulder. In an instant, the rock was smashed into powder, and Ling Chuan fell heavily to the ground due to losing his balance, with one of his wings bleeding. The wind in this canyon was obviously weird and irregular, and he couldn't take advantage of it. Ling Chuan lay at the bottom of the valley to catch his breath, and then took out the beast core to repair his wound. The wings quickly converged and stopped under the effect of the beast core energy. Blood, after a while. He stood up again. Unexpectedly, it was easy to enter the canyon, but difficult to leave. Fei could not keep balance, and rocks fell from time to time when climbing up. Ling Chuan gritted his teeth, chose a relatively flat place, and began to climb up. The beast form could not keep balance, so he could only transform into a human form. After a while, many wounds appeared on his hands and body. Ling Chuan had no time to treat the wounds at this time. He had already climbed 2/3 of the way up, and he had to climb up in one go, otherwise the previous climb would be in vain. He gritted his teeth and continued to climb up. His 10 fingers were already covered in blood because of the frequent insertion into the cliff to keep balance. Finally, a bloody hand reached the top of the cliff again, and Ling Chuan used the force to flip over. He lay on the grass, panting violently, and finally came up. At this time in the tribe, Bai Heng and Mo Huan had already returned. Several people sat together eating dinner in a solemn atmosphere. Ling Yan poked at the rice in her bowl and glanced at the door from time to time. Bai Heng had already persuaded her when he came back that Ling Chuan would not leave without saying goodbye, but they couldn't say what exactly he was going to do. He left in a hurry last night without explaining anything. In fact, Ling Chuan also had his own considerations. After all, it was a legend of their tribe. What if it was false? Wouldn't it make everyone excited in vain? So, he went straight to find it. If you don't want to eat, can we eat later? Bai Heng held her hand. Ling Yan shook her head. She would have to trouble Bai Heng to cook again later. She calmed herself down and finished the meal quickly. Since Bai Heng said Ling Chuan would come back, he would definitely come back.
He was just delayed by something.
It was not until late at night when the chill came and there was no movement at the door. Ling Yan was coaxed to sleep by Bai Heng. It was too cold outside, and she could not stand it now. Ling Yan tossed and turned on the Kong. She wondered why Ling Chuan hadn't come back yet, and whether it was right for her to accept the support of the beastly husbands, but refused of children. She wondered whether their feelings for her that put her first in everything were real. She fell into deep doubts. Bai Heng sensed the uneasiness of the people around him and hugged Ling Yan into his arms and patted her back gently. Ling Yan instantly felt relieved. She felt that she was sometimes too willful. "I'm sorry, Heng, I lost my temper with you," Ling Yan said in a low voice. Bai Heng knew what she was talking about, and he kissed her forehead. "Don't blame you, no need to apologize. You have the right to lose your temper. Yan, sometimes you can be more willful. We are all your beastly husbands. We are your property. You don't have to be so cautious." Bai Heng knew that she was completely different from the females in the beast world. She was not the kind of willful and domineering person who did not regard the lives of beast husbands as her own. She cared about each of them equally. But sometimes he hoped that she could be more willful and order them around in a domineering manner, so that he could at least know clearly what she was thinking. Just like her attitude towards having children, as long as she did not have them, no one could force her. She had no need to ask for their opinions at all, and even gave the two the right to choose. She was always so obedient that they felt distressed. He used to be annoyed by those females in the tribe who would lose their temper at every turn and thought that their beast husbands spoiled them too much. Until he matched with Ling Yan, as long as she was happy, his heart was filled with joy and satisfaction. In order to keep that smile, he could do anything. He understood the behavior of those beast men who had paired up in the past. Only those who were loved could be fearless. He hoped that his Yan would be so confident and self-centered one day. "Well, Ling Chuan is back. Wake me up." Ling Yan rubbed against Bai Heng's broad and strong arms, and after a soft and sticky reminder, She couldn't hold on and fell into a deep sleep. Go to sleep. Bai Heng patted her gently. Although Ling Yan fell asleep, she was still thinking about something and couldn't fall asleep. Later, she dreamed that Ling Chuan fell off a cliff covered in blood, which scared her so much that she woke up. Ling Yan sat up and patted her chest. Fortunately, it was a dream. She put on her clothes and walked out the door. When she looked up, she saw the figure she had been thinking about all day. Ling Chuan, her voice was tinged with tears. Maybe the dream just now was too real and affected her. Hearing her voice, several males immediately turned their heads to look at her. She blushed a little when they were stared at. Ling Chuan strode to her, bent down and looked at her gently. I'm here. Ling Yan only then noticed that his body was densely covered with purple wounds, as if he was hit by something heavy and many places were still oozing blood. How did you get hurt like this? Ling Yan raised her hand and wanted to touch him but didn't dare, for fear of hurting him. Ling Chuan took her hand generously. It's okay, just a minor injury. He just treated the wound that was too hideous, leaving only a tiny wound. There's no need to waste the beast core for such a minor injury, right? And Mo Huan looked at Ling Chuan's look of I'm in pain, but I can bear it, and couldn't help rolling his eyes. This poor guy, he finally pretended to be hurt. Chi Hua, come quickly and help Ling Chuan treat it. Ling Yan shouted to Chi Hua. Ling Chuan said, he doesn't need it. Thank you, Chi Hua. Ling Chuan smiled and looked at Chi Hua. Good for you, Ling Chuan. As soon as he came back, I asked him if he wanted treatment and he said no. Now it seems like he doesn't care about his own brother. Chi Hua gritted his teeth and slapped his palm on Ling Chuan's back. Hiss. Ling Chuan's face was ferocious for a moment. Ling Yan couldn't stand it anymore. Chi Hua, be gentle. Chi Hua, I should be in the soil. Ling Yan didn't feel relieved until all the wounds on Ling Chuan's body disappeared. She then had the mind to ask him where he had been. He didn't tell anyone. Didn't he know that they would be worried? Ling Chuan looked at her puffed-up little face and felt comforted. Look, this is his lovely little partner, and there is no need to be awkward to show concern for him. He didn't think those people would be that worried about him. Ling Chuan brought Ling Yan to the coffee table, on which was a small wooden bowl with 5 thumb-sized crystal-clear fruits in the bowl. What is this? Did you go out to find this yesterday? Ling Yan looked at the fruit and asked curiously. This is a contraceptive fruit. You won't be able to have children if you eat it. Ling Chuan replied. Contraceptive fruit? One fruit can prevent pregnancy? Ling Yan looked at the fruits in disbelief. Yan, I checked it, and it can indeed prevent pregnancy. Chi Hua interrupted. Ling Yan carefully picked up one and felt it can be used as a contraceptive. It really can be used as a contraceptive. Ling Yan nodded while holding the fruit. Who eats this fruit? She was a little curious. Was she going to eat it? Of course we eat it. Bai Heng took the fruit from her hand and threw it into his mouth. The other males also picked up one and swallowed it. So careless. What if the males have no effect after eating it? Perhaps the questioning expression on Ling Yan's face was too obvious. Chi Hua used his wood-based ability to carefully examine his body. He looked at Ling Yan and said, Yan, it does work. What effect? Ling Yan wanted to ask, is it the effect of being unable to have children or being unable to use it? The enthusiastic Chi Hua checked several orcs one by one. He nodded at Ling Yan and said, they all work. He also said something shocking. Yan, you won't get pregnant as long as you don't sleep with other orcs. Ling Yan almost couldn't catch her breath. This guy. Mo Huan squeezed her hand and whispered in her ear, it works. Ling Yan blushed immediately. Was her expression so obvious? The beast husband saw that she was shy and timid and stopped teasing her. They accompanied her to wash and eat. Bai Heng saw the last fruit forgotten on the table. After thinking about it, he put it away. After dinner, Bai Heng was a little confused. Ling Chuan, where did you find the contraceptive fruit? The Nether Valley. Ling Chuan said lightly. You went there, do you know?
I'm Fine.
Ling Chuan interrupted Bai Heng's words. He didn't expect that it would be so dangerous there, but Ling Yan was still there, so he didn't say such things. What's wrong there? Is it very dangerous? Ling Yan asked. It's not dangerous, it's just a little far. And Mo Huan comforted him. It was indeed not dangerous for him. Ling Yan looked at Bai Heng and Ling Chuan and saw the two beasts nodded, so he suppressed his doubts. But Ling Chuan, an orc from the South Continent, don't know about the contraceptive fruit. How do you know about it when you are from the West Continent? Chihua said puzzledly. Ling Chuan began to explain. This is a legend of our tribe. It is said that a long time ago there was a super united tribe in the Southern Continent. It was very prosperous and famous in several continents. But later, for some unknown reason, this large tribe gradually had no cubs born. The tribe thought of many ways, but none of them worked because those infertile females or males suddenly lost their fertility. But this disease will not affect the body of the orcs, and there will be no discomfort. It was not until later that it was discovered that the kind of glass fruit that the orcs of that tribe loved to eat had a contraceptive effect, and then the reason was discovered. But at that time, the tribe had not had any cubs born for a long time, and the original orcs were gradually decreasing due to hunting and natural disasters. The leader of the tribe believed that it was the disaster brought by the fruit, so he led the orcs to cut down all the fruit trees and throw them into the valley. But because it was discovered too late, the tribe still fell apart during a beast tide. So just because of a legend, you went looking for contraceptive fruit? Ling Yan couldn't believe it. I saw that deep valley when I came here, and I thought at that time that the legend might be true. He was also wondering if there would be contraceptive fruit in it, but he didn't expect that he would eat it so soon. I was just guessing at the time, and I might not be able to find it, so I didn't tell you in advance. Ling Chuan looked at Ling Yan with guilt in his eyes. I'm sorry. I still made you worry. I promise there won't be a next time. Perhaps they should all redefine each other's position in each other's lives. There are not consumables around her that can be replaced by later people at any time. Ling Yan was relieved after listening to Ling Chuan's assurance and turned to look at the other beasts. We also promise. Ling Yan was finally relieved. Several beast men went about their business, and only Ling Chuan stayed with her. She looked at Ling Chuan's broad shoulders, his taut muscles full of explosive power, his smoothly curved waist and abdomen hidden in his brown animal skin skirt, and his two strong and powerful long legs that were even more symmetrical and beautiful. Ling Chuan was almost at his wit's end because of being stared at. He sighed helplessly at his partner's opinion of covering his ears and stealing the bell. When he turned around, she looked up and down, and when he turned around, she stared at him closely. Yen Yen, are you bored? You haven't seen the food I brought back yet, right? I'll go with you to have a look. Ling Chuan half knelt in front of her. Ling Yen then remembered the pile of things Ling Chuan brought back after being away for a few days. She was not in the mood to look at them yesterday, and almost forgot about them. Ling Chuan untied the animal skin bags one by one to show her. These were all obtained by him after flying for a few days to other herbivorous tribes in the southern continent. Yen Yen, take a look. This is the red skin fruit I got from the Caracal tribe. Ling Chuan pointed at the animal skin bag. Ling Yan leaned over to look at the animal skin bag, which was not much shorter than herself. Inside was a brown-red fist-sized fruit with dirt on it. This should be a sweet potato, she said uncertainly, and reached out to touch it. It was edible. Ling Chuan, take a few red skin fruits and throw them into the stove. Ling Yan couldn't wait to try the roasted sweet potatoes.
Okay.
Ling Chuan picked up a few of uniform size and took them away. She continued to check the remaining bags. Several bags were full of sweet potatoes, and there was one bag that was obviously different. Ling Yan took a look and found that this bag contained grains the size of broad beans, but looking at the bright yellow color, this is corn. It's so big, can it make popcorn? Ling Yan pinched a few corn kernels and thought. Ling Chuan looked at the fruit in her hand. This was exchanged by the rat tribe, but they said that this little female should be too hard to bite. The best time to eat it is just after the wind season and before it hardens. I will go to exchange it earlier next year. This is also good. It can be preserved for a long time, and I have a way to eat it. Ling Yan looked at him and smiled. Ling Chuan was almost dazzled by her smile, and the fatigue from several days of running around disappeared in an instant. He felt that he could fly back and forth from the South Continent to the West Continent in one breath. Ling Yan didn't know why the beast suddenly got excited. She shook her head. It was really hard to guess what the male was thinking. Ling Chuan also brought back a bag of taro, half a bag of red dates, and half a bag of walnuts this time. With these things, Ling Yan felt that even if she had to stay in the tribe for 3 months of winter, she would not be too bored. Oh, and there is this. Ling Chuan pulled out a small package of things from an animal skin bag. This, the deer tribe said it tastes good when chewed. But they don't have much, so I only got this back in exchange. Ling Chuan said as he handed the animal skin bag to Ling Yan. Inside was a thumb-sized dried bud that looked like tea, but Ling Yan couldn't tell what kind of tea it was. She picked up a bud and put it in her mouth, and the aroma of jasmine tea quickly burst out in her mouth. It's amazing, tea that tastes like jasmine tea. Ling Yan's eyes lit up. Ling Chuan knew she liked it as soon as he saw her little expression, and it was not in vain that he spent a 6th-level crystal to exchange for these. If Ling Yan knew that he spent a 6th-level animal crystal to exchange for these tea leaves, she would probably scold him for being a spendthrift. Asking Ling Chuan to boil hot water, Ling Yan washed her small teapot and replaced the lemon slice inside with a pinch of tea leaves. Hot water seemed to be able to stimulate the aroma of this magical tea. Ling Yan felt that just smelling it made her feel relaxed and happy. Ling Chuan also felt that it was magical. This fragrance seemed to have the effect of soothing the irritable factors in the male body. The deer clan must not know this effect, otherwise a 6th-level crystal stone would not be able to exchange for these. 2 cups of tea were brewed, one was handed to Ling Chuan, and Ling Yan sipped the other cup. It was really fragrant to smell and drink. The two drank tea for a while, and were distracted by the sweet potato fragrance coming from the stove. The tea tasted good, but it didn't fill my stomach. Ling Yan looked at the black eggs that Ling Chuan dug out from the ashes, and it was hard to describe. This is burnt? Isn't it all baked like this? It will be cooked in a while when buried in the fire. Ling Yan didn't know that the sweet potatoes should be baked using the residual heat in the ashes. Ling Chuan lit the open fire again when boiling water, and the sweet potatoes were naturally burnt. She looked at the roasted sweet potatoes that were black but smelled quite fragrant. How about we open them and try them? Ling Chuan's expression was a little distorted. How could he taste it? Ling Yan understood what he meant and couldn't help but burst out laughing. I didn't tell you to taste it directly. You use your claws to cut it open. Ling Yan directed Ling Chuan to do it. He cut several sweet potatoes in half in a few strokes, revealing the orange-red flesh inside. Although only a little bit in the center looked edible, the fragrance was even more overbearing. Ling Yan took a small wooden spoon and scooped a spoonful and put it into her mouth. The taste was between honey sweet potato and pink sweet potato, not too sweet and not choking. It was the taste Ling Yan liked, and she squinted her eyes happily. She scooped another spoonful and handed it to Ling Chuan's mouth. Ling Chuan nodded after tasting it. It was indeed delicious. Several sweet potatoes were burned until only the core was left. The two of them took a bite each and quickly shared them. Although they ate with a spoon, the corners of their mouths were inevitably stained with black ash. Ling Chuan raised his hand to wipe Ling Yan, but forgot that his fingers were all black, and he wiped Ling Yan into a little cat. Ling Yan was stunned by his laughter, and looked at his hand and quickly reacted. With a handful of black ash, she ran towards Ling Chuan. Good boy, Ling Chuan. Stop, don't run. Ling Yan wiped the water droplets with animal skin and motioned Ling Chuan to wash his face. He did not move, but bent over. Ling Yan had no choice but to pick up the animal skin in her hand and help him wipe the dust stains on his face. When their eyes met, she felt that she was dazzled by the golden color flowing in his pupils. Inexplicably, she kissed those thin lips. A slightly cool touch came from her lips, and she realized what she had done. Just as she was about to step back, her neck was grabbed by a big hand, deepening the kiss that was originally a light taste. The animal skin in Ling Yan's hand fell to the ground and was stained with dust at some point. When she just took a few breaths, what followed was even more a fierce attack. The afterglow gradually slanted to the west, and in the elongated shadows were a pair of overlapping figures. The kiss stopped, and there was deep desire in their eyes when they looked at each other. Ling Chuan knew that he didn't need to ask again, she agreed. He gently carried Ling Yan to the small couch, slowly leaned over and kissed her while not forgetting to protect her head. Ling Yan looked at the long eyelashes, the slightly red corners of the eyes, and the chest that rose and fell due to the heavy breathing in front of her. She couldn't help blushing. Too close, too foul. She reached out and touched his strong waist, making a silent invitation. Ling Chuan was a green egg with zero practical experience. How could he resist such temptation? And immediately became excited. Yen 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 Yen. He kept calling her name on her neck and shoulder. Just when Ling Yan thought he would continue, Ling Chuan suddenly got up, took a few breaths, and tidied her clothes. Ling Yan looked at him without knowing why, and felt that this man's eyes were still seducing her. Yen Yen, I'm back. Chihua's cheerful voice sounded from outside. Well, she knew why he stopped suddenly. It's so early today. Ling Yan stroked the hem of her clothes and stood up. When she passed Ling Chuan, she turned back and raised her eyebrows. Ling Chuan was stimulated by her action and immediately put his hands in front of him. Little guy, let you tease me. Ling Yan chuckled triumphantly. Chihua had already rushed in front of the two of them. Yen, why is your face so red? Ling Chuan, you too? Is it hot? Ling Yan hasn't figured out how to answer him yet, and he saw him say again, the temperature is a little high today. No wonder you feel hot. Why are the corners of your mouth so red? Did you eat too spicy food at noon? Chihua observed her carefully. It seemed that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell. Ling Yan was a little embarrassed, and she quickly changed the subject. How come the wind season is almost over, but the temperature has risen instead? Bai Heng, who followed, answered her question. Before the cold season, the temperature will rise for 3 to 3 days, reminding the orcs to make final preparations. If the temperature drops again, they will directly enter the cold season.
Oh.
Ling Yan nodded thoughtfully. Not knowing why the weather is like this, wouldn't the food stored by the orcs in the past few days be spoiled? In fact, Ling Yan was worrying too much. Only orcs who are sensitive to the external environment can clearly feel this temperature change. For her, it doesn't make much difference. By the way, Yen, there will be a bonfire party in the tribe tomorrow afternoon. Do you want to play? Bai Heng looked at her and asked, bonfire party? Ling Yan was a little curious. Not counting the match, she has been in the tribe for so long, and she hasn't seen any large-scale activities held in the tribe. Well, it is held once every year before the cold season, with the intention of praying for the blessing of the beast god so that they can get through this cold season safely. Bai Heng said, Hey, it sounds quite fun. Is this the beast god's version of the New Year's Eve party? Then I'll go. Ling Yan agreed. The most excited person was Chihua, who had been staring at her nervously. That's great, Yen. We came back to inform you as soon as we heard the news. Chihua's tone was cheerful. She was a little amused. He just wanted to go out and play so much. He was really a young man. Ling Yan pinched the snake's tail that was wrapped around her, and then went to find Bai Heng to ask him to bake a proper sweet potato for her. She needed to input some basic recipes for the ingredients Ling Chuan brought back today to her chef. What about steamed meat with taro, red date porridge, and baked sweet potatoes? None of them could be left out. Bai Heng let her do what she wanted and listened carefully to the wonderful ideas in her head. Not to mention Chihua, he wanted to eat it right away. In the living room, Ling Chuan was fiddling with Ling Yan's small teapot. He handed a cup of tea to Mo Huan. Something? The snake had been staring at him since just now, which was quite scary. Mo Huan looked at Ling Chuan. I'm going to hibernate tomorrow. Ling Chuan nodded in understanding. Only Chihua was still curious. Why did Mo Huan tell Ling Chuan alone that he wanted to hibernate? He couldn't figure it out, but the roasted sweet potatoes smelled so good. He and Ling Yan were squatting by the stove, picking up the roasted sweet potatoes with a small wooden stick each. When it was night, Chihua watched Mo Huan carry Ling Yan into the inner room, and then he understood the riddle they had been playing in the afternoon. Ling Yan looked at the handsome snake who had been pestering her since he sent her in. It should be Ling Chuan today. She had been thinking about finishing her afternoon work. But since Ling Chuan agreed, she naturally wouldn't say anything more, so as not to make the sensitive big snake feel wronged again. Mo, are you going to hibernate? Ling Yan couldn't think of any other reason. They knew they were shy, so they came in that order after the shifts were arranged. Ling Yan was also happy to be free and didn't participate in the allocation of such things. In short, no one would let herself suffer. Well, I have to fall asleep before the temperature drops completely. Mo Huan hugged her, and the sound of his breath caused his chest to vibrate, making Ling Yan's ears itch. Tomorrow? Ling Yan thought he would come after the cold season had completely arrived, but she didn't expect it to be so soon.
Yeah.
Mo Huan sniffed Ling Yan's hair carefully, and he was reluctant to leave. He had to work hard to reach the 9th level so that he wouldn't have to hibernate and he could accompany his Yan every day.
Okay. Ling Yan hooked Montag Huan's hand tightly.
Mo Huan also felt his partner's reluctance and silently hugged her a little tighter. Ling Yan didn't dislike his cold touch at all. She knew that his love was warm like fire. Yan, do you remember what I told you? Mo Huan stroked the beast mark on the back of her hand. Remember, if there is danger, I will call you according to the beast mark. Of course she remembered, the method of forcing the big snake to start up. I hope you don't need it, but don't worry about me if there is danger, understand? Mo Huan was afraid that she would feel that waking him up would hurt him, so she would not agree.
I know.
Ling Yan understood what he meant.
And?
Don't say any more. Ling Yan held his mouth. He couldn't open his mouth anymore. It was more and more like setting a flag. It was creepy. Mo Huan smiled, finally stopped instructing, and kissed her fingertips. Soon, intermittent sounds came from the room. Ling Chuan was originally lying flat, but his mind kept on thinking of the coquettish and bright girl in the afternoon, and he couldn't help but turn over and lie on his side. It's all Chihuahua's fault. Yan, are you going? Ling Chuan asked Ling Yan casually, but his clenched fists revealed his inner thoughts. From morning till now, this person first took care of her washing and eating, and then said that the weather outside was good today, and asked her to go out for some fresh air. Ling Yan didn't refuse. She also felt that the temperature was indeed a bit high today. But this is not a good thing. Bai Heng is checking if there is anything missing at home. However, this has nothing to do with Ling Yan, and she really doesn't need to worry about it. She rocked on the small recliner that Ling Chuan brought outside, and it was quite comfortable. Ling Yan was just about to take a nap when Ling Chuan started again. Yan, you have to spend the entire winter in the beast cave,
he said softly.
Ling Yan was a little confused, so she waited for his next words. I'll take you out for a walk just to relax your mind. Yan, do you want to go? Ling Chuan clenched his fingers, his voice a little tense. Ling Yan saw his look and knew that this outing was not simple. But she also wanted to take the opportunity to go out and get some fresh air, so she satisfied him. Ling Yan looked at his nervous look, afraid that she would refuse, and felt that his acting skills were really bad. She felt that even if she refused now, he would definitely think of other ways. The way he looked now, it was clear that he was sure that she was soft-hearted. Well, he won.
Go.
Ling Yan looked at him and said, Yan, go ahead, I'll take you. Hey, did you agree? Ling Chuan was really dumbfounded at this moment. He had prepared several plans. Ling Yan found it funny to see him confused. He could come to ask her, so Bai Heng must have agreed. Are you still going or not? If not, I'm going to sleep. Ling Yan teased him deliberately. Go, get up, Yan, Ling Chuan said, and then he turned into an animal and squatted down. Hey, riding an eagle today? Ling Yan hesitated. She wouldn't fall down, would she? Although she was not afraid of heights, there were no protective measures, so she was still a little scared. Yan, don't be afraid. You'll know when you get up. Ling Chuan tilted his head and comforted softly. Since he said so, there should be no problem. Ling Yan stuck her ace out and pulled Ling Chuan's wings, and finally climbed up. Phew. Fortunately, the other beast men went to fetch water. When she climbed onto Ling Chuan's back, she knew what he meant. The middle area of his back was flat, and near his neck there were 2 bulges. Ling Yan walked over and sat in the middle of the bulges, which just protected her without affecting her vision or making her feel insecure. Ling Yan couldn't help but sigh. This flying eagle was actually equipped with a safety seat. Yan, are you ready? Ling Chuan asked. She stretched out her hands and hugged the bulge in front of her. Get ready, let's go. I didn't expect that I could go to the sky even after coming to the beast world. Yan, where are you going? Chihua didn't finish shouting, but Mo Huan covered his mouth and blocked it back. Ling Yan seemed to hear someone calling her, but Ling Chuan had already flapped his wings and gradually moved away from the ground. The sound of the wind flowing in her ears and the feeling of weightlessness made her have no time to think too much. Watching herself gradually moving away from the ground, Ling Yan gradually pieced together two words in her heart: freedom. Under her feet are jungles, plains, streams, and mountains. She felt as if she had accepted this world. No. To be more precise, this world embraced her. Ling Chuan had already flown steadily to a certain height. He held up a supernatural shield to block the biting cold wind in the sky for Ling Yan. Ling Yan looked around. Although the entire southern continent looked like it had entered late autumn, she just felt that she couldn't see enough. If she had the opportunity in the future, she must go out more often. She made up her mind secretly in her heart. After flying over several gullies, Ling Yan noticed that their speed was gradually slowing down. After a while, Ling Chuan brought her to land on a flat lawn. The lawn was oval in shape, surrounded by tall trees similar to maple trees, with palm-sized oval leaves that were bright red. Ling Yan felt as if they were surrounded by flames, and the temperature here seemed to have risen a little. Her legs were still a little weak when she landed, but she quickly adapted. After running a few steps, there were soft weeds under her feet, which were basically withered and yellow, but there were still a few traces of green and residual flowers. If it were the hot season, this place would definitely be full of flowers. Ling Chuan looked at Ling Yan running back and forth and couldn't help but smile. The red animal skin cloak on her body looked like a fluttering butterfly as she ran. The scenery was beautiful, and the people were even more beautiful. Ling Chuan admired it for a while, and then began to take things out to arrange. He spread several layers of animal skins on the ground and took out some fruit and vegetable snacks for Ling Yan to try. Seeing that he was so well prepared, Ling Yan knew that he was not doing it on impulse. He even built a small bonfire and boiled tea. Ling Yan walked over and sat on the animal skin, picking up walnut kernels and biting them. "I like it here very much," she whispered to Ling Chuan, who was still busy. Ling Chuan curled his fingers slightly and said softly, "As long as you like it." Yan. Ling Yan looked up and saw a white skirt handed to her by Ling Chuan. "For me?" She reached out and touched it. It was not animal skin, but a bit like modern woolen material, but it felt much better. It didn't feel rough at all, and it felt expensive to the touch. The style was also beautiful, a white ankle-length suspender-long skirt with a small outer layer in the same color. It looked like a knitted style. So beautiful. Ling Yan couldn't help but praise. She didn't expect that there was such a craft in the beast world. She couldn't help but look at Ling Chuan. "Did you make this?"
Yes.
Ling Chuan nodded, with a slight pride in his tone, and then he continued to popularize science. This was taken from the thread fruit. The thread fruit usually grows on the top of the tree hundreds of meters high. Only the males of our wind shadow eagle tribe can pick it. Generally, we adults will collect tree fruits and weave clothes for our females. Yan, this is a style I reweaved after seeing the clothes Mo Huan made for you, so I gave it to you today. Ling Chuan's face was a little red after he finished speaking. "You said, you wove this yourself?" Ling Yan said in disbelief. "This skirt is woven with a thread similar to fine yarn." Ling Yan, who has done wool handicrafts, knows that this kind is the most laborious. I don't know how many nights this fool has stayed up, and her eyes are a little sour. Ling Chuan was a little bit at a loss. Yan, don't you like it?"
I
like it. I like it very much." Ling Yan carefully folded the clothes and handed them to Ling Chuan. "Please keep them for me, and give them to me when the weather gets warmer." Ling Chuan nodded heavily. "Chuan, are there many fruits of this tree in your place?" Ling Yan asked curiously. "Not many. The females of our eagle tribe can only make about one set of clothes every year." Ling Chuan replied. This kind of tree fruit is extremely picky about the growing environment. It can only be found in a deep valley in their tribe and only grows on trees that are several hundred meters high. The maturity period is very short, and only when it is picked when it is ripe can the thread be completely removed, otherwise it will rot directly when it falls. It turns out that this thread fruit is still a luxury in the beast world. No wonder she hadn't heard of Bai Heng and the others before. It is estimated that only females with male eagles know about it. Wait, wool. Ling Yan felt that she was such a pig brain. Her brain had degenerated after not thinking for a period of time. How could she forget about cotton? Ling Chuan, I thought of it. Bai Tuan can also make cotton thread, and it can be used to make many things. Thread fruit is very rare. She can get a substitute. She still misses all kinds of sweaters and knitted sweaters. Ling Yan wanted to rush back home immediately and let Bai Heng go to exchange more cotton. Yen, don't worry. Ling Chuan hugged her gently, his voice a little hoarse. Ling Yan instinctively felt danger, but she looked at the man who was so close to her with a smile on his face. She swallowed her saliva in shame, which made the man laugh. She was a little embarrassed and kicked him, but was grabbed by the ankle. Ling Yan struggled, but didn't move. Do we really have to stay here? She trembled a little. Ling Yan, tightly surrounded by Ling Chuan's wings, could not escape the man's confinement. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. There was a soft coaxing in her ears. Ling Yan couldn't help but let her thoughts wander at this time. She was not afraid, but it was a little too exciting. After it was over, Ling Chuan cleaned her up and put on her clothes. Ling Yan leaned in his arms and panted slightly. A man's suppressed and low voice was heard in her ears. Ling Yan covered her mouth immediately. Ling Chuan laughed out loud because of her cuteness. Realizing that it was this bad eagle who was teasing her, she looked up and glared at him angrily, but immediately felt the change under her ace. Ling Yan didn't dare to move and was obedient. Ling Chuan looked at her and found it funny. Bai Heng asked us to go back early to participate in the bonfire party. Only then did Ling Yan breathe a sigh of relief. They are all gifted men. It's unbearable. Ling Yan got up and looked around, but she couldn't find the animal rubber band for her hair, which was a pity. She had just put it on in the morning, and she also wore a pretty little stone. Forget it. Go back and ask Bai Heng to make a new one. Almost as soon as Ling Chuan landed, Ling Yan was hugged by Bai Heng. She was still slightly blushing, and her eyebrows were full of moisturized charm. Ling Yan was still a little embarrassed, but seeing that Bai Heng and Mo Huan looked normal, she gradually relaxed. There's no moral issue here, it's okay. They're all her husbands, it's okay. I prepared hot water, do you want to take a bath? Bai Heng asked softly. Yeah. Ling Yan nodded. Although she had cleaned it, it was still sticky and uncomfortable. Ling Yan sat in the bathtub, stroking the gilded beast mark with wings on her arm. She thought it would be black like Ling Chuan's beast form, but she didn't expect it to turn into his eye color. Does it look good? A voice sounded behind her. It looks good. Ling Yan answered softly. Ling Chuan laughed softly. As long as you like it, this beast mark will protect you from falling into illusions. Are there other people with such abilities? Ling Chuan said, some races have strange abilities, such as the mermaids, who are good at creating illusions. Ling Yan nodded thoughtfully. She still wanted to go out and see more if she had the chance. Mermaids, I wonder if they are really as beautiful as the legend says? After taking a bath, Ling Yan was dressed up by several beast husbands. Her top was a light pink short-haired, double-breasted animal skin coat with white fur edges. Her bottom was a pair of straight-leg trousers of the same color, and her feet were a pair of white long-haired slippers with 2 colored stones sewn on the toe as decoration. Ling Yan braided her hair on the side and tied a knot with pink animal skin. She looked like a sticky snow-white dumpling, making people want to take a bite. Bai Heng brought a red cloak, but Ling Yan shook her head and refused. This color was so eye-catching that she didn't intend to become the focus of the whole audience. She changed into a white cloak with sleeves and then said, I'm ready. Several beast husbands came back to their senses, as if they had just woken up from a dream, and came over one after another. Yan, you are so beautiful. You are the most beautiful female I have ever seen. Chihua held his face and stared at Ling Yan with an intoxicated look. Ling Yan was embarrassed by his straightforward praise. Okay, let's go. After saying that, She stretched out her hand to Bai Heng. Bai Heng was the best husband, and letting him hug her at this time was also a respect for the best husband. The other people had no objection, and they only took some tableware and seasonings that Ling Yan often used and set off together. Only halfway through the journey, Ling Yan could hear the noise coming from the square. Unexpectedly, it was quite lively. It seemed that everyone still attached great importance to this bonfire party. Ling Yan and his group quickly arrived at the square, and as soon as they arrived, they heard a familiar voice. Yen 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 yen, here, here. Duoya wanted to stand up and dance. In an instant, the two of them attracted 80% of the attention of the audience. Ling Yan began to feel uneasy when she was stared at. She just wanted to find a small corner to hide, but she never expected this. In order not to offend her good friend on the spot, Ling Yan pretended to be calm and motioned Bai Heng to go over. Next to Duoya was a bonfire that had already been lit, and around it were several tree stumps that served as seats. Come and sit down. I specially reserved the best seat for you. Duoya greeted Ling Yan enthusiastically. Indeed, it was basically in the middle of the most central position.
Thank you, Yaya.
Ling Yan didn't hesitate since she was already here. After the beast men spread the animal skins, she sat down openly. Your new animal skin looks great. Ling Yan looked at Duoya and praised her. She was wearing a long fur coat in the color of a princess, a hip skirt in the same color underneath, and a pair of short fur leather boots on her feet. Duoya's figure was already great, and she looked so good with this queen outfit and her slightly childish face. A perfect lowly face, a queen body. Ling Yan looked down at her toes, and then looked at Duoya's hand that could not be controlled. This girl is really good at growing up. Yeah, I think it looks good too, but I have to thank you for being willing to teach my Qingmu. Duoya held her face, intoxicated by her own beauty, and did not forget to thank Ling Yan. Qingmu is Duoya's skillful fox husband. But Yan, you look good today too. Duoya looked at Ling Yan, who looked like a snowball, and praised sincerely. You look good, how can I not look good? Ling Yan teased her deliberately. Oh, that's not what I meant. Duoya hurriedly explained, and looking at her smiling face, she realized that she was teasing herself. If you tease me again, I won't pay attention to you. Ling Yan and Duoya were playing around, and she realized that someone was looking at her. Turning back, she saw a beautiful woman looking at her with a smile on her face. That woman, to be more precise, should be a royal sister. When she saw Ling Yan looking back at her, she smiled and nodded at her as a greeting. Ling Yan was confused. She should not know such a beautiful woman, otherwise she would not have no impression. But she felt the kindness emanating from the queen, so she nodded in response. Several beastly husbands turned around with her and heard Bai Heng shout mother.
What?
Ling Yan felt that there was something wrong with her ears. That sister looked younger than Bai Heng. Was she his mother? Ling Yan was still confused, and the queen opposite responded. Yeah. It really is his mother. It turned out that this was the legendary mother-in-law whom he had never met. However, this beautiful woman with a hot and tall figure, bright and generous looks, fair skin and beautiful eyes, turned out to be his mother? Yan, this is my mother Nuashi. Bai Heng explained to Ling Yan. Mother, my partner, Ling Yan. Hello, little Ling Yan, nice to meet you. Nuashi spoke. Sure enough, the queen's voice is so nice. Hello, mother. Ling Yan came back to her senses from the shock and responded quickly. Nuashi was stunned at first. Females, except for their biological mothers, usually call each other by their names. It seems that her little brat is very favored. She smiled and agreed, and then said, Just call me Nuashi, Yan. The Kong is very comfortable. Thank you. Ling Yan waved her hand and indicated that it was not necessary. Instead, the beautiful woman laughed again. What a cute little female. After chatting for a few words, Ling Yan sat back in her original position. Although she was curious, she did not gossip about Nuashi's age. After all, the hearing of beast men was terrible. But she had a new understanding of the unchanged appearance of the beast world. It will not age, which woman has not had this dream? Ling Chuan brought the meat to roast, and Mo Huan made tea. Ling Yan also gave Duoya and Nuashi a cup each, which received unanimous praise. Of course, tea is a magical tool to relieve greasiness. Ling Yan looked at the females coming and going around. Do we have so many females in our tribe? Isn't it said that females in the beast world are scarce? There are at least 200 or 300 here now, right? This year, the tribe built a lot of beast caves with fire beds, attracting many females from other tribes to spend the winter season. Bai Heng said, handing her a piece of barbecue. Free? Ling Yan thought it was impossible, but he was a shrewd patriarch. Choose a beast husband from the White Tiger tribe, and you can live here for free. Bai Heng said lightly. Well, it turns out that it is to solve the problem of single beasts in the tribe. Chief Bai, he is really hardworking. Then the selected single beasts don't have to wait for matching? Ling Yan couldn't help but feel curious. Going to participate in the election means that you have chosen to give up matching. Bai Heng said. That's quite humane, and it can be regarded as the last guarantee for single beasts. When Ling Yan was still asking about the new changes in the tribe, a shadow suddenly fell in front of her. Ling Yan looked up and saw a muscular man standing in front of her. His thighs were thicker than Ling Yan's whole body, with bulging muscles, and his height was at least 2.5 meters. Ling Yan couldn't see his face when she looked up. She was wondering what he was going to do when she saw the man in front of her clench his fist. Ling Yan was so scared that she immediately closed her eyes and hid in Bai Heng's arms. It was no exaggeration to say that one punch from him knocked her out. Opposite Ling Yan, Huda, who was originally shy, turned pale in an instant. Was he really so ugly that he scared the little female and hid himself directly? Seeing that several of her beast husbands were about to beat her, Huda hurriedly said, Little female Ling Yan, I like you. Can I be your beast husband? He almost roared the sentence, so that all the beast men around him began to look at him with gossipy eyes. Some single beast men also began to get ready. If Huda could succeed, wouldn't they also have a chance? Ling Yan's scalp was numb from the shout. No, 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 no. Y refusa. She refused 3 times in a row. It was hilarious. She was too muscular. The beast men nearby also breathed a sigh of relief after hearing her words. Single beasts courted their partners, and if their partners did not refuse, they could not interfere. Huda wanted to further demonstrate his advantage, but was whipped away by Mo Huan's tail and fell directly out of the gathering circle of beast men. Some of the single beasts who were watching and wanted to try their luck quickly gave up the idea. They did not want to taste the tail of an 8th-level beast. Ling Yan looked at the muscular man who flew backwards and took a breath of cold air. Mo Huan approached her. Yen, if not, they will think they have a chance too. She glanced around, and the beasts who met her eyes turned their heads away. This is the best, Mo Huan did a good job. Ling Yan quietly gave Mo Huan a thumbs up. If there are more coming, you help to get rid of them. Ling Yan instructed several people. They didn't take action just now. They must have some concerns. Ling Yan simply solved the problem at the source. She didn't have a hobby of stamp collecting. She is not a smooth person. These few people are enough to make her tired. Seeing Duoya winking and teasing her, Ling Yan pointed in front of her with a smile. Duoya turned around and saw a few big guys standing in front of her. Now it was Ling Yan's turn to laugh. Sure enough, the smile will not disappear, but it will shift. As the young orcs finished fighting, a huge bonfire was lit in the center of the square. The priest, dressed in a gorgeous priest robe, slowly walked up to the high platform next to the bonfire. I don't know if it was her illusion. Ling Yan always felt that the priest's eyes through the mask seemed to fall on her face. She was a little panicked. Did he see something? In fact, what the priest was thinking was that this little female had thin arms and legs at the beginning, but she was actually supported by Bai Heng. Under the spell that Ling Yan couldn't understand, the beast men around her howled one after another. Then, Ling Yan was led by Duoya into the center of the beast group. Ling Yan was caught off guard and subconsciously turned back to look for her beast husband, and her other hand was held. Nuashi's gentle voice sounded from her ears. Don't be afraid, there are only females inside. Everyone walk around the campfire a few times and accept the blessing of the beast god so that you can spend the winter season safely. Ling Yan's cheeks were reddened by this seductive royal sister's voice. She nodded randomly and moved with the movements of Duoya and Nuashi. At first, she was a little shy, but soon, under the influence of the atmosphere, Ling Yan also laughed and made noises around the campfire like other females. Several beast husbands stared at her intently to avoid any accidents. After the dance blessing ended, Ling Yan was put back in her seat. She looked at Mo Huan, who was leaning against her legs with drooping eyelids, and felt a little flustered for no reason. Mo, are you feeling uncomfortable? Mo, are you feeling uncomfortable? Ling Yan pinched Mo Huan's cheek, and seeing that he finally sobered up a little, she said to the other beastmen, "Let's go back." Several people stood up and prepared to pack up and leave. Ling Yan said hello to Duoya and Nuashi, and quietly left the bonfire meeting with the beastmen. At this time, many females had chosen to leave, so their actions were not abrupt, but someone still stared at them. Just halfway through, Bai Heng suddenly stopped. Mo Huan and Ling Chuan were on guard one after the other, and Qihua was guarding the other side of Ling Yan. Get out," Bai Heng said coldly. "Don't get me wrong, we have no ill intentions." Two orcs appeared in the shadows. If Mo Huan was willing to look up, he would know that he had seen these two beasts, but he was so sleepy that he just wanted to kill people. One of the orcs spoke up. "We just saw Lord Mo Huan and wanted to come over to say hello." Another one quickly added, Yes, we mean no harm." Everyone was shocked. Mo Huan actually had a friend. Mo Huan only looked at the two beasts straight in the eye after hearing this. "Breakthrough?"
Yes.
Ling Sen stepped forward and said, "Thanks to the Sixth Order Beast Core that Lord gave me. It's not a gift, it's an exchange."
Montag Huan corrected coldly.
"Okay, this is very Mo Huan. But we are still very grateful to Lord Mo Huan for saving our lives." Ling San and Lu Qi stepped forward together and bowed to Mo Huan.
Yeah.
Mo Huan was too lazy to correct anything now. He signaled Bai Heng to leave quickly. Ling San and Lu Qi, who stayed where they were, looked at the backs of the adults leaving for a long time without saying a word. The adults were their role models for becoming stronger. Since he and Lu Qi broke through the fifth level one after another, the carnivorous beastmen who were their companions no longer dared to humiliate them for fun. They had always wanted to thank the powerful adult in person, and today they finally met here, so they hurriedly chased after him. "Let's go." After a long time, Ling Sen called Lu Qi. On the other side, Ling Yan had just returned to the beast cave, and was immediately taken away from Bai Heng's arms by Mo Huan. He held Ling Yan tightly in his arms and kissed the top of her head. Ling Yan felt his uneasiness. Mo, I will visit you every day. Don't worry." "No need," Mo Huan said coldly.
What?
Ling Yan was stunned for a moment. "No need every day, it will be very cold." Mo Huan added. "Listen to Mo, go to sleep with peace of mind." Ling Yan could even feel his distress, but he was still holding on. "Don't worry, we will take good care of her," Bai Heng advised. Mo Huan then let go of the hand that was holding Ling Yan. "Will I accompany you to your grass nest?" Ling Yan held his hand. Mo Huan's eyes lit up for a moment, and he thought of something and was about to refuse, but Ling Yan had already pulled him down the stairs.
Go to sleep.
Ling Yan sat beside the grass nest and stroked the huge snake head. Mo Huan's tired eyes blinked and finally couldn't resist the instinct and closed completely. She was not in a hurry to leave, so she just sat beside Mo Huan, looking at the black snake body that could have scared her to death.
How does it feel now?
Now it is full of security. With Mo Huan's faint breathing after falling asleep, she felt as if her heart was empty. Bai Heng brought down a fur blanket and did not urge her. He just wrapped her up and squatted beside her to accompany her. After a long time, Ling Yan said softly, "Let's go." "He is asleep, not dead." Bai Heng picked her up and left the cave. The moment she stepped out of the cave, the black snake tail swayed restlessly for a few times and soon settled down again. "Heng, is the cold season coming?" Ling Yan asked softly, feeling the gradually decreasing temperature. Bai Heng nodded. "Yes, tonight." Then can we seal the beast cave a little bit? Ling Yan looked at her own more than 10-meter-long entrance door speechlessly. Are they really not prepared to block it?
Yes.
Chi Hua jumped 3 feet high. Wouldn't it be so cold this way? Bai Heng looked at him speechlessly. Then what do you think those stones piled at the door are used for? Ling Yan felt that Bai Heng was making a map cannon, but she had no evidence. I wanted to wait until dark to seal it, but it's okay to seal it now. Then Yin Yan can play alone for a while. After Bai Heng finished speaking, he took the 2 males to work. It was really embarrassing to talk to her so seriously as if he was talking to a child. Ling Yan punched the air a few times. Several orcs quickly sealed the entrance to the cave, leaving room for only one person to enter and exit. She couldn't help but sigh that he was really good at work. You can nail a hide curtain at the door to block the wind, Ling Yan suggested. Bai Heng nodded and went to find hides. Chi Hua came over again. Yan Yan, how come you are so smart? Ling Yan, eat more and grow a brain. Chi Hua, but I eat more than you? Ling Yan. Ling Chuan laughed out loud while listening to the childish conversation between the 2 people and got 2 eye knives. After the cave entrance was sealed, Bai Heng added a few fireballs in the living room and the temperature and light were raised. Ling Yan inspected her territory with satisfaction. Not bad, not worried about food and drink, and was fully prepared. Heng, is it really going to get colder tonight? Ling Yan asked again.
This was the 3rd time she asked.
Bai Heng stopped peeling peanuts and approached her. Are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere? Ling Yan shook her head. She couldn't tell, but she felt very uneasy. Thinking about it, Ling Yan touched the beast mark on her waist. Beast mark? Is it a big white wolf? Ling Yan's heart tightened for a moment. Did he encounter danger on the road? Heng, if the cold season comes, is it possible for you males to survive in the wild? Bai Heng didn't know why she asked this, but he answered truthfully, if it's tonight in the wild, you can't survive. Ling Yan was anxious. Why? Even if the males are physically strong, they can't resist the rapid drop in temperature at the beginning. Males need time to adapt. Bai Heng explained. Then he added, if they adapt for a period of time, orcs above level 7 can walk in the wild. Ling Yan secretly breathed a sigh of relief, hoping that he would be smart and find a tribe nearby to hide before setting off. But obviously, her male was not smart enough. Inze was dragged to the ground by the dense and festering wounds on his body. After traveling for more than 10 days, his body had reached its limit. He lay on the ground and looked at the red leaves and the blue sky around him. Is this the only way he can go? He was really unwilling. He finally left the tribe, but he still couldn't control his own destiny. Tears flowed through his fingers from the corners of his eyes. Inze closed his eyes in despair and dropped his hands. It seemed like there was something. He picked it up and saw that it was a small circle of an alien beast tendon with a small stone on it. This smell. It's her. A snowflake gently fell on his face. Ling Yan looked out and looked at the snowflakes that had begun to fall. He raised his hand to catch one. It was the size of a thumb and crystal clear. However, as a child who grew up in the north, Ling Yan was not surprised. In her memory, snow was not a romantic thing. When her classmates all wore new coats, she could only pick up old clothes that her uncle didn't want to wear. They were neither fit nor warm. Every year, her hands, feet, and ears would get frostbite. It was not until she was 16 that she put on her first cotton padded jacket in her life. It was a simple black and ordinary style, but she clearly felt that other people's winter was so warm. Although that piece of clothing was worn by her cousin in the afternoon, Bai Heng put a long fur cloak on Ling Yan and wrapped her tightly. The temperature will drop quickly after the snow. Let's go in. She nodded and followed Bai Heng back to the room. Ling Chuan and Xihua blocked the exit with the stone slabs that had been prepared long ago. A thick layer of animal skin curtain was hung. The entire beast cave was almost completely closed except for a few specially left vents. Ling Yan had not experienced the cold season in the beast world, but in her opinion, winter was also very scary. So she would not use her own understanding to evaluate the natives' practices. Several beast husbands saw that she had been in a bad mood since the temperature dropped, and thought she was worried about the cold season. They all gathered around her to comfort her. Ling Yan didn't want to refuse their kindness, so she forced herself to cheer up. But her fingers were still unconsciously stroking the beast mark on her waist. I don't know why, she just felt uneasy today, and she had a hunch that something was going to happen. This uneasiness continued until the night. Across the cave, Ling Yan could hear the whistling cold wind outside. She walked around the living room, but couldn't think of any way. Yan, what happened to you? Bai Heng looked at her uneasy look and felt distressed. I can't tell, but I feel very bad. Ling Yan pressed the beast mark on her waist. Chi Hua saw that she had been holding her waist and asked with concern, Yan, are you feeling unwell? The other two beasts who had explored the true meaning of life with her reacted quickly. Yan, did you sense anything? Bai Heng asked. I don't know. I just feel very flustered. Ling Yan couldn't describe this feeling either. It was a panic that she might lose something at any time. Is he here? How about I go out and look for him? Bai Heng suggested.
No.
Ling Chuan immediately stopped him. You can't sense his position. What if you missed him? Besides, it may not be him who came. Maybe there was an accident. It would have been better if Ling Chuan didn't speak, but Ling Yan's heart became colder when he spoke. She intuitively felt that he was here, but she couldn't sacrifice another for one. Let's wait and see. She tried to sense the beast mark, but there was no other information except a greater sense of panic. Ling Yan saw the snow wolf lying not far from her. His blue eyes were filled with sadness, and his mouth moved as if he was saying something. But she couldn't get close to him, and couldn't hear his voice. The heavy snow covered his body, and the sound of ice and snow freezing quickly came from afar. Get up, get up. I'm here, get up. Ling Yan cried, but to no avail. She watched him close his eyes and be covered by ice and snow.
No.
Ling Yan woke up from the nightmare in an instant. She breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was just a dream. She touched her cheek, which was cold. Unknowingly, she was already in tears. The beast husbands were relieved when they saw her wake up. After sleeping for a while, she began to cry and shout, falling into a nightmare, but she couldn't be woken up. Bai Heng wiped her tears. Chi Hua held her hand and transferred energy to soothe her emotions, and Ling Chuan handed her a cup of water. Holding his hand, Ling Yan drank 2 sips of water and calmed down. How long have I slept? Ling Yan asked. She remembered that she had been in the living room. You just slept for a while leaning on Bai Heng, and then we brought you in. As a result, you cried as soon as you fell asleep, and we couldn't wake you up no matter what. Bai Heng looked worried. Yan, did you have a nightmare? Ling Yan's eyes dimmed. I had a terrible dream. She couldn't describe the palpitations and sadness of watching him die in front of her eyes and being powerless to do anything. Chi Hua was about to ask more questions when he was interrupted by Bai Heng. Don't be afraid. Dreams are fake. Bai Heng comforted her. She couldn't fall asleep after waking up, and she was afraid that once she closed her eyes, she would see the scene of those blue eyes never opening again. Ling Yan sat by the bonfire in the living room, looking towards the door. She didn't know what she was waiting for. She just wanted to wait a little longer. She could already feel the temperature dropping rapidly, and now she could only snuggle in Bai Heng's arms and keep warm with his body temperature. Several beast men stayed beside her quietly, and the only sound in the air was the crackling of burning firewood. Suddenly, there were several beast roars outside, and several beasts became alert instantly. Ling Yan didn't hear the movement outside because she was far away. Ian, come to me. The beast-shaped Mo Huan poked his head out from the steps.
Go.
Bai Heng wrapped her in animal skin and put her down. She was confused, but still obediently walked to Mo Huan, and Mo Huan's big head rubbed her palm. Soon, the noise was getting closer and closer. Ling Yan suddenly felt a palpitation, and the animal print on her waist was hot. Ahung, hurry up, open the door. Ling Yan's tears burst out instantly. She was about to rush over, but was pulled back by Mo Huan's waist. Just wait here. You will freeze to death if you go over. Ling Yan was choked by him, but she didn't refuse after all. The stone slab at the door was moved away by a gap, and almost at the same time, her eyes met the blue eyes in her dream. She felt that her uneasy heart, which had been uneasy all night, suddenly fell into reality at this moment. Ling Yan looked at the pure white giant wolf that was almost blending into the ice and snow, and couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth. But the next second, her smile froze on her face. The figure slowly closed his eyes and fell to the ground. Hurry, hurry, he's going to die. Chihua was so anxious that he jumped up and down. What should we do? We have to tear down the wall. Several beasts turned around to look at Ling Yan. Ling Yan was very angry. Why are you looking at me? Tear it down. As soon as she finished speaking, she was rolled up by a Mo Huan and stuffed into the quilt in the bedroom. Oh, it turned out that they were afraid that I would freeze to death. Soon there were the sounds of several males smashing the wall outside, and after a while, the noise stopped. Even in the quilt, Ling Yan's teeth were chattering from the cold. Mo Huan, go back to sleep, it's okay.
She said this tremblingly.
Seeing that she was so cold, Mo Huan didn't dare to get close to her, nodded, and was about to leave.
Wait.
Ling Yan struggled to get closer to him. Mo Huan didn't understand why, so he moved closer to her. Ling Yan kissed his huge head. Go to sleep. Seeing that he was forcing himself to be sleepy, she knew that he must have felt that there were beasts approaching, so he was forced to wake up. He should have just fallen asleep, and was still conscious. I'll see you tomorrow, Ling Yan said softly. After getting her promise, Mo Huan returned to the cave. He was still thinking before closing his eyes, and his head was hot. In the living room, several males were trying to find a way to deal with the male on the ground whose life or death was unknown. Chihua, are you any use? Ling Chuan watched Chihua treat the beast on the ground for a long time, but the beast's breath became weaker, and he couldn't help but ask. If you can do it, you come. Chihua rolled his eyes. He was only level 6, and the wolf would be level 8 soon. He could keep him alive, which was not a disgrace to the name of the witch doctor of the Tianhua Fox tribe. Alas, you. Okay, stop arguing. Chihua, is the beast crystal useful? Bai Heng asked. It is useful, but he can't wake up now, and can't absorb it. Chihua scratched his head and added, and he has serious external injuries. He was beaten with Mando thorns, and the beast core can't recover. Manduo thorns? What is that? Bai Heng asked, are there any wounds that the beast core can't recover? Chihua said, it is a kind of vine that is unique to their northern continent. It is covered with small thorns. If you get wounded by it, you can only heal yourself, but...
But what?
Bai Heng asked again. My companion flower can be squeezed into juice and applied to the wound to heal it.
Chihua said.
Then you bloom. Ling Chuan urged. Will it be useful if I bloom? He lacks energy and can't change into human form now. How can I apply this beast form? Chihua was angry. Indeed, when the cold season comes, the fur of the beast men is thick and hard, and the wounds on the skin cannot be seen at all. You need a human form to apply medicine, and you lack energy, and the beast core cannot be absorbed. For a while, you fell into a vicious circle. Ling Yan listened to the movement outside and became anxious. She really hated her delicate body. She felt that if she rashly got out of the bed now, she would definitely be frozen into an ice stick. Ah Heng, come here. She had no choice but to ask for help. Bai Heng walked in immediately. What's wrong? Yan, where do you feel uncomfortable? I'm not feeling unwell anywhere. Take me out for a look. Ling Yan wrapped herself in the quilt and waited for Bai Heng to hug her. Bai Heng couldn't refuse, so he had to carry her out with the quilt. Looking at the beast lying on the ground whose life or death was unknown, Ling Yan's eyes turned red. Ah Chuan, get him a bowl of hot water to drink. Ling Yan said. The coma should be caused by rapid hypothermia. Ah Heng, light a few more bonfires. Chihua, thank you for your hard work. Ling Yan wanted to get closer to take a look, but was stopped. You are right here. He is too cold. Ling Chuan stopped her from getting closer.
I'm fine.
She wrapped herself in the quilt and rolled herself into a ball, squatting carefully beside the snow wolf. Wake up, please. My name is Ling Yan. I don't even know your name. I've been waiting for you tonight. I can feel you coming. I dreamed of you. You are exactly the same as in my dream. Ling Yan squatted beside him and muttered, gradually with a crying tone. Will he never get up again, like in her dream? Don't
Cry.
A hoarse voice came, and several beasts came over to check. Awake, awake. Chi Hua was very happy, and quickly stuffed a beast core under each of the wolf's claws. Quick, quick, absorb, absorb all. The white wolf did not move, but tried to raise his eyes and look at Ling Yan. Absorb it, get well soon. She looked into the pair of blue eyes and whispered. The white wolf then absorbed the beast core, but as the beast core shrank, his expression became more and more painful. Chi Hua, take a look. Ling Yan was about to cry in anxiety. Chi Hua's energy traveled around the white wolf, and then he withdrew his hand and said, his limbs have been broken, and they were deliberately misplaced.
Chi Hua said.
That's why he felt so much pain when he absorbed the beast core. Ling Yan couldn't help but have red eyes again after hearing this. Bai Heng was a little puzzled. With the recovery ability of the orcs, even broken bones can be healed immediately. Unless there is an external force that deliberately makes the bones grow out of place, but this wolf is already level 7. How strong must it be to hurt him like this? Seeing the silver color gradually revealed after the ice and snow melted, Chi Hua and Ling Chuan seemed to understand something. If this silver fur belongs to the tribe in the northern continent, it can be explained. Chi Hua approached the silver wolf. Listen, brother, you have to transform into a human form, otherwise I can't heal your wounds. The twitching wolf heard his words and exhaled a few times. In an instant, Ling Yan saw the wolf transformed into a living being. The young man had a handsome face and a slender figure, but his limbs were bent to varying degrees. There were crisscrossing scars on his jade-colored skin. Some had scabs, and some had festered. His sword-like eyebrows were tightly locked, and there was a look of hidden pain in his ice-blue pupils. His lips had been bitten white, and beads of sweat rolled down from the tip of his throat and dripped onto the ground. Ling Yan felt that she was perverted. He was in such a miserable state, but she actually wanted to see him cry. Stop! Ling Yan shook her head vigorously. Bai Heng, you carry him to the inner room. Ling Yan looked up at Bai Heng.
No, my
name is
Yinsha.
The man lying on the ground struggled to get up, and was lifted up by Chi Hua and Ling Chuan. Hey you! Yinze didn't have time to move, and he was thrown on the Kong. When Ling Yan and Bai Heng followed in, Yinze was still dazed. This place is full of the smell of a little female. This is her grass nest. I am covered in dirty blood, and will get dirty. Yinze struggled to get up. Don't move. Ling Yan immediately stopped him. Yinze was frozen in place by the delicate shout, looking a little funny. Lie down, don't move. Ling Yan added. Yinze lay down obediently. But those ice-blue eyes kept staring at her. Ling Yan simply climbed up, wrapped herself into a ball, and sat beside him. Are you hungry? Ling Yan looked at his chapped lips. Yinze wanted to deny it, but his rumbling belly betrayed him. Instantly, the tips of his ears were dyed bright red. I'll go cook a pot of broth. Bai Heng said, and walked out the door. No, raw meat will do. Yinze didn't want to trouble them so much. He didn't bring any value to this family, and he was afraid of being disliked. Yes, you reapation now. Ling Yan wanted to reach out and pat him, but seeing that there was no good meat on his body, she withdrew her hand. Yan, my flowers are here. Chi Hua walked in with a wooden bowl of companion flowers that had been crushed into juice. Heal his external injuries first, and when he's better, break his bones and reconnect them. Chi Hua said the eerie words with a milky face. Ling Chuan also brought another bowl of hot water. Would you like to drink some more? Yinze glanced at Ling Yan, and seeing that she looked normal, he nodded. Chi Hua and Ling Chuan helped him drink another bowl of water. After drinking the water, Yinze lay down again, still feeling dizzy. From the time he woke up until now, he felt that every moment was unreal. This was the first time he met such a female. She was weak, beautiful, and gentle. She would even cry for the male. She even let the bleeding male enter her grass nest. It was also the first time he met such a family, where the brothers could help each other instead of tripping each other up. He knew the companion flower of the Tianhua Fox clan. It was a holy medicine for external injuries that only the royal family had, and he could use it to wipe his wounds. The 7th level beast core was also casually stuffed into his hand for him to recover. They had accepted him before he had created his own value. He thought that he had no regrets about the question before he left. A tear silently slid down the corner of his eye. Hey, don't cry, I'll be gentle. Chihua thought that he applied the medicine too heavily, and the wolf cried in pain, so he immediately panicked.
It's okay.
Inza gritted his teeth. The female was still beside him, and he wouldn't cry now if he wanted to. Although it shouldn't be done, it was really funny. Ling Yan puffed up her cheeks hard. Chihua, S-flowers were very useful. Inza's wound was recovering rapidly. From the looks of it, 2 more applications of medicine would heal completely. Why don't you continue to bloom and heal him directly? Ling Chuan asked a straight man. Can I make the flowers bloom whenever I want? It also requires energy. I can only bloom 6 flowers a day. Chihua said, unconvinced. Oh, 6 flowers for the 6th level. Ling Chuan commented scathingly. Ling Chuan. Chihua's defense was broken. He was a witch doctor. And he had just reached adulthood. Okay, Ling Chuan, don't say that about Chihua, he's still young. Ling Yan quickly spoke out to stop him. When Chihua heard Ling Yan speak for him, he puffed out his chest and looked at Ling Chuan provocatively. Ling Chuan sneered. Idiot, you are so proud that your partner treats you as his own child. But he finally restrained himself, raised the empty bowl, and asked Inza with his eyes if he wanted some water. After Inza shook his head, he went out with the wooden bowl. Yan, I'll go see Bai Heng cook. It's almost dawn, and I'm hungry, Chihua said and followed him out. Inza saw that they were all out, then he spoke. Ling Yan, they call you Yan. You can call me that. Yan.
Yeah.
Yan, I am a beast of the Linua Silver Wolf clan. I am 20 years old this year, and I have the 7th level ice ability. Inza spoke softly. Ling Yan listened quietly because of some accidents I set off more than 10 days ago, and the time was a bit rushed, so. Inza was afraid that his partner would be angry because of his late arrival. He was actually prepared to be turned away. He did not bring any prey. Now that the cold season has arrived, he cannot create any value. He originally thought that it would be enough to rush to see her. Who knew that the warmth of this meeting would make him want to live? It's okay. Take good care of your injuries and we'll talk when you're better, okay? Ling Yan intuitively felt that the accident he mentioned should be the reason for his late arrival. But now is obviously not the time to talk about this. The person is half dead, and there is no need to dig into the details. Ling Yan was busy with Ling Chuan in the morning, went to a bonfire party in the afternoon, and experienced a life and death rescue in the evening. She felt that she had lived a more fulfilling day than ever before. Unconsciously, she slowly fell down and fell asleep on Inza's shoulder. Inza felt the person next to him gradually slowing down his breathing, and the warm breath sprayed on his bare shoulders. She was so soft and harmless, but he was so nervous that he dared not move. Ling Yan didn't know that while she was asleep, several males had an extra meal, and even Inza was packed up and taken out. He was really brave to anger a hibernating snake. I don't dare, let me go. Chihua twisted and turned. I think you are very brave. Ling Chuan threw Chihua aside, wishing he could pinch his own philtrum. Fortunately, he saw it, otherwise he would have to collect his body. Chihua fell down, but he held the pot steadily, without spilling a drop. Then our family is all here, let's eat together. Under the gazes of Bai Heng and Ling Chuan, Chihua shut up. Inza found this scene very interesting. 2 7th-level beast men spoiled a 6th-level beast man, and the 6th-level beast man dared to provoke an 8th-level beast man without knowing the consequences. In his tribe, beast men speak with fists and strength. Whoever is stronger works less and eats more. It's not like here, where the #1 beast man even cooks. But Inze felt what it felt like to relax for the first time. It turned out that you can have enough food without fighting or competing. Ling Yan was still a little confused when she woke up. Now there was no natural light, and she couldn't tell the exact time. Inze watched her twisting in the quilt and finally stretched out comfortably. Under the animal skin coat was a slender and white waist, and at the waist was his beast mark. Inze was so burned by this look that he quickly turned his head away, and his cheeks were covered with blush. Ling Yan realized that there was someone beside her. When she turned around, she saw Inze blushing. "You have a fever?" She raised her hand and touched his forehead. It wasn't hot, so why was his face so red? "Are you not used to sleeping on the heated Kong?" She looked at Inze and asked. Bai Heng and the others didn't like this kind of scorching temperature very much.
No, Inze didn't know what to say.
It was the first time he realized that his self-control was so poor. There were females who exposed themselves in front of him before, but he didn't react at all. It was once rumored by the tribe that he was not good enough. Inze squeezed his legs together. The appearance of Bai Heng broke the ambiguous and awkward atmosphere. "Yen, wake up and eat something. You've been sleeping all day." Bai Heng walked over and handed her the animal skin coat on the other side of the Kong. "Eat here or go out. If you go out, you should wear something thicker. It's very cold outside. Let's go out to eat." Ling Yan felt that it would definitely get colder and colder in the future, and she had to learn to adapt. After Ling Yan finished her meal, Chihua also helped Inze apply medicine. Yen, apply my flower again tomorrow. Inze's injuries will be healed." Chihua was a little excited because he finally had a beast at home that he could use. "Well, my little fox has worked hard." Ling Yan praised. Yen, I'm not a kid anymore," Chihua said seriously for the first time. Ling Chuan woke him up yesterday, and he couldn't let Yen treat him as a cub in the future, because he was a big male. Ling Yan raised her eyebrows. Who was the master who gave her this advice? But she didn't really treat him as a child, she was just teasing him. "Okay, then I'll praise him again. My big fox is great." Hearing this, Chihua smiled and immediately ran to Ling Chuan to show off. Ling Chuan. Beasts are sometimes speechless. Ling Yan also found it funny when she saw him and Ling Chuan making fun of each other. Now Chihua is a little happy fruit at home. With him around, every day is lively.
Soon a few days passed.
Inze's injuries have all healed, and his energy has recovered a lot. He turned into a beast, lying on the big grass nest in the mailroom, with his limbs spread out, and he turned into a wolf pancake. This was the first time that a beast had moved into this room. After the repairs were done, several beast husbands still slept in the living room. Ling Yan looked at Inze, who had been well fed in the past 2 days and whose fur was shiny again, and felt a little itchy and wanted to rub him. Unconsciously, her eyes were slightly fanatical. Inze was a little uncomfortable with this explicit look. He wanted to move, but was immediately stopped by Chihua's disapproving look. Fortunately, he was in beast form now, otherwise he would definitely lose the beast. Yen? Bai Heng called softly. Ling Yan was called back to her senses by Bai Heng. What's wrong? Inze's limbs all need to be rebroken, and Chihua will help him reset and recover. Bai Heng said. Ling Yan nodded. She knew that bones that were dislocated had to be broken and reconnected. Then you go out and play, okay? Bai Heng was afraid of scaring her. But she wanted to accompany Inze, so she looked at him. Yen, I'll be fine soon. You go out and play first, okay? Inze didn't want his female to see his embarrassed side. Since the beast in question said so, Ling Yan was no longer persistent. She was also afraid that the scene was too bloody and she would lose her composure, so that they would have to take care of themselves. Then I'll go out first, don't be afraid, just shout if it hurts. Ling Yan touched Inze's head. Seeing Inze nodded at her, she stepped out and stood at the door. Chihua said to Bai Heng, It's here, you come and smash it, I will use my superpowers to repair it, and Ling Chuan will hold him down. Inze looked at the beasts around him. If it were in the past, even if he was seriously injured, he would never be suppressed by other beastmen like this. But now, because of her, he is willing to try to accept it all, whether it's life or death. Inze was still thinking, and a sharp pain suddenly came from his forelimbs. He was not ready yet, and could not help but let out a muffled groan of pain from the corner of his mouth. The next second, under the entanglement and repair of the wood-type supernatural power, he felt that his claws, which had been numb for a long time, finally regained their former flexibility. Inze grimaced in pain, but held back from making any more sounds. He thanked the other three. "Don't thank me yet, it's not over yet." Chihua teased him while transmitting supernatural power. As Bai Heng exerted force, the bone on the other side was also broken. This time Inze was prepared and did not make any sound, but his teeth with bloody marks and his eyelids that began to turn red revealed the pain he was enduring. Ling Chuan, who was originally prepared to hold the beast still, had no place to use his skills. He admired the wolf, who was worthy of being a wolf clan and was so cruel to him. Ling Yan was listening outside. With her hearing, she could only hear Inze's muffled groan at the beginning and a few words of conversation between them later. It had been silent for a long time, and she was very worried, and she was afraid that she would rush in and distract them.
Right.
She suddenly had an idea. So of course you need to drink bone soup to replenish your broken bones. She decided to test her cooking skills, which were rich in theoretical knowledge. Ling Yan ran to the kitchen, and there were still burning embers in the stove. Fortunately, her bone soup was not poured into the first step of making a fire. She first added water to the pot, and then prepared to go to the storage room to get bones. By the way, how could there be this water? She thought that she would use the snow water when it snowed, but the family had been doing the same thing for so many days, and there was no shortage of water. Forget it. Let's find the bones first. In a place that Ling Yan didn't know, her beast husbands had filled their spaces with water, and they just put it in when they needed it. She walked around the storage room, which was a little lower in temperature, and she shivered a little. In the last few days, her beast husbands hunted and caught almost all the beasts she liked to eat, and now there is enough fresh frozen meat in the storage room for her to eat until the rainy season. This is the advantage of females pursuing powerful beast husbands. At least they won't go hungry. She opened a wooden barrel and took a look. This seemed to be the neck of the Moo beast, right? The cross-section was thicker than Ling Yan's. Fortunately, the beastmen handled it carefully and divided it into pieces. She picked up a piece and shook it. Not bad, it was more than 30 kilograms. It was just a little cold, so she ran back to the kitchen and threw the bones into the basin. In fact, Ling Yan's current physical fitness is far inferior to that of modern times, whether it is speed, strength, or 5 senses. It's just that her weak appearance and the beastman's desire to protect her make her look too fragile. If she were left alone in the wild now, she could easily survive. Half an hour. Yen, what are you going to do? Ling Chuan appeared behind her. You came at the right time. Help me cut this bone into pieces of fist size. She was worrying about how to cut the pieces, and the labor came to her door.
Okay.
Ling Chuan beast transformed into sharp claws and washed them before starting. This is also what Ling Yan asked. You must wash your hands before cutting vegetables.
Okay.
After a few breaths, Ling Chuan divided the bones according to her requirements. With the help of Ling Chuan, the big bones were blanched and put into the pot. There is no need to add too much seasoning. She simply added slices to remove the fishy smell. Yen, is this for Inze alone? Ling Chuan asked casually. Ling Yan's water radar quickly sounded the alarm. It's such a big pot, everyone drinks it. It's so cold, we just need to replenish ourselves.
Yeah.
Ling Chuan's tone was filled with laughter. Okay, let's go see Inze. The two came to Inze, but found that he had his eyes closed and was motionless. Is he okay? Ling Yan said a little worriedly. Oh, it's okay. He just fainted from the pain. Chi said lightly. Don't worry, he will be fine soon after he wakes up and absorbs a high-level beast core. Bai Heng looked at Ling Yan's somewhat ugly face and hurried to comfort him. Chihua noticed the subtle atmosphere and quickly changed his words. Yes, that's what I mean, Yen, don't worry, he is really fine. Ling Yan nodded, which meant she had listened. Bai Heng and Ling Chuan looked at each other silently. They were not afraid of being treated differently. They were afraid that after being treated fairly at the beginning, someone else would be favored. They would only target the favored one, and on what basis did he do that? Ling Yan didn't know that her concern for the injured almost made the other beasts jealous. In the eyes of the males, what was Inze's injury? Inze didn't know that his little female had invisibly attracted a wave of hatred for him. But if he knew, he would probably be so happy that he wanted to go out and howl a few times. With the blessing of Qi Hua's supernatural power, Inze woke up quickly. After all, a 7th-level beast has good physical fitness. Ling Chuan handed him a beast core. Here, absorb it. Inze hesitated for a moment, took it. Thank you. I will return it to you as soon as possible. Ling Chuan sneered. Our family is not like your Silver Wolf clan, so keep it with peace of mind. Inze nodded and accepted his kindness, but the beast core must be returned. He closed his eyes and mobilized his energy. It began to absorb, and soon, the walnut-sized colorful animal core gradually it began to become transparent and finally turned into powder. After trying to move his limbs, the numbness and pain caused by the dislocation of the bones had disappeared, and the sluggish feeling of the energy running in his body was gone. Inze stood up and turned into a human form. Yan, I'm fine. Even if she watched it 10,000 times, Ling Yan, who grew up studying physiognomy, would be shocked by this scene. It was a panacea. This is a panacea. Hearing Inze say that he was fine, she couldn't help but touch the place where he was injured before. Is it really fine? The beast core is so useful. Ling Yan couldn't help but sigh. Yan, not only the beast core is useful, but I am also useful. Qi Hua muttered. How could Yan only praise the beast core? He also spent a lot of effort, and his superpowers were almost exhausted. Of course I know that my big fox is the most useful. Ling Yan said. Qi Hua was happy again. His mother said that he had to let the female see and hear everything he did so that she would like him more. Yan, only beast cores above level 6 can have significant healing effects. Inze just absorbed a level 7 one, so he recovered so quickly. Moreover, unless a male has strong combat ability, he cannot kill a beast of the same level or higher level alone. Bai Heng knew that Ling Yan lacked common sense and tried not to mislead her in everything. Ling Yan nodded, and she said, How could such a heaven-defying thing have no restrictions? All things are interdependent, and nature has its own laws. Qi Hua's nose twitched slightly. I seem to smell a fragrance. Oh, my soup. Ling Yan ran to the kitchen quickly. Lifting the wooden lid, the rich aroma of bone soup hit her face. Qi Hua poked his head out. Yan, did you cook meat soup? It's bone soup. It's more nourishing. She looked at him with a smile. For Inze? Qi Hua's head drooped.
Here we go again.
Everything is available. Help me get a bowl. Ling Yan adjusted the seasoning and asked Bai Heng to help her cut some green onions. Soon, several large bowls of bone soup were served on the table. Yan, it's so delicious. Qi Hua turned into a boastful monster. Then I'll make it again when I have the chance in the future. She also enjoyed the sense of accomplishment of being recognized by others. You can do it for fun when you are bored. Bai Heng looked at her. She just needed to enjoy their care. Ling Chuan also said, Yan is much more talented than Qi Hua. Seeing that Qi Hua's eyes were already swung over, Ling Chuan turned his head and used physical defense. Inze looked at them talking and laughing with some envy, and he buried his head in drinking the soup. In his tribe, no matter how favored the male is, he is not qualified to eat with the females. Not to mention such a relaxed and comfortable chat. It's like they're just an equal family.
Insa?
Ling Yan looked at the beast that was distracted again. Yes, Yan, I'm listening. Inze looked at her. I made the soup with bones. You will get what you want from it. You should eat more. Ling Yan told him. Inze nodded obediently. Yes. Did she cook this soup specially for him? How could there be such a good little female in the world? In the end, each of the beasts tasted a bowl, and the rest was all taken by Inze. It was just a little soup, and of course the males couldn't eat enough. After the meal, Everyone sat around the campfire in the living room, and the males started to eat more. It was the dried meat that they dried and stored with the fan. It made a crunchy sound when bitten, just like eating potato chips. Ling Yan was addicted to it. Dried meat. Oh, that is a must-have snack for watching TV series. Although there is no TV series now, she wants to try it.
Give me some.
She moved closer to Ling Chuan, who was sitting next to her. Bite slowly, don't break your teeth. Ling Chuan tore off a small piece for her, which was about the size of her palm. What kind of words can break teeth? This beast simply looks down on her. Really, she looks like a cool type, but turns out to be a green tea, and now she has become a poisonous tongue. But since he specifically reminded her, Ling Yan naturally wouldn't rush in directly. She took the dried meat and smelled it. It's a bit fishy. Bite it again. It didn't move. Bite it again. Forget it. Ling Chuan was right. There is no dentist here. If it's broken, it can't be repaired. Bai Heng on the other side took the dried meat from her hand, tore it into thin strips as long as bones and handed it to her. Hold it first, and then bite it. If it doesn't taste good, spit it out. Ling Chuan looked at Bai Heng's actions, thinking. Ling Yan pinched a small piece and put it in her mouth. It's so disgusting. There is no taste at all, and it is mixed with the fishy smell of the giant beast. She immediately vomited into the hand in front of her in disgust. She had actually put on a filter for dried meat, forgetting how unpalatable it was originally. She couldn't even eat fresh meat, not to mention dried meat that was directly dried without any seasoning. After drinking a few sips of water to suppress the taste, Ling Yan calmed down, and then she realized that she had just vomited into Ling Chuan's hand. She felt a little embarrassed. She turned her head to look at Ling Chuan and wanted to thank him, but she was instantly dispelled by his half-smile. He is her beast husband, and it is his duty to serve her. Ling Chuan then left. Yinze secretly watched their interaction. Yan Yan was so shy, and she listened to the beast husbands. He spoiled them so much, and Ling Chuan didn't get angry when he said that. He was shocked when he heard the broken teeth just now. In his memory, his father beast seemed to have advised the female beast to eat less ice fruit once, and the female beast signaled the other fathers to beat him up, and didn't give him food for 3 days. In the end, his female beast ate too much ice fruit and had a stomachache, so he asked other beast husbands to beat his father beast, saying that he cursed him. Yinze was too young at that time. He only remembered that his father's health had not been good since then. His father was only level 5 and had no ability to hunt for high-level beast cores, so he died early. On the day his father passed away, he went to ask his mother to lend him a level 6 beast core, but he didn't even see his mother. He went to ask other fathers, but what he got was, that useless guy who eats for free is finally going to die? The son of a useless guy is also a useless guy. He kneels when he is told to. Just like his spineless father, he vowed to find a matching female, but ended up being locked in a male cave for a few days and still became the beast of the female master? After Yinze was in a daze, he realized that he, Qihua, and Ling Chuan were sitting in the living room. There was a faint sound of water coming from the inner room. This temperature is enough. Ling Yan squinted in her big bathtub and was so comfortable.
Yeah.
Bai Heng took out his hands in the water and warmed her clothes. At the beginning of the cold season, Ling Yan changed her bathing place to the bedroom. There was a Kong and a fire wall, as well as a circle of small flames of supernatural power around her, so that she could barely avoid being frozen. She didn't know that without a Kong and a fire wall, females would spend the winter under the belly of their furry beast husbands. Not to mention taking a bath, physiological problems had to be solved on the spot. Otherwise, she would get sick. If she didn't prepare the crystal in advance, she would have to report to the beast god as long as she got sick. After all, at this time, even the witch doctor couldn't go out. When Ling Yan finished her bath and curled herself up on the Kong, Bai Heng also came in with a little warm water vapor. Males who sleep with her usually wash themselves with her bath water. After all, little females are particular and won't be touched unless they are washed. Yan Yan, is that okay? Bai Heng's warm breath sprayed on her ears, causing her to tremble. Her reaction pleased Bai Heng, and he chuckled and stopped asking. After it was over, Bai Heng hugged her tightly. Yen, that's great. Ling Yan felt puzzled. What was he talking about? These 2 days, all your thoughts have been on Inze. You don't know how panicked the three of us are. Bai Heng moved closer. It turned out to be because of this. Ling Yan was slightly embarrassed. On the one hand, she was not in the mood to see Inze like that. Besides, Inze was sleeping next to her. How could she do that with another in front of one of them? She didn't have the hobby of live performances. You even made soup for him yourself today. Bai Heng continued to speak sourly. I made it for you. Just tell me whether you drank it or not. Ling Yan decided to defeat magic with magic. Besides, I will feel bad no matter which one of you gets hurt. I treat you all equally. You actually doubt me. Ling Yan sniffed deliberately. Heng, I'm so sad. Bai Heng was so guilty that he stood up and knelt beside Ling Yan. Yen, I'm sorry. I was talking nonsense, don't cry. Please, it's all my fault. Seeing that Bai Heng was about to cry, Ling Yan stopped sobbing. Bai Heng hugged her and saw that she was smiling cunningly. He let out a long sigh. I'm sorry, I said the wrong thing. Heng, this is the first time I have so many beastly husbands like you. I will try my best to be fair, but sometimes it depends on the situation. I hope you can understand. Ling Yan knew that the others outside would definitely hear it, so she took precautions in advance. She was definitely not the kind of person who only smiled at new people, but they couldn't argue about everything. This would tire her to death. After all, Ling Yan only had one person. She doesn't mind coaxing them sometimes, but too much is as bad as too little.
I know, Yen.
Bai Heng felt that he was wrong. He was obviously the #1 beast husband, and he should protect her at all times, but now he was the first to question her. Bai Heng wanted to get up and slap himself in the face, but Ling Yan didn't think it was a big problem. They care about themselves, so they care about her attitude towards them. They will be jealous, and they will worry about gains and losses. If they don't care, then she'll be afraid. Ling Yan knows the principle of giving a sweet date after a slap. My big tiger cares about me too much. I'm not angry. Don't blame yourself. She pressed Bai Heng's head and kissed him. The beasts outside the door had mixed feelings. Chihua. See, Yen still cares about me. She knew I was jealous. She was coaxing me. Ling Chuan. It turns out that he will also be spoiled one day. Ainza. Are they jealous of me? Are they jealous of me? The soup is really for him, happy, hee. It's better to sleep after some exercise. Ling Yan stretched herself. The moment her hands touched the air, they immediately retracted into the quilt. Cold. The temperature seems to have dropped again today. After a long time of psychological preparation, Ling Yan finally put on her clothes. Leaving the quilt in winter is like a torture. Fortunately, she doesn't have to go to work now. She won't tell anyone who breaks her defense. Yen is awake. Chihua rushed over and hugged her. The young man was full of vigorous vitality. Aren't you cold? Ling Yan pinched his bare arm, and it seemed that he was indeed very hot. Yen, do you want to see my beast form? Chihua stared at her with bright eyes. Then take a look. As soon as Ling Yan finished speaking, Chihua turned into a beast form. He seemed to be rounder. Have you gained weight? Yen. I haven't gained weight. Take a closer look. Chihua was embarrassed and annoyed, looking at her with accusatory eyes. Okay, change back and I'll look at it again. Ling Yan touched the fur and found it's not that he got fat, it's that his hair grew longer. Not only longer but also denser, with fine hair growing densely at the roots. No wonder he wasn't cold. It turns out that if the beast form wasn't cold, then the human form wouldn't be cold. Our animal skin skirts are essentially our animal fur, but when we transformed into human form, we put them there, which can be regarded as a protective function. Chihua said with a little blush. Ling Yan realized that she had said what was in her heart. Then can it be placed somewhere else? Ling Yan is very good at finding loopholes. Yes, but it takes a little energy to maintain it in other places. Then, change it for me. Ling Yan gave instructions directly. Soon, a young man in red, wearing a horse-faced long skirt with narrow sleeves and a cross lapel, stood in front of her. Ling Yan was almost stunned. The young man was tall and graceful, not like a primitive man who ate raw meat and drank blood every day, but like a young master favored by a wealthy family, with both the spirit of the rivers and lakes and nobleness everywhere. "Don't move, don't move," she warned Chihua. Come here for a moment." Bai Heng had already arrived in front of him as soon as she finished speaking. "I want a black leather belt, this long. I also want 2 black softer belts, longer." "Okay, wait a minute." Bai Heng went to the storage room after he finished speaking. He wanted to take it from the space, but now the space was full of water. After a while, Bai Heng found what Ling Yan wanted. She first tied a belt around Chihua's waist, and then tied a high ponytail for him. "Wow, Ling Yan," he exclaimed, "what a guy." He was full of vigor, a true young general. Ling Yan thought it was okay to play a role sometimes, Ling Chuan and Inze were also attracted to it. They had never seen a male animal skin worn like this. Looking at the burning eyes of several people, how could Ling Yan favor one over the other? Bai Heng was wearing a round-necked robe made in Ming Dynasty style, and Ling Yan gave him a belt. He was the type of person who looked thin in clothes. And the outer coat made of fur is slightly moon-white. Coupled with his gentle and smiling face, the whole person exudes the temperament of a gentle husband. Ling Chuan is much simpler. Just like the first impression he left on Ling Yan, he is very suitable for a suit. A gray-brown suit, coupled with his cold temperament even without speaking and sharp eyebrows, it seems that in the next second, he will say, "Woman, you have caught my attention." Ling Yan shuddered with goosebumps. However, the domineering boss without inner wear looks like a model brother. As for Inza, he has an exotic style. Although there are no jingling accessories, but with his blue eyes. She wants to ask him if he has any brothers. What about her Mo? With the black wide-sleeved Taoist robe on, coupled with that gloomy and indifferent face, isn't that the Demon King himself? Oh, I miss Mo. A few days ago, she could still go down and stay with him for a while, but in the past 2 days, Mo Huan's cave has become colder and colder. She can only look at him and leave. Yen, what are you thinking about?" Chihua saw Ling Yan in a daze and shouted. Ling Yan came back to her senses. "Nothing. Let me see my little beauties." She laughed twice as she spoke. With such beauty in front of her, she finally experienced the life of an emperor today. After playing and eating, Ling Yan returned to bed. Several beast men changed back into their animal skin skirts. In addition to the fact that it was not suitable to use energy to maintain the animal skin all the time, Yin Yan's strange eyes made them feel uneasy. Even Chihua, who had always been extremely insensitive, felt a little scared. But when he thought that he would sleep with Yen Yen tonight, he wanted to go out and roll around. Ling Chuan looked at the beast next to him, who was blushing and melancholy, and silently moved away. Could it be that his brain was frozen? Don't let it be passed on to him. Inza was carefully turning over the fist-sized roasted sweet potatoes and potatoes on the small grill. Yen Yen might want to eat them later, so he had to take good care of them. Chihua and Ling Chuan didn't argue with him. They knew that Inza always felt guilty that he came late and did not participate in the hunting before the cold season, so he was a little cautious every time he ate. Since his body recovered, he basically took care of all the big and small chores at home. They knew that this was the habit of the Snow Region's Silver Wolf clan. This race holds that useless animals do not deserve to live. So in order to let Inza eat with a clear conscience, they gave up struggling. With no work to do, no hunting, and the females not needing them for warmth, the animals were so idle that they were about to grow mushrooms. Inside the house, Bai Heng accompanied Ling Yan. Inza seems to be a little different from you." Ling Yan decided to ask about a certain subject in her animal world. In order to avoid thinking about it for a long time and still being wrong, it is easy to misunderstand and hurt feelings in the end. Why is it different? Bai Heng wanted to hear her thoughts. It's just that he seems to be very respectful to me, and he is very polite in what he says and does. Ling Yan was a little distressed, which made her want to get closer to Inza. None of them work. It seems like there are unspoken rules in the workplace. Jin's race is different from us. But Yan, the fact that he can come here means that his feelings for you are no less than those for the rest of us, but I don't quite understand the details. Bai Heng didn't know what Inza's tribe was like. Ling Chuan and Chi Hua just mentioned it casually. Inza must have wanted to tell Yan in person, so they naturally wouldn't say anything more. Moreover, with the hearing of orcs, there are no secrets in this family. Yan was asking him, but she shouldn't be telling him. Bai Heng was happy to cooperate.
Okay.
Ling Yan achieved her goal and stopped struggling. She yawned and prepared to take a nap. Bored, I must find something to do tomorrow. Outside the house, Inza pinched his fingers while listening to the conversation inside. If Yan knew that he had been chosen by other females, would she still want him? Although he was trying to integrate into this warm family environment, 20 years of oppression made it difficult for him to change for a while. He had long been accustomed to being respectful to females. Otherwise, in his tribe, if a female accused him of disrespect, he would be imprisoned with his supernatural powers and beaten with mantua thorns. Ling Yan didn't know that her poor little beast husband was emo again. She had already played the game of blindfolded catching in her dream, and the corners of her mouth were almost grinning to her temples. Bai Heng was also relieved when looking at the sleeping little female. She began to trust them, began to communicate and contact the world, and she no longer kept all her worries to herself. Little females should be happy, especially those with a weak and strong character like Yan. Bai Heng hoped that she could let go of her worries and enjoy life. Bai Heng slowly got up and went to prepare dinner. Bai Heng. He paused as he was about to cook. Bai Heng turned around. It was strange that Inze took the initiative to talk to him. This person is almost invisible when Yan is not around. Lend me some animal skins. Inze said directly. Yan said that they are a family. Family members will not be rejected, right? Okay. The animal skins on the first shelf on the east side of the second layer of skins in the storage room are all hunted by me. Yes, you can choose it yourself. Bai Heng said and went into the kitchen. Inza nodded and walked towards the storage room. The third and fourth shelves belong to Chi Hua and me. You can also choose. Ling Chuan said when Inza passed by. Inza froze for a moment and said, well, he didn't say thank you, but he would remember this kindness. Inza couldn't help thinking that if one of the other beast husbands of the female beast had been willing to lend a hand, he would have a father now. Forget it, don't think about it. He is luckier than his father. Inza came to the storage room and went directly to the second floor. It was neatly classified. There were vegetables that Yan liked to eat and dried meat stored by the males. There were many kinds, but they were well organized. Inza quickly found the shelf that Bai Heng mentioned. On the huge shelf were piles of tanned animal skins. The higher you go, the better the variety. There are 4 such shelves in total. Inza picked them up carefully, but he didn't search them with his hands. Instead, he scanned them with his eyes and deliberately passed by the second shelf that Ling Chuan didn't mention. But the silver 8th level exotic animal skin on the second shelf was the most in line with his psychological expectations. In the end, he still chose a silver beast skin from Bai Heng's pile of animal skins. He cut open his Inza pointed at his calf and pulled out a sharp tooth of a wild animal hidden inside. He raised his hand to condense ice flowers to wrap the tooth and then exerted force. The ice and snow turned into powder and scattered, but the sharp tooth was intact. It even emitted a little cold light after the blood was cleaned. After collecting the animal skin and teeth, he walked out of the storage room. Inza poked his head at the door of Ling Yan's bedroom and happened to meet the sight of Chi Hua, who was sleeping with Ling Yan. He pointed at his calf, and the other party rolled his eyes, but still opened a flower and threw it to him. Inza took it and ate it. The wound on his calf quickly condensed and stopped bleeding. The wound soon became a white mark that would be ignored if you didn't look closely. Don't worry about too many deaths. When the cold season is over, it will be time for him, Inza, to pay off the debt. Having made up his mind, Inza returned to the campfire and began to busy himself with the borrowed animal skin. Ling Chuan looked at the beast beside him, who suddenly got excited and was confused. See, he said to stay away from Chi Hua. Another crazy one. Why is your face so red? Is it too hot here? If you can't adapt, You can sleep on the floor. Ling Yan looked at Chihua, whose face turned red like a boiled shrimp as soon as he got into his bed, and teased him deliberately. I'm not hot. I don't want to sleep on the floor.
Chihua stuttered.
How should he propose the request of becoming a partner so that Yen Yen would not refuse? Bai Heng and Ling Chuan refused to teach him, and he didn't know how. Okay, since it's not hot, let's go to bed. Ling Yan said deliberately. Hearing her say that she wanted to go to bed, Chihua got anxious. Yen Yen, you are biased. How am I biased? You are already a partner with Ling Chuan, but you haven't become a partner with me, and you still say you are not biased. But you said that if I ate your flower, we would be a partner. Well, that doesn't count. Why doesn't it count again? It just doesn't count, that's different. Chihua buried his head and dared not look at Ling Yan, with his ace sticking out. Ling Yan couldn't help but slapped him. Chihua immediately turned over and sat up, his face red as if blood was about to drip. Yen Yen, you. Ling Yan looked at him and smiled with evil taste. It was so fun to tease the little cutie, who knew that he would lie down again. You play. After Chi finished speaking, he buried his head. What to play? What to play? This time he couldn't do it to Ling Yan. Was he really a pervert? Get up quickly. She decided to reshape her image. I won't get up, you play Yen Yen, please. Chihua's voice was even lower, but Ling Yan heard every word clearly.
This.
A little thinner here.
Yes.
A little shorter here. Open here. Show your tail. Yen Yen, it's going to break down. Call me sister, and I'll help you.
Sister.
The next day, Ling Yan, who was lying on the Kong with no desire to live, knew that she must have been desensitized to the word sister. Yen. Chihua's voice came, and Ling Yan's eyes instantly swung over, but she was not hurt. After all, someone did not follow the ethics of martial arts. Later, he used his supernatural power to make her recover, which also caused Ling Yan to not be able to get away with pretending to faint. She felt that although she was not uncomfortable physically, she was greatly traumatized mentally. But in the final analysis, it was her own fault. A young boy like Chihua could not stand her teasing. But now she has learned not to find problems in herself. It's all Chihua's fault, so ignore him now. Yen Yen, I was wrong. Chihua was a little anxious when he saw Ling Yan didn't speak. Yen, are you not talking because you feel uncomfortable? Let me see. As he spoke, his hand had already been placed on Ling Yan's quilt. I'm fine, go away. Ling Yan became even angrier, and it was because nothing happened that she was more upset. It was as if her anger now was unreasonable. Get out, I don't want to see you now.
Oh.
Chihua paused and was silent for a while before slowly leaving. Ling Yan wondered if she had gone too far. Alas, Chihua, help me get my clothes. Okay. Chihua, with a cheerful tone, ran in. Yen, you have to wear more today, the temperature has dropped again.
Chihua reminded.
Ling Yan had no choice but to put on another fur coat. Not only was she wrapped like a bear now, but the fur was so heavy that she felt so tired. I miss sweaters, hoodies, and autumn clothes. Wait, did she forget what? By Tuan. She has cotton, so how could she not prepare quilts, cotton coats, and sweaters for herself? In fact, she had thought of down during the windy season, but the fur the wild animals brought back by Bai Heng was so hard that it could pierce her in a minute, let alone make down jackets. She guessed at the time that it might be related to the fact that Bai Heng brought back land animals, and then she got used to wearing animal skins, so she gradually forgot about it. After the cold season, she will have to pay attention to this matter. Although animal skins are warm, they are really heavy when worn too much. Heng, do you have a lot of Bai Tuan at home? Ling Yan sat at the dining table and asked Bai Heng, who was busy. Quite a lot. Ling Chuan said you wanted it, so I brought all the leftovers for the females in the tribe. Yen, what are you going to do? Bai Heng put a bowl of thin noodles in front of Ling Yan and continued. Make something delicious. I'll eat first. Heng, your cooking skills have improved again. I love you so much. Ling Yan started to praise. The noodles were chewy and refreshing, and they smelled really good. Hearing her say that she loved him to death, Bai Heng couldn't suppress his smile. He loved her, too, to death.
Aang? Aang?
Ling Yan was a little surprised. This was the first time that Bai Heng was distracted in front of her. Well, Yan, what's wrong? Bai Heng quickly came back to his senses and restrained his expression, returning to his usual gentleness. I'm done. Ling Yan pointed to the empty bowl in front of her. Bai Heng took her and walked out of the kitchen. So many? Ling Yan looked at the small mountain in front of her. We've brought all the different sizes here. Yan, what kind do you want? Xihua was afraid that Ling Yan was still angry with him, so he hurriedly said. Ling Yan was not the kind of person who would hold grudges and bring up old scores, but although she was no longer angry, she still had to teach Xihua a lesson so that he wouldn't be so tactless in the future. Is there any difference? She turned her head and looked at Ling Chuan. Different sizes. Ling Chuan was concise and to the point. Xihua, that little spoiled child, didn't even think of a better way to coax people. I don't understand. Xihua pursed his lips. Yan was still angry with him. Ling Yan touched it with her hand, and it felt like cotton, and just one flower was so big. At first she thought it was a bunch of small flowers, but she didn't expect that the small one was the size of a basketball, and the big one was the size of a water tank. Are there seeds inside? She remembered that cotton had to be stripped of seeds before use. No, it's the same inside and outside. Bai Heng said. Let's make a quilt first, so that I don't have to cover myself with 10 or 8 layers of animal skin. According to Ling Yan's request, the beast men found 2 pieces of soft animal skin of similar size and spread one on the Kong. This animal skin is very thin, and it can transmit light when facing the light. It is just thicker than cloth. It was stripped from the 8th level alien beast by Mo Huan. The beast men followed Ling Yan's example and first tore the white ball into a thin layer and then spread it evenly on the animal skin. Several people learned quickly, and the cotton on the animal skin was spread out soon. Ling Yan patted it and said that the thickness must be at least 12 pounds. He asked them to cover it with another piece of animal skin and then sewed it. There were also small grids in the seams to fix it so that the cotton would not run into a ball. The work was done, and several people sat together with a quilt to test its warmth-keeping effect. After a while, it really started to warm up. Yan, it's amazing. I didn't expect that the white ball can be used like this. Xihua took the opportunity to talk to Ling Yan. Yeah, it's lighter than animal skins. Ling Yan found that this white ball was warmer than cotton. Everyone looked at her, sinking into the quilt, squinting like a sated kitten, cute and attractive. Several beast husbands didn't say anything, all looking at her. Ling Yan felt embarrassed by being stared at, but wouldn't it be too inhumane to drive them out now? Do you have any harder animal skins? Preferably light-colored, not too thick. Ling Yan thought about it and came up with an idea and asked Bai Heng. As the housekeeper of the family, he knew best whether there were any. I'll get it. Bai Heng agreed and went out. Yan, are you going to do anything? I can help. Xihua quickly showed up. Yan was angry, and the fox was very sad. Yes, go burn some small sticks, I need them. Ling Yan decided to let him go. Cold violence is also violence, and she was also wrong. She didn't want to hurt the people who loved her like this. Burned? I'll get it. Xihua was relieved when he saw that she finally smiled. The animal skins in the house were basically prepared for Ling Yan, so they tried to make them as soft as possible. He picked out a thin white animal skin and dried it directly with the supernatural power flowing through his fingertips. He tapped his fingers and made a sound, and then nodded with satisfaction. This should be the effect Yan wanted. Ling Yan looked at the animal skin in Bai Heng's hand and sighed that she might have unlocked the 108 uses of animal skin. Help me cut it. She gestured to the size on the animal skin. Bai Heng responded and showed his claws, and the animal skin split into rectangles of uniform size at a very fast speed. Xihua also came back with a few small black wooden strips. Yan, the small wooden sticks you wanted. Ling Yan reached out to take it, but Xihua dodged it. What are you going to do? This is very dirty. I'll do it. Xihua didn't understand why she wanted to play with the fire stick, but he didn't want Yan's white and tender fingers to be stained with these dirt. You can't help me with this. I want to draw something on these animal skins. Ling Yan pointed to a small pile of animal skins in front of him. Chihua stretched out his hand and grew a vine, which grew to about 20 centimeters, and broke it off. The broken vine in his hand quickly hardened under the effect of energy. Yen, use this. This won't stain your hands black. Chihua looked at her flatteringly. Are you a tiger? Does it hurt? Ling Yan touched the broken vine with heartache. I'm not a tiger. It doesn't hurt. Chihua touched his head. He is a fox. How could Yen forget it? Seeing him smear all the black ash on his hands on his face, Ling Yan and others couldn't help laughing. This child, how come he is getting dumber and dumber? Okay, go wash your hands. There will be fun when you come back later. Ling Yan took the broken vine pen. Wait, leave these small sticks too.
Oh.
Chihua focuses on being obedient. Bai Heng finished cutting the animal skin, and several people watched Ling Yan draw on the animal skin. Ling Yan used a simple mode and quickly drew red hearts, diamonds, and plum blossoms on it. After thinking about it, she also added 2 big strange beasts as the big and small kings. When Ling Yan was in school, she taught herself to draw simple strokes for a period of time in order to make money. Fortunately, she was not unfamiliar with it. Several beast men looked at the patterns that were born quickly under her fingers, and they were all amazed. Especially the 2 strange beasts, they were even more lifelike. She had never seen strange beasts, so she just drew 2 abstract animals instead. And several beastmen just thought that they had never seen the 2 strange beasts drawn by Ling Yan. There was only a green pen, but this did not bother her. Ling Yan used the amount of coloring to distinguish the colors. Soon, 2 simple playing cards of the beast world were born. She just drew and explained, and several beasts could already distinguish the meanings of different patterns. The following is the actual combat. There are 5 of them in total, and Ling Yan decided playing Golden Flower. After explaining the rules, they started. Poker, you can get the hang of it after playing a few rounds. After all the jokes at the beginning, the beastmen quickly got the hang of it. Ling Yan gradually began to struggle. At the beginning, she could still win a few times because she was familiar with it, but the beastmen seemed to have opened up their run and do meridians, and it seemed that they had reached the novice protection period. She didn't want to play anymore, but they were still in the mood. Besides, it was boring to play Golden Flower. Ling Yan organized them to fight against strange beasts so that she could take some time to rest. At this time, the small wooden stick thrown aside came in handy. Ling Yan provided the idea and left the field. As a result, Chihua, who had just washed his face, became a big cat again not long after. But he still thought he would win the next round. But this guy's luck was so bad that even Ling Yan couldn't do anything about it as an off-field coach. After all, who has a good person playing landlord with a handful of scattered cards in his hand? It's okay to have scattered cards, but there are no big cards. After being implicated by him several times, Ling Chuan decisively fled the battlefield. Yen, what are you thinking about? He moved to Ling Yan's side. Ling Yan handed the cotton thread in her hand to Ling Chuan. Ling Chuan took it, looked at it, and pulled it again, but the thread broke immediately. This way it won't be as strong as a string fruit. He expressed his opinion and pretended to put his hands behind his back casually. It was a bit embarrassing. It broke when he pulled it, but he just wanted to give it a try. Ling Yan didn't care about this. She just tore a ball of it and twisted it so it must not be strong. But as for how to spin the thread, she had no idea. Although her family was poor when she was a child, she had never spun thread.
Weaving? Spinning? Spindle?
Ling Yan remembered that when she was a child, there was a spindle in her house that was said to be left by her uncle's grandmother. The reason why she was so impressed was that her cousin hit her on the head with the spindle. She was knocked unconscious at the time, and when she woke up, she was scolded for not knowing how to dodge, haha. Ling Yan took her pen and sketched on a piece of animal skin. Soon, the prototype of a spindle emerged. But she couldn't remember the proportions anymore, but it didn't matter. Just try it slowly. Anyway, what they have the most now is time. Can this be made into thread? Ling Chuan picked up the animal skin to check. It should be possible. But Ling Yan didn't know how to do it specifically. But now that she has the tools, Is there any need to worry about not being able to try it out? What to make of animal bones or wood? Ling Chuan prepared to give it a try first. Yan, what are you going to do? Bai Heng turned his head to look at them, and the other two beasts also cast their gazes over. You guys continue playing. Ling Chuan will make a little toy. Ling Yan motioned for them to continue, and not to bother with them.
Yeah.
Then they continued. Just now, Chihua almost scared her when he turned around, and there were few clean spots on his face. Even so, he was so green and playful, and his shouts echoed throughout the house. Ling Chuan roughly made a few prototypes of spindles, and Ling Yan chose the one that was closest to her memory, and then began to polish it. The spindle consists of a straight rod and a disc, and a groove is polished on the top. Ling Yan took it and weighed it, and the size and weight were just right. She tore some cotton and fixed it on the top of the straight rod. After turning the disc, the straight rod began to rotate rapidly. A piece of cotton thread was wrapped around the straight rod as the spindle rotated. It's done. She untied the cotton thread and pulled it hard. With her current strength, she couldn't pull it, but knitting a sweater should be no problem. Ling Chuan also took it and looked at it, nodded, indicating that it could be used. Let me try. Ling Chuan took the spindle and imitated Ling Yan, fixing it and turning the disc. The disc turned rapidly, but not at a constant speed like Ling Yan, but swayed from side to side as if drunk. The two looked at each other. Try to be gentler. Ling Yan thought he might be too strong. Ling Chuan tried, but it didn't work. The weight was just right for Ling Yan, but in Ling Chuan's hands it was like a plastic toy, and he couldn't apply force evenly at all. Ling Chuan began to feel frustrated. How about we make another one according to your strength? Ling Yan thought for a moment. Well, I'll go find a piece of animal bone. Ling Chuan went to find another one. Material, he felt that the wooden one was too light. With the experience of the first one, the second one was quickly copied. This new one looked much bigger than Ling Yan's wooden one. Not only was it much bigger in size, but it was also much heavier. Ling Yan tried to lift it, but failed. Ling Chuan tried it, and the new spindle started to work in his hand. See, he said it was not his problem. The trio of card players gathered around them when they saw them playing Bite One. In fact, they were not really curious, but Bai Heng and Inza didn't want to coax the children anymore. How could there be a beast like Chihua, who had poor skills and bad luck, and was extremely bad at teammate, and couldn't be carried at all? Then, let's play together again tonight. Chihua reluctantly put away the cards. Bai Heng and Inza turned a deaf ear to him. Looking at the ball of cotton thread gradually taking shape in Ling Chuan's hand, several people expressed their desire to experience it. After teaching the method, Ling Chuan handed over the spindle in his hand. Yan, do you want to weave clothes with this thread? Ling Chuan came over. Well, just like the skirt you gave me. Ling Yan nodded. She wanted a woolen coat, a sweater, and a knitted sweater. Okay, wait until there is more thread, and I'll make it for you. Ling Chuan smiled indulgently. What tools do you use when you knit? She asked curiously. Tools? With my hands. Ling Chuan replied. So, he knitted her woolen skirt and coat? Ling Yan thought it was incredible, too strong. But it's very slow. Ling Chuan couldn't do anything about this. Weaving requires a high degree of concentration. If you are not careful, you have to dismantle it and start over. Ling Yan watched his fingers flying, and the cotton thread of several meters long quickly became a whole piece the size of a palm. It's amazing. Ling Chuan's hands are really skillful. She searched among the scattered wood strips and picked out a piece that was about the thickness of a finger and about 50 centimeters. Chuan, split it, polish it smooth, and polish the two edges into sharp points. Ling Yan wanted to make a few wool needles. Ling Chuan moved quickly, and soon, 4 wooden needles of basically the same length and thickness were made. She tried it, and it was pretty easy. She took a ball of wool and tried to knit a simple flat stitch. Do you want to try? She handed the needle to Ling Chuan. Ling Chuan imitated her and knitted a few stitches. The more he knitted, the brighter his eyes became. Yan, it's much faster to use these 2 pieces of wood. Ling Chuan said. His Yan is really a smart little female who knows a little bit about everything. I don't know how much hardship she has suffered in the past. Ling Yan said that she didn't, and it was all thanks to the development of the internet. It's a pity that I don't know any patterns and can't teach you, Ling Yan said with some regret. Some powerful handicraft masters can weave various patterns, but she only knows the simplest flat stitch. Ling Chuan was thoughtful. There are some different weaving methods in his inheritance. Maybe he can try to integrate them. He really likes these two small wooden sticks. Now, he can make more beautiful little skirts for Yan Yan. The other three people also showed great interest in spinning, and the spindle was passed back and forth. Seeing this, Bai Heng simply made a few more according to Ling Chuan. Now it's good. Everyone has won and they won't be robbed. Even Qihua, who was the most restless, had a lot of fun. Ling Yan also reminded them that they could spin different thicknesses so that they could make different styles. But there was no dye, so they could only make the original apricot color of Baituan. Heng, do you have anything at home that can be used for dyeing? Ling Yan decided to ask the locals. Dyeing? Bai Heng thought for a moment and said, there's nothing at home. But Yan Yan, there's a tree in the dark night forest that oozes red juice, which is hard to wash off if rubbed on. There's a kind of blue fluorescent grass in the back mountain, which will produce blue juice when smashed, and it's also hard to wash off if stained. There are also females in the tribe that use it to dye animal skins, which are not poisonous. However, these two plants will die once the cold season arrives. Red and blue. That's great. Ling Yan likes both colors. It doesn't matter if you don't have them now, as long as you have them in the future. If you can find yellow, then you'll have all three primary colors of pigments. You'll have all the colors you want. Yan Yan? Yan Yan? If you want, I can ask my mother. Bai Heng asked. His mother loves beauty and always dyes animal skins into strange colors. Can we go out in such a cold day? Ling Yan asked. Theoretically, it's not possible, but if she wants, he can try. I'm just asking. Even if I have dyes to make clothes now, I can't wear them. Ling Yan stopped Bai Heng's terrible idea. Not really. Yan Yan wants dyes to dye cotton thread? Ling Chuan asked. At first, he thought she wanted to dye animal skins like Bai Heng. Yes, so the colors won't be too monotonous. Ling Yan said as a matter of course. Although she also likes light colors, bright colors make people happy. Her animal skin clothes are basically based on the Maillard color system of ordinary beast skins. The only few bright colored cloaks are the skins of 8th level beasts. The higher the level of the beast, the more abstract it looks, and the better the fur color. However, they will not easily appear in front of the orcs, as if they have a certain degree of wisdom. So even if Ling Yan's beast husband has the ability to beat the 8th level beast, he can't find a single 8th level beast. And Mo Huan wanted to cut up the skins of the exotic animals to make clothes, but Ling Yan was reluctant to do so. There was nothing she could do. She had just arrived and was used to the mentality of a commoner. She felt it was too wasteful. The short skirt with a chest wrap was still a bit too challenging for her. It was best to prepare for a rainy day. It was Ling Chuan who was serving the emperor tonight, and the cards between the beasts outside did not start in the end. Bai Heng used the excuse of spinning and held the spindle tightly. Zhe kept fiddling with the borrowed animal skin, saying that he was really busy. Qihua had to give up, so he could only wait until they were free. Finally, he squatted beside Bai Heng and started spinning. The other two beasts breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, it was finally quiet. In the inner room, Ling Chuan gently took Ling Yan into his arms, kissed her forehead, and patted her back to coax her to sleep. Ling Yan was ready to fight Ling Chuan to the end tonight, but this is the result? Perhaps her resentment was too obvious. Ling Chuan laughed out loud. His chest vibrated, bringing out a tingling sensation. Yan Yan, what are we talking about? Has he ever forced you? Qihua went too far last night. I wanted you to take a break. But Yan Yan, you don't seem to want to take a break? An ambiguous voice sounded from above her head, and she couldn't help blushing. Unexpectedly, with a face that forced love, she respected her partner so much. To be honest, they only got together on that day in Hanji, and after Zhe came, they have been single until today.
Once.
Ling Yan said in a low voice. She didn't want to let him down either. It was Qihua's fault, and he shouldn't have to give in. Yen, Yen, a seductive voice sounded from her ear, and Ling Yen responded. The people around her became even more excited. After it was over, her body was cleaned up, and Ling Yen threw herself back into Ling Chuan's arms and closed her eyes. He was really gentle, which made her feel very comfortable. The beastly husbands were too fierce, and she was a little resistant to this kind of thing. Ling Chuan took care of her feelings in this way, which made her feel very warm. She rubbed against him, found a comfortable position in the warm embrace, and fell asleep. Ling Chuan hugged her, and his heart was filled with love. This was his Yen Yen, his partner. You see, she will never ignore anyone. Ling Yen woke up refreshed early in the morning. After wrapping herself into a thick ball, she went to wash up. It was Inza who followed her all the time today. Ling Yen thought about it and understood the reason. It was nothing more than that he also had a shift and started to serve. She didn't comment, just let it go. She liked him very much. Today's meal was grilled meat with corn porridge and steamed sweet potatoes. Healthy, really healthy. But Ling Yen was already getting tired of it. It was time to try something new. Many ingredients did not bring out their due charm. Some time ago, the beast husbands were busy storing food, and she was also. I don't want to put too much effort into it for them. Now it's good. We can get busy. After all, many food experts emerged during those years when they couldn't go out. They are bored being locked up now, so they might as well do something interesting. Ling Yen took Inza and sorted out the seasonings at home. In addition to the green onions, and at the beginning, there were also some peppercorns, bay leaves, star anise, etc. that were slowly found later. Although the appearance of these seasonings is very different from those of modern times, the taste is right, and that's enough. Anyway, she has tasted it, and it's not poisonous. She selected a few pieces of shank meat and a few pieces of fat and lean hum beast meat, and asked Inza to take them to the kitchen. Yen Yen, what are you going to do? Bai Heng saw her bringing more ingredients. Make something delicious. Ling Yen said with a smile. Then we're in for a treat today. But now the water is cold, you can teach us how to make it. Bai Heng said. Ling Yen certainly would not force herself to eat it. She asked Inze to help cut the meat, wash it, and blanch it. She and Inze studied the ratio of seasonings together, and then put them into the pot together. In winter, how can we not have hot braised meat and rujiamo, so tempting? There was no yeast, so Ling Yen asked Bai Heng to use warm water to ferment the dough, and after kneading the dough, covered it, and placed it near the fire wall. It's better than nothing. This kind of flour grown directly from the knotweed is similar to modern all-purpose flour, and it should be easy to ferment. When the fragrance in the stew pot began to dissipate, Bai Heng's pancakes were almost out of the pot. Yen Yen, it smells so good. It grew behind the kitchen door. A big head. Come and try it. Ling Yen reached out to Chihua and handed a small piece of braised meat to his mouth. So fragrant, so good. Chihua said incoherently, his eyes drifting to the pot. Is it spicy?
She asked.
The whole family can eat spicy food, including the newcomer Inza, but Chihua is the one who will burst into tears if it is a little spicy. So Ling Yen asked his opinion. If it is spicy, take some out for him. If it is not spicy, soak it. The braised food must be soaked overnight at least to taste good. Has, not spicy at all, has. Chihua stuck out his tongue and said has. Okay, she understood. Ling Yen asked Inza to take out some of the braised meat, and the rest was left in the pot. Yen Yen, how to make it? Bai Heng also took out a large bowl of dough cakes. Cut the dough cake in the middle, don't cut it through, chop the meat into pieces, put it in the cake, and cut some chopped green onions into it. Without green pepper, Ling Yen had to find a substitute. But in the end, except for her who ate the one with chopped green onions, the beast husbands all chose pure meat. But it seemed that they didn't even want the outer layer of bread. Humph, they are unlucky, because they don't know how to make rujiamo. Her Mo is even more unlucky, and she doesn't know if there is meat fragrance in the dream. Ling Yen originally thought that the beast husbands had a big appetite, so she asked Bai Heng to prepare more noodles. In the end, the meat was eaten up, but there was a lot of noodles left. Maybe it was because the temperature was too low, or maybe it was because there was no yeast, the noodles barely rose. It was such a big lump, Ling Yan thought about it and decided to make dumplings. Anyway, it was the cold season, so she might as well celebrate the new year in advance. She prepared the fillings of cabbage and beast meat and green onion and beast meat respectively. After a pause, she asked Bai Heng to chop a large pot of pure meat. Ling Yan demonstrated how to roll the dumpling skin, and this job was taken over by Ling Chuan. Bai Heng has always rolled out square dough, so she thought that next time she would let him roll out the dough for making wontons. She picked up the dough, scooped a spoonful of stuffing, and soon, a plump yuanbao dumpling came out of the oven, which looked very appetizing. Bai Heng and Yinze immediately started to work, and the first one did it very well. The male in the beast world is really the synonym of being able to work in the hall and cook in the kitchen. Only Chihua was a little hesitant. He also wanted to try, but he was afraid that he would not do it well. Chihua, do you want to try it too? The whole family makes dumplings together, and it's all about the atmosphere. Ling Yan can't stand seeing a depressed puppy. She tried to comfort Chihua, probably because he had a psychological trauma from learning to cook. Didn't you see that Chihua was Ling Yan's stickler, wishing to stick to her all the time, but as soon as she entered the kitchen, he became obedient. Then I'll try. Since Ling Yan had spoken, Chihua naturally let go. Anyway, Yan Yan would not scold him. In fact, Ling Yan had planned to cook a pot of noodles and meat soup for him if he made 2 abstract dumplings. But to everyone's surprise, he actually made dumplings quite well. Wow, Chihua, you are awesome. It seems you are talented. Ling Yan always gave face to the beast husbands. What was rare was that Chihua did not immediately raise his tail to agree with her, but turned to Bai Heng. Yan Yan said, I have talent.
How about you teach me?
Bai Heng
Ling Yan
asked a good question.
Don't ask again.
Inza's cooking skills are also very good.
Really? Let me see.
Bai Heng and Ling Yan breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. It was a close call.
Inza didn't understand why.
Bai Heng was a very good first beast husband. He was willing to teach them everything about Yan Yan, and he treated the beasts fairly. How could he not want to teach Chihua how to cook? After all, Bai Heng taught him. But he didn't ask the reason. He would know it later. He is a little nervous now, or he has been nervous since morning. In this family, mating with females does not require males to go to great lengths to fight overtly or covertly. They just need to wait obediently. Today is his turn, so nervous. Ling Yan looked at Inza next to her in confusion. This man seemed to be less talkative than before. I don't know if it's natural or acquired. But he is quiet. Even if Ling Yan is a master of keeping things in balance, she can't help but ignore him. Oh, it's so difficult. Too many men are troublesome. Ling Yan decided to just have these 5 anyway. She has all the types she should have, and she has no plans to open a zoo. The beast men were quick and skillful, and they wrapped the dumplings very quickly. Ling Yan originally thought that if they couldn't finish them, they could freeze them and cook them next time. However, she felt that this problem should not exist. It's just that there is no vinegar, which lacks a little feeling. Ling Yan picked up a dumpling and silently made a wish. I wish myself happiness and peace in the new year. Looking at the people around her who were busy eating, she really felt very happy. At least this year she has a home and a family. There was nostalgia in her eyes, but more of relief. At night, Ling Yan soaked in her big bathtub. She felt that the most relaxing moment of the day was now. She sighed comfortably. Yan Yan. Bai Heng gently called back her wandering mind.
This.
Bai Heng handed her the thing in his hand. It was the remaining contraceptive fruit. His meaning was very clear. It was up to her to decide whether to let Inza eat it. Ling Yan did not take it. She thought about it and signaled Bai Heng to put it away first. She did not plan to be a couple with Inza tonight. First, it was too fast. Ling Chuan and Chihua got together after getting to know each other. If Inza did something special, it was hard to guarantee that the other two would be jealous. Second, Inza seemed to have a lot of worries. She was not sure whether these worries of his would lay hidden dangers for their future. They had to wait a little longer. After all, once they really got together, there would be no room for maneuver. Although she liked Inza very much, she was not in love. Okay. Bai Heng understood what she meant and put away the contraceptive fruit. After helping her dry her hair and cover her with a quilt, Bai Heng went out with the bathtub. Yen Yen. Inza's voice brought her back to her senses. Ling Yen patted the place beside her. Come. Inza blushed, but still moved into the quilt and leaned over. This is for you. Inza took out a chain made of white animal skin and handed it to her. Ling Yen took it and looked at it carefully. Is this a forehead ornament? You can wear it on your forehead or on your neck. Inza said. This chain is made of 2 animal skin braids, one thick and one thin, strung together with a section in the middle. It feels like teeth, but it is polished very smoothly. She looked at it carefully, and there seemed to be something engraved on it. It seemed to be a wolf. Before she could ask, Inza spoke first. Yen Yen, this is the tooth of a leopard. Leopard? Yes, it is a kind of wild beast unique to the snowy mountains in our north. They usually appear in groups and are extremely difficult to hunt. The males of our silver wolf tribe will save the teeth of the first leopard they hunt independently and give them to their females. Inza spoke softly. What about the pattern on it? Ling Yen finally saw clearly that the pattern should be Inza's beast body. I can see that it's you. Inza was a little embarrassed, but he nodded. Inza, your skills are really good. She praised sincerely. Not only is the chain beautifully woven, but the layout design is also very beautiful, full of exotic style. And the little wolf he carved seems to be enlarged in proportion to him. Ling Yen couldn't let it go. Is this her first piece of jewelry here? It is so commemorative. She admired it enough and handed it to Inza. Please put it away for me. I will wear it tomorrow. Inza nodded and put it away for her. Inza, is the northern continent far away? She leaned on his arm. It was really warm. It seems that the male's body temperature has nothing to do with his ability. It only depends on the race. The North Continent borders the South Continent, but the White Tiger tribe is at the southernmost end of the South Road, which is the most suitable place for orcs to live, while the Silver Wolf tribe is under the snow-capped mountains in the eastern part of the North Continent. There is a mountain range at the border between the north and the south, which is where the Fox tribe from Chihua is located. With the speed of the orcs, he would have arrived in the middle of the wind season if he had set out since he was matched. In fact, Ling Yen woke up in the White Tiger tribe, and the only time she went out was also near the tribe. Just listening to the description, nor could she empathize with him. What she really wanted to ask was the reason for his late arrival. Bai Heng had said that in terms of strength alone, Inze was not inferior to him. But he was covered in wounds and did not arrive until Hanji. Ling Yen was not afraid that he had any enemies or something like that. She was afraid that he owed a debt of love or had some involvement with other females. She was influenced by modern novels, such as White Moonlight and Crimson Mole, which were too powerful. She was afraid that she would be his second-best choice. She now positioned herself as someone who came to enjoy life, so it would be better for her not to go through such a heart-wrenching and physically abusive plot. Did you encounter danger on the way? How did you get so badly injured? Ling Yen said. It is not a glorious thing for a male to be injured, and those beasts did not ask about it. Ling Yen asked out of the blue, and Inze was stunned for a moment. I was beaten in the tribe, Inze said. The external injuries from the Mantua thorns were indeed caused by the tribe, but his limbs were indeed ambushed on the way. Thinking of this, Inze's eyes turned cold, but few of the beasts that ambushed him returned alive. But he would not tell Yen Yen about these bloody things. She was so gentle and beautiful, and he did not want her to think that he was a bad beast. But you are already a 7th level beast? And why did the tribe beat you? Ling Yen was immediately furious. What kind of tribe beat people like that? They don't want to let people live at all. Yen Yen, the males of our Snowland Silver Wolf tribe rarely match females from outside, Inze said softly.
Why?
Is it too far away? Ling Yen asked curiously. Isn't it said that males generally find it difficult to refuse their matching beasts? Because the males in our tribe are the property of the females of the tribe since birth. If they are chosen as beast husbands after adulthood, they will provide for their own females. If they are not chosen, they must hand over all the prey to be distributed by the tribe. Moreover, single males are not allowed to own private property. This is probably to make males give up matching voluntarily. After all, a beast with nothing can win some favor, even in front of females. It has to be admitted that most females in this beast world are greedy. They are only willing to see the immediate benefits. And, because of some legends from decades ago, it is difficult for females from other tribes to accept males from their silver wolf tribe. What if the male accepts matching? Ling Yan asked. If he accepts, he will be locked up until the beast mark disappears. Inze said lightly. It is said that his father was locked up in Xiong Cave for more than a year. Disappear? Can the matched beast mark disappear?
Yinze was surprised.
How could Yan not even know this? But he still said seriously, if you don't pair up, the beast mark will disappear the next time a female matches. Bai Heng, who was listening outside, felt a little nervous. Didn't he say this? So that's the case. Ling Yan nodded. Then don't the locked-up males want to resist? Your tribe has many high-level beasts. Otherwise, with Ainz's strength, he wouldn't have been beaten like that. We wolves used to have a habit, that is, to absolutely obey the orders of the alpha wolf. After the alpha wolf disappeared, this ability was inherited by his daughter, who is now the priestess, and became her ability to suppress. She can suppress the superpowers of males, and can also use witchcraft to make cages to trap males. Ainz told his females about the affairs of the tribe without reservation. The daughter of the Wolf King? The current priest of the wolf tribe is a female? Ling Yan asked. Yes, the priest and the chief are both females. Ling Yan understood. The Silver Wolf tribe is now a completely female-dominated tribe. No matter how powerful the males are, their priests can suppress them. She secretly guessed that there must be some story behind this. In fact, Ling Yan's guess was right. 100 years ago, the Silver Wolf tribe was a tribe like other tribes, and the males also accepted matches from outside the tribe. But since some time ago, the males of the Silver Wolf tribe began to abduct their partners to the tribe and no longer allowed them to leave. The males of other tribes would also be slowly killed. Gradually, this trend became a trend, and the males of the Silver Wolf tribe became more and more excessive. Their perverted possessiveness even made them imprison males. The Wolf King at that time was the worst. He not only killed the other males of his partner, but even the cubs were not spared. Only one daughter survived. Following the example of the superiors, for a time, the Silver Wolf clan was flooded with blood. The females were also tortured by the pain of imprisonment and the death of the beast husband's cubs. During this period, many females chose to die together. At that time, a group of more than a dozen silver wolves could not accept the Wolf King's approach and chose to defect. This incident made the Wolf King furious, and he tightened the constraints on the lower-level wolf tribe, which made it impossible for some beasts who disagreed with the Wolf King's approach to leave. While some beasts were enjoying themselves and some beasts were trembling with fear, the Wolf King suddenly disappeared and was replaced by his daughter. She awakened the ability to suppress male energy. All silver wolf males who had killed their beast husbands and imprisoned females were killed by her and her followers. The silver wolf tribe was reshuffled and got back on track. The female felt that the silver wolf tribe was in chaos. The males who left the tribe were all unstable factors, so they were determined to prevent them from leaving. It also completely overturned the male and female status of the Silver Wolf clan. Since they didn't want to live a good life, they had to live on their knees. So now the males of the Silver Wolf clan don't have any animal rights, and it's hard to guarantee that there won't be the anger of the female. After all, not all males are beasts that can't control their instincts. Even when the Wolf King was around, there were many males who refused to imprison their partners like the Wolf King did. So this one-size-fits-all approach, in the face of a match that males couldn't easily refuse, slowly caused some tragedies. At least so far, Ainz is the first male to leave the tribe alive under the rule of that female. After listening to the whole story, Ling Yan didn't know what expression to use. At first, she felt sorry for the silver, who was beaten. Ainz, when he heard about the cubs of the imprisoned females being killed, he wanted to kick him off the Kong. Even if his father was a good one, wouldn't it be a crime to stand by and watch? They deserved it when the disaster befell them today. She spoke too loudly at the beginning. What a great female. She was protecting all the females in the world of beasts. Ling Yan admired such a female who had the courage to overturn the table. She even felt that if she hadn't stopped it in time, it would be hard to guarantee that the practice of imprisoning females by the Silver Wolf clan would not spread to other tribes. The practice of the Silver Wolf clan might not be a test of the females by the males who hold absolute power. When that time comes, will the females still have a way to survive? I really want to meet this amazing woman. Ling Yan was ignited after hearing the whole story, and she looked at Inze with scrutiny. Inze felt scared by her look. Yan, you don't have any strange thoughts, do you? Ling Yan asked. Yan, I swear, I definitely don't have that kind of thought. Inze wanted to reveal his heart to Ling Yan. In fact, he insisted on leaving the Silver Wolf tribe, not only because of the attraction of his matching mate from the bottom of his soul, but also because of his father. He still can't accept it. His father obviously had a chance to survive. His father hopes that he will come out and see. Perhaps only in this way can he let go of his knot in his heart. However, Ling Yanzi thought about it and felt that there was no reason for him to vent his anger. After all, according to the habits of the Wolf clan, the source of the disaster in the story is still the crazy Wolf King. There are also a large number of good males. After all, the ashes of the bad ones have been scattered. Then, how did you escape? According to him, his superpowers were suppressed, and he had no ability to escape on his own. Seeing Ling Yan asking this, Inza began to get nervous. She noticed the rapid breathing of the people around her and felt that she had asked the point. I was released by the daughter of the clan leader. She had chosen me very early on, and I was supposed to belong to her after she became an adult and awakened. Later, I matched with you, and I was locked up. I had no intention of living at the time, and I kept attacking the cage. She let me go. Inza finally did not hide it and confessed everything. When Ling Yan heard this, the sky fell. What kind of redemption script of a childhood sweetheart and a savior was this? Could this be her identity, a vicious female supporting role? She unconsciously moved her body away from Inza. Inza realized it, and his eyes dimmed. He should have expected to be disliked, didn't he? Then do you like her? Why did you have to come to me? Ling Yan still wanted to get things clear. Yan, you misunderstood. I don't like her, and she doesn't like me either. I was chosen by her just because I'm good at hunting. Inze explained the reason to her. Sally, the female who chose Inze, liked those weak and good-looking males, but they couldn't support her, so she found Inze. She saw that he didn't want to pair up with the females in the tribe, so she asked him to hunt for her, and she wouldn't let other females in the tribe harass him. Although Inze had a cold and creepy face, he was strong, and there were still many females who liked him. He was also afraid that he would be suddenly arranged to live in a female's grass nest one day, so he agreed. Until he was imprisoned, he and Sally were at peace. So when Sally came to Xiong Cave to release him, he didn't doubt her. Who knew that he was stopped by a group of Sally's followers as soon as he ran out of the Silver Wolf tribe. Do you think you can escape? As a chosen male, dare you accept the match of other females? Stop talking nonsense, kill him. More than a dozen males rushed forward, and Inza was also ruthless. Although his superpowers had not recovered yet, his desperate fighting style still caused most of the males to be killed. But at this time he was exhausted and lay on the ground, unable to get up. Just when he thought he would die here, the voice of the high priest came to his ears. Stop. The indifferent and cold voice had no deterrent effect, but the orcs around immediately stopped and dispersed. Don't you know that you can't even get out of the northern continent like this? In Shuang was a little strange. Over the years, she couldn't resist the temptation of matching, and matched with many males, but few of them really dared to run. Her magic power will cover every male in the tribe. Once they exceed a certain range, they will immediately suffer heart-wrenching pain. She has punished beasts with this kind of pain before, and they will be killed by pain. I know, but I want to try it too. Inza gritted his teeth and stood up. Inshuang launched an attack, and Inza, who had just climbed up, immediately fell to the ground in pain. However, he soon stood up again with bleeding teeth. His expression was distorted, his muscles were tense, and the whole beast was trembling, but he did not fall down again. Yin Shuang withdrew the attack in boredom. Break his limbs, and forget about it. She waved her hand and went back to the tribe. Priest, just let it go? The chief was a little unbelievable. Yin Shuang always attached great importance to rules. Well, he is in love. Yin Shuang curled her lips. She had already done divination. How could something that zombies don't eat cause any waves? The tribe leader was a little confused. What kind of brain is love brain? Is it poisonous? He couldn't figure it out, but the priest was right. After Yin's limbs were broken, several of Sally's followers kindly used beast cores to help him recover. But Yinza didn't indulge them. After the priest left, he broke all the males in half. Don't they have a lot of beast cores? Continue to recover. A group of 5th level little Piccolami, I don't know where they got the courage from. Maybe he fed them too much. Ling Yan thought she could hear some pure love story, but what was the result? Good man, this is pure hatred. Yinza narrated his experience in a flat tone. Ling Yan's heart tightened when he heard it. When he arrived, his limbs were dislocated. You can imagine how difficult the journey was. It's hard, this journey. Ling Yan didn't know what to say. When I walked to a valley surrounded by red leaves, I had no strength left in my body. Snow had already started falling at that time. I thought I would die there, then I found this. Yinza took out a small stone tied with animal skin, and Ling Yan recognized the hair tie at a glance. It gave me the last bit of strength to hold on. Yan Yan, you saved me. Ling Yan didn't expect that by some strange coincidence, this lost hair tie returned to her hands with a story. After seeing her read it, Yinza took the hair tie and put it away. Does the priest's control still affect you now? Ling Yan remembered the priest's spell attack. She released the control when I left. Yinza said, thinking about that kind of pain now, he still feels scared. That's good. Ling Yan didn't want him to bear the pain all the time, which would make her feel guilty. The story came to an end, and Ling Yan gradually fell into a dream. In the dream, there was a cold woman wearing a cloak and whose face could not be seen clearly. Ling Yan unconsciously wanted to get closer to her. Yinze looked at the little female who kept trying to get into his arms, thinking that she was cold, and hugged her a little tighter. He no longer had any secrets in front of her. What about her? Will she accept him? Yinze fell into silence. Although Bai Heng's supernatural fire was swaying in the room, he felt that there was darkness all around him. And Ling Yan was his only light. After seeing the light, how could he be willing to go back to the darkness? Ling Yan felt that she was dying of exhaustion when she slept. She couldn't see the face of the woman in her dream clearly, so she kept chasing and chasing. In the end, she woke up, but still couldn't see it clearly. It was really a hardy mental race. She was still sighing and working hard all night, but it was in vain, and she was startled by a drop of water falling on her collarbone. Yinze, you're drooling. The word water in her mouth was swallowed by her. She looked up and saw Yinze's red eyes. His ice-blue eyes seemed to be immersed in water mist, and his expressionless face was stained with a trace of brokenness. Immortal product, Ling Yan swallowed her saliva.
Wait.
Stop. What's wrong with him? I didn't say anything last night. Why does he look broken? I didn't say anything? Yes, that's it. Ling Yan went to bed directly after listening to the story last night. Anyway, she knew that her beast husband was clean in body and mind, and there was no family feud behind him. That was even better. After all, she didn't want to get involved in any trouble. Knowing what she wanted to know, she went to bed directly. But the poor little thing beside her didn't know her thoughts. Judging from the look of it, it is estimated that he had imagined it all night. Yinze, I should have told you last night that I don't mind your past, and it's not your fault. Ling Yan touched his eyes distressfully. She was a little annoyed. Why did she sleep so soundly? Look how sad the handsome guy is. Yinze hugged Ling Yan tightly. Yan Yan, do you still want me? Yes, of course. She patted Yinze's arm and signaled him to let go. Help me take out the box in this cabinet, the biggest one. Ling Yan pointed to the Kong cabinet by the wall. In this weather, she didn't want to leave the quilt for a second. Inza took out the box and handed it to Ling Yan, but she didn't take it. Open it. Inza obediently opened the box, and inside was a whole box of beast cores above level 6. Take one to restore your eyes, otherwise they will laugh at you when you go out later. Ling Yan signaled him to take it himself. Yan, I can't take it. I haven't made any contribution yet. Inza wanted to refuse. He couldn't get something for nothing.
Take it.
This is also given to me by a few of them. If you give it to me, it will be mine, or will you not be able to hunt beast cores for me in the future? She asked back. I have the ability. Inza was anxious. Then what are you afraid of? Inza, from now on you are not only a family with me, but also with Bai Heng and the others. Don't isolate yourself. Ling Yan could see that Inza was feeling uncomfortable these days. And you can eat as much as you want when you eat. They have prepared your share for you. Ling Yan would not have advised him like this before the conversation started, but now that they are a family, there is no need to talk about the two families. Besides, Inza is not the kind of lazy male who likes to eat and do nothing. It seems that there is no such male in the beast world. Hearing Ling Yan say this, Inza no longer hesitated. He picked up a 6th level beast core and began to absorb and recover. Ling Yan saw that the man who was originally listless and had red eyes immediately regained his radiance. Magic medicine. Magic medicine. Ling Yan specially braided her hair today and put on the forehead ornament given by Inza last night. In addition, she was wearing a fur coat, a typical alien girl style. As soon as she walked out of the door, Chihua came to greet her. Yan, you are so beautiful. Good looking. Very beautiful. Bai Heng and Ling Chuan also looked over. Ling Ya felt uncomfortable. Oh, no. Don't look at me. Let's eat. Seeing that she was shy, the few people restrained their expressions. Ling Chuan followed at the end and poked Inza's shoulder. Not bad. Inza didn't say anything, but curled his lips and smiled. He also wanted to give her the best. After dinner, Bai Heng and his friends spun yarn or knitted sweaters to avoid being dragged by Chihua to play cards. Ling Yan couldn't stand the lonely puppy, so she took a stick of firewood and drew a tic-tac-toe grid on the ground. Chihua, come here, let's play something fun. What's fun? The still dejected puppy immediately rushed over. You draw a cross, and I draw a circle. You can only draw it where the lines intersect. Whoever connects 5 first wins. Okay. Chihuahua's voice was full of joy. He picked up a branch and sat opposite Ling Yan. I'll go first, Ling Yan said, and drew a circle on the ground. Chihua followed her and drew a cross. Not bad, she got the hang of it quickly. The first few games were fine. Ling Yan relied on Chihuahua's lack of experience to win a few games. Slowly, the battle became tense. She began to cheat and regret her moves frequently, and laughed at Chihuahua's handsome face with an expression that was hard to describe. His expression seemed to say, "Can you still play like this? I didn't expect you to be this kind of Yan. No more, no more. Who will come?" Ling Yan began to wave people. Let me see. Ling Chuan sat next to her, and Bai Heng also came to watch. You guys play, it's very simple, Ling Yan said as she made way and stood up to move around. She dug out a piece of smooth wood from a pile of firewood. Inza, come here. Can this be engraved? She asked. Inza stretched out his hand and weighed it. Sure, Yan. What are you going to do? I'll draw it for you. She walked to the table, took out a Chihua pen, and began to sketch on the animal skin. Soon, a hairpin appeared on the paper. It was a very simple style, and Ling Yan only drew a few flower buds on the top. Take a look. She handed the animal skin to Inza. Wait a minute. After a careful observation, Inza showed his claws that flashed a chill. Ling Yan found that the claws of the beastmen were like a universal toolbox. Inza was very fast, and soon, the prototype of the hairpin she wanted was made. He found a piece of sturdy wood and began to polish it. After a while, the hairpin was in Ling Yan's hands. It was just the simplest wood, but Ling Yan found that Inza made it exactly like the painting. It seems that jewelry freedom can be realized in the future. She will collect more beautiful stones in the future. Even in the wild world, she must be beautiful. Ling Yan tried to roll up her hair, and the praises of several beast husbands came as expected. Oh, these beasts are really exaggerated. The days of eating, drinking, and sleeping every day passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye, it was Inza's shift again. Ling Yan called Bai Heng, who was about to go out. Heng, give it to me. Bai Heng nodded and put the contraceptive fruit in her hand. Not long after, Inza hugged her in his arms. Inza, there is something I want to ask you about. Ling Yan said.
You say.
Inza hugged her tighter. I don't want to have a baby, can you accept that? Ling Yan went straight to the point. Then don't, I just want you, what do I want to do, Yan Yan? Inza's answer did not surprise Ling Yan much. Males seem to be very casual about having babies. It's okay to have one, but it's not forced if you don't have one. Eat it, you can't have babies after eating it. Ling Yan handed the contraceptive fruit to Inza. But Inza frowned and hesitated after taking it. Just when Ling Yan thought he regretted it, Inza asked, Yan Yan, we haven't become a couple yet, can we become a couple first? It's just that you can't have children, not that you can't use it. Ling Yan was a little embarrassed. It seemed that she didn't make it clear before. As soon as she finished speaking, Inza had swallowed the contraceptive fruit. As their eyes met, the atmosphere gradually became ambiguous. Female master. What did you call me? Ling Yan thought she was hallucinating. Female master. Inza looked at her and repeated. These two words rekindled the will to fight in Ling, who had already raised the white flag. She is the master. How can she say no? The originally illusory totem in Ling Yan's waist was gradually solidifying at this moment. A silver little wolf raised its head and howled. The next day, lying on the Kong with a sore back, Ling Yan felt that she might be a bit perverted. How could she be so hungry? Alas, in the end, she still blushed and accepted the energy spa of the cute little Chihuahua. After dinner, Bai Heng accompanied Ling Yan to see Mo Huan as usual. The cave was getting colder and colder. Bai Heng was afraid that Ling Yan could not bear it, so he put a few more fireballs. Mo Huan seemed to feel threatened, and his huge snake body twisted uncomfortably. Seeing this, Ling Yan had to take Bai Heng out. The weather was getting colder and colder, and Ling Yan had no better way. At first, she just couldn't go out, but she could still move freely in the beast cave. At that time, she thought that the cold season was nothing. Now, she almost doesn't want to get off the Kong. She feels like she will be frozen to death as soon as she gets out of the quilt. The Kong and the firewall are burning all day long. Ling Yan doesn't care about the weight. She added a layer of animal skin on her big quilt to keep warm. Seeing that Bai Heng was going to cook for her again, Ling Yan felt distressed. Heng, make more. It won't go bad in such a cold weather. Heat it up when you eat it. Okay, don't worry. Have you forgotten what my superpower is? It's not cold. Bai Heng tucked the corner of the quilt for her.
Yeah.
Ling Yan stuck her head out and quickly retracted it. After Bai Heng left, she immediately turned around and buried herself in Ling Chuan's arms. Now her husbands are her human-shaped warm babies. She no longer objects to the two beasts sleeping with her, and she can't do anything on this day. Ling Yan feels that the beast husbands are as if they are facing a great enemy when they mention the cold season, which is not an exaggeration at all. Fortunately, Bai Heng said that it has entered the coldest stage, and it will be fine after these few days. Ling Yan didn't know that in previous years, these few days were the time when the loss rate of females and cubs in the tribe was the highest. If the males were not careful, they might get hypothermia and die. But this year, all the families with females in the White Tiger tribe have built kangs. Compared with Ling Yan, they are obviously more adapted to the temperature of the cold season. With the help of the Kong, they will hardly get hypothermia rapidly. Even if there is a slight discomfort, eating a crystal will make it better. So this year, there has been no wailing and howling of males after losing females in the tribe. Ling Yan has hardly left the bed these days. What is shame in front of survival? Ling Yan is not willful. She still has several beasts' lives tied to her. It's just to solve physiological problems in the house and not take a shower for a few days. She can bear it. Whoa, I can't bear it at all. How many days will it be cold? Several beast husbands can already move in human form, But why does she feel colder and colder? About a week passed. Yen, do you want to get up and move around today? Bai Heng felt distressed when he saw Ling Yen curled up in a ball. It's not that cold now, so it's okay to wear something thicker and move around. Yen lay like this all day, eating less and less, and her face was obviously smaller. Ling Yen stretched out her arm to try, and immediately retracted it. She felt that the air outside was like a knife cutting her skin, and she didn't have the courage to get out of the bed. Ling Yen, who had never experienced extreme weather, was scared. It turned out that she could really be frozen to death. During the coldest days, she felt that every time she breathed, ice formed in her nasal cavity. Bai Heng was very worried, but he didn't force her too much. Ling Yen was actually not that cold anymore, but she was just afraid. Until the evening. Heng, I want to take a bath, she said to Bai Heng. Okay, I'll get ready now. Bai Heng agreed immediately when he heard her request. Afraid that she would be scared by the cold water, they heated up the bath water before bringing it in. They also added several fireballs around the bathtub, and then picked up Ling Yen and put her in. Ling Yen, who hadn't taken a bath for more than half a month, didn't let the other beastly husbands get close to her except Bai Heng. Although they said they didn't dislike her, she couldn't get over the psychological barrier. The moment Ling Yen soaked in the bathtub, she felt that every pore on her body was clamoring for the word comfortable. She splashed the water, and it seemed that it was not so cold. She, Ling Yen, successfully survived this cold season.
Puchi.
She successfully made herself laugh. What are you laughing at? Bai Heng, who was washing her hair, saw that she was happy and put down his worries. I just think, do I survive this cold season? Ling Yen joked. Yen, don't talk nonsense. We won't let anything happen to you. Bai Heng couldn't stand hearing her bad things, even if it was just a hypothesis. Okay, I know. Ling Yen stuck out her tongue. Then should we just get through this cold season and wait for the rainy season to come? She was eager to know if there would be any challenges ahead so that she could be mentally prepared in advance. Don't be caught off guard like this time. For us, I guess. Bai Heng answered truthfully. What do you mean by for us?
She thought so and asked.
There will be another wave of tests in the last few days of the cold season. The time when the cold season ends is not fixed every year. If it ends early, everyone will be happy. If it ends late, some orcs will face the risk of starving to death. Bai Heng replied. Ling Yen didn't understand. The orcs have been storing food for the entire wind season. Could they still starve to death in the cold season? The wind season is only half as long as the cold season, and Yen, the orcs don't get anything every day when they go out. Bai Heng said. The beasts in the family are all high-level beasts, and they will never return empty-handed every time they go out. But those orcs of level 4 or 5, or even lower, are different. It is difficult for them to hunt large beasts alone, and the males have a large appetite, so they have to prepare rations for the females. Besides, preserving food is not an easy task. So getting through the coldest moment is just one of the disasters in the cold season. The essence of this world is to survive with difficulty, and Ling Yen is really lucky. What about our family? Ling Yen asked. She shouldn't be hungry. Bai Heng smiled gently. Yen, the food in our family can feed 3 of you. She actually became a unit of measurement. You actually want to feed 2 more? It can only be said that Ling Yen has grasped the point. Ling Yen took a shower, wrapped her clothes, and walked out of the room. It felt so good to be down to earth. She was almost lying down these days. Looking at the concerned eyes of the 3 beast husbands, she generously gave each of them a hug. The males were finally relieved. After eating together, Ling Yen went to see Mo Huan as usual. Her snake seemed to have not moved. Wouldn't its body be numb if it stayed in the same posture? I don't know if he is hungry. After leaving the cave, I saw 3 males squatting on the ground. They were discussing something intensely. What are you doing? She asked. Yen, we are discussing who should accompany you today. Chi Hua immediately replied. Ling Chuan and Yinze also nodded seriously. Ling Yen was slightly embarrassed. Can this be discussed? Of course we have to discuss it, but I can't remember how many days have passed since the last time. Chi Hua scratched his head with a distressed expression, and suddenly he had an idea. Yan Yan, you decide. Chi Hua felt that he was a genius. Yan Yan liked him the most, and she would definitely choose him.
Me?
Ling Yan was numb. She hated herself for saying this. Looking at the burning eyes of the three males, Ling Yan went all out. Tonight it's Bai Heng. Chi Hua's heart sank. The person Yan Yan loved the most was not him? Seeing Chi Hua's lost expression, Ling Yan couldn't help teasing him. How about you and Bai Heng together? Chi Hua's eyes lit up at first, and then he immediately refused. No. I'll do it tomorrow. If he agreed, Bai Heng would definitely kill him. He was not stupid. The three of them slept together, and Yan Yan would not play tricks on him. Ling Yan raised her eyebrows. It's okay. She's not stupid. Yan Yan, take a look. Is this the sweater you mentioned? Ling Chuan took out an animal skin package from the space. She opened it and took a look. There were 3 clothes inside: a coat knitted with thick wool, a sweater knitted with fine wool, and a small wool sling. The 3 clothes had different patterns, which matched the beige color of the wool itself, and were clean and beautiful. Ling Yan simply couldn't let it go. It's so beautiful. I like it very much. She gestured on herself one by one. Which girl could refuse beautiful new clothes? Anyway, Ling Yan couldn't refuse it. Ling Chuan was really a big treasure. Please put this sweater in the Kong cabinet for me. I will wear it tomorrow. Please put away the coat and suspenders for me. I will wear them when the weather gets warmer. She was satisfied and handed the clothes to Ling Chuan. I will make you a few more sweaters so that you can change them. Ling Chuan nodded.
Yes.
It must be comfortable to wear as a base layer. Yan Yan, here are a few hairpins and combs I made with animal bones.
Take a look.
Inza also handed over an animal skin bag. Ling Yan discussed making jewelry with him later, but she didn't expect that he would secretly prepare surprises for her. 5 of the hairpins were the most eye-catching, and they were the animal shapes of their animal husbands. She couldn't put them down. They were so cute. I like them very much. They are so beautiful. Inza blushed quietly. Yan Yan, you can't just praise them. I sorted all the wool for Ling Chuan, and I also selected the animal bones used by Inza.
I also proposed the animal pattern.
Chi Hua was anxious. It's not that he doesn't care about Yan Yan, he just can't do anything special. It seems that he can only grill meat, but Yan Yan doesn't like grilled meat. The more Chi Hua thought about it, the more frustrated he became. He is the lowest strength and can't do anything. He seems to be really useless. Yes, thanks to Chi Hua's help. Ling Chuan said. Inza also nodded. It turns out that my big fox is so capable. It can cure diseases, work, and bloom. I'm so lucky to have such a powerful beast. Husband Ling Yan's exaggeration came out. Really? Really? Chi Hua's ears turned red. I haven't seen a plant for a long time. Can you bloom a flower for me to see? She leaned closer and said. Chi Hua immediately stretched out his palm, and the half-meter-long plant bloomed pink phoenix flowers one after another. It's so beautiful. It makes me feel better. Ling Yan said sincerely. Chi Hua was completely relieved. After dinner, Ling Yan leaned on Bai Heng to rest. When she was about to fall asleep, she heard him say, What should I do, Yan Yan? I don't seem to have prepared any surprises. Then I'll punish you to sleep with me tonight. I like this punishment. Ling Yan didn't mind whether Bai Heng prepared any surprises, because his special ability was the most useful. These days, Bai Heng almost never left her side. After the coldest days, Ling Yan returned to her days of eating, drinking, and playing with the beast husbands. She would develop new dishes, make some new things, or unlock new postures. But not seeing the sun for a long time made her mood gradually depressed. That day, Ling Yan was really curious about what it was like outside. When she asked Chi Hua, he didn't know. After all, even males rarely go out in winter. Those with partners have to take care of their partners, and those without partners should stay in bed and sleep honestly to reduce energy consumption. The two hit it off and sneaked to the boulder blocking the door. The 2 of them stuck there but out to study for a long time, but the place was blocked too tightly, and not even a breath of wind could get through. What are you doing? Bai Heng's gentle and calm voice sounded from behind the two of them. They both shuddered. To be honest, Bai Heng was the one with the best temper among her beast husbands. But the beasts were inexplicably afraid of him. We didn't do anything. Haha, let's go now. Chi Hua laughed awkwardly and pulled Ling Yan and wanted to slip away. Come back. Bai Heng called them. He knew that females would be in a bad mood if they were locked in a closed space for a long time. The closer it got to the last few days, which female would not make a fuss about going out several times a day. Only his Yan was so obedient that it made people feel distressed. If Ling Yan knew what Bai Heng was thinking, she would probably put her hands on her hips. Is she the kind of person who would commit suicide just to satisfy her curiosity? She cherishes her life the most. Bai Heng took out Ling Yan's thickest cloak from the space and put it on her, and asked Chi Hua to transform into a beast to protect Ling Yan. Ling Chuan and Inza also came to her side, and they all took protective postures. In fact, Ling Yan was already a little tempted to back down at this time. The posture of the beast husbands made it seem as if there was some great terror outside. But the arrow was on the string, and Bai Heng's hand was already on the boulder. With the tearing of the stone rubbing against the ground, Ling Yan felt a chill sweeping over her body instantly. Chi Hua held her tightly in his arms. Ling Chuan's wings also wrapped around her, and Inza was already standing in the front. Ling Yan, who was protected by layers of protection, felt okay. Except for the discomfort caused by the cold air at the beginning, she felt that she could still adapt. She stuck her head out and saw Bai Heng pushing the stone away a little, but what she saw in front of her was not the kind of ice and snow or the raging blizzard she had imagined. What appeared in front of her was a wall of snow, because the snow outside had already covered the entrance of the beast cave. No wonder their exhaust vent was left at the highest point. Ling Yan looked up and saw that it was at least 20 meters high. Ahung, how thick is the snow? Lin Yan asked. You'll know when you take a look, Bai Heng said, and used his special powers to melt the ice and snow at the door. It took a while before she saw the light of day again. Ling Yan realized that the sky outside was pale and snowflakes were still falling. How long will the snow stop falling? When the weather gets warmer and the snow melts, won't it cause a flood? Seeing the scene outside, Ling Yan became even more worried. Several beast men put her in a warm bed and fed her hot water. Yan, are you scared? Bai Heng thought she was scared when he saw that she didn't speak. Ling Yan came back to her senses. No. She shook her head. Although she was born in the north, the biggest snow she had seen was only above her knees, but that kind of heavy snow would cause casualties every year even in the developed environment of modern times. The environment in this beast world is really harsh. How long will it take for such thick snow to melt? She asked. About 3 or 4 days. Bai Heng thought about it. This was the slowest melting he had ever experienced. Ling Yan couldn't help but gasp when she heard it. Melting in such a short time would definitely cause a flood. So fast. Where did the melted water go? She was a little anxious. I don't know about the outside, but all the water in the tribe flowed to the East Canyon. Bai Heng saw that she was not worried, thought for a while, and added, Yan, don't be afraid. The tribe's beast caves are on high ground and will not be flooded. But with such thick snow, she still couldn't be optimistic. But on second thought, Bai Heng had experienced this for many years, and since he said there was no problem, she should believe him. If it really doesn't work, doesn't their family have someone who can fly in the sky? Thinking of this, Ling Yan was relieved. After all, this world cannot be defined by her common sense as a human being. However, she still instructed the beast husbands to put the things at home into the space when the snow began to melt, and if there was a flood, let Ling Chuan take them flying. Several beast husbands did not think Ling Yan's idea was naive. Instead, after serious thinking, they nodded in agreement. Yan must have her reasons for saying this. Ling Yan was a little relieved. The days of doing nothing at home always pass quickly. I don't know if the weather is getting warmer or Ling Yan has adapted to the cold. After she got up that day, she actually felt that the air outside the quilt was no longer stinging. Aheng, is the weather getting warmer? Is the cold season coming to an end? After Ling Yan put on 2 animal skins, she began to sweat slightly. Is it hot? Bai Heng saw that her face was flushed. A little hot. She took off an animal skin and felt a little more comfortable. The cold season will end in the next 2 days. It ended much earlier this year. Bai Heng replied, Really? That's great. I can finally go out and get some fresh air, she said happily.
Yeah.
Bai Heng smiled and nodded, but he was not very optimistic. The cold season is so short this year. According to the experience of the past few decades, it means a long hot season. I don't know if Yan's body can bear it. It seems that we have to plan ahead.
Aang? Aang?
Ling Yan shook Bai Heng's arm. Yan, what did you just say? Bai Heng asked with his head down. I said, is Mo Huan about to wake up? Can you accompany me to check it out? Ling Yan shook his arm again. Okay. Bai Heng agreed. The two of them entered Mo Huan's cave together. As soon as they entered, Ling Yan felt that the dampness and coldness of the past had dissipated a lot. Mo Huan's posture remained unchanged, but Ling Yan felt inexplicably that he seemed to be about to wake up. When she came to see him in the past, she felt like she was looking at an object, but today, it seemed that this object had come to life. Is he about to wake up? Ling Yan did not turn around to ask Bai Heng. She was not sure if it was her illusion. It was also the first time for Bai Heng to see a snake hibernating, and he could not answer her question accurately. I don't know either, Yan, do you have any feeling? Ling Yan nodded. I just feel that he is about to wake up. That should be the case. Usually, partners can feel the status of males through the beast mark. Bai Heng affirmed. Then can I wait here for him to wake up? She wanted to wait here for Mo Huan to wake up. She missed him. Then can you feel the specific time when he will wake up? Bai Heng asked. Ling Yan shook her head. She couldn't feel it. Then can we eat first and then come down? And you have to wear another piece of clothing underneath. Bai Heng advised. She thought for a while and nodded. It was indeed much colder here than up there. She followed Bai Heng away obediently, and before leaving, she did not forget to say, Mo, I will come with you in a moment. After that, she and Bai Heng walked out of the cave. Behind them, Mo Huan shook his tail and closed his half-open eyes again. She asked him to wait for her. Ling Yan did not break the promise. She did have a strong feeling today. She felt that Mo Huan would definitely wake up. She wrapped her cloak tightly and crawled into Mo Huan's grass nest. She hugged Mo Huan's big head and kissed him. As soon as she got up, she saw a pair of blood-red eyes looking at her intently. She was so frightened that she took a sharp breath and fell backwards. She didn't fall off the grass nest as Ling Yan expected, but fell into a cold embrace. She swallowed hard. I couldn't scream. I couldn't shout. Sorry, I scared you, Ian. Mo Huan's somewhat hoarse voice sounded in her ears, but there was a deep sense of guilt in his tone. Mo Huan's animal-like eyes and the cold stare were a bit scary, but if you look closely, you can see that there was also some indifference to her inside. It didn't scare me. It was just that I didn't expect you to wake up suddenly.
Ling Yan no said.
It's not sudden, Mo Huan said.
Huh?
Ling Yan was confused. What did this mean? You woke up when you were about to leave for the first time today.
Montag Huan explained it.
Then why did you? She didn't understand why you didn't come up when you woke up. You said you wanted to stay with me, Mo Huan said. She was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect this to be the reason. Then what if I don't come today? Ling Yan couldn't help but ask, will he keep waiting if she doesn't come today? She will come, Mo Huan said softly. Ling Yan understood. This stubborn child. Perhaps the darkness amplified the senses, and the atmosphere gradually became ambiguous. Ling Yan felt a little uncomfortable. Let's go out. A low voice came, with forbearing restraint. Only when they reached the top did Ling Yan see Mo Huan clearly. After a cold season of sleep, his gloomy temperament that had begun to dissipate gathered again. But she didn't care about this. Holding Mo Huan's cheek, she felt a little distressed. Why have you lost so much weight? Mo Huan was originally tall and thin, but now he looks even thinner. It's okay. Mo Huan himself didn't care much. He had been living like this for so many years. He didn't eat for a few months, but he just lost a little weight. It was okay. In the years when he was a minor, in which cold season did he not face the risk of starving to death? When he was most hungry, he thought he was dead, but a passing gopher saved him. In order to thank the gopher, he reunited the whole family in his stomach. You and I, Bai Heng and the others brought out several large bundles of dried meat. You eat first.
Lingyan pusit Mo Huan.
He nodded and stood up, thanking the beast men. Seeing him eating slowly, Lingyan decided to avoid it. With Mo Huan's appetite, eating like this, how many days can he eat? I'll go back and take a nap first, Mo. Come and stay with me after you finish. After that, Lingyan got up and went back to the room. Seeing Lingyan leave, Mo Huan turned into a beast and swallowed it, but stopped halfway. He didn't prepare so much for himself.
Eat it.
The cold season ended early this year. Bai Heng knew what he was thinking by looking at him. Mo Huan paused for a moment before continuing to eat. Obviously, he also knew what the early end of the cold season meant. What are your plans? Mo Huan finished eating and asked Bai Heng. The plan is to go out to spend the hot season, but I have to ask what Yen means. Bai Heng replied. He nodded in agreement, then turned to Inza. Black Jade Black Snake Clan Mo Huan. The Silver Wolf Clan in the Snowy Land, Inza. Inza replied. When he heard the words Snowland Silver Wolf, Mo Huan frowned and looked at Bai Heng. He saw Bai Heng nodded, which meant that Lingyan knew, so Mo Huan said nothing more. Just like it. Have you eaten enough? Lingyan said, her hands already touching her angular abdominal muscles. She squeezed them, and they felt as good as ever. Well, I miss you so much. Mo Huan posted up. I visit you every day. She paused and added, except for the coldest days. Are you scared? Mo Huan asked. A little bit. Lingyan told the truth. During that time, she really felt like she was going to freeze to death. But Bai Heng and the others took good care of me, so don't worry. Seeing the guilt in Mo Huan's eyes, she quickly comforted him. Well, I'm sorry, Ian.
Montag Huan seid.
I don't blame you. Hibernation is his nature. When he handed her over to the tribe, he had already done it for her. It goes against nature. My Ian has visited me so many times, but I don't feel anything at all. Mo Huan's voice was filled with sadness. He also wanted to be with her all the time, just like Bai Heng and the others. I think you are the same. We have never been separated. Lingyan felt that Mo Huan was too emo today, but she was willing to coax her serpent. By the way, Inza and I are married. Lingyan said. She was slightly embarrassed. This is your right, as long as you like it. Mo Huan said, but there was a hint of coolness in his voice. As long as I like it, any beast is fine? She deliberately teased Mo Huan. Don't be too weak. Mo Huan clenched his fists and put forward his opinion. Lingyan was stunned for a moment. She never thought she would hear this answer from his mouth. What? You think I will stop you? Mo Huan looked at Lingyan. Her expression was so understandable. Lingyan nodded. That's what she thought. Even if you have a new beast husband, you will still have me in your heart, right? Mo Huan gently tapped her heart with his fingertips. Well, I will always love you. Lingyan gave her promise. After thinking for a while, she added, you guys. She won't guarantee that she won't have anyone else in the future, but she can guarantee that her love will be shared equally. But for the beast men, that's enough. Males only need a little reward from females to give them everything they have. When Mo Huan heard this sentence, his pupils tightened for a moment. The next second, Lingyan felt like the world was spinning. What's the noise outside? Lingyan rubbed his temples and frowned. Mo Huan released his hand, covering her ears, and the rumbling sound became clearer. She had just fallen asleep after messing around with Mo Huan for too long, and now being woken up suddenly made her head feel like it was about to explode. Mo Huan took a crystal and put it to her mouth. Lingyan swallowed it without hesitation. She felt really uncomfortable now. Yan, are you awake? Bai Heng's voice came from outside the door.
Come in.
Mo Huan said. Several males walked in one after another, staring at her with worried eyes. There is the sound of snow melting outside. Bai Heng answered her previous question.
Ha!
The snow has melted?
So fast?
She couldn't believe it. Didn't the temperature just rise? Yan, it's been 3 days. Chihua said resentfully. Ling Yan was slightly embarrassed. Had she slept for so long? How to deal with social death? I really want to escape. Her embarrassment did not last long, as there was a loud noise and the rumbling outside became more intense. She was a little scared and said, "Is it really okay to have such a large amount of water? Don't worry, this situation will only last for 2 or 3 days, and it will be fine once the flood recedes." Bai Heng comforted. The site selection of the tribe usually takes this issue into consideration, and most of the beast men live in the mountains. Every year, there are unlucky people who die because of a flood, but it is much less than those who starve to death in the cold season. Ling Yan knew that they were more sensitive to danger than herself, and seeing that the beast men were so calm, she gradually put her mind at ease. After eating the crystals to regain her energy, she couldn't sleep because of the noise outside, so she decided to get up and move around. After all, she hadn't gotten out of bed for 3 days. But as soon as she went out, Ling Yan was stunned. Is this her home? Is this beast cave with bare walls her home? The house is so clean that mice would cry and leave if they come. Seeing her stunned expression, Ling Chuan hurriedly explained, "We have packed up everything. If there is any accident, we will take off directly." After that, he even posed as if he was about to fly. Ling Yan was so excited by his second-year posture that she closed her eyes. "Didn't you say it was okay? Then why are you ready to moisten at any time? We think what you said makes sense." Chihua said as a matter of course. Of course, they should put Yan's safety first. Ling Yan turned around and saw Mo Huan and Bai Heng tidying up the things in the bedroom. So, where is she going now? Perhaps the resentment emanating from Ling Yan was too obvious, and the beast husbands finally realized the problem. In the end, Bai Heng rebuilt the bonfire, and the family sat in a small group in the empty beast cave. Listening to the roar of the flood outside and eating peanuts and chestnuts, Ling Yan tasted a bit of leisure. Sure enough, comparison is a shortcut to seeking satisfaction. Yan, this year's winter season is shorter than in previous years. Bai Heng decided to ask Ling Yan what she meant, so as to plan ahead.
Huh?
Ling Yan was a little confused. This is short? If she is locked up again, she will wither. The short winter season means that this year's hot season will be very long. Bai Heng continued. She nodded and got another new knowledge point. Bai Heng would not bring this up for no reason. She motioned him to continue. So, do you want to go to other tribes to spend the hot season? The White Tiger tribe will be short of water during the hot season. This is also the reason why Bai Heng wanted to take her to other tribes. Yan loves cleanliness so much, she will definitely not be able to stand not being able to take a bath. Then what do you think? She asked. Are you willing to go out? Bai Heng did not expect Ling Yan to agree so easily. Ling Yan did not expect that she had only stayed at home for a while and let her husband think she was a dead homebody. She admitted that she did not like to go out when she first came, but people are inevitably afraid of the unknown, and after being locked up for a whole winter season, Ling Yan's heart had already flown away. And after experiencing such an abnormal and terrible winter season, since the beast husband said that the White Tiger tribe was not suitable for the hot season, how could she be so stubborn? She had to crawl out even if she had to. I am willing. In addition to her trust in the beast husbands, she herself was also a person who loved to go out and play. Otherwise, she would not have adjusted her leave to go out and play, and she would not have fallen into the water and been kidnapped. There are 2 places. The first is to go to the Eagle's Corner in the Western Continent, which is Ling Chuan's tribe. It is by the sea and very comfortable in the hot season, but the journey is long. We have to set off to the Eagle's Cliff after the flood recedes. The second is Winter City, which is close to the north. It is also suitable for the hot season, and the journey is relatively close. We can set off later if we go there. Winter City? Is it Inza's tribe? Ling Yan asked. No, my tribe is at the foot of the snow-capped mountains and foreign beasts are not accepted there. Inza's eyes were deep. There are few tribes in the north. Except for Inza's tribe, other tribes are distributed near Winter City. Winter City is just a gathering place for females from all continents who have been to the hot season. Because there will be many orcs gathered there every year in the hot season and several gatherings will be held, and everyone can exchange some specialties. Bai Heng introduced in detail. Summer resort? Can you also go to the market? It sounds very interesting. Ling Yan sighed. Then we're going to Winter City? Bai Heng asked, and the others also looked at her. If we go to the beach, is it difficult? Ling Yan asked. She still wanted to eat seafood. Northern children love seafood the most. It just takes a little longer. Yan, you can go anywhere you want. Mo Huan said. This is the world. The 8th level is not the pinnacle of male superpowers, but the entire continent has not had a 9th level so far. Besides, the other 3 are also the top of the 7th level. Then I want to go to the beach. Ling Yan made the final decision. Okay, then we will go to Eagle Cliff. Bai Heng determined the next step, and several beastmen nodded. Is Eagle Cliff fun? Ling Yan touched Ling Chuan's arm. It's fun. There is a sea of flowers at the bottom of the cliff. I will take you there when the time comes. Ling Chuan replied. Then do you catch fish to eat? Ling Yan asked. Generally, we rarely catch fish. We go to land to hunt. The sea is the territory of mermaids. Ling Chuan said. But the little females can go to the beach to play. The mermaids are very friendly. Are there really mermaids? Are they all very beautiful? Ling Yan didn't expect there would be an unexpected surprise. Mermaids, I want to see them. The males looked at Ling Yan with nervousness. She likes good-looking ones? Then is he good-looking? You'll know when you see him. Ling Chuan answered her with a smile. Okay. She nodded obediently. Then let's keep it a little mysterious. The sound of water continued for 3 days, until the morning of the 4th day, when the flood receded and the world returned to peace. When Ling Yan woke up in the morning, there was no roaring sound of water in her ears, and she felt a little uncomfortable for a while. Outside, the beastmen had already opened the beast cave, and even half of the walls sealed in the cold season had been removed, and the house had been cleaned. Ling Yan stood at the door and took a deep breath, feeling refreshed. However, the temperature rose too quickly. She felt that it was at least 20 degrees outside. There were traces of floods on the ground, but apart from the wet soil, there was not even a big puddle. This scene made Ling Yan more convinced of the judgment of the beast husbands. She looked up at the huge disk in the sky that was emitting a dazzling halo, feeling its power. It had been a long time since she had seen the sun, but now facing it, Ling Yan felt inexplicably scared. This sun was not like the one on Blue Star, which was out of reach. Instead, it seemed as if you could touch it if you flew higher.
It was huge and dazzling.
One sun was so scary, and there were 2 in Yenji. I dare not think about it. Ling Yan felt that this environment was like surviving in the end times for her, but with a few beast husbands, the difficulty became baby mode. As long as she didn't do anything, it wouldn't be a big problem. Don't stare at the sun. It will make you uncomfortable. Bai Heng interrupted her thoughts. Heng, is it so hot during the rainy season? Ling Yan asked. It was so hot this morning, and it would definitely reach 30 degrees by noon. It won't be so hot forever. There will be continuous rainfall in the future, but it won't affect the orcs hunting, but we have to find a place to shelter from the rain when we go out.
Bai Heng said.
No wonder it is called the rainy season. It means what it says. Ling Yan nodded in understanding. Then when do we leave? She felt the breeze blowing at the door. Although the outside world was full of unknowns, her heart had begun to yearn for freedom. We'll leave in 2 days? Pack up in the next 2 days and say goodbye to friends. Bai Heng asked her opinion. Just make your decision. Ling Yan nodded, and she also wanted to talk to Duoya. Ling Yan watched the beastmen pack up very seriously. At this moment, they were discussing how to make room for the dining table. She held her forehead in silence. Can't you just make it now? Why bring these tables, chairs, and benches? Besides, we will come to the White Tiger tribe again in the future. The beastmen paused. Yanyan's words made sense. Just bring the necessities for the journey, and you have filled up the space. What will we do for hunting? Ling Yan asked the question in her heart, and the beastmen paused again. In the end, most of the wooden furniture in the house was left behind, but Bai Heng still sorted and packed the valuables one by one. Seeing this, Ling Yan didn't say anything and let them go. She woke up from a nap and found the house quiet. Chihua, where are they? She looked at the big fox curled up beside her. Bai Heng went to find the tribe leader, and Mo Huan and the other three went hunting. Chihua replied, "Thank you for your hard work, my big fox, to accompany me," Ling Yan said with a smile. She knew that the male must want to go out for a run after being locked up for a whole winter. It was difficult for him. Chihua disagreed with her argument. Yan, I fought and snatched the opportunity to accompany you alone, so it's not hard. Ling Yan was touched by his cuteness and couldn't help laughing out loud. On the other side, Bai Heng went to the tribe leader after clearing the blue fluorescent grass that had just emerged in the back mountain. Mother, father, Yan has also decided to go to the sea for the hot season this year. We will set off the day after tomorrow, Bai Heng said to Bai He and Nuashi, and did not forget to say hello to the other fathers. Bai Heng came to mention this specifically because Nuashi had a beast man from the Merman tribe, and they would go to the sea in the hot season in previous years. Your father has to arrange other beast men in the tribe, so we won't set off so early. Tell Yan that we will play together when we get to the sea. If you get there early, go and see your father Haiue,
Nuashi said.
Bai Heng nodded in response. I know, mother. After that, he was about to leave but was stopped by Bai He. You are the #1 beast man. You have learned a lot about how to take care of females by following me in the past few years. Hung, you must protect your females when you go out. Bai He spoke earnestly. Nuashi rolled his eyes. I learned a lot from you? You are busy with tribal affairs every day. How can you have time to teach him? What are you laughing at, you little brat? Bai He kicked Bai Heng in anger. Bai Heng smiled and dodged and ran out. Yan was still at home, and he had to go back to take care of her. After the 3 males went out hunting, they headed west to start investigating. What are we looking for? Inza was a little confused and ran all the way with the 2 beasts. An 8th level scorpion beast. He knows Yan's name. Mo Huan was concise and to the point. It would be best if they could kill the potential threat before they set out. Inza's eyes condensed after hearing this, and he also sniffed the air and began to explore. However, the few people had been looking for a long time, but they didn't find any trace of the scorpion beast. Ling Chuan circled around and came back to the 2 of them. Nothing was found. He shook his head. Should we continue looking? Inze asked. Let's go back. Yan will be worried if it's too late. Mo Huan said. Maybe the scorpion beast has already left. Ling Chuan said. Even if he was good at hiding his breath, the deterrence emitted by the 8th level beast would be detected, but they gained nothing. Mo Huan shook his head and said nothing. He was filled with uneasiness. He knew the bad nature of cold-blooded beasts best. Once they were targeted, they would fight to the death. And Xiaolon, the center of the topic discussed by several people, was hiding under a puddle to shed his skin. His body shrank to the size of a finger, and the whole beast was motionless. Obviously, something went wrong with the molting. At this time, if a beast passed by here and stepped on it, a generation of 8th level cold-blooded beasts would stick to the soles of others' feet. Although they would not be trampled to death, social death would also be death. However, it was precisely because of this that his breath was hidden that he was not found by Mo Huan and the other 2. It was not until the 3 beasts left the forest that Xiaolon struggled to climb out of the puddle, cursing. Shabi, that idiot, pulled out his tail needle, causing him to shed his skin irregularly every time, and he had to change back to his childhood form. Fall to death, he really got him a bargain. But there are also benefits. Once he turns into a young form, his breath will be completely hidden, and he will be just a wild little reptile in the eyes of other orcs. The cursing Xiaolon did not realize that he had just brushed shoulders with the god of death. But even if he knew, he would only think that things were more interesting. The setting sun gathered the last ray of afterglow, and after a day of scorching, the earth was basically dry. Almost overnight, new buds appeared on the flowers, plants, and trees, and the sounds of insects and birds were endless. The world seemed to be running at twice the speed. The few people who went out returned home, and Chihua and Bai Heng went to eat. Ling Yan leaned in Mo Huan's arms, feeling cool and a little comfortable. Seeing that she kept twisting and turning, Mo Huan put a hand on her waist. Ling Yan immediately became honest. She had to conserve her energy and could not do bad things. Looking at the little female who closed her eyes and pretended to sleep, Mo Huan silently pulled the corner of his mouth and stopped teasing her.